Commander Scott Hagen blended into the crowd at the bustling Mexican cantina in downtown Princeton, just another dad enjoying dinner with his family. Though his name had made headlines across the country after the decisive naval clash near Gdansk, his scruffy vacation attire, flip-flops, cargo shorts, and a faded band t-shirt made him virtually unrecognizable. That's why the persistent stare from some 20s, something loitering by the bike racks, struck him as downright bizarre. The kid clutched a sweating beer can in one hand and his phone in the other, his unkempt bowl cut casting shadows over his face under the patio lights. Every 30 seconds or so, his gaze flicked toward Hagen's table like a malfunctioning security camera. Not threatening, just off. Hagen shrugged it off, reaching for another chip. His sister's laughter bubbled over the mariachi music as she recounted some childhood mishap, while his wife nudged him playfully. Her margarita glass already half empty. 7 months since the Baltic engagement, and the Navy's PR team had plastered his dress uniform photo everywhere yet here. Surrounded by nachos and sticky-faced nieces, he was just Uncle Scott. The guy who'd drawn the short straw as designated driver tonight. Tomorrow, after his nephew's championship soccer game, he'd finally get that long-overdue beer. Assuming, of course, the weirdo near the sidewalk didn't turn out to be some overzealous fan, or, worse, a reporter. Dry dock in Norfolk had been its own special hell-sweltering metal corridors, the constant grind of repairs, the ghostly absence of engine hum. But nothing compared to the weight of those empty bunks below decks. Victory ribbons couldn't stitch closed the holes left by lost crewmen. Yet as his youngest niece dribbled salsa on his shorts, giggling when he fake scowled, Hagen let the tension ease from his shoulders. These stolen moments, birthdays, barbecues, even chaotic family trips were the rarest treasures for men like him. The military gave you purpose, sure, but it took its pound of flesh and missed first steps and quiet anniversaries. The stranger's phone suddenly flashed, illuminating his hollow-cheeked grin. Hagen's instincts prickled, but before he could react, the guy stumbled into the night, swallowed by the student bar crowd across the street. Just another college kid, then. Probably mistook him for a professor or some minor celebrity. Shaking his head, Hagen turned back to the table, where his brother-in-law was theatrically reenacting a disastrous fishing trip. The war could wait. Tonight belonged to guacamole and second helpings. The tension in Eastern Europe had eased somewhat, though Russia still maintained a strong grip on parts of Ukraine. Their show of force, sending a Bore-class nuclear submarine near you. Waters had backfired when it was spotted, and photographed near Scotland before slinking back to its Arctic base at Saida Inlet. Meanwhile, their brief incursion into Lithuania had ended in retreat, with troops pulling back to Russian and Belarusian borders. The humiliating withdrawal had left Moscow fuming, though none of the diners at this bustling Mexican eatery in New Jersey would guess that the unassuming father laughing with his family had played a key role in that outcome. Scott Hagen preferred it that way. At 44, he wasn't the type to brag about his service or strut around in uniform. Right now, his biggest concern was whether he'd have room for dinner after demolishing a bowl of chips and guacamole. As he joked with his wife, his brother-in-law, Alan, nudged him. "Hey, Scotty, you recognize that guy on the sidewalk? He's been staring at us." Hagen glanced over. Never seen him before. Something about the man's lingering gaze set off alarms. "This feels off. I'm gonna check it out." Hagen pushed back from the table and wove through the crowded patio. But before he could reach him, the stranger dumped his beer in a trash can and bolted across the street, vanishing into a packed parking lot. When Hagen returned, Alan frowned. Weird. What was that about? Hagen's gut told him they weren't sticking around to find out. Let's move. Get everyone inside and out the back now. His sister Susan blinked in confusion. What's happening? Alan cut in before Hagen could answer. No time. We'll explain later. As the group scrambled to leave, Susan quipped, My brother gets jumpy when he's not floating around with a submarine full of missiles. Just as the families hurried toward the exit, Hagen spotted the stranger again this time, striding back toward them, a long coat flapping around him. Then, in a flash, the man yanked an AK-47 from beneath the fabric. Screams erupted as diners scrambled for cover. Hagen barked at his wife, Go! Now, first her Mive. Laura grabbed their kids and sprinted for the door. The others close behind. But Hagen hesitated, his blood running cold as the gunman raised his weapon. The peaceful evening had shattered in an instant. Commander Scott Hagen's blood ran cold as the young man strode into the cafe, rifle raised and eyes locked on him. New Jersey's strict gun laws meant Hagen was unarmed, ironic, considering the attacker brazenly wielded an AK-47 in broad daylight. The first shot shattered the fountain beside him, snapping Hagen into action. His family was behind him, and that thought overrode any instinct to take cover. Instead, he charged forward, weaving through overturned tables and screaming patrons. The gunman fired wildly, his panic evident in each erratic shot. Hagen barely registered the bullet tearing through his forearm. Pain was secondary now. This wasn't some trained operative. This was a desperate kid shaking with rage. A waiter lunged at the shooter, only to be gunned down point blank. The sight fueled Hagen's fury. Another bullet struck his hip, but he kept moving, closing the distance as the gunman struggled with the rifle's recoil. Then came the tackle Hagen launched himself, sending both of them crashing over a table. The scorching barrel seared his grip, but he held on, pummeling the kid's face until blood splattered between them. Wrenching the rifle free, Hagen staggered to his knees and aimed it at the dazed attacker. Devai. The kid spat his accent, revealing more than his actions had. This wasn't just an attack, it was something personal. And now, so was Hagen's resolve. The assailant struggled to his knees, ignoring Hagen's frantic commands to freeze and raise his hands. Instead, the man's trembling fingers disappeared into the folds of his trench coat. I'll blow you away. Hagen roared, his finger tightening on the trigger. In a flash of steel, a 6-inch combat knife emerged, its edge glinting as the blood-streaked attacker lunged forward with animalistic fury. At point-blank range, Hagen's rifle barked twice center mass. The knife clattered to the tile as the young man staggered like a drunk, plowing through overturned chairs before collapsing, face first into a puddle of spilled pasta. Chaos swirled around Hagen, the wail of approaching sirens, shrieks from pedestrians, the metallic stench of blood mixing with garlic from shattered plates. With mechanical precision, he ejected the magazine, cleared the chamber, and tossed the rifle aside. Turning the gasping attacker onto his back, Hagen found himself staring into wild, pain-glazed eyes. The kid was drowning in his own blood but still clinging to consciousness. "Oh, sent you?" Hagen demanded, his voice raw as he gripped the man's collar. "What's this about?" "For my brother." The Russian spat, crimson bubbles forming on his lips. Recognition dawned on Hagen, the Baltic engagement. The sunken submarines. He was Navy. The dying man's whisper carried chilling pride. A hero. Of Russia. Hagen's blood ran cold. How'd you track me here? When the fading eyes offered no answer, he shook the limp body violently. A bystander grabbed his shoulder, some office worker with ketchup smeared across his tie, but Hagen shoved him aside. "Talk, damn you." The crack of a service pistol being cocked cut through the din. "Hands where I can see 'em." A state trooper bellowed from the entrance. As Hagen raised his arms, white-hot pain lanced through his ribs. The world tilted. Suddenly, he was staring at the neon sign flickering above, his sister's distant sobs cutting through the pandemonium. He'd sworn they'd escaped. How was she still here? Unlike his legendary father, Jack Ryan Jr., had zero qualms about airborne travel. Give him a pressurized cabin and a decent in-flight meal over freefall any day. Yet here he was, strapped into a harness at 1,200 feet, about to leap into the Chesapeake Bay's morning glare. Domingo Chavez had triple-checked his parachute rig, same as always, but Jack's traitorous brain kept circling back to last week's packing disaster. Left his lucky socks in the dryer. Forgot his noise-canceling headphones. Minor oversights, sure, but what if he'd misaligned the risers? The reserve chute's pins? His stomach churned as the jump master gave the signal. Somewhere between ready and go, it occurred to him that surviving Black Ops missions might be easier than outsmarting his own overactive imagination. Jack found himself suspended between earth and sky, not as part of some run-of-the-mill skydiving class, but in a specialized program designed by his employer, the campus, a covert intelligence outfit stacked with former military and intelligence operatives. Though he'd started as an analyst, his role had evolved into something far more hands-on. These days, he could be crunching numbers to expose a corrupt politician one week, then breaching a hostile compound the next. Life was anything but predictable. Right now, though, his focus was razor-sharp. The plane's engine roared, drowning out most thoughts as he mentally rehearsed his checklist. Thus, 4 minutes. Someone yelled over the noise. Jack muttered under his breath, step out, head forward, arms clear, body flat, knees bent. Arch pull, brace, check canopy. He wasn't a rookie, he'd survived ground school, tumbling off a pickup truck, and tandem jumps with Domingo Ding Chavez and his cousin Dominic Caruso, both seasoned free-fall pros. They drilled him on everything from static line jumps, which Ding jokingly called dope on a rope, to hop and pops, where he yanked his chute the second he left the plane. 5 successful water landings later, he was still in one piece, which John Clark, the unit's no-nonsense ops director, considered progress. That meant something. Given Clark's legendary background, Navy SEAL, CIA paramilitary, NATO counterterrorism lead. Today's jump, however, wasn't just about hitting the water. The real test began after splashdown, a stealth swim to a mock hostile yacht, where he'd link up with Caruso and Chavez for a tactical takedown. Glancing across the cramped cabin, Jack took in Caruso's gear, all black, from his harness to his suppressed MPX. The man looked like a shadow with the submachine gun. Jack exhaled, adrenaline humming. This wasn't just training anymore. It was a dress rehearsal for the real thing. Jack checked his gear one last time, feeling the weight of the simunition-loaded magazines for Dom's submachine gun and his own Glock. The paint-filled rounds might not be lethal, but they packed enough punch to leave a bruise, something he'd learned the hard way during previous drills. Clark and Chavez's favorite saying, train hard, fight easy, echoed in his mind, though Jack couldn't help but smirk. He'd bled plenty in both training and real combat, so the phrase felt more like wishful thinking than a guarantee. His setup mirrored Caruso and Chavez's, with a few key differences. Strapped to his chest were swim fins, his ticket to mobility once he hit the water. Meanwhile, the other two were geared up with high-tech MC-6 parachutes, designed for precision landings and mid-air maneuvers. Jack, still in the rookie phase, had a basic T-11 rig that offered all the grace of a falling brick. At 19 feet per second, he'd drop like a rock, praying the wind didn't send him off course. The others would land neatly on the boat's deck, while he'd be splashing into the Chesapeake Bay, swimming the rest of the way like some kind of aquatic commando. Dean Chavez, seated across from him, adjusted his headset, relaying updates from the cockpit. Helen Reed and Chester Hicks, usually behind the controls of the campus's sleek Gulfstream, were flying the far less glamorous Cessna Caravan today, though they seemed to be enjoying the change of scenery. Dom seized the moment, leaning in close to Jack. "You good, cuz?" "Hell yeah," Jack replied, bumping fists and hoping his nerves weren't as obvious as they felt. Dom didn't call him out on it, just double-checked that Chavez was still occupied before dropping a whisper. "Ding says we've got an unknown number of hostiles, but between us, there'd be 5 guys on that yacht." Jack raised an eyebrow. "How do you figure?" Dom smirked. "Simple math. Adara's playing the hostage she let that slip yesterday. Clark's leading the opposing force, so that's 1 gun. That leaves our 4 security guys, Gomez, Fleming, Gibson, and Henson. All 4 were ex-Special Forces, with Gibson and Henson having CIA's global response staff experience. Tough as hell, even in their 50s, and always eager to humble the new guys." Jack exhaled. "You might be right, but you know Clark. He loves throwing surprises our way. A few analysts from the campus operations team with combat backgrounds might have volunteered for the exercise, guys like Mike and Rudy, both former Army infantry." Caruso smirked. "Okay, they were Rangers, I'll give you that. But Rudy phoned me at dawn from headquarters. He's eyeing my pickup truck and wanted me to stash the keys so he could test drive it over lunch. Said Mike would tag along too." Jack racked his brain for other team members who'd make the 2.5-hour trek from their Alexandria office to play antagonist today. Donna Lee's ex-FBI. She handles submachine guns like most people handle coffee mugs. Dom shook his head. Adara mentioned Donna wrecked her knee at CrossFit last Wednesday. She's stuck on crutches for a while. Jack grinned. "You've really done your homework, huh? Between you and me, we attract enough trigger-happy lunatics in the field. I'm not about to take a training round to the family jewels today. Got weekend plans. If that means gaming the system, so be it." Jack chuckled, grateful for the distraction from his upcoming parachute jump. "What's the big weekend agenda?" Dom hesitated, but before he could answer, Ding yanked off his headset and shot them a look. "What's this secret meeting about, you 2 geniuses?" They exchanged grins but stayed silent. Chavez raised an eyebrow. 2 minutes, Jack. You'll drop 300 yards astern of the target vessel to avoid detection. Yeah, in reality, any sentry would spot you in broad daylight. But this is training off force playing blind. Just don't splash around like a drunk dolphin." Dominic added, "And for God's sake, leave the inflatable rubber duck at home." Jack gave a thumbs up. "Once you're out, Helen's taking us up to 6,000 feet. We'll jump, spot targets midair, and hit the deck ready to engage. By the time we ditch our harnesses, you better be scaling the stern ladder to join the stack." "Copy that," Jack said, eyeing the choppy bay water through the window. Just then, Chester Country Hicks emerged from the cockpit, slid open the cabin door, and held up one finger. The roar of wind swallowed all conversation as the plane cruised at 90 knots. Jack and Dom fist bumped, then Jack edged toward the gaping hatch. Chavez leaned in, shouting over the noise, "Remember, don't forget." Jack frowned. "Forget what?" "Exactly." Chavez grinned, shoved him toward the door, and yelled, "Go on, kid. Fly like a grand piano." Jack swallowed his nerves, waited for Country's nod, and plunged out. 7 minutes later, he floated exhausted at the stern of the Hail Caesar, a 75-foot Nordhaven yacht loaned by a friend of campus director Jerry Hendley. Anchored near Carpenter Point in the Chesapeake's northern reaches, the boat swayed in the confluence of currents from the Susquehanna and Northeast River. Jack cursed the rivers silently. His bare-bones snorkel gear and fins hadn't made the surface swim any easier. The choppy waves made every stroke a battle, filling his snorkel with bitter seawater as he fought toward the yacht. Gagging slightly, Jack hauled himself onto the sea stairs, stashed his gear, and checked his silenced impacts. His watch confirmed he'd hit his mark with seconds to spare. Right on schedule, Ding Chavez's hushed voice crackled through his earpiece. One's locked and loaded. Dom Caruso's update followed terse and professional, while Jack's own transmission came out breathless from the climb. At the top of the stairs, he found Ding and Dom already in position, their parachutes neatly stowed under coiled rope. Nearby, up for security man, Dale Henson lounged against the railing, fake blood smeared across his khaki jumpsuit. Instead of playing dead, he took an exaggerated bite of a Snickers bar, winked at Jack, then flopped his head back in mock defeat. Real subtle, Ding muttered before updating Jack on their first takedown. Fleming, the guy on the flybridge, had been tagged before he knew what hit him. Moving in tight formation, the three operatives advanced toward the main salon. Dom flashed 3 fingers, only 3 targets left. At the door, Ding motioned Jack forward. Crouching low, Jack deployed the Hatchet 2, its flexible thermal camera revealing Gomez and Gibson inside, pistols holstered but subguns within reach. Just as Gomez grabbed his radio, Jack saw the moment of realization, no response from his teammates. Both men lunged for their weapons. Let's dekippt it, Sab. We're blown. Jack hissed, stashing the device and switching his SIG to full auto. Ding kicked the door open, and Jack unleashed precise bursts, dropping Gibson first, then Gomez as he scrambled for his MP5. Both men slumped back, hands raised in surrender. Jack swept the room before following Ding and Dom toward the lower deck, adrenaline sharpening every movement. The exercise was far from over. The team moved with urgency. Jack's suppressed weapon still echoed loudly enough to risk alerting anyone nearby, and the hostage aboard the yacht could be in danger if the gunfire drew unwanted attention. They swept through the staterooms methodically, sticking together rather than splitting up to clear each space faster. When they reached the third room, Dom eased the door open without a sound. Inside, Adara Sherman lounged on the bed, sipping coffee and flipping through a magazine like this was just another lazy afternoon. Wow, my heroes, she deadpanned without glancing up. As the campus's transportation manager, she was playing the part of the hostage today, but Dom wasn't taking chances. For all he knew, she could be rigged with explosives or even armed, forced to turn on them in some twisted training scenario. He kept his weapon trained on her, though guilt flickered across his face just long enough for him to overlook clearing the small bathroom to her right. The oversight hit him a second too late, right as his cousin's voice barked from the hallway. Contact. The last stateroom door flew open, revealing John Clark in full tactical gear, MP5 raised. He managed only a single shot before Domingo Chavez dropped him with a controlled burst to the chest. Ding knew the thick canvas coat and layers underneath would soften the sting of the simunition rounds, but Clark still wouldn't be happy. He hated getting tagged in these drills. With the hallway threat down, Dom relaxed slightly, turning back to secure Adara. Jack covered the doorway, unaware his cousin had missed the bathroom. Neither noticed the pistol sliding out from behind the shower curtain until the sharp crack of gunfire filled the room. Dom jerked forward as the first round struck his back, then took another before he could signal he was out. Jack lunged past them, unloading a wild burst into the bathroom, rounds tearing through the curtain like live ammo. All right. Mebt. Where'd I go Pruste? The voice was pure Kentucky, and Jack's stomach dropped. Jerry Hendley, former senator, campus director, and decidedly not a field operative, stepped out, wincing as he rubbed a nasty welt on his neck. Damn, Clark wasn't kidding. These things hurt. Jack gaped. Jerry. What the hell? The man hadn't so much as touched a pistol in years, let alone participated in a live drill. Clark's voice cut through the chaos. Cease fire. Exercise over. Jack flicked his safety on, letting his weapon drop as the reality of their blunder sank in. Adara sprang from the bed, tearing off her safety goggles as she hurried to Jerry's side. Mr. Diamond. Hendley, let's get you upstairs to my med kit. Those wounds need proper cleaning and bandaging before they get worse. Jack swallowed hard, guilt written across his face. Jerry, I swear, if I'd known you were Henley winced but managed a strained chuckle. If you'd known I was playing out 4, this whole exercise would have been pointless, wouldn't it? You were supposed to shoot me. Right. Yes, sir, Jack muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Jerry smirked through the pain. Though I wouldn't have minded if you'd aimed a little better. John swore I'd take a couple rounds center mass, hence the vest, not a full auto love tap from every angle. Jack had lit him up from arms to torso, with the worst bleeding from his hand and neck. As Adara guided him toward the ladder, Jerry shot Clark a look in the narrow hallway. Subtlety was never your strong suit, John. You sure know how to make an impression. Clark, usually unshakable, actually looked sheepish. This wasn't how it was supposed to go down, Jerry. My bad. Left behind, Jack and Dom slumped on the bed like kids caught red-handed. Chavez leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Damn, Jack. You just unloaded a whole mag of Sims into your boss at point blank. He's gonna wake up tomorrow feeling like he wrestled a wood chipper. Dom frowned. Why was he even here? Clark stepped in, his expression grim. Because I wanted him to see the problem firsthand. 3 operators aren't enough. We've been skating by on luck, and that's running out. Either we recruit, or we start turning down missions. Chavez nodded. Message received. Dom's Kia 2 rounds to the back. You didn't clear the bathroom? Dom didn't flinch. Took down 5 hostiles, got complacent. No excuses, I screwed up. Clark's voice turned sharp. You started strong. Jack's insertion was clean, the takedowns were textbook. But in real ops, only the finish counts. Losing a third of your team. That's a hard fail. Silence hung thick in the room. Gear gets cleaned and stowed, Clark ordered. Weekend's yours, but I want each of you to scout 1 recruit. Monday, we'll review. And Dom. He paused. Security guys aren't the answer. We need hungry, single, and ready to burn the candle at both ends. Jack exhaled. They were stretched too thin. Clark had stepped back from fieldwork. Brian Caruso was gone, and Sam Driscoll's loss in Mexico still stung. It was just the 3 of them now, and that wasn't enough. Jack spent the weekend weighing his options carefully. The world's trouble zones weren't cooling down, and with their ranks thinning, the campus needed reinforcements fast. 10 minutes later, he was back on deck, apologizing to Jerry again. Jerry, now wrapped in bandages and nursing a cold Heineken, brushed off Jack's concern with his usual calm. The sight made Jack's stomach twist. Jerry had just reinstated him after a 6-month suspension for insubordination, and here they were, dealing with another mess. Not exactly the gratitude Jerry deserved. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Tehran's Imam Khomeini International Airport lived up to its reputation, hardly a warm welcome for foreigners. After nearly 5 hours in the air, the passengers of Alitalia Flight 756 were eager to stretch their legs. Most braced for the tedious customs ordeal ahead, but one man moved with the ease of a regular. A businessman with deep ties to Iran's government, he knew the drill. A minder waiting the second he stepped off the plane, a private Mercedes idling illegally outside, and a streamlined pass through immigration. At the end of the jet bridge, Faraj Ahmadi leaned against the wall, his grin widening as he spotted the tall, fair-haired Westerner waving at him. "Faraj, always great to see you, my friend." Faraj, sporting a thick mustache and a dark blue suit, pressed a hand to his heart in greeting before offering a firm handshake. "Welcome back, Mr. Brooks." The Westerner feigned exasperation. "Come on, Faraj." "How many times?" "Mr. Brooks was my dad." "It's Ron." Faraj chuckled. "Nay, of course, Ron. How was your flight?" "Slept through Toronto to Rome, worked Rome to here." "Productive either way." Excellent." Faraj took the luggage handle, gesturing toward immigration. "You know the routine by now." Ron smirked. "Could do it blindfolded." "Probably have, honestly." Faraj's grin deepened. "You've become quite the frequent flyer." 16 trips in 3 years, Ron mused as they walked. "That's more than 5 a year." Faraj's cheerful demeanor never wavered, a rare sight in government circles, but one Ron had come to appreciate. "It's always a pleasure to have you here," Faraj said with practiced warmth as they navigated the bustling airport corridors. "My associates are counting on these cross-border trips remaining hassle-free, especially with all the political tensions lately." Brooks adjusted his suit jacket and chuckled darkly. "Tell me about it. Every news channel back home keeps screaming about potential travel restrictions. Makes a guy nervous." As they rounded a corner, the endless snaking queues at immigration came into view, hundreds of weary travelers clutching documents. But their path diverged smoothly toward an empty VIP lane. "The international business community relies on stability," Faraj remarked, his tone diplomatic. "We trust the UN will ensure working relationships remain unaffected by external pressures." Brooks smirked. "No argument here. Though let's be honest, we both know exactly which loudmouth in the Oval Office keeps stirring the pot." Faraj's polished grin didn't waver, but his eyes flickered with amusement. "Diplomacy prevents me from naming names, but yes, when your president gives another fiery speech about sanctions, it hardly promotes goodwill." Brooks barked a laugh. "Hell, I'll say it. Jack Ryan's being a grade A jackass again." This time, Faraj couldn't suppress his laughter. Spoken like a true pragmatist. "No objections here." Passing a restroom sign, Faraj gestured politely. "The checkpoint will be quick, but the highway to Save is jammed today if you need to freshen up." Brooks waved him off. "Already handled mid-flight." Pro tip: real businessmen never miss a chance to prep. He winked as they approached the immigration booth, where the officer immediately recognized the frequent traveler. "Welcome back, Mr. Brooks," the man said in accented English, already reaching for the Canadian passport. The routine was effortless passport scan, camera flash, thumb on the biometric reader. "Short trip this time?" the officer inquired. "Just 72 hours, Brooks confirmed, glancing at Faraj, who'd slipped behind the counter like staff. "The what's first?" "That kebab place near the bazaar." But Faraj's reply froze mid-sentence as he frowned at the monitor. A hushed Farsi exchange followed between him and the officer, their expressions tightening. Brooks set down his briefcase with a thud. "Everything cool?" he asked, though the sudden tension was palpable. Faraj's smile snapped back like a rubber band. "Of course. Just a minor system delay." But his fingers drummed the countertop, a tell Brooks hadn't seen before. The officer kept typing, his forehead creased. Somewhere in the terminal, a flight announcement echoed, too cheerful for the sudden chill in the air. Faraj dismissed it with a wave. "It's nothing," he told Brooks before turning back to the immigration officer. With a friendly squeeze to the man's shoulder and a quick joke, Faraj managed to get a smile out of both of them, though Brooks couldn't help noticing how the officer's fingers flew faster across the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the screen with unusual intensity. After 15 trips through this checkpoint, Brooks had never seen anything like it. When Faraj and the officer exchanged another round of hushed Farsi, Brooks cracked. "What's the deal, Faraj? Did my ex-wife finally put me on some international watch list?" Faraj rubbed his temple. "Probably just a glitch with the fingerprint scanner. Mind giving it another go?" Brooks exaggeratedly blew on his thumb before pressing it down again. "You know, if you tell me who supplies your scanners, I could probably hook you up with a better model, cheaper too." Faraj's lips twitched into a polite smile, but his attention stayed glued to the monitor. The officer, meanwhile, wasn't laughing. His hand dipped beneath the desk, and Faraj snapped something sharp at him. The officer muttered a sheepish reply, but Brooks didn't need a translator to recognize the sound of a silent alarm being triggered. Within seconds, 3 more officers, one in a suit with a badge clipped to his lapel, approached, their eyes scanning the screen. Brooks forced a grin. "Guess I should have declared those pistachios I smuggled out last time." No one laughed. Faraj's usual easygoing demeanor had vanished. He exchanged tense words with the senior officer, his voice rising in a way Brooks had never heard before. Finally, Faraj turned back, his expression strained. "My deepest apologies, Ron. There's an issue with the system today, completely unprecedented. We'll sort it out, but your visa can't be processed just yet. Would you mind waiting in another room? Coffee's on me while they fix this." Brooks shrugged, forcing a smirk. "Sure, whatever. No big deal." Moas Faraj winced. "I truly am sorry. Relax, buddy. You should see the welcome I get in the States. Absolute nightmare over there." The so-called waiting room looked more like an interrogation space to Brooks' windowless, barely 15 feet square, furnished with nothing but a plain table and 3 chairs. The walls featured a cheap poster of Imam Khomeini Airport and another of the current president. A large mirror spanned one side, and a security camera glared down from the corner. Brooks knew exactly what this was, a holding room for smugglers. 3 armed officers in tactical gear lingered by the door, rifles slung across their chests. They watched him with mild curiosity, but no urgency. When Brooks gestured toward them, Faraj paled. "Stupid protocol. They'll be apologizing soon enough. Let me get you that coffee, 1 sugar, right?" Brooks' smile was wearing thin. "Look, I get it's not your call, but I'm exhausted, starving, and not thrilled about the armed escort. Maybe give General Rastani a heads up. He's the one who dragged me here for this meeting. Bet he'd love to hear about the hospitality." Faraj's face lit up with relief. "Yes, of course. Coffee first, then I'll call had coffee on the flight. Let's just ring the general now." Faraj gave a quick nod. "Right away." Ron Brooks had been assured they'd be moving along quickly, but that promise had clearly gone out the window. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, he remained stranded in the cramped reconciliation room, abandoned by his supposed chaperone. No sign of Faraj, no coffee, and though the hallway door wasn't technically locked, the security presence had more than doubled. 8 armed guards now stood watch where there'd once been 3. Each time Ron cracked the door to request an English speaker, some stone-faced operator in tactical gear would wordlessly motion him back inside before slamming it shut again. Pacing eventually gave way to frustrated stillness as he checked his watch for the 100th time. In a final act of defiance, he glared up at the ceiling-mounted surveillance camera and gestured pointedly at his bladder. Just as he was about to rest his forehead against the table in exhaustion, the door swung open to reveal 3 unsmiling figures in tailored black suits. Not one for pleasantries, Brooks met their cold stares head-on. Where's Amadi? I need my damn translator, he snapped, his patience long since evaporated. The eldest of the trio, a gray-bearded official wearing a collarless shirt beneath his jacket, settled into the chair opposite him. Neckties might be taboo in conservative Iran, but this guy didn't need one to exude authority. No translator necessary, the man said smoothly. We all speak English. Fantastic. Then maybe you can explain why I'm being treated like some two-bit criminal. The older man steepled his fingers. There appears to be an issue with your travel documents. Ron barked out a laugh. Yeah, right. I'm not some clueless backpacker. This is my 16th trip here. Same paperwork. Zero problems until today. Precisely, Graybeard countered, unfazed. 16 visits, yes. But only now have we discovered discrepancies in your passport. What discrepancies? The official leaned in slightly. For starters, the name listed isn't yours. Ron's pulse spiked. The hell are you talking about? Your real name, the man continued, cutting through his protests, is Stuart Raymond Collier. A beat of stunned silence. You've lost your damn mind. I've never even heard that name before. And your occupation, the official pressed on, isn't international trade. You work for the CIA. Ron shot to his feet so fast his chair screeched backward. You've got to be joking. He wheeled toward the two-way mirror, running a hand through his hair. What's the play here? You looking for a bribe? Because I can promise you, I have friends in high places who won't take kindly to this. Graybeard exchanged a glance with his colleagues before sighing. Oh, we're well aware of your connections. Rest assured, every official you've ever met will be thoroughly questioned, including General Rastani. Ron's jaw tightened. This is insane. You can't just— We can, the older man interrupted calmly. And you will comply. For your own safety, I suggest you remain very still. Before Ron could process the threat, one of the suits swung the door open again. The tactical team, all 8 heavily armed operatives, closed in on the man known to Iranian authorities as Stuart Collier. They spun him around and shoved him face first against the mirrored wall. Though he didn't fight back, his voice boomed through the room as they stripped off his suit jacket, belt, and shoes, patting him down with methodical precision. I'm not Stuart Collier. For God's sake, listen to me. That name means nothing to me, and I sure as hell don't work for the CIA. His protests grew more desperate as they dragged him through the airport's back corridors, his shouts echoing over the rhythmic clatter of their polished boots on tile. This is insane. Somebody call the Canadian consulate. My name is Ron Brooks. Ronald Charles Brooks from Toronto. The scene shifted to a dimly lit parking garage, where a swarm of security personnel surrounded unmarked SUVs. Ron caught a fleeting glimpse of Faraj being forced into another vehicle before a firm hand shoved him into the back seat of his own. Faraj, tell them the truth, damn it. His last desperate cry, I'm not Collier and I'm not CIA, was cut short as the door slammed shut. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, CIA Director Jay Canfield sat across from President Jack Ryan, his expression tight with frustration. The rain lashed against the windows, mirroring the grim tension inside. His name is Stuart Collier, Canfield confirmed. And yes, he's one of ours. Ryan removed his glasses, rubbing his temples. E nost. One of the best, Canfield replied. 4 years deep undercover as Ronald Brooks, a Canadian businessman. He'd been embedded in Iranian tech circles, playing the middleman for dual-use equipment, nothing illegal, but close enough to their military procurement to give us eyes on their supply chain. Ryan's eyebrows shot up. So we were helping them acquire tech? Only what they'd get anyway, Canfield countered. Collier's role let us track their networks. If sanctions tightened, we'd know exactly where to squeeze. The president exhaled slowly, absorbing the stakes one man's cover blown, and with it, a carefully laid strategy unraveling. The moment they began requesting restricted materials, we'd be the first to know, giving us the upper hand to intervene and present concrete proof to the UN. Canfield dragged a hand down his face, exhaustion creeping in. But that's all irrelevant now. The operation's blown. The real question is, President Jack Ryan finished the thought. How the hell was Collier exposed? Exactly, Mr. President, Canfield replied. Fewer than 20 people knew about his mission, myself included, and we're as thoroughly vetted as you can get in this line of work. No digital breaches, no leaks. Right now, it's a total blind spot. We're turning over every rock, but so far, nothing. Ryan's jaw tightened. What are they going to do to him? He's a no official cover. That means they can do whatever they want. Canfield hesitated. With your approval, we could quietly reach out to a neutral party, Sweden. Maybe, and hint that Canadian businessman Ronald Brooks has value to us. Call it humanitarian concern. They'll see right through it. But they might keep him safe as leverage for later. It'd be an unspoken admission he's one of ours, but the alternative is watching him swing from a crane. Ryan didn't hesitate. Do it. Dead him out. Understood, sir. But you know how this plays. They'll drag it out, make him suffer. The worse his conditions, the more they'll squeeze us for his release. If they went easy on him now, he'd be worthless in negotiations. Canfield's voice turned grim. Let's be clear, Stu Collier's in hell, and he's staying there for a while. There's not a damn thing we can do to speed this up. Ryan leaned back, his gaze drifting to the far wall as if searching for answers in the distance. Finally, he turned back. Use back channels. Find out what they want. Already on it, sir. Will they parade him in front of cameras? Bet your life on it. Ryan exhaled sharply. Deny him publicly. Then bring him home quietly. Bay and of course. A beat passed before Ryan frowned. Where's Mary Pat? Mary Pat Foley, the Director of National Intelligence, always made it a priority to brief the president personally during crises of this scale. Her absence was glaring. Canfield shifted. She's en route to Iraq hands-on with an operation. Free, hands-on. Why? Said she was tired of conference rooms and screens. Wanted to reconnect with field work. Ryan's expression darkened. He respected her dedication, but her timing couldn't be worse. When's she back? I alerted her deputy. This Iran mess should cut her trip short. I can patch her through, if you'd like. Ryan waved it off. Let her focus. If she's got intel, she'll call. Just hope whatever she's chasing is worth it. He rubbed his temples. Keep me updated, especially on how Collier's cover got torched. The intercom buzzed. Mr. President, Attorney General Murray's here. Says he needs 5 minutes. Ryan glanced at Canfield, who stood. Send him in. As Murray entered, he caught Canfield's arm. You might want to stick around, Jay. This could get interesting. Ryan gestured for both men to take a seat on the sofa across from him before settling back into his chair. Murray leaned forward, his expression grim. That incident in New Jersey last weekend? It wasn't random. There's more to it. Ryan's brows lifted slightly. If you're bringing this to me and to Jay, then I'm guessing a shooting at a Mexican restaurant isn't just another crime story. Exactly, Murray confirmed. This will break in the news soon, but you need the details first. The shooter was Vadim Rekhov, a 23-year-old Russian here on a student visa. He'd been studying computer science at a tech school in Oregon before dropping out. Local police had him on record for drunk and disorderly conduct months ago, and he was supposed to appear in court. Of course, he skipped the hearing because who actually shows up when they're facing deportation? Ryan exhaled sharply. Never. Right. But here's the kicker: Rekhov's brother was a machinist's mate on the Kazan, the Russian sub taken out by the USS James Greer. And one of the victims at that restaurant? Commander Scott Hagen, the Greer's captain. Ryan's face tightened. He'd personally met Hagen and his crew when they returned to Virginia after the attack. Old Tabler, is he? Hagen's alive, Murray cut in. Took 2 rounds from an A-47. His brother-in-law wasn't as lucky, took a bullet to the back of the head. 3 dead total, 6 injured. Hagen told police he noticed the guy staring at him before the shooting. Got so unnerving that he and his family were heading out when Rekhov stormed back in, guns blazing. Ryan frowned. No security detail. After the Greer docked, defense had agents parked outside his house for weeks. Local PD increased patrols, and the shipyard had heavy security. But no threats ever surfaced, and this trip was personal, no official protection. Honestly, given the lack of direct threats, the security he did get was more than standard. Ryan rubbed his temple. So, we're thinking Rekhov saw Hagen's name in the papers, blamed him for his brother's death, and decided to play vigilante. That's the working theory, Murray said. But here's the weird part, FB. I can't figure out how Rekhov knew where Hagen would be. The guy rented a car in Portland, drove cross-country, bought the rifle near Salt Lake City, then stocked up on ammo and a knife in Nebraska. No evidence he ever even fired the weapon. Canfield snorted. Sounds less like a mastermind and more like a guy who got lucky with a tip and winged it. Murray nodded. We're still piecing it together, but yeah, that's the gist. Jay crossed his arms. No way Moscow's involved. Not because they wouldn't try, but because this guy's too much of a mess to be their handiwork. Ryan smirked. Agreed. Murray leaned forward, his expression tense. The Department of Defense is arranging personal security details for every Marine and Navy commander, tied to the Baltic operations, just in case this is more than an isolated incident. The president followed up by briefing the Attorney General on the CIA officer detained in Iran. Murray shot a glance at Canfield. Any clue how your operative got burned? Canfield gave a slow shake of his head. Not a single lead. Ryan rubbed his temples. So, we've got a Nosh in Iran exposed under mysterious circumstances, and now a military officer's cover blown the same way. Am I the only one who finds that more than a little suspicious? Canfield exhaled sharply. Hagen wasn't under deep cover like my operative, sure. But yeah, I see your point. Somehow, his itinerary landed in the hands of some low-level agitator with an axe to grind. Ryan let out a frustrated breath. This whole thing is a disaster. If Dominic Caruso hadn't joined the FBI and later the campus, he might have ended up running his own Italian bistro. Cooking was in his blood. He'd picked it up from his mother, spending childhood afternoons elbow-deep in flour and fresh herbs, while his twin brother Brian barely managed to slap together a basic sandwich. Dom's culinary skills had taken a backseat during his FBI days, and his early years with the campus, where constant travel left little time for home-cooked meals. But now, settled into his 30s, he found joy in hosting, especially when the guest was an intriguing woman. Tonight's menu featured his signature eggplant parmigiana, the cheese bubbling under the broiler's golden heat. To balance the vegetarian main, he'd assembled an artisanal charcuterie board, now chilling in his fridge. A bottle of Fontanella Chardonnay sat ready in an ice bucket beside the balcony door, offering a quiet view of Logan's Circle without the summer humidity. The doorbell rang at exactly 7. Dom wiped his hands on the towel tucked in his waistband, gave the eggplant one last glance, and headed to the door. Adara Sherman stood there in a sleek black dress, her toned arms a testament to her relentless CrossFit routine. Even after all this time, Dom still found it surreal seeing her outside of work. As Hendley Associates logistics coordinator and occasional undercover operative, she shifted seamlessly between boardroom professionalism and tactical readiness. 1 minute, she'd be in a flight attendant's uniform. The next, she'd emerge from the Gulfstream's galley armed and ready, a medic with the reflexes of a seasoned combat veteran. Her Navy Corpsman training in Afghanistan had owned her into more than just support. She'd fought alongside Marines, patched up bullet wounds under fire, and carried her own weight in firefights. Tonight, though, the only weapons in sight were the sharp wit in her eyes and the effortless way she filled the room. Adara was anything but your average corporate jet flight attendant, and Dominic still found himself captivated by the striking contrast between her professional daytime demeanor and the alluring evening version that left him breathless. Though they'd been together for a year, their relationship remained discreet within Henley Associates. Dom suspected his cousin Jack might have figured it out, and Adara swore her feminine intuition confirmed it. Still, if Jack knew, he'd kept quiet about it, which Dom appreciated. While the campus didn't explicitly forbid workplace romances, they both assumed it would raise eyebrows, so they kept things low-key between missions and hectic schedules. Their relationship consisted mostly of stolen moments dinners, movies, occasional weekends when their demanding jobs aligned. That night, over eggplant parmesan and crisp Chardonnay, work talk inevitably crept into their rare date night. Dom couldn't shake his frustration about the Chesapeake operation, Jerry Henley's ambush, Jack's excessive but necessary intervention. Adara, who'd witnessed the whole mess firsthand, listened patiently before offering her perspective. "Cut yourself some slack," she said, swirling her wine. "You're stretched thin. What you need isn't more self-criticism, it's more manpower." Dom's fork paused mid-air when she mentioned Clark's expansion plans. 2 new operators? Adara's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Any leads?" "Clark's got his shortlist," Dom admitted, pushing food around his plate. "Wants our input too. Problem is, every qualified guy I know either has a family or wouldn't survive the campus tempo." He smirked. "Though I'd bet my next paycheck who Ding and Jack will nominate either would crush it. Maybe I'll just back their picks." Adara set down her utensils with deliberate calm. "Or," she said, locking eyes with him, "you could recommend someone already vetted, field-tested, and currently staring at you across this table." Dom's fork froze. The restaurant noise faded as he absorbed her words. Adara leaned forward, relentless. "Think about it. I know the protocols. I've been operational support on half your missions. Master diver, airborne, qualified, sharpshooter, certified." She tilted her head. "Unless you're worried about mixing business with pleasure?" The challenge hung between them, sharper than the Parmesan's edge. Adara leaned back in her chair, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. "You know, I didn't just wake up one day and decide to collect medals for fun," she said, her tone casual but edged with something sharper. "The Navy Expert Pistol Medal. The Navy Expert Rifle Medal with a bronze S, that's for sharpshooter. By the way, those weren't handed out like participation trophies. And while we're on the subject, I'm also a twin-engine EFA-rated pilot, certified for boat operations and my medical training. Let's just say I could probably stitch you up better than anyone else at the campus." She flashed a smirk. "Oh, and I outlift you in CrossFit. I tam the Crage Day. Dom didn't respond, just drained his wine glass and reached for the bottle chilling in the ice bucket. Adara watched him pour, then added, "And then there's Panama. And Switzerland." The bottle clinked as he set it back down. "No," Dom said flatly. He knew she'd bring those up. The jungle in Panama, where they'd fought side by side, and Geneva, where a simple surveillance job had turned into a firefight. Adara had held her own both times, proving she was as capable as any operator on the team. But that didn't mean he wanted her in the field with the campus. Not like this. Her cheeks flushed, and Dom braced himself. "I didn't mean it like that," he backtracked. "It's just what? I don't want you on the team." Adara's gaze drifted toward the window, over Logan Circle. Dom knew that, look, anger simmering, walls going up. He scrambled to explain before she went on the offensive. "It's not about your skills. You could do the job, no question. It's me. I don't want you in that role. Because it's dangerous." "Yeah. Exactly." He exhaled. "The spot you're asking me to recommend you for. My brother died in that same position. I was right there when it happened. Then another guy took his place, Sam. Good friend. And he's gone too. I don't want to lose you." His voice dropped. "I care about you. That job isn't for people you care about." Adara turned back to him, her expression softening, but her resolve firm. "I get why you're scared. But your brother and Sam didn't die because of the position. They died because of the job, the same one you and the others still do every day. Any one of you could be next. That's the risk you all signed up for." "I know," Dom admitted. "But I don't want it for you." "And what about what I want?" She shot back. "That training op last Friday? You hesitated because you saw me as your girlfriend, not a hostage. You got distracted. I get it. But that's your problem to fix, not mine. If you can't separate the two, that's on you." Dom clenched his jaw. "So what? You're just going to go to Clark yourself?" "I want your support." Why?" "Because your opinion matters to me." Dom stared down at the street below, frustration knotting in his chest. "Don't ask me to do this." "I'm not forcing you," Adara said quietly. "I both and sking." He pushed back from the table. "Where are you going?" Her voice had an edge now. "To grab more wine. We're out. Meu kaitu." "Okay." The tension eased as they moved to the couch, the argument shifting into something quieter, more reflective. They really talked, each trying to see the other side. After half an hour, Adara sighed. "I know this isn't easy for you, but I need your help. Even if you say no, I'm still going to Jerry. I just wanted you with me on this." Dom sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Fine, if it'll make you happy, I'll support you. But I need to know you're sure about this, that you trust me enough to have your back when things get tough." His voice softened as he added, "I do believe in you. Honestly, you'd kill it in that role." She tilted her head, a playful challenge in her eyes. "Name one person who could do it better." That was the moment he knew she had him. Dom hadn't budged an inch in the last 30 minutes, but suddenly his resistance crumbled. He could either dig his heels in or swallow his pride and admit she was right. "No," he conceded. "You're the best person for the job. I'll pass your name along, but Jerry and John make the final call." A slow smile spread across her face as she leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to his lips. "I know that wasn't easy for you. And trust me, none of this will be." Dom caught Adara watching him, her expression unreadable. "What?" he asked, half expecting another debate. "Are we done?" "God, I hope so," she said with a laugh. Then her eyes lit up. "Please tell me you made your famous tiramisu." Despite his lingering frustration, Dom couldn't help but grin. "Yeah, it's in the fridge." Adara threw her hands up in victory. "Des, you're the best." Dom arched a brow. "So, do you actually like me, or is it just my dessert?" She smirked, sliding onto his lap. "You're definitely in my top 3 favorite guys in D. But let's be real. You're the only one who can whip up tiramisu that tastes like heaven." "Oh, so you've been taste testing the competition." "Mais poor." Adara laughed, closing the distance between them with a kiss. Meanwhile, in a cramped neighborhood on the outskirts of Suleimania, a convoy of armored SUVs rolled through the winding streets, forcing locals to press against walls or duck into doorways. Kids gaped as the vehicles parked near a weathered building at the hill's crest, their mothers whispering in awe. 6 black SUVs out of place in this quiet Iraqi suburb disgorged a small army of Westerners. Burly security types in tactical gear and designer shades led the way, followed by a cluster of sharply dressed officials. A few women in the group wore chadors, though their American accents gave them away. But what really stunned the Yazidi women and girls watching wasn't the armed escorts or the fancy suits. It was the woman clearly in charge. Mary Pat Foley stepped out of a Land Rover, her presence commanding immediate attention. As the Director of National Intelligence, she traveled with a full security detail and a team of aides. Behind her, an Air Force colonel in dress blues adjusted his uniform, while a young assistant hurried over with a clipboard. A Kurdish interpreter gestured toward a nearby whitewashed building. This district, nicknamed Little Sinjar, had become a refuge for Yazidis fleeing ISIS years earlier. Though ethnically Kurdish, the Yazidis' distinct faith had long set them apart. Now, with their homeland occupied, most lived in scattered camps across Iraq. Local officials waited at the building's entrance, ready to greet Foley's delegation. Introductions were quick, but the message was clear: this was no ordinary visit. Mary Pat had already encountered several of the men earlier that morning at the U. Consulate in Erbil before boarding a helicopter bound for Suleimania. So, introductions were brief. Stepping into the dimly lit, air-conditioned room, she noticed a young woman standing alone, draped in a simple chador. The girl shifted uneasily, still overwhelmed by the sudden attention after being abruptly pulled from her sleeping mat by a relief worker at dawn. She had been shown a document she'd signed weeks earlier when arriving at the camp, a statement she swore was true before being whisked away to this isolated building, told only that Americans were coming to speak with her. For years, Mary Pat and the intelligence community had pursued one man above all others in their relentless mission to protect the U from extremist threats. That pursuit had now led her to Kurdistan, where local allies, though stretched thin by their own war against ISIS, had finally delivered a breakthrough. A Yazidi teenager named Manol had surfaced in a remote camp after slipping through bureaucratic cracks, a girl whose testimony might hold the key to locating their most wanted target. The moment Mary Pat entered, Manol extended a hesitant hand, murmuring in practiced English, "Very pleasure to meet. My name Manol." Her voice wavered, but her grip was firm. Mary Pat returned the smile, bowing slightly. "I'm honored to meet someone as courageous as you," she replied, knowing the girl had escaped unspeakable horrors. As they settled onto floor cushions, the interpreter relayed Manol's story, how ISIS had slaughtered her family, how she'd been taken with other girls, some barely 10 years old. "They called us Sabia," Manol whispered. The interpreter clarified, "War spoils slaves." Mary Pat studied the girl's face, recognizing the trauma behind her guarded expression. Then, with sudden clarity, Manal described the man who'd claimed her clean cut, almost Western-looking before adding a chilling detail. He laughed when they brought me to him. Said I was a gift for someone important. The room fell silent. That laugh, that arrogance, it matched every profile they had. The hunt was closer than ever. The man stood out from the others in ISIS. Daesh, as they called it, short for the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, was full of brutal men, but this one was different. Did he ever give you his name? Mary Pat asked. The young woman nodded. He told me with pride. He was Musa. Abu Musa al-Matari. Did that name mean anything to you? Not at first. But he was important. People came to see him constantly. He had stacks of phones, laptops. Everyone treated him with deference. Mary Pat needed confirmation. No photos existed, so she pressed further. Do you know where he was born? He claimed Yemen, near the Omani border. A coastal town. That matched the intel Jadib. A known hotspot. And his age? Manal hesitated. Older, but not ancient. Mary Pat, well into her 60s, smirked at the interpreter's awkward delivery. The CIA estimated al-Matari was mid-30s to 40. How old was your father when he died? 41. Manal considered it. Yes, maybe around that. How long were you with him? Vestisem Seftar. He called me his wife, but I was still a prisoner. He had other women. He was rarely home. Mary Pat's jaw tightened. When did the marriage happen? Manal stared at her, conflicted. Finally, she whispered through the interpreter. The moment he saw me. 5 minutes later, it was done. Mary Pat exhaled. Did he spend much time online? Constantly. Always typing, always calling. She knew exactly who he was, a high-ranking ME officer, ISIS's foreign intelligence wing. Al-Matari specialized in recruiting Westerners for attacks on you. Soil, trained Dav. 9 months ago, he'd smuggled 16 Americans into Syria for training. A drone strike wiped most out. The rest were arrested. The media blackout kept tactics secret, but Mary Pat knew how close they'd come to disaster. And al-Matari. He wasn't done. What else did you notice? He traveled often. Not to fight something darker. Once he came back to our apartment in Raqqa and said he was leaving again. He didn't tell me where, but I overheard him. Kosovo. Some kind of meeting. Mary Pat leaned in. When? 3 months before I escaped. So, 4 months ago. Did he come back? Yes. After that, he worked non-stop. More meetings. More foreigners, Europeans, I think. Then, a month ago, he packed his bags. Said he'd be gone a long time. Inshallah, he'd return. Any hints about his destination? Manal shook her head. Not to me. But I heard him on the phone again. I bullburst him. Excited. A detail she hadn't mentioned before, his voice. Eager, like a hunter closing in. He mentioned attending school once, Manal said quietly. School. Mary Pat leaned forward. A language institute, she clarified. Somewhere distant, he carried English books with him when he left. I couldn't read them, but he packed them along with Western clothes, abandoning his robes behind. That was 4 days before I got away. Mary Pat studied her. How did you manage to escape? When he left, he claimed his uncle would watch over me, but the man never came. The American airstrikes grew relentless in Raqqa. Maybe he was dead, or too terrified to step outside. With no food left, I had no choice. A woman alone on those streets. The ISIS enforcers would have dragged me in. A second offense meant prison. Mary ik doe dit kaberend. Oli be tant de verstanan. Mary Pat nodded, but Manal continued, her voice steadier now. Hunger forces desperate choices. I'd heard rumors those who moved toward the fighting sometimes slipped through the front lines. So, I waited for darkness, tracing the artillery flashes across the sky like some grim constellation. By the second day, I found others, women, children, huddled in rubble, all fleeing the same nightmare. The Kurdish Peshmerga found us near their territory. Mary Pat glanced at her assistant, confirming the recorder was running. "We'll help you now," she said. "Tomorrow, our team will need your help sketching Abu Musa al-Matari's face. It could save lives." Manal's fingers traced the frayed edge of a rug. "I'll do it," she whispered, though the words seemed to cost her. "You don't have to return to Sinjar Mountain yet," Mary Pat offered. "We can arrange temporary asylum in the States." The girl shook her head. "I stay with my people, but I'll help you stop him." Her voice hardened. "That man was a demon." Borgen stood. "Anything else you need here?" "Blankets," Manal said abruptly. "The elderly women, the cold, makes their backs ache on the hard ground." Mary Pat exhaled. "Consider it done before I leave Sulemania." Outside, her security detail stood rigid beside the armored SUVs, rifles scanning the horizon. War zone or not, complacency got people killed. "Carla," Mary Pat said, "blankets, rugs, whatever softens their hell. And skip the UN. Deliver it straight to the Yazidis." Her assistant hesitated. "You think they'd resell aid?" A dry chuckle escaped Mary Pat. "Kid, I've seen NGOs trade medicine for cigarettes. Trust me." Carla's pen scratched across her notepad. "Yes, ma'am." The colonel smirked. Some lessons came harder than others. The team at the agency would have a field day distributing household trinkets to elderly women. Turning to Mary Pat, he added with a smirk, "That's our guy, no doubt about it, and it looks like he's back in action." Mary Pat frowned, shaking her head. "Something's off here." "It doesn't make sense." The colonel scoffed. "You think?" Musa al-Matari already speaks flawless English. If he's gearing up for another strike, why on earth would he be learning another language? Mary Pat's eyes narrowed. "My bet. Language school is a cover. For what, I have no idea. But we need our analysts digging into this fast. Push them until they crack it. I've got a bad feeling Abu Musa al-Matari is at the heart of something big, something brewing in the West. And it's coming soon. That bastard's had a month's head start on us." She paused at the sous vide door. Glancing back at the curious faces peering down from rooftops and windows, some shyly ducking away, others waving hesitantly. Every single one of them was mesmerized by the sheer presence of this woman. Mary Pat Foley believed she was closing in on the mastermind behind the next major attack on you. Soil. Montespio we win. But she was dead wrong. Abu Musa al-Matari was indeed the operational leader, overseeing the final stages of an imminent strike, and throwing the full weight of you. Intelligence into stopping him was the right call. Yet the truth was, he hadn't crafted the plan. The intelligence community knew al-Matari's history, his past attempt to infiltrate the country with terror cells, and now that he'd vanished again, they assumed he was the architect of whatever was coming. Sure, he was the senior ISIS operative running the mission, the field commander relaying orders to sleeper cells scattered across America. But the real puppet master, the one who dreamed up the operation, secured funding, and armed the attackers. He was the last person anyone would suspect. 51-year-old Sami bin Rashid was a Saudi technocrat, a man who barely set foot in a mosque, enjoyed a discreet drink when possible, and had zero love for jihadis. In fact, he despised them. His cushy job at the Gulf Cooperation Council in Dubai made him an unlikely terrorist. But this entire operation, it was his brainchild. The idea had struck him months earlier, after stumbling upon a gold mine of classified intel. Al-Matari had only entered the picture after their meeting in an ISIS safe house in Kosovo. Bin Rashid had never fired a shot in anger. His military service during the Gulf War had been spent far from the front lines, pushing papers and intelligence. Later, he shifted to Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Energy, quietly shaping policy with state secrets. After 2 decades, he left with the monarchy's blessing, a respected bureaucrat, not a radical. Yet here he was, orchestrating an attack that would shake the West. Sami bin Rashid was appointed as a consultant at the Gulf Cooperation Council headquarters in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Officially, his role involved coordinating intelligence efforts among GCC member states, no easy feat, given the historical tensions and even outright wars between some of these nations. Over time, his responsibilities evolved, turning him into the Council's go-to troubleshooter. Operating from a nondescript office filled with analysts and covert operatives, he orchestrated operations that ranged from discreet diplomacy to fueling proxy conflicts, all in service of Saudi interests. His effectiveness earned him a transfer to Dubai, where he worked out of a private office that masked his true activities, providing the royal family with plausible deniability. Behind the scenes, bin Rashid moved money, intelligence, and weapons to corporate allies, insurgent groups, and even Saudi adversaries, always careful to keep his fingerprints off the transactions. He had connections in American oil circles, Middle Eastern intelligence agencies, and even extremist factions that would turn on him in an instant if they knew the full scope of his dealings. He once funded Nigerian militants to sabotage oil refineries, bribed Russian syndicates to disrupt shipping lanes, and engineered countless other schemes to manipulate global markets in Saudi Arabia's favor. Yet despite his skill, he was just one man facing a collapsing system. Saudi Arabia was drowning in its own contradictions. Once flush with oil wealth, the kingdom now bled money, running massive deficits as crude prices plummeted. The royal family clung to power by bankrolling subsidies, knowing that cutting off the flow of cash would spark unrest. Meanwhile, the U had surpassed Saudi oil reserves, sending panic through Riyadh's corridors of power. Bin Rashid felt the pressure his handlers demanded solutions, and fast. But money wasn't the only crisis. Iran's rise loomed large, its expanding oil production and regional influence threatening Saudi dominance. The spread of Shia militancy kept bin Rashid awake at night, far more than Sunni extremism ever did. He knew any Shia-controlled territory would become an Iranian proxy, tipping the balance of power. The answer, he believed, was war, but not a direct conflict. Saudi Arabia couldn't take on Iran alone, and even a united Sunni front would struggle against a coordinated Shia alliance. He needed a different approach, something that would destabilize Iran without dragging the kingdom into open battle. The clock was ticking, and the House of Saud expected nothing less than a miracle. Sami bin Rashid understood all too well that a Shia coalition dragged into conflict with the Sunni-led Saudi forces would ignite exactly the chaos he needed. But direct Saudi involvement was out of the question. This war had to be fought through proxies, with the West doing the heavy lifting. As a key player in the Gulf Cooperation Council, his loyalty wasn't to the collective Arab states, but to the Saudi kingdom alone. The operation he'd meticulously planned over months was now in motion, mere days away from shocking the world. It was a desperate gamble, leveraging the brutal extremism of ISIS to lure Western powers back into a devastating Middle Eastern conflict, a strategy born from a single email 7 months prior. The message had come from Faisal, a Qatari analyst with a habit of straying from official duties. It's Mr. Bolster. Director, I've found something you should see. Bin Rashid summoned him immediately, cutting through formalities when the young man entered with a deferential bow. What is it? He demanded. Faisal hesitated before explaining. There's a vendor on the dark web selling intelligence targeting packages on you. Imperatives. Full profiles, accessible like shopping for groceries. Bin Rashid scoffed. And you just stumbled upon this. I traced it from a Hezbollah forum, Faisal clarified, shifting uncomfortably. An outsider calling himself informer was offering classified data names, positions, even retirement details for Bitcoin payments. It sounded like amateur theatrics, the kind of fantasy chatter from bored militants. But then Faisal dropped the key detail. He provided samples, sir. Verified intel. For the first time, Bin Rashid's impatience wavered. The game had just changed. The informant had provided solid intel about an American drone operator conducting strikes over Syria, details that would certainly interest Hezbollah, given their ties to the Alawite regime in Damascus. When questioned about the credibility of the source, the response was firm. Saudi military contacts had independently verified the man's identity and rank as an Air Force major. But this wasn't just recycled intel stolen from Saudi files. The informant, codenamed Informer, had dug deeper, much deeper. He knew everything. The pilot's personal history, his family, his daily routines, even his fingerprints. None of this was data the Saudis or the GCC had access to. Bin Rashid scoffed. Why should we care where this pilot went to school? The answer was chilling. Informer claimed to have that level of detail on every government employee. Names were redacted in the samples, but the documents looked real. Faisal, standing his ground for once, insisted this wasn't some amateur operation. Whoever was behind this had resources and security measures even the Americans couldn't crack. The dark web marketplace where Informer operated was invitation only, but Hezbollah's sloppy encryption had left a back door open. Bin Rashid remained skeptical. If this was real, why hadn't GCC intelligence picked up on it? And why would Informer waste time selling to a bunch of Hezbollah amateurs? Money, Faisal said bluntly. He thought they were legit buyers. Bin Rashid shook his head. Then he's either naive or reckless. But Faisal wasn't backing down. The man's tradecraft is too sharp for that. We should at least test the waters pose as buyers, see what he's really offering. The plan was simple. Lock down the Hezbollah forum, isolate Informer, and open a private channel. No traces, no blowback. If Hezbollah noticed, they just blame a server glitch. And what do I tell him about who I am? You preach, Faisal asked. Bin Rashid smirked. Tell him he picked the wrong customers, a bunch of broke idiots with terrible security. Faisal hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing as he processed the unexpected turn in their strategy. He had approached Sami bin Rashid with concerns about Hezbollah potentially gaining access to sensitive American intelligence information that could shift the balance of power in Iran's favor. His intention had been to assess the credibility of this mysterious informant, not to actively purchase classified details themselves. With all due respect, sir, Faisal ventured, I assumed we'd use this as an opportunity to gauge the threat level, not engage in acquiring the intelligence directly. What's the advantage for us? Bin Rashid, ever the strategist, leaned back with a measured calm. We play the long game, he replied. Let's see what they're offering first. Then we decide how to use it. Faisal nodded, pressing a hand to his chest in deference before exiting. Alone, Bin Rashid allowed himself a rare moment of contemplation. The idea of exploiting American intelligence wasn't just about leverage, it was about chaos. And chaos, if directed properly, could be profitable. His mind raced through the possibilities. If ISIS, those reckless, bloodthirsty idealists, suddenly had precise details on you, operatives, they'd be foolish enough to act on it. They'd provoke a full-scale retaliation, something President Jack Ryan had so far avoided by sticking to targeted strikes and Kurdish alliances. But an all-out war, that would destabilize everything. Iran's creeping influence in Iraq's oil-rich south would crumble under the weight of American boots on the ground. Saudi Arabia's oil prices would soar, and the Shia crescent, threatening their borders, would fracture. Bin Rashid almost smirked. ISIS was a blunt instrument, too consumed by their own fanaticism to realize they were doomed from the start. Their relentless expansion would eventually force the West's hand. But why wait for nature to take its course? A well-placed nudge could accelerate the timeline. The informant, now in direct contact, began proving his worth with carefully curated leaks, just enough to confirm his access without revealing anything new. It took weeks of cautious maneuvering before bin Rashid could bring his superiors into the fold, securing Saudi Arabia's unofficial blessing to engage with ISIS leadership. What he discovered in those discussions was chillingly efficient. ISIS wasn't just planning another bombing or hostage crisis. They had mobilized a network of radicalized operatives inside America itself, fueled by the Islamic State's relentless propaganda machine. Over 40 separate cells, scattered and decentralized, all answering to the call of the global Islamic media front. Bin Rashid didn't need to admire their methods to recognize their effectiveness. If even half of these groups acted, the repercussions would be catastrophic and exactly what he needed. GMF used every digital tool at its disposal, polished YouTube videos, targeted social media campaigns, and even an online publication to indoctrinate American Muslims, pushing them toward violent extremism on home soil. ISIS believed this strategy would provoke President Jack Ryan into redirecting you. Focus back to the Middle East, a goal shared by Sami bin Rashid. But bin Rashid had serious doubts about ISIS's approach. He knew Ryan was a calculating leader who wouldn't be swayed by random acts of terror. Bombings in Times Square or mall shootings wouldn't trigger an international response, just tighter domestic security. Bin Rashid was convinced his own plan was the only way to truly pressure the White House. He assured ISIS leadership that wealthy Gulf backers would handle everything: funding, planning, and even direct involvement in an attack on U.S. soil. Though skeptical at first, ISIS officials eventually agreed after bin Rashid's intermediaries emphasized his tactical brilliance. What he needed from them was simple: their best fighters, their approval, and of course, their silence. ISIS was desperate for a victory. Their battlefield losses had piled up. Oil smuggling routes had been crippled by coalition airstrikes, and Kurdish forces were reclaiming territory. A major strike against the West was exactly what they needed, and bin Rashid's shadowy network seemed like their best shot. A high-level meeting was arranged in Podujevo, Kosovo, a neutral ground where both Saudi and ISIS operatives could move freely. There, bin Rashid met Abu Musa al-Matari, a seasoned ISIS operative with a failed plan to radicalize Americans in Syria. Bin Rashid admired the ambition behind al-Matari's scheme, but saw its flaws. The U.S. had dismantled the training camp with drone strikes, and returning jihadists were intercepted at airports. Still, the meeting in Kosovo set the stage for a new operation. Months later, al-Matari surfaced in Central America, preparing for an attack he believed would shake the global order. Meanwhile, in El Salvador, the bustling streets of San Salvador give way to a smooth highway leading south to the Pacific. Surfers flock to La Libertad's beaches, but the remote village of San Rafael remains untouched, hidden miles inland. far from the tourist crowds. Few outsiders have ever trekked into the rugged hills northeast of the village, where a narrow, rocky path becomes impassable when the rains come. But those daring enough to push through the dense jungle would stumble upon an eerie sight, a rusted iron gate marking the entrance to a sprawling, fenced-off property. No one in San Rafael knows who owns the land, though whispers of Mexican or Guatemalan cartels linger in the air. The place is sealed off by a mix of chain-link fencing and natural barriers, thick undergrowth, steep cliffs, and deep ravines keeping prying eyes at bay. Even the local police, who supposedly patrol the area, have never set foot inside. For decades, the property sat abandoned, forgotten by everyone until 6 weeks ago. That Sunday, 3 unmarked SUVs rolled through town, their tinted windows hiding the faces of the Latino men inside. They wore hats and sunglasses, their beards obscuring their features, and the police didn't stop them. The villagers exchanged knowing glances. Money had clearly changed hands. Over the next few days, more men arrived, stocking up on enough supplies to last an army. The townsfolk kept their questions to themselves, though they couldn't help but wonder, how long would these strangers stay, and how much would they spend? Then the gunfire started. At first, it was sporadic, like distant firecrackers, but soon the shots became rhythmic, disciplined. Explosions echoed through the hills, and the villagers realized this wasn't a cartel war, it was training. Behind that locked gate, under the scorching sun, stood rows of crumbling metal buildings left over from El Salvador's Civil War. Once used by the CIA, the old barracks and hidden airstrip had been reclaimed by a new kind of force. The Guatemalans weren't narcos, they were instructors. 6 hardened veterans of the Caibalese, Guatemala's most feared special forces unit, now in their 50s but still lethal. They'd spent weeks preparing the site, hauling in generators, setting up comms, even rigging a rainwater system. Their employer, a shadowy Panamanian shell company. The men didn't ask questions, but they had their suspicions, especially when their first student arrived, a Middle Eastern man who spoke flawless English. The pieces were falling into place, and none of them liked the picture it painted. The man introduced himself as Mohammed, claiming he was assembling a special unit to master combat techniques for a mission against the Yemeni government. The Guatemalan mercenaries barely knew where Yemen was, and frankly, they couldn't care less. The pay was solid, the job seemed straightforward, and Mohammed hinted this could become a steady arrangement if things went smoothly. Over 2 days, 27 recruits trickled in, far more diverse than expected. Alongside Middle Easterners, there were Americans, black fighters, and other Latinos. Even more surprising were the 4 women in the group, 1 black, 1 Hispanic, and 2 with Middle Eastern features. The Guatemalans shrugged it off. If some reckless American or a Mexican bruta wanted to risk their lives overseas, that was their business. During training, Mohammed mostly observed, glued to his satellite phone and laptop, barely engaging in the drills. The instructors figured he either had nothing to prove or nothing to learn. Either way, they didn't ask. At night, the Guatemalans retreated to their tents by a nearby stream, though sometimes the murmurs of late-night discussions carried through the camp. It sounded like Mohammed was prepping his recruits, maybe drilling them on Yemeni politics or mission specifics, but again, the mercenaries tuned it out. What they didn't know was that Mohammed was actually Musa al-Matari, a 39-year-old with a complicated past. Born to a Yemeni military officer and a British aid worker turned devout Muslim, he'd grown up between Yemen and London. After serving as an infantry officer in Yemen's army, he abandoned his post to join jihadist forces in Iraq, finally able to chase the dream of an Islamic State he'd kept secret for years. He fought with Al-Qaeda, then ISIS in Syria and Iraq, specializing in recruiting and training sleeper cells. His reputation grew so much so that he was dispatched to Libya to expand the caliphate's reach. Success there led to a promotion. Instead of fighting on the front lines, he'd recruit Westerners to carry the fight back to their homelands. Operating from Mosul, his team scoured the internet, luring disillusioned men and women from Europe and beyond. Trained in Syria, they returned to execute attacks in Turkey, Egypt, Tunisia, and eventually Europe, Belgium, France, Austria. Each success fueled his ambition. He wasn't interested in frontline fighters anymore. He wanted operatives who could blend in, armed with passports and fervor. Then came his boldest move, recruiting Americans. He trained them meticulously, ready to unleash them back into the U, until his plan unraveled at the last moment. After his initial mission collapsed, his training camp obliterated by airstrikes, and his handful of recruits arrested before they could even board flights back to America, al-Matari was left with nothing. No fighters, no strategy. But the setback didn't last. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau intervened, directing him to a safe house in Kosovo, where he was to meet a mysterious operative. His instructions were clear: listen, evaluate, and report back to ICE's leadership. Al-Matari wasn't one to trust easily. His skepticism had kept him alive, but he followed orders, knowing obedience was just another form of self-preservation. Traveling through Turkey under false documents, he finally arrived in Kosovo, where the real test awaited. The safe house was tucked inside a crumbling 3-story complex, its courtyard overgrown with ivy and guarded by armed men. A lone figure sat at a wooden table, pouring tea with deliberate calm. Al-Matari hesitated. Hospitality meant nothing in this world, but he took a seat. The man, robed in older, spoke first. This conversation will never happen again. Al-Matari's fingers tightened around his cup. I don't even know why I'm here. Waters. The stranger nodded, unfazed. I know about your failed operation. Then you know more than you should, Al-Matari shot back. But I won't confirm a damn thing. The older man smirked. I admire your caution. But bravery and clever tactics aren't enough. You need vision. That's where I come in. Al-Matari studied the faded frescoes on the courtyard walls, then took a slow sip. Saudi, he muttered. Correct. Nailed-turf figures. The Saudi chuckled. Your country has war. Mine has money. Neither of us likes the other, so let's skip the pleasantries. He leaned forward. Assemble another team, and I'll give you trainers, weapons, a secure location. Most importantly, I'll give you targets that actually matter. Al-Matari scoffed. Every street in America is a target. Random bloodshed is noise, the Saudi snapped. I'm offering you precision. Names. Locations. The kind of strikes that cripple their ability to fight back. A tense silence followed. Then quietly, what kind of names? The Saudi smile was razor-thin. CIA operatives. Their homes. Their families. I know exactly where the Air Force pilots bombing Raqqa send their kids to school. There's a dive bar where off-duty American Special Forces drink themselves stupid every weekend, completely vulnerable without their weapons. I've memorized the license plates of their SUVs and could point out exactly where their wives clock in for work at government offices. Al-Matari's disbelief warred with fascination. How the hell do you get this kind of intel? Does it matter? The reply came sharp, dismissive. This won't be easy for either of us. But ask yourself, brother, do you want to waste your life picking off teenagers at a shopping center? Or do you want to cripple America's ability to wage war from the safety of their drones and satellites? We drag them into our world, onto our terms. Let them bleed where we stand strongest. Al-Matari scoffed. To prestige Dr. If America invades, it won't be Saudi Arabia's deserts they occupy. Your government licks their boots too well for that. But the Saudi saw the hunger in the Yemeni's eyes. The argument was just noise. Al-Matari already wanted what he was selling. Both men understood the power of striking military and intelligence targets on American soil. The Islamic State needs one thing from the West, the Saudi pressed. An overreaction, Al-Matari finished, lips curling. Boots on the ground. Tanks in Baghdad again. Let them think they're hunting us, while we turn their invasion into a rallying cry. Morocco to Indonesia, every jihadist flooding back to fight. The caliphate won't just survive, it'll spread like wildfire the moment they step foot here. The Saudi leaned in, eyes alight. Exactly. Jack Ryan was CIA before he was president. What happens when his spies get gunned down on their morning jog? When soldiers die choking on their burgers in a mess hall? He'll send troops. They all will. And then, he snapped his fingers, the real recruits wake up. Not just kids chasing martyrdom in Syria, but Americans. The homegrown. They know the streets, the weak points. Imagine sleeper cells in Chicago, in Texas, waiting for your signal. Matari exhaled sharply. I have people inside the U. Already. Patriots with visas, passports, clean records. But they need training. Where we would serve. The Saudi took a slow sip of tea, savoring the moment. Prove they're ready. Show me the operatives. Then we'll talk locations. Al-Matari nodded firmly. They'll receive proper training. The Saudi operative leaned back in his chair, swirling his tea thoughtfully. There are Syrian refugees already resettled across America, he remarked. Al-Matari shook his head before the words fully left the man's mouth. Too risky, he countered. They're under constant surveillance. We need operatives who blend in seamlessly, people who won't raise eyebrows at a traffic stop or airport security. His voice grew more animated as he laid out the vision. Once the initial strikes prove we're not mindless terrorists, but disciplined warriors defending our faith, volunteers will flock to us. The momentum will snowball, amplifying our efforts beyond imagination. A surge of determination coursed through Al-Matari, stronger than anything he'd felt, since his last operation was crushed before it began. Inshallah, he murmured. The Saudi echoed the phrase, sealing their pact. What started as a quiet conversation over tea in a shaded courtyard became the spark for a hidden war one targeting America's military and intelligence apparatus. Leaving Kosovo, Al-Matari carried a renewed sense of purpose. Though he didn't know his mysterious benefactor's name, ISIS leadership had vouched for him. The Saudis' promises seemed too good to be true. How could he access such sensitive intelligence? Yet skepticism gave way to anticipation. By the time Al-Matari returned to Syria, his doubts had hardened into resolve. After briefing his commanders, the plan was set in motion. Finding jihadists in the U wasn't the challenge. The real test was locating cleanskins individuals with no ties to extremism, clean records, and the ability to navigate daily life without suspicion. They needed more than fervor, they needed the skills to function under pressure. Al-Matari scoffed at the irony. Most Americans had no idea how many of their neighbors had sworn allegiance to ISIS. Dozens of citizens, permanent residents, even students on visas. The FBI's reports were clear, young, educated, often with no criminal past. But raw numbers weren't enough. He needed operators, not just sympathizers. Places like Dearborn, Michigan, teemed with potential. Sure, the vast majority of its Muslim community wanted nothing to do with violence. But buried within were restless souls hungry for purpose, men who'd gladly take up arms if given the chance. Still, Al-Matari couldn't just recruit any angry kid off the street. This operation demanded precision. As he reviewed the files, a dark chuckle escaped him. The FBI had barely scratched the surface. The entire mission's success hinged on selecting the right individuals who could blend into American society, rather than stand out like foreign fighters fresh from battlefields in the Middle East. After weeks of meticulous screening, Abu Musa al-Matari and his recruitment team identified 70 candidates scattered across the U, all showing both the ideological commitment and the necessary traits for covert operations. Through in-person interviews conducted by 4 pairs of recruiters traveling coast to coast, that number was trimmed to 39. None of these recruits knew the specifics of their potential role, only that ISIS leadership was considering them for a significant assignment. Some assumed they'd be sent to Syria, while others, picking up on subtle cues during questioning, guessed their work would unfold domestically. Al-Matari personally vetted the remaining candidates, eliminating those with even distant ties to suspicious relatives or past FBI scrutiny. This operation demanded absolute secrecy, no loose ends, no red flags. Physical fitness was non-negotiable. A few were cut for being overweight or nursing old injuries. By the end, 31 candidates remained. When offered the chance to serve, 27 accepted. The holdouts included 3 who insisted on frontline combat overseas. They were promised future contact, and a Florida store owner, whose wife, a recent convert, threatened to go to the police. Days later, masked ISIS operatives silenced both husband and wife in their own shop. Now, under the fading jungle light of western El Salvador, Al-Matari surveyed his 27 recruits, freshly graduated from a grueling month of training. The Guatemalan instructors had departed, leaving behind a transformed group. These weren't soldiers. Most had never held a gun before, but they'd mastered AK-47s at 100 yards, Uzis at 50, and pistols at close range. They moved in sync, reloaded smoothly, and could improvise explosives from everyday items. They weren't elite forces, but they were deadly, disciplined, and ready. As they gathered in the dry riverbed near their makeshift barracks, Al-Matari allowed himself a rare moment of pride. The real test, however, was just beginning. The recruits had logged more hours with firearms than a typical U. Army soldier completing basic training. But their regimen was far more brutal. Every drill honed their ability to eliminate targets and vanish without a trace. As Al-Matari surveyed them now, some of his once ordinary operatives were nearly unrecognizable. The harsh conditions had stripped away excess weight, replacing it with hardened muscle and an unshakable focus. Their eyes burned with a cold intensity, each one primed for the battles ahead. True, a few stood out as natural talents, but not a single recruit had failed completely. He'd monitor the weaker links and tailor missions to exploit their strengths, but overall, his so-called language school had molded them into something formidable. Identities here were stripped down to numbers, no names, no hierarchies. The first arrival was 1, the last. A woman became 27. Al-Matari split them into 5 anonymous cells, each labeled only by a digit, though he secretly categorized them by geography. Chicago's team, 5 men and 1 woman, were second-generation immigrants, already proving themselves as his most lethal unit. Then there was Santa Clara, a mix of Pakistani and Turkish students, strangers before this, now bound by sweat and shared purpose. Fairfax was more fractured. 4 Arab Americans and David Hembrick, an African-American marksman whose skill outshone his quarrelsome teammates. They bickered constantly, but their trigger discipline was flawless and their dedication never wavered. Atlanta's cell was Wildcard, a blonde convert from Alabama with actual combat experience, alongside Angela Watson, a Mississippi college student whose sharp mind and hidden radicalism made her deadlier than her Tunisian husband. Detroit, though, was the backbone. All you. Citizens, or green card holders, as reliable as Chicago. Standing before them now, al-Matari switched to English, his crisp British accent masking his true origins. "Enough training," he said. "It's time you learned what you're really here to do." A ripple of anticipation passed through the group. Some exchanged glances, others clenched their fists. The war was coming home, and they were ready to write its first chapter. Listen up, because this changes everything. From this moment forward, you're not just recruits, you're soldiers of the caliphate, warriors in a sacred struggle. The world might call you terrorists, but you're nothing like those mindless killers. Your missions will strike at the heart of America's war machine, crippling their ability to oppose the rise of true Islam. This isn't just combat, it's destiny. And when history remembers this fight, your names will be written in glory. The group erupted in cheers, their voices echoing through the canyon. A young recruit from California wiped sweat from his brow. "Mohammed, we trained with those Guatemalan mercenaries using their gear, but how do we get weapons back stateside without getting caught?" Al-Matari smirked. "You think I'd leave you unprepared? Each of you told your families you were studying abroad, language schools, cultural exchanges. You'll board those return flights clean. The tools of war. That's my job. When the time comes, you'll have everything you need." As he outlined the next steps, headlights cut through the gathering darkness. A battered pickup rolled to a stop near the rusted storage sheds. A lone figure stepped out, scanning the terrain. Al-Matari flicked his flashlight twice a signal. The stranger began trudging toward them through the dry riverbed, kicking up dust with each step. "Tonight's your final test," Al-Matari announced, turning back to his recruits. "That man, he's the paper owner of this land. Came to collect his last payment." A cold grin spread across his face. "He's also a problem. An unbeliever who's gotten too curious." The woman from Mississippi, sharp-eyed, arms crossed, cut in. "And the trainers? Those Guatemalans weren't exactly devout." "SD handled." Al-Matari's voice carried grim satisfaction. "Their helicopter went down off the coast this morning. No distress calls. No loose ends." The recruits exchanged glances, some paling beneath their desert tans. He pointed at the approaching figure, now close enough to hear labored breathing. "Each cell picks one person, your best killer. 1 minute." The chosen emerged quickly. 4 were predictable, hard-eyed men with prison tattoos. But the Atlanta cell, they nudged forward the college girl from Mississippi. Al-Matari raised an eyebrow. "Interesting." He'd pegged her as their strategist, not their blade. The landowner reached them, sweating through his shirt. He opened his mouth maybe to demand his money, maybe to ask why 20 strangers stood in a dead river at midnight. He never got the chance. Al-Matari's knife flashed. No warning, no speech. Just steel through the throat, a wet choke, then silence as the body hit the rocks. Blood pooled black in the moonlight. The recruits stood frozen, some horrified, some electrified. "Welcome," Al-Matari said softly, "to the war." The tension in the room was palpable as he struggled to steady his breathing. "Let me clarify," he said, his voice low but firm. "Your mission wasn't what I initially outlined. When I'm involved, handling an enemy requires no assistance." With deliberate precision, he cleaned the blade on a cloth before sliding it back into the concealed sheath beneath his shirt. "Leadership has been decided," he continued, scanning the faces before him. "Your most capable fighters will now guide you because that's your primary purpose. Irichver Saklidayam." One of the Atlanta recruits, a Jordanian-American student, suddenly erupted in Arabic. This is unacceptable. We only put her forward to test her loyalty, not to follow her. Musa al-Matari's glare silenced him. Then you've defied me. Perhaps I'll let her execute you to prove her worth. He turned to the woman who stood oblivious to the exchange and switched back to English. Number 27. Are you prepared to lead these men into battle? Angela Watson, just 22, didn't hesitate. Absolutely, sir. I won't disappoint. The Jordanian American fell quiet as al-Matari nodded in approval. Listen carefully. You will return to America, not to your mosques, not to your old lives. You'll disappear into safe houses, blending in, appearing harmless. No one should suspect a thing. His voice grew colder. Once I arrive with your weapons, the real work begins. Target after target, until the streets run with chaos. New recruits will flock to us, and you'll arm them, sending them into the heart of our enemies. But your focus remains on crippling America's military and intelligence forces. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. In a month, confusion. In 3, Western armies will flee to face us abroad. Within a year, God willing, their retreat will be permanent, their dead left to rot in our lands. 5 years from now, the Caliphate will crush the Shiites, seize Iran's oil, and topple the Saudi tyrants. The West won't dare strike us without our oil. They'll wither and die. He clenched his fist. We will own them. Then, softening, he bowed his head. None of us will live to see it. We'll die as martyrs, securing paradise for ourselves and our families. Our sacrifice will echo through generations. The room hummed with fervor as his followers absorbed his words. You are the blades that strike the oppressors and the shields of the faithful. There is no middle ground, only victory or glory in death. The 27 recruits roared in unison. Allahu Akbar. Just past midnight, the same SUVs that had climbed the hills outside San Rafael a month earlier rumbled back into town, heading for the highway. The villagers watched, hopeful the gunfire would finally stop and their dogs might stop howling at all hours. Meanwhile, in Washington, D., the heat was relentless as 3 operatives gathered in John Clark's office. Steam curled from their coffee cups as they settled in Jack and Dom in polo shirts and lightweight pants, Chavez with his sleeves rolled up, and Clark in a short-sleeved button down. The air conditioning struggled against the summer swelter, but the real heat was yet to come. The room was thick with tension, the usual pre-meeting banter conspicuously absent. Dom and Jack sat in silence, still stewing over their missteps during the Maryland training exercise. They knew better than to crack jokes now. This was John Clark's show, and if there was any levity to be had, it would come from him. Predictably, Clark wasted no time. I've been working on this expansion since I stepped back from Ops and Sam passed, he began, his voice sharp. I wanted Jerry to understand just how hard it is running direct action missions with a skeleton crew. Honestly, I figured you'd pull it off, but I expected the after-action to be a laundry list of excuses about being undermanned. Instead, you two screwed the pooch. Guess I should be grateful my point was made for me, though it's a damn shame it took a training screw-up to prove you'd be dead in a real fight. The silence that followed was heavy. Clark scanned the room, then nodded. Good. No excuses. Owning your failures takes guts. Now my job is fixing what's broken. He leaned forward. You've had the weekend to think. Ding, who's your pick? Chavez didn't hesitate. Bartosz Jankowski. Or Jasinded. Who? A smirk tugged at Ding's lips. You know him as Midas. Recognition flickered in Clark's eyes. Midas had led a Delta unit during the early days of Russia's push into Ukraine, a solid operator. Tell me more. I made some calls, Ding said. Got buddies at Bragg who vouch for him. Clark knew behind the fence meant Delta territory. And, lucky for us, he just retired 20 years in, but he's only 38. Made lieutenant colonel. Jack cut in, lost. In the traitor, hold up. What's an O? And what's a Mustang? An O's an officer, Clark explained. A Mustang's an enlisted guy who commissions later, usually the best kind. They've walked in their men's boots. Ding picked up the thread. Barry, that's what he goes by, is first-gen Polish. His team worshipped him, and Delta hated to let him go. Clark raised an eyebrow. What's he doing now? Wise, I'll play confessing. Vic, seriously. Waiting on CIA paperwork. Probably hung up on his family ties, even though the Army didn't care. Jimmy Hardesty says if we want him, we'd better move fast. Right now, he's camping near Bragg, living off the land before the next grind. Clark scribbled a note. Solid choice. Jack, who's yours? Without missing a beat, Jack replied. Adam Yao. CIA. A few years ago, we partnered with him on an operation in Hong Kong, then crossed paths again in California during last year's North Korea negotiations. The guy's sharp as a tack, fearless when it counts, and completely committed to the mission. His Mandarin fluency doesn't hurt either. Clark tilted his head. Isn't he still pretty young? Jack smirked. Not exactly. He's pushing mid-30s by now. There was a playful glimmer in Jack's eyes. He was barely older himself, while Clark had decades on both of them. Clark shot him a warning glance. Keep it up, and you'll regret it. Jack chuckled. My bad. Anyway, I did some digging. Turns out he's stuck behind a desk at Langley these days. Clark rubbed his chin. Jerry'll need to clear it with Mary Pat first. No poaching from her or Canfield. Solid pick, though. His attention shifted to Caruso. All right, Dom. Who's on your list? Dom hesitated, the weight of 3 expectant stares pressing down. When the silence stretched too long, Clark frowned. You good? Yeah, just. I think we should move Adara Sherman into an operational role. Jack exhaled sharply. There we go. Dom rushed to justify his choice, though his own doubts were written all over his face. Listen, she's proven herself in the field, crushed it in the Navy, and she's got more specialized training than half the team. We couldn't vet her harder if we tried. Clark let the silence hang before turning to Chavez. Well, circa Citruiner. Chavez shrugged. Only downside. Good luck finding someone half as good to replace her on the plane. She's killing it where she is. Clark nodded slowly. If our biggest hesitation is that she's too good at her current job, then Dom might have just mailed it. Dom winced. He'd been hoping no one would say that. Clark zeroed in on Jack. That reaction of yours got an issue with women in ops, or just Adara? Jack's ears turned pink. Neither. She's a rock star. It's just a... Wilb shu a tinta. Jack glanced at Dom, then away. No, seriously, she'd crush it. But Dom knew. Jack wasn't doubting Adara, he was thinking about Dom's history, about loss, about what it meant to send someone you loved into the fire. Meanwhile, in the White House, President Ryan's national security team crowded into the Situation Room. Surprisingly, the ongoing U. Strikes against ISIS had been bumped to 3rd on the briefing list, not because the fight was slowing, but because it was finally gaining real traction with coalition forces. Today's top concern? China parking bombers on artificial islands in contested waters. 15 minutes of tense debate later, the focus pivoted to Russian troops probing Ukraine's shaky eastern defenses. On paper, neither seemed as urgent as American boots on the ground. But when you're the one holding the nuclear football, every global flashpoint lands on your desk. The president didn't get the luxury of prioritizing, only reacting. The world was a tangled web of never-ending threats. But President Ryan understood that isolation wasn't the answer. Retreating from global engagement would only embolden adversaries. America had to stay vigilant. While you couldn't slay the hydra of international crises outright, you could keep it at bay through relentless diplomacy, military readiness, and sharp intelligence work. Ryan scanned the briefing sheet in front of him before locking eyes with Mary Pat. "All right, walk us through your findings from Iraq." She leaned forward. As expected, Abu Musa al-Matari hasn't given up. After his botched operation last year, trying to sneak 16 trained jihadists into the U. Using American documents, we knew he'd regroup. A man like him doesn't walk away after coming that close. Ryan exhaled sharply. He nearly slipped killers onto our soil without us having a clue. Of course he'll try again. What's his next move? Mary Pat tapped her folder. 6 weeks ago, he left Syria for something called the language school. We're still tracking it down. A dry chuckle escaped Ryan as he glanced around the room. You sure it's not just, a place where people learn French? Mary Pat smirked. Possible, but unlikely. The lead came from one of his Yazidi wives, kidnapped, terrified. Given his history, we think it's a cover for something bigger. The NSA director cut in. We've scoured every database for mentions of language school among ISIS affiliates. It so far. A whole lot of nothing. Analysts are sifting through calls, emails, intercepted chatter, no red flags yet. Dan Murray added, we ran the same search domestically on surveilled individuals. Same result. Dead ends everywhere. Mary Pat sighed. He might have kept this code phrase between himself and one other person. The girl overheard something vague. Then Jay Canfield shifted the conversation. Meanwhile, in Central America, a helicopter went down off Guatemala's coast. 6 dead, all ex-special forces. The chopper had been rented weeks earlier, last seen landing in Monterrico. Ryan raised an eyebrow. Canfield continued. A few of the dead men told their wives they were heading to El Salvador to teach guerrilla warfare. No idea who the students were. Dia got eyes on the chopper before the crash, parked near Playa El Zonte, a laid-back surf spot. Odd place for a paramilitary training camp, don't you think? The room fell silent, the pieces of the puzzle still scattered. Honestly, this has to be the strangest location imaginable to run a terrorist training camp, someone remarked. Ryan cracked a half smile and muttered, surfing extremists, just what we needed to add to our national security bingo card. Though he meant it as dark humor, Arnie Van Dam leaned in with a warning. If the media got wind of this, they'd lose their minds chasing the story. Canfield tapped his notes. Dia tracked the helicopter's tail number, matches the one that went down near Guatemala. Ryan connected the dots. So, we've got former Guatemalan commandos running a guerrilla training site in western El Salvador. Should I even bother listing the usual suspects who might have attended? Local rebels, Central American radicals, South American revolutionaries, Canfield rattled off. Murray jumped in. Don't forget the cartels Zetas, Gulf, Sinaloa, Miss 13, Mary Pat cut through the speculation. Could be any of them. But this feels rushed, and the timeline lines up with al-Matari's last known movements. No confirmation he's even in the region, but we're digging, mister. Des Itbul Deseft. The meeting adjourned shortly after. Stepping into the outer office, Mary Pat grabbed her phone from the designated basket standard West Wing protocol. Phones were banned everywhere except the hallways, a rule she'd followed for years. The moment she crossed the threshold, her phone buzzed. She answered without glancing at the screen. Foley. Mary Pat, it's Gary. To funny timing. I was just thinking about your stellar investment firm. Henley Associates, the cover for the campus, was more than a front. It funded covert ops through legitimate trades. Jerry knew she wasn't calling about stock tips. If Mary Pat was mentioning Henley, she needed deniable assets. Need something? Jerry asked. Not yet, but I might swing by Alexandria soon for a chat. We'll keep the lights on. Actually, that's why I called. We're not at full capacity anymore. Lost some key players. A beat of silence. Sam's still on my mind too, Mary Pat said softly. Yeah, a comet. We're rebuilding, scouting new talent. One name came up. Works for Jay now. Wouldn't move without your say-so. Wavant, who is it? If I know him, I'll tell you straight. If not, I'll vet him. Adam Yao. Mary Pat's response was instant. Jerry, you know I'd bend over backward for the campus. You're vital to the intelligence community. But poach, Adam, and I'll personally deliver a fist to your face. Jerry chuckled. That good, huh? He's one of Jay's MVPs. Done things I can't discuss, even with you. Jerry knew about Yao's ops in Hong Kong and North Korea, but stayed quiet. Keep him, he conceded. Sounds like he's right where he belongs. And I've had enough bruises this week. Make the prive. Do tell. Played Op 4 in a training exercise. Let's just say the enemy won. The outcome was far from ideal for everyone caught up in the mess. You're not injured, are you? Nothing a few fresh bandages and some top-shelf Kentucky bourbon won't fix. Turns out those simulated rounds packed more of a punch than advertised, took 8 hits. And guess who pulled the trigger? The president's own kid. Jesus. If they're pulling you in as Op 4, they must be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Figured that might make the situation clearer for you. Mary Pat exhaled sharply. Adam's off the table, but I can round up 10 other solid candidates if you need them. Just give me a little time, Jerry cut in. Don't sweat it. We've got 2 solid leads outside the intelligence community. I'll see how they pan out. If we hit a wall, I'll circle back. Fair enough, Mary Pat said. But like I said, things are heating up. Don't be surprised if I come knocking sooner than later. Jerry's response was steady. We'll be ready. The kid ran like hell, lungs burning, rifle dragging him down until a bullet cracked into his skull and dropped him mid-stride. 4 yards back, Zozan Barzani didn't flinch. He kept charging across the barren stretch of dirt, rounds snapping past his ears as men fell around him. Up ahead, a ceramics factory loomed their objective, currently crawling with ISIS fighters. Orders were orders, no matter how suicidal. In Kurdish, Peshmerga means those who face death. Barzani, a captain, had started this fight with 120 men. Now, 66. If you counted the ones still able to shoulder a rifle. Their heavy guns were gone, captured or out of ammo. Cover was a joke, a few shallow ditches, some scorched vehicle husks. The real protection was 200 yards away, behind enemy lines. The enemy had the advantage, superior firepower, armored scouts, technicals with mounted guns. Barzani had grown up learning the sound of incoming fire, and, right now, it was deafening. Strategically, the Kurds had been winning, pushing toward Mosul with NATO air support. But war has a way of flipping the script. ISIS had launched a surprise attack east toward Kalak, aiming for a critical bridge. Barzani's battalion, fresh from the front, got thrown into the meat grinder. The bridge was secure until some genius higher up decided to push forward. Now they were paying for that call in blood. The plan had seemed solid in theory, but Barzani's unit, along with the rest of the battalion, was running on fumes, dangerously low on ammunition and supplies. With barely enough trucks and heavy weaponry to go around, they'd been sent west into ISIS-controlled territory with orders to seize Kurumlash. Now, after 2 brutal days, Barzani was convinced his corpse would be the closest thing to victory. They'd achieved still kilometers short of their objective. The assault had barely begun when a wave of armored suicide trucks, packed with explosives, barreled down the Mosul highway straight into Peshmerga lines. The blasts had torn through their ranks, forcing Barzani's men to expend their last RPGs in a desperate attempt to stop the carnage, most of the rockets bouncing harmlessly off the makeshift tanks. What followed was a brutal close-quarters fight across open terrain. ISIS eventually fell back to the ceramics factory, but without artillery or mortars, Barzani's unit had no way to flush them out. The order to storm the place with nothing but rifles and sheer determination was nothing short of suicidal. Stumbling over a shallow ridge, Barzani suddenly found himself face to face with an ISIS scout team. 2 fighters in black froze in shock just as he did. Reacting on instinct, he fired his AK-47 from the hip, dropping one bearded insurgent at point-blank range. His sergeant took down the second with a shot to the jaw. Both men gasped out a ragged Allahu Akbar between labored breaths. Then the ground erupted around them, dirt and shrapnel spraying Barzani's face as a rooftop machine gun from the factory raked their position. He lunged into a foxhole, landing atop the dead scouts for cover. When he turned to check on his sergeant, he saw only a headless body 3 meters away. Logic screamed at him to keep charging toward the factory, but training won out. He stayed low as bullets chewed the earth inches from his skull. Glancing across the scarred battlefield, he spotted a handful of his men still fighting, each crouched in their own scrapes of cover. Pride swelled in his chest. These warriors would stand with him to the end. But his thoughts kept drifting to Kalak, the Kurdish village just 10 kilometers behind them. Women, children, the elderly, all defenseless. If his men fell here, nothing would stop ISIS from rolling straight into town, taking whatever and whoever they pleased. The machine gun fire ceased abruptly, replaced by the growl of heavy engines. Peering over the foxhole's edge, Barzani spotted 2 Brood Dren 2 armored scouts rolling out of the factory, flanked by 3 unarmored technicals loaded with fresh fighters. A white Toyota Hilux led the pack, its mounted Uzi-caliber machine gun gleaming in the sun. Their rifles were useless against the armored vehicles. Bullets would just ping off the steel plating. And with the factory's gunners keeping his men pinned, the enemy could pick them off at will. Keying his radio, Barzani forced his voice steady. A retreat meant certain death. They'd be gunned down crossing the open ground. "Brothers," he said, "ignore the armor. Aim for the technicals. Take out the drivers. The gunners make every shot count." Barzani clenched his rifle tighter as the deafening roar of gunfire surrounded him. His men fought bravely beside him, their AK-47s spitting rounds into the chaos, but the enemy's armored vehicles unleashed a storm of heavy fire, pinning them down. The ground trembled as bullets tore through the air, kicking up dust and debris. Barzani knew their stand was desperate. Kalak wouldn't hold much longer. Then, without warning, an ear-splitting explosion shattered the sky. The nearest Bram 2 erupted in flames, its metal frame twisting apart under the force of unseen firepower. Barzani whipped his head around, squinting through the smoke, just in time to see the second armored vehicle disintegrate in a fireball. His men exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had weapons capable of that kind of destruction. A shout drew his attention upward. A sleek, deadly shape streaked across the blue, growing larger by the second. The unmistakable silhouette of an Apache gunship, its chain gun flashing as it rained hell on the enemy. A second helicopter followed close behind, their rotors thundering over the battlefield. Barzani's breath caught this wasn't just luck. This was salvation. High above, Captain Carrie Ann Davenport lined up another shot, her fingers steady on the controls. The hillocks below swerved wildly, but she adjusted, leading the target just enough. The chain gun roared, and the truck flipped violently, erupting in flames as it skidded across the dirt. "Nice shot," Oakley chuckled over the comms. "That's gonna make one hell of a story back at base." Davenport smirked, already scanning for her next target. "Wish we had more rockets left," she muttered, watching the chaos unfold below. The tide had turned, and Barzani's men weren't going down without a fight after all. The pilots could have used the Hydra 70 rockets too. 7 5-inch folding fin aerial rounds against the exposed enemy troops or their technical vehicles. But both Apaches in pyro flight had already exhausted their full load of 38 rockets during an earlier strike on an ISIS supply depot north of Mosul. "Make it count," Davenport radioed. "We're running on fumes in 5. "Copy that," she replied. "We'll hit the trucks, then it's wheels up." The Peshmerga can handle the stragglers. Originally en route back to their base near Erbil after demolishing their primary targets, the two AS-64 East had been rerouted to assist Kurdish forces pinned down near Kalak. Though the battle wasn't considered strategically vital, ISIS was trying to seize a bridge. The coalition didn't even need the sight of technicals and light armor bearing down on exposed Peshmerga fighters had been enough to make pyro flight divert. With fuel gauges dipping and weapons running low, they decided one more pass wouldn't hurt. Pyro 1-2, out of rockets and down to their last 50 30mm rounds, stayed high, scanning for threats, while Davenport and Oakley in Pyro 1-1 engaged. One technical tried to flee, speeding back toward an abandoned ceramics factory, but Davenport wasn't about to let them escape. The M230 chain gun beneath the cockpit roared, and seconds later, the truck erupted in flames. "Pyro 2, Pyro 1-1, Oakley called. "We're clear on our end. You spotting anything else before we bug out?" "Chief Warrant Officer," Wheaton's voice crackled over the comms. 1-1, I've got something. Roof of that big rectangular building southeast, about a mile out. Sandbag positions. You seeing this?" Davenport adjusted the FLIR display, zooming in as Oakley nudged the Apache higher. The thermal imaging revealed 3 machine gun nests, the center one flashing as it fired. "Confirmed," she said. 2 PKMs and, yep, that's a 12. Seva in the middle. Wheaton's tone was dry. "Feel like giving them a parting gift. Wait, affirmative. We're almost on fumes, but we've got enough for one more pass. Light 'em up, 1-1. Davenport lined up the shot, firing precise bursts at each position. The rooftop turned into chaos bodies, shattered weapons, smoke. A few survivors scrambled through the wreckage. Oakley's voice was sharp. "Hit that cord again. Don't let them get a shot off." The Russian heavy machine gun was no joke. It could shred an Apache from a distance. Davenport didn't need to be told twice. Another burst, and the threat was silenced for good. Davenport rained down another barrage of 30mm rounds onto the ceramics factory rooftop, obliterating the remaining ISIS fighters and their equipment in a storm of fire and steel. After a quick radio check with Oakley, she banked her aircraft northeast, following Wheaton's lead as they disengaged from the fight. There was no triumphant rush, no surge of pride, just the quiet frustration of knowing they could have done more if fuel and ammunition hadn't been running low. With full tanks and enough firepower, she and Oakley could have carved a safe path straight through the heart of the ISIS stronghold. But war rarely offered perfect conditions. An hour later, Captain Zazan Barzani stood amid the ruins of the factory, slapping the last magazine into his AK before flicking the safety on. The battle had shifted the moment those American helicopters roared in, sending the surviving ISIS fighters scrambling west on foot, a sight that brought him grim satisfaction. He'd watched as they abandoned their trucks in panic, convinced that choppers would blast anything with wheels. Now, Barzani ran a hand along the hood of an untouched brown pickup, its cab still holding an ARP machine gun and a stash of extra mags. A small mercy in a brutal fight. His company, once 120 strong, had been whittled down to 51. The weight of those losses would hit him later. For now, he ordered his men to scavenge every weapon, every scrap of intel from the fallen. Holding the factory wasn't an option, not with so few men and no heavy support. As they prepared to fall back to Kalak, he knew better than to expect another miracle from the skies. Meanwhile, Adara Sherman sat across from Jerry Hendley and John Clark, her palms slightly damp despite their easygoing demeanor. This wasn't just another chat. It was her shot at the job she'd wanted since she first pieced together the campus's shadowy purpose. At 35, she was fitter than during her days patching up Marines in the Afghan mountains, and she'd spent years proving she could handle whatever they threw at her. Clark cut to the chase with a grin. We already know you're sharp, fearless, and the kind of person who doesn't need hand-holding. Henley chuckled, adding, honestly, we could probably leave you in charge and come back to find this place running smoother. Adara's smile was all the answer they needed. Adara forced a smile. That's sweet of you to say, but we both know it's not entirely accurate. Gary leaned forward, his expression turning serious. There is one issue we need to address. She stiffened, her fingers tightening around the armrests of her chair. And what would that be? An uneasy silence settled between the two senior men before Henley finally spoke. It's about Dominic. The mention of Dom's name sent a jolt through her, but she kept her face neutral, blinking deliberately to steady herself. What exactly about him? Clark took over, his voice measured. Your personal connection complicates things. It's new territory for us, and we need to be careful. Adara's gaze dropped briefly before she met his eyes again. So you know. We do, Clark confirmed. It's not hard to notice. The way you both avoid each other, too careful, too controlled. It's obvious. Her posture straightened defensively. With all due respect, I've maintained complete professionalism. Dom is just another colleague to me here. Jerry held up a hand. Nobody doubts your professionalism. But let's be honest when he walks in. You don't relax like you do with the others. And he does the same. You've been hiding this for a while. He chuckled dryly. And trust me, if I noticed, it's not exactly covert. Adara exhaled, her earlier confidence wavering. We kept it quiet because we didn't want it to affect the team. We thought discretion was the right call. Clark shook his head. You're not in trouble. There's no hard rule against it. Jerry warned the guys to keep their distance when you joined, but that was more about professionalism than policy. Jerry smirked. Thankfully, only one of them ignored the memo. A faint smirk tugged at Adara's lips. Who says he was the one who ignored it? Jerry coughed, caught off guard, while Clark barely suppressed a grin. Point taken, Clark said, steering the conversation back. But here's the thing, unit cohesion matters. You've proven yourself, no question. My concern is whether Dom can handle seeing you in the field. I want you on the team, but not if it compromises him. She didn't hesitate. We've talked about this. He supports my move to operations. Clark's expression remained skeptical. No, he doesn't. I saw it when he recommended you. He's worried, and after everything that's happened, can you blame him? I don't, she admitted. I know about his brother. Sam was my friend too. But I need this chance to prove myself to all of you. Sevdistav to Clark nodded. Having you on board would be an asset. But you and Dom won't work together. That's non-negotiable. Jerry added, just like we adjust for Jack's situation, we'll do the same for you. Some missions won't be a fit. Understood, she said, sensing the shift in their tone. Clark folded his arms. Then there's the training. You've got skills, but there are gaps. Months of intense prep, are you ready for that? A spark of determination lit her eyes. I'm looking forward to it. Good. Surveillance training starts as soon as we bring in one more recruit. Adara frowned. Wait. Adara hesitated for a moment, studying the two men across the desk. Wait a second, did you just offer me the position? Clark exchanged a glance with Gary before the older man leaned forward. Kid, you've earned this 10 times over. Since we can't exactly hand you the keys to a fighter jet, consider this your official welcome to the campus, assuming you survive training, of course. When Adara shook their hands, Clark's grip lingered just a beat too long. Fair warning, I don't do half measures. Your training will make Marine boot camp feel like a spa retreat. Wouldn't have it any other way, she shot back, already turning toward the door. Jerry cleared his throat. Before you go, we're bringing Dom in. He'll play it cool, but this'll wreck him. Not telling you how to handle it, but he's protective. Always has been. Adara nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. I get it. And don't worry, no more secrets. Mary Pat Foley jolted awake at the shrill ringtone cutting through the darkness. Her husband, Ed, a retired spook who'd spent decades fielding midnight calls, merely propped himself up on one elbow as she groped for the phone. The glowing digits read 4:50 a.m. So much for that last precious hour of sleep. Foley, she rasped, already knowing the encryption-laced call meant trouble. CIA Director J. Camfield's voice was far too cheerful for the ungodly hour. Morning, sunshine. Hate to ruin your beauty rest, but we've got a fresh disaster brewing in Jakarta. Mary Pat massaged her temples. Let me guess, some idiot selling secrets to the North Koreans? Bingo. Cygant caught their side of a call, some low-level consular officer, getting strong-armed into handing over classified material. No demands for cash, just pure coercion. Our boy sounds like he's sweating bullets, but ready to cave. Blackmail, then. Bid-trassic play. She could almost hear Canfield's grim nod through the phone. FBI scrambling a team out of Hong Kong. They'll hit the ground running, but we're keeping Jakarta in the dark. This needs to disappear before some local cop stumbles into the mess. Mary Pat exhaled sharply. Tell Dan's guys to pack extra caffeine. This is gonna be a long 48 hours. Mary Pat ended the call and glanced at Ed, who was watching her through the dim light. Bad news? He asked. Not connected to the Musa al-Matari case, she replied. Some State Department official is about to leak classified intel to North Korea. Ed exhaled sharply. Treacherous behavior, no doubt. Dan Murray's assembling a rapid response team. I'll head in early to clear my desk. This is bound to trigger a meeting before lunch. I'll brew the coffee, Ed said with a weary grin as they both got up. Mary Pat shot him a sympathetic look on her way to the bathroom. Poor thing. You really thought retirement meant sleeping in. Ed chuckled. Sweetheart, I'm not an idiot. I knew I wouldn't see a lazy morning until you hung up your own badge. John Clark scanned the secluded campsite from his vantage point on the hill, wishing he could linger. The setup was simple. A small tent, smoldering fire pit, a cooler doubling as a stool, and fishing gear propped against a pine. But the view was perfect. A quiet lake just steps away, the crisp scent of evergreens, and the lingering morning chill despite the summer heat. Through his binoculars, he noted the absence of the camper, probably out on the water already. The overcast sky rumbled, and at first he mistook it for thunder. Then he spotted the massive C-17s skimming low, paratroopers spilling from their bellies like confetti. 82nd Airborne, Clark muttered. Fort Bragg's backyard, after all. Part of him wanted to stay and watch the spectacle, but duty called. He descended toward the campsite, calling out early to avoid startling anyone. Hello, hello. Anyone around? But the spot was deserted. He moved down to Mott Lake's edge, scanning for boats, but the water was glassy and empty. Then, from the trees behind him, a voice cut through the silence. Last time we met, it wasn't exactly lakeside tranquility. Se flirted to flinch. He turned slowly, hands visible. Ukraine. More concrete, less pine. The bearded man in the ball cap stayed silent. Have you been? Meinstertementatista. Surviving, came the flat reply. But let's skip the act. You didn't just stumble onto me. Barry Jankowski, former Delta, leaned against a tree in army gear, though the outline of a pistol under his shirt was unmistakable. His fingers hovered near it. Clark shrugged. No games, Barry. I came to talk. Figured this was as private as it gets. Jankowski smirked. Oh, it's private. No fish either. Or Schrapernen, slow day. Blame the C-17s at Luzon. Fish hate the vibrations. Clark raised an eyebrow. Or so I tell myself, Jankowski added dryly. Clark gave a slow nod, his expression unreadable. Some would say that's just a convenient way to dodge the truth. Midas chuckled, shaking his head. You think you've got me figured out, huh? He leaned back against the stump, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows between them. I'm not as jumpy as you seem to think. Clark smirked. Didn't mean to interrupt your quiet time. Looks like you were enjoying the solitude. Call me Midas, the other man said, cracking open another beer. Haven't gone by Barry since. Well, let's just say Fort Bragg had its own ideas about names. Clark raised an eyebrow. What about Bartos? Midas paused mid-sip, then grinned. Damn, you've done your homework. I'd like a few minutes of your time. Well, who knows? Maybe the fish'll bite better after we talk. Got a tip that your friend Chavez was asking around about me, Midas mused. Should I be concerned, or take it as a compliment? Clark gestured toward the cooler. You got any more of those? Plenty. Figure it's close enough to happy hour. He tossed one over. Come on, take a seat. The two men, one weathered with age, the other still sharp in his prime, settled onto the rough-cut stumps, nursing their beers. The air hummed with cicadas, and the occasional mosquito buzzed too close for comfort. After a while, Midas grew tired of the small talk. All right, cut to the chase. Why, you really here? Clark set his can down carefully in the pine needles. Heard you applied to the agency. Last I checked, you're not with them anymore, Midas countered. In fact, after that mess in Ukraine, a couple of suits showed up to politely inform me you and your crew were officially ghosts. And the sake biz, Clark smirked. Where would we be without men in suits denying the obvious? Point taken, Midas said, taking a long pull from his beer. Yeah, I applied. Though apparently, Bartosz Jankowski doesn't clear paperwork as fast as Jack Ryan. He shot Clark a knowing look. Then again, Junior's not exactly on the payroll either. Just another phantom, Clark agreed. Midas exhaled sharply. All right, lay it out. What's your pitch? Clark leaned forward. My team, the ones you met, minus one we lost, we handle the jobs. No one else can. High stakes, zero recognition. And we don't recruit. We select. Midas frowned. This because the CIA passed on me. Not even close, Clark said. Langley's gonna offer you a spot eventually. But we're not the consolation prize. We're the team you don't apply for, we come to you. Midas snatched a mosquito out of the air, his reflexes sharp enough to make Clark raise an eyebrow. How many you got in this unit of yours? Clark held up 3 fingers. Midas blinked. 300. Another shake of the head. You the Doge, 3,000. Clark just smiled. Midas groaned. Oh, I that the Siebler. Exactly. We're small, but we hit hard. Top-tier intel, logistics, tech, nothing comes close. Midas nodded slowly. I've seen what you can do. Sevastopol would have been a bloodbath without you. PF2. Clark's voice turned serious. I can promise you missions that matter. A team that's got your back. And a role where you'll make a real difference. He paused. But no lies, it's not for everyone. Midas stared into the trees, then finally cracked a grin. Hell, when do I start? Midas chuckled. Beating government pay isn't exactly a high bar to clear, though those benefits do stack up if you stick around long enough. He knew military folks clung to their retirement and healthcare perks, since their regular paychecks weren't anything to write home about. Clark leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. I can't spill all the details yet, but let's just say you'd be looking at 2.5 times a GS9 starting salary. Plus, we offer advantages that blow federal service out of the water, and you'd actually get to protect American interests without drowning in red tape. Like how Delta officers wait half a year just to hear if CIA's interested. Midas shot back. Bingo, Clark said, cracking open another beer. Say the word today. You're on payroll tomorrow. Hell, you already admitted the fish aren't biting. A shadow crossed Midas's face as he recalled something. That guy from Ukraine you mentioned, did he at least get his benefits when he left? Clark's gaze drifted across the lake, his voice tightening. No, but his mother did. Damn. Not Jack that would have made waves. Sam, Clark corrected quietly. Gone during an op. Did his job till the end. The pine trees rustled as Clark turned back to him. You'd be filling his boots. There's another promotion in the works too, if that matters. Midas arched an eyebrow. So, how much dirt did you dig up on me? Know all my skeletons? Clark smirked. Classified intel's easy. But we never cracked your call sign. Midas, like the king who turned stuff to gold. Close enough, Midas said, rubbing his beard. Back in Iraq, my team kept winding up in Saddam's gilded palaces, Uday's place. Al-Fa, even his mom's digs in Tikrit. Some Delta cadre remembered and branded me Midas because their quarters looked like prison cells. He snorted. Joke's on them, I've been stuck in cinderblock hellholes ever since. Clark chuckled, then stiffened slightly when Midas asked about his SEAL days. They called me Kelly, he said flatly, the name hanging like a warning sign. The conversation lulled until Clark gestured at Midas's face. Saw your clean-shaven Doddy photo. You and Jack Jr. only guys I know who transform from bankers to mountain men with facial hair. Computer repairman more like, Midas corrected, grinning. My niece loses it if I show up bearded. They drank in comfortable silence until Clark circled back. Training's nothing like Delta's hazing. Thank Christ, Midas muttered. Left chunks of my feet on some West Virginia mountain. Clark shook his head. Bud says was brutal, but Delta selection? That's just psychological warfare. Midas shrugged. They filter out the sane, then the too crazy. What's left? Guys like us. The lake shimmered as a fish jumped, and for a second, both men watched the ripples fade. In Delta, there's a certain threshold of eccentricity that's actually an asset, Midas remarked with a shrug. After a decade in the unit, I've learned to embrace it, take that however you like. The other man leaned in. Here's my pitch, I want you on our team. Traitor Guk, Kronsit 40 pride. Midas rubbed his chin, considering. Suppose I say yes. Suppose I jump in and it's not what I expected. Maybe I end up stuck in a dead-end role, feeling like I'm just spinning my wheels. If I walk away, does that burn my chances with the agency later? Not a chance, came the quick reply. If you decide it's not for you, I'll personally vouch for you wherever you want to go next. A slow grin spread across Midas' face. All right, Mr. Clark. The beauf hooked me. Let's see what this deal's all about. The two men pushed up from their seats, shook hands, and the deal was sealed. Meanwhile, in Tyson's Corner, Virginia, the office of the Director of National Intelligence hummed with quiet urgency. Just a short drive from CIA headquarters, and a half hour from the White House, assuming traffic cooperated, which it rarely did. The Liberty Crossing complex housed the nation's top intelligence operations. The Gentisi occupied LX-1, while the Ani's Nerve Center sat in LX-2. Upstairs, Director Mary Pat Foley had just returned from a morning briefing to find a cranberry chicken salad and iced tea waiting on her desk. She barely had time to take a bite before her secretary's voice crackled over the intercom. Director, I have Canfield and Murray on the line for you. Mary Pat sighed, eyeing her untouched lunch. The call connected, and Murray wasted no time. My extraction team, the one that flew from Hong Kong to grab that State Department turncoat working for the North Koreans, just got detained in Jakarta. Her stomach dropped. Detained? Sev tepped. The Crown's a two. J. Canfield cut him. Same story as Iran. No clear reason, but whispers say it's tied to the biometric scanners. Murray's frustration was palpable. Their covers were airtight. Every detail matched. Somehow, the Indonesians knew exactly who they were. Mary Pat's mind raced. This isn't random. There's a breach somewhere, and it's being exploited across multiple fronts. Canfield sounded baffled. But how? Iran was CIA. New Jersey was Navy. Now FBI. How are Russia, Indonesia, and Iran all getting access to identities across different agencies? We need to find the link, Mary Pat said firmly. And fast. Every asset in the field could be at risk. Murray shifted gears. Look, we can dissect the how later. Right now, I need boots on the ground in Jakarta. Someone who can handle this quietly. Canfield frowned. No one at the embassy? Not for this. It's too delicate. We need precision, not diplomacy. Mary Pat knew the answer. We need an outsider, someone skilled, deniable, and completely off the books. Murray exhaled. You're talking about Hendley's crew. He'd recently been briefed on the campus and their shadow operations. Exactly, Mary Pat said. After a beat, Murray relented. What Bixteferpefteprind? We're out of options. I'll send you everything we've got. As the call ended, Mary Pat finally picked up her fork, but her appetite was gone. The salad could wait. The clock was ticking. I'll make sure this gets handled directly. 2 minutes later, Foley hadn't touched her salad, already dialing Jerry Henley. We've got a critical situation unfolding in Jakarta. Can your team mobilize fast enough to assist? Jerry didn't hesitate. How soon do you need boots on the ground? Yesterday would have been ideal, but right now will have to do. Jerry ran through logistics. The Gulf Stream's at Reagan, just 10 minutes from the office. Flight crews prepped, and all 3 operatives are here. I can have them wheels up in 15. They'll need a fuel stop, but I don't have exact flight time yet. Mary Pat cut in. Figure 22 hours from Andrews, including refueling. Reagan's about the same. Then Chavez, Caruso, and Ryan can hit Jakarta by this time tomorrow. Will that work? It's cutting it close, but yes. Get them moving. I'll send specifics once they're airborne. Dole Gabali, understood. Any gear they should bring? Mary Pat paused. Standard surveillance equipment. And weapons, this could get messy. Jerry ended the call, realizing Clark was still in North Carolina chasing a lead. Instead, he reached Chavez directly, briefing him on the urgent mission and instructing him to rally the others. Next, he looped in Helen Reed and Chester Hicks to prep the jet. 25 minutes later, the 3 operators from the campus hauled their gear up the stairs of the waiting Gulfstream G55 team parked near runway 1 at Reagan National. The engines hummed, the crew was set, but the usual warmth was missing. No Adara Sherman to greet them with updates or smooth out the details. Instead, Country Hicks gave them a curt nod and barked. Stow your gear and buckle up. We're burning daylight. The cabin's luxury plush seats, full recliners, even a sofa bed did little to soften the blow of the 8,833 nautical mile trek ahead. Dom cracked a grin. Hey, Country, how about a gin and tonic with extra lime? And one of those fancy pillows? Country's jaw tightened. Let's get one thing straight, Adara made this job bearable. Without her, you're lucky we're letting you on board. Chavez sighed. Jerry's already looking for her replacement. The unspoken truth hung in the air. This was going to be a long, uncomfortable ride. Country visibly relaxed after hearing the update, giving a nod to Chavez and Ryan, while shooting Caruso a knowing glance before heading back toward the cockpit. The galley's stocked with frozen dinners, though I'll admit I'm clueless about operating that microwave. Help yourselves to drinks or whatever else you need up front. If you make a few calls during our fuel stop in Van Nuys, we can probably arrange for some decent meals to be brought on board. As Dom joked about the lack of alcohol, he was already rummaging through the galley, grabbing drinks for himself and the others. Moments later, the trio settled around a table in the cabin, listening to Mary Pat Foley's voice crackle through the speakerphone. She briefed them on the urgent situation in Jakarta, forwarding files from Dan Murray that popped up on the nearby wall monitor. When she explained they needed to intercept an unknown operative before sensitive intelligence changed hands, Chavez couldn't help but question the plan. What betchet hasn't turma? There's nobody at the embassy, Marines, diplomats, anyone who can just corner this guy and shut it down. Mary Pat's response was firm. Not an option. We don't even know who the mole is, and the intel source we used can't be compromised by tipping off embassy staff. We thought about flooding the area with Marines or faking a bomb threat, but the North Koreans might have backup channels we don't know about. The only sure way to stop this is eyeballing the handoff in person. Chavez exhaled, reluctantly accepting the reality. The Tomer trying. They're fair enough. Not thrilled about jumping straight into the fire after a long flight, but I get it. Mary Pat added, Dan's sending a local asset to scout the location and film the setup. You'll get the footage soon, should help you get your bearings. That'd be huge, Chavez admitted. We'll be here if anything changes. Before signing off, Mary Pat shifted gears. By the way, how's recruitment going for your team? Chavez perked up. We've got 2 solid candidates. A former Delta Lieutenant Colonel, Bartosz Jankowski, and Adara Sherman. She's been our logistics ace for years, even tagged along on ops. Navy corpsman background, served with Marines in Afghanistan. Sounds like you're building something good, Mary Pat said approvingly. With leaks like this, having people outside the usual channels is invaluable. Chavez smirked. Just keep the intel coming fast. Right now, the other side's playing with all the cards. Meanwhile, under the steady drum of rain, Abu Musa al-Matari stood at the edge of the Guyanese jungle, watching as the glow of an approaching plane pierced the night. The aging Antonov N-32 emerged through the low-hanging clouds, its silhouette cutting through the storm as it descended toward the makeshift airstrip. Rain pelted the runway, sending up a mist of water and loose stones as the cargo plane's wheels made contact. Al-Matari wasn't an aviation specialist, but his mysterious Saudi contact had assured him this was the right aircraft, a relic from a Bolivian charter service, originally hauling freight out of Lima. It was bulkier than necessary, but its range was perfect, capable of covering the 2,000-plus miles to their destination with just one refueling stop. Glancing back, Al-Matari took in his two most trusted men, both named Mohammed, though he'd nicknamed them after their homelands. Tripoli, the Libyan, and Algiers, the Algerian. They were more than just bodyguards. They were seasoned operatives with years of guerrilla warfare under their belts, not to mention expertise in explosives. Their forged documents would hold up under casual inspection, but if pressed, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate any threats. Behind them, a semi-trailer sat motionless in the downpour, its cargo divided into 50-pound plastic crates, each cell's share of the arsenal they'd smuggle into the U. The plane taxied closer, its stairs unfolding with a splash into a murky puddle. The Bolivian co-pilot jumped down to chock the wheels, while the pilot killed the engines. Both men approached, shaking hands with the drenched trio. "Hard rain, seigneurs," the pilot remarked in thickly accented English. Al-Matari barely suppressed an eye roll. Of course it was raining. This was Guyana in the wet season. But the pilot's gaze locked onto the trailer, his expression tightening. "What's the total cargo weight?" 1,850 kilos, Al-Matari replied. The pilot shook his head. "We can't take off in this. Not on gravel." Al-Matari bristled. "Planes fly in rain every day." "Not like this," the pilot shot back. "If we abort takeoff, we'll skid right off the runway. No brakes will save us." "Then don't abort," Al-Matari snapped. The pilot exhaled sharply, then flashed a smirk. "Fine. But it'll cost you extra. 5 grand each cash." For a split second, Al-Matari considered putting a bullet in both of them the moment they landed. But that would draw attention. Instead, he forced a cold smile. "You get 5 total. Split it or wrestle for it. But we leave now." The captain glared at Al-Matari with barely contained frustration before signaling his crew to start loading the aircraft. Under the steady downpour, Al-Matari and his 2 men worked alongside the pilots, hauling 60 rigid plastic crates into the cargo hold. Each container was clearly marked with bold numbers 1 through 5, eliminating the need to open them for identification. As the co-pilot secured the cargo, the 3 Middle Eastern operatives, drenched from the rain, grabbed their oversized duffel bags and backpacks before boarding. The An-32 rumbled to life, lifting into the stormy sky without hesitation, its path set northward. Within minutes, they pierced the cloud cover, leaving Guyana behind as they soared over the Caribbean. Once the plane leveled off, Al-Matari wasted no time inspecting his shipment. He traced his fingers over the textured plastic crates, secured tightly beneath cargo netting. Most ISIS-inspired attacks in the U relied on weapons bought locally after all. America was practically drowning in firearms. Walk into any gun store, flash an ID, and you could walk out with a rifle in under half an hour. A decent AR-15 might set you back $1,000, but add fancy optics, custom grips, or extra mags, and the price doubled. Want a Glock like the cops carry? That'll run you $500 to $800. Of course, there's always paperwork, background checks, waiting periods, the whole bureaucratic dance. Sure, private sales offered loopholes, but dealing with strangers came with its own risks. Who knew if the seller was an undercover Fed or just a nosy civilian? El-Matari wasn't taking chances. Even though his operatives had clean records, no felonies, no mental health red flags, he refused to let them buy guns legally. Every purchase was a trail, and trails led to exposure. Half his cell members looked Middle Eastern, and in his mind, that meant every American side-eye was a potential FBI alert. Forget about fully automatic weapons, those required enough paperwork to drown in. No, smuggling was the smarter play. The Saudi had sourced everything flawlessly, and as much as al-Matari hated to admit it, the man had outdone himself. Now, all that was left was to wait and hope the cargo reached its destination unnoticed. The Saudi operative had initially considered buying arms from Mexican cartels, but a far more convenient opportunity emerged. He informed al-Matari that he'd secured a shipment of military-grade firearms from Venezuela, which would be smuggled across the border to a small airfield in Guyana. A modest bribe ensured the airport would shut down for the night, with security conveniently looking the other way. Venezuela might have been short on food and freedom, but it had no shortage of corruption and weaponry ranking among the world's top arms buyers. With the country's economy in shambles, a cash-strapped colonel in the Bolivarian armed forces eagerly agreed to supply whatever firearms and explosives the shadowy buyer requested. Payment was wired to an offshore account, with promises of more once the delivery was complete. Inside a Guyana warehouse near the airstrip, al-Matari and his men sorted through the haul. Now, as he moved through the cargo hold of the Un-32, he mentally cataloged each crate. 25 Uzi submachine guns, compact but deadly, and 25 AK-103 rifles, bulkier but packing serious firepower. The Caiboles, Guatemalan Special Forces veterans, had trained the recruits on similar weapons back at the language school, so handling them wouldn't be an issue. Then there were the explosives, crates of grenades, C4, detonators, and enough bomb-making gear to level a city block. The Saudi had even thrown in 4 American AT-4 anti-tank launchers, 8 RPG-7s with 3 dozen rockets, and most concerning 4 Russian Igla-S man-pads, capable of knocking a commercial airliner out of the sky. Of course, none of the recruits had ever fired one before, but hey, why worry when YouTube tutorials existed? Nothing like learning to operate a surface-to-air missile from a guy filming in his basement. Al-Matari smirked. Modern problems required modern solutions. He kept all 4 Igla-S units under his direct control, saving them for the right moment. The rest of the arsenal: Glock 17s for every man, each loaded with 18 rounds of 9mm. A 5-man team could unleash 90 bullets in seconds, enough to turn a security checkpoint or a crowded stage into a slaughterhouse. Precision wasn't the goal, volume was. The Uzis and Glocks would handle close quarters work, while the AKs and explosives took care of bigger, messier jobs. And just in case things got hairy, 30 Kevlar vests were stashed aboard. Not bad for a plan that started with a desperate colonel and a shady email. The body armor could stop pistol rounds, but wouldn't stand a chance against rifle fire aimed at his operatives. Stacked nearby were 30 additional vests, not the Venezuelan shipment, but a special delivery straight to Guyana. These weren't for protection. They were rigged with explosives, ready to detonate by remote or a concealed pressure switch tucked into a sleeve. Al-Matari insisted his fighters wear Kevlar beneath these death traps, a hollow gesture of protection before sacrificing them for his cause. Every team's gear was meticulously packed to fit into a single vehicle, minimizing suspicion while transporting enough firepower to wreak havoc. Back in his seat, Al-Matari studied Algiers and Tripoli, their faces alight with fanatical zeal. They knew there was no return ticket, only a one-way mission ending in bloodshed. Their only prayer: that their final breath would come after emptying their last magazine, hurling their last grenade, or firing their last missile stashed in the cargo hold. Meanwhile, a separate aircraft crossed airspace, touching down briefly at Van Nuys Airport near Los Angeles for fuel. The campus operatives on board had worked through most of the domestic leg, but the real challenge lay ahead. After takeoff, exhaustion won out, and they snatched what sleep they could before landing in Seoul. During the short refueling stop, they stretched stiff limbs and paced like caged animals, too groggy to care about the pre-dawn darkness outside. By the final leg, adrenaline replaced fatigue. Fresh intel from Langley and the FBI painted a clearer picture of the chaos awaiting them in Jakarta. They'd land at dawn, sprint to a rental car, then scramble to a hotel for last-minute gear checks before intercepting a shady State Department meetup at 9 Customs in Jakarta was a slow grind, but it bought Helen and country time to prep the plane. Hidden compartments yielded pistols, comms gear, and medkits, while the others bolted for the rental. The pilots handled paperwork, refueled, and collapsed into crew seats, knowing the next call could send them airborne in minutes. Sleep was a luxury, but so was hesitation, and neither was an option. At dawn, the 3 American operatives rolled up to an all-night drugstore in their rented sedan, stocking up on essentials. Bottled water, energy bars, and miscellaneous supplies filled their basket, with Chavez grabbing a bulk pack of disposable face masks commonplace here due to the thick smog and health concerns. Back in the vehicle, he tossed a stack to his teammates. Caruso smirked, adjusting the elastic straps. "What, are we setting up camp or something?" "Trust me," Chavez shot back. "Once you start moving, these things turn into a sweaty mess. You'll be peeling it off your nose in 5 minutes." "Maybe I'll double up," Dom joked. "Good luck breathing through 2 layers of wet paper," Ryan chimed in. "The meet's in a pedestrian area, no cars, just bikes and scooters. Should we grab a couple for backup?" Chavez merged into traffic, heading toward their downtown hotel, strategically close to where the North Koreans were scheduled to rendezvous with the mystery State Department contact. 2 scooters plus the car. More options mean better odds. We're improvising this whole op. Flexibility's key. By 7, they checked in, arranged scooter rentals through the front desk, and headed upstairs to gear up. Their outfits straddled the line between joggers and laid-back tourists, blending into Jakarta's casual vibe. The meeting spot was Merdeka Square, dominated by the towering national monument, a gleaming 433-foot spire honoring Indonesia's independence. Their hotel sat just west of the square, giving them time to hydrate, scarf down protein bars, and conceal binoculars under loose shirts. A final map review and pep talk shook off the last dregs of jet lag, sharpening focus for what lay ahead. At 8, they dispersed to separate corners of the sprawling square. Chavez parked the car northwest. Dom left his scooter southeast, while Ryan cruised straight toward the monument, helmet on. The space buzzed with activity. Commuters weaving through on scooters, tourists snapping photos, fountains glinting in the morning sun. The monument's broad stone steps, flanked by grassy slopes, offered too many sightlines for comfort. Ryan muttered into his comms, "This place is a security nightmare." "Then start jogging," Chavez replied. "Dom, you're with me. We cover ground, stay mobile." Dom groaned. You realize we're about to sprint into a potential firefight, right? Or, Chavez countered, we spot them first and sidestep the whole mess. Run, pause, scan, rinse, and repeat. Stay on comms. Ryan's scooter puttered past a cluster of statues. If you pull a hamstring, I'll grab you some icy hot on my way back. Dom's response was succinct. Bite me. The team of operators fanned out across the expansive plaza, their movements calculated as they converged toward the National Monument's steps. Over their comms, they debated the unusual choice of a public handoff for classified materials. In this digital age, it felt more like a scene ripped from a Cold War spy novel than modern intelligence work. Dominic was quick to piece together a theory. Think about it, he muttered. If this guy sends files electronically, he's got built-in deniability claims his account was hacked, calls it a frame job. But a physical exchange? That's harder to fake when you're caught on camera holding the goods. Chavez caught on instantly. The North Koreans want proof photos of the handover to blackmail their asset later. Exactly, Jack chimed in. They're locking him into a cycle of compliance. One slip, and they own him forever. Chavez adjusted his strategy on the spot. New priority, find their photographer. We're looking for a sniper's nest somewhere with a clean sightline, at least 200 yards out. This plaza's a nightmare for surveillance, but that cameraman's as crucial as the Deep Rock team. And let's not end up as their next glossy targets, masks or not. As Jack and Dom swept their gaze across the sprawling grounds, Jack groaned. You realize this place is bigger than 5 Tiananmen squares put together. Chavez didn't miss a beat. Yeah, and we're 3 guys. But focus the meat's on the north steps. Photog's likely sticking to that axis, so rule out the south. And he won't be buried in the tree line. That cuts our search zone again. Dom sighed. Wish Gavin had a drone overhead right now. Save the wish list, Chavez shot back. Observation deck's a no-go, too exposed, too hard to bug out. They'll want cover and an escape route. Pacing the north perimeter, Jack suddenly snapped his fingers. The embassy's southeast. If they're paranoid about rooftop surveillance, they'll position the meat northwest, using the monument as a blind. Chavez nodded. Smart. Which means their shooters probably set up to keep the monument between him and the embassy. Jack, take the northwest route, see if your hunch pans out. Jack veered onto the long road skirting the plaza, scanning the tree line. 2/3 of the way, a glint of metal caught his eye. 2 figures, unmistakably North Korean. Crouched beside a tripod-mounted camera with a massive telephoto lens. Though it wasn't aimed at the monument yet, their position was too deliberate to be coincidence. Overwatch spotted, Jack radioed. 2 tangos, 300 yards out. They've got the gear for crystal-clear shots if they pivot toward the road. Chavez's voice crackled back firm. Stay sharp. Remember the Deproc guys aren't our primary. The camera is. Dom tightened his grip on the concealed pistol under his jacket as he edged closer to the monument's steps, now just 50 yards from where the exchange was likely to happen. The morning humidity made his second surgical mask cling uncomfortably to his face. If this guy gets within spitting distance of the Koreans, he muttered into his comms, we're looking at either a quiet grab or a full-blown international incident their call. Chavez had planted himself on a bench near the western fountain, pretending to catch his breath while discreetly scanning the area through compact binoculars. 6 potential hostiles moving in pairs, he reported. Civilian clothes, but everyone's packing something: backpacks, briefcases, the whole tourist disguise package. He watched as they fanned out across the plaza. Either they're terrible at tradecraft, or we've got unseen Overwatch giving them the green light. Ryan's scoff crackled over the radio. You'd think spies would know better than to roll up like a school field trip. Or they're the distraction, Dom shot back. Either way, we've got too many players. 25 minutes to go, and this chessboard's getting crowded. Jack's scooter weaved through thickening traffic as he kept eyes on the Korean's camera crew lurking near the trees. They're waiting like we are. No handoff yet. Then Chavez's voice cut in, sharper. Possible target: black trench coat, backpack, heading toward the monument solo. A beat of silence. Then Dom, dry as desert wind. Fantastic. Just what we needed: a spy who dresses like a movie villain. Chavez ignored the jab. We move now, we risk blowing the hole up. But if he reaches those Koreans... He didn't finish. The unspoken plan hung in the air. A warning shot, chaos, and a very hasty exit before local cops put the pieces together. Dom stretched against the monument steps, sweat trickling down his neck. Clock's ticking, boys. Either we bag him clean, or this plaza turns into a bad action movie real fast. Still a couple hundred yards from the monument, the figure trudged south along the eastern edge of the road, shoulders hunched and hands buried deep in his coat pockets. Dom had repositioned to the southern perimeter, leaving Jack with the better vantage point. Swiveling his scooter around, Jack raised his binoculars and zeroed in from the northeast. The lanky stranger moved with nervous energy, head down one moment, then jerking his gaze in every direction, even spinning awkwardly to check behind him. "That's our guy," Jack muttered under his breath. Chavez smirked, stepping out from the tree line. "Looks like someone didn't read the How to Be a Spy for Dummies handbook." Dom chuckled as Chavez fell into step behind the target, maintaining just enough distance to avoid suspicion. The square buzzed with activity, but their trained eyes picked out 10 potential North Korean operatives scattered among the crowd. Chavez exhaled sharply. Well, this just got complicated. Without Clark calling the shots, the weight of command settled on his shoulders. These weren't amateurs. 10 men meant this handoff was critical. Snatching the diplomat now would trigger a firefight, and Chavez wasn't about to gamble with their lives. "Jack," he barked, "get to the car fast. Swing by me, and I'll toss you the keys. We need wheels to extract." Jack gunned the scooter, weaving past clusters of tourists and stone-faced operatives. As he blew past the monument, he caught a glimpse of their target posture, rigid now, eyes locked on the rendezvous point. The keys arced through the air, and Jack snatched them mid-stride. Chavez closed the gap, pulse steady. 1 minute. That's all he needed before making his move. "Dom, once I grab him, we're sitting ducks in that open stretch north of the monument. Deep-Rake won't just watch us walk away." Dom's voice crackled back, calm but edged with tension. "But copy that. I've got eyes on the hostiles. Just don't expect a red carpet when the fireworks start." A flicker of movement near the steps, the diplomat quickened his pace. Chavez's fingers brushed the grip of his sidearm. Pretty or not, this was about to get messy. With no one watching his movements, he knew he could gain the upper hand if they reached for weapons. Still, the sheer number of opponents made him hesitate. "Better not risk it," he muttered. "Stay low and keep feeding me intel, no sudden moves," came the order through his earpiece. "Copy that," he replied. Ding adjusted his plan on the fly. "Once I secure the target, I'm bolting for those northern trees. Gotta use the cover." Ryan's handling the wheels, but this might turn into a full-on sprint. Dom sighed. Of course, because nothing says good morning like a marathon through enemy territory. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. weaved his scooter past the makeshift barricades blocking vehicle access to the square, aiming for the lot where Chavez had parked the rental. As he listened to the comms, his attention snagged on a black Mitsubishi Pajero idling illegally near the entrance. The lone driver, an Asian man in sunglasses, sat motionless. No other cars loitered nearby. Ryan's instincts flared. This guy had North Korean written all over him. Probably the drop-off driver waiting to extract his team. Ding. What if we ditch the rentals and grab wheels the cops can't trace back to us? Jack proposed. We use shell companies for rentals. You know the drill. Ding shot back before cutting comms. Going dark. Target acquisition in 30. Undeterred, Jack pressed. What if I liberate a ride from the North Koreans? What silence? Ding was already in motion, closing in on the American mark, blending in as a casual jogger. Dom's voice crackled in Jack's ear. Your call, man. But screw this up, and you're solo in a brawl you can't win. Jack had already decided. When the driver lifted a walkie-talkie, his suspicions solidified. Swerving the scooter into a sharp U-turn, he parked behind the Pajero and dismounted. Traffic blurred past scooters, a green policey truck that ignored the scene, but stealth wasn't an option now. Speed was. Ding didn't bother drawing his weapon. The Mark's empty hand swung loosely as he walked, and Ding knew he could neutralize any sudden moves. Picking up his pace, he fell into step beside the man, just 200 feet from the National Monument where the North Korean operatives mingled with tourists. In one fluid motion, Ding locked onto his shoulders, his voice a razor's edge. Make a sound, and you're dead. The man stiffened, eyes wide with terror as Ding spun him toward the tree line. Over comms, Ding barked, status. Dom's reply was tense. They're moving, wait hell. They're running at you. All 8. Damn it. Ding hauled the taller man into a fireman's carry and sprinted for the dense foliage. Dom was already in motion, tearing across the road 50 yards behind the charging North Koreans. Ding had a slim head start, but if this turned into a shootout, Dom needed to be close enough to back him up fast. Dom made a split-second decision to bolt northwest along the road, skirting the tree line, figuring the open path would let him outpace the North Korean operatives. With every ounce of strength, he pushed forward, arms slicing through the air, legs pounding the pavement. A parked police cruiser sat idly facing the opposite direction, but Dom barely registered that Indonesian law enforcement was the least of his concerns right now. His focus was locked on reaching Chavez and securing their exit route. Meanwhile, Chavez was wrestling the trench-coated traitor deeper into the woods, dragging him like deadweight. The guy fought back, twisting and shouting, but Chavez wasn't having it. Move your feet or lose 'em. He barked, shoving his Smith & Wesson into the man's ribs for emphasis. When the traitor suddenly screamed for help, Chavez clocked him square in the face mid-stride. Next time, I put a bullet in your leg and haul you myself, he growled, yanking him forward. Jack, meanwhile, was playing a high-stakes game of cat and mouse with the Pajero's driver. Sidling up to the window, he hit the guy with the most absurd question he could think of. You know how to get to San Jose? Just to throw him off. The driver's hand twitched toward the pistol on the passenger seat, but Jack's own weapon pressed against his skull shut that down fast. Try it, and your brains redecorate the interior, Jack warned. Seconds later, he had the van roaring toward the square, plowing through flimsy barricades like they were cardboard. Friendly wheels inbound, don't shoot. He radioed. Gunfire erupted behind Chavez, rounds snapping through the branches overhead. No kidding, genius. He snapped at Dom's panicked update. Another shot whizzed past, way too close for comfort. The traitor's face had gone ghost white, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Then Jack's voice crackled over the comms, steady and sharp, just in time for the next crisis. Jack's voice crackled through the comms. I've got eyes on you, where are you? Ding. Chavez, crouched low in the thicket, replied, still in the trees. We're close, but... Before he could finish, he and the prisoner burst into the open, the black minivan now just a short sprint away. "There," Jack yelled, stomping on the brakes and throwing the van into park. He flung open the side door just as gunfire erupted. 2 shots whizzed past Ding, and a third struck the prisoner in the leg, sending him sprawling into the grass. Ding spun, dropped to one knee, and leveled his weapon. "Dom, lay down some cover." 50 yards down the sidewalk, Dom Caruso skidded to a stop, his breath ragged from the sprint. He caught sight of Ding taking aim while the wounded man writhed on the ground. Dropping into a crouch, Dom steadied his Smith & Wesson, the barrel wavering slightly from his pounding heart. This wasn't about precision, it was about keeping heads down. The moment a figure in a t-shirt darted from the tree line, gun raised, Dom squeezed the trigger. Beside him, Ding did the same. Jack hauled the injured prisoner onto his shoulders in a fireman's carry, ignoring the bullets snapping past. He lumbered toward the van, dumped the man unceremoniously into the back, then drew his pistol and fired toward the trees. "Ding, move. I've got you covered." 3 shots later, Jack realized the prisoner's backpack was missing. The pack grab it. Ding didn't slow as he snatched the bag from the grass and vaulted into the van. Jack emptied his magazine toward the shadows in the trees, no way to know if he'd hit anything, then jumped behind the wheel. Ahead, Dom was reloading, still trading shots with the North Koreans. 10 seconds, Dom," Jack shouted, slamming the gas. Bullets punched through the van's metal, glass shattering behind him. "Everyone alive back there?" Ding's voice came through, tight but steady. "Just drive. He's hit, but he'll live." Dom was already sprinting toward the approaching van when Jack spotted the police cruiser, cutting across the street, angling to intercept. No time to warn him. "Brace yourselves." Jack yanked the wheel, swerving past Dom and ramming the cruiser's front fender. The impact spun the police car sideways, its tire crumpling. The airbag exploded into Jack's face, but it was worth it. Better a wreck than a jail cell in Indonesia. Dom scrambled into the back, landing in a heap on top of Ding and the prisoner, now pinned face down on the floor. The van roared forward, leaving chaos in its wake. Dom slammed the van door shut as Jack swiped at the powdery residue from his deployed airbag. Gunning the engine, he plowed through the wrecked police cruiser while bullets pinged against the metal frame. "Mufo, Recruitment." Jack barked, catching a glimpse of the dazed officers through their spider-webbed windshield. His muttered apology was lost in the chaos as he accelerated eastward before swerving sharply onto a northeast route out of the square. In the back, their captive groaned as he struggled upright, his protest cut short when Chavez shoved a pistol barrel between his teeth. "Save the speech for your interrogation team," Chavez growled, shooting Dom a look. This clown nearly got us ambushed back in the park. Dom was already digging through his medkit. "Got the tape right here." "Perfect." Chavez yanked the prisoner onto his stomach, inspecting the gunshot wound to his calf. It wasn't life-threatening, but blood seeped steadily until Chavez packed it with gauze and secured it with a tight wrap. Up front, Jack's grip tightened on the wheel. Either we hit the jackpot finding this van exactly where we needed it, or there's more of them circling the area. Chavez snorted. "Gee, you think? They definitely know we stole their ride." "Point taken," Jack muttered. "We're doubling back to the west lot, switching to our rental before heading to the airport." "Just don't get us killed on the way," Chavez shot back. Jack smirked. "Wouldn't dream of it." Less than an hour after the crash, the Henley Associates jet roared down the runway at Soekarno-Hatta, climbing steeply into the night sky. Inside, the team huddled around their zip-tied prisoner, now patched up but still gagged. A search had turned up no ID, just 3 binders of classified documents all stamped confidential. Not the high-stakes intel they'd expected. As Chavez peeled the tape from the man's mouth, The prisoner blurted, Ben Kincaid. Benjamin Terrence Kincaid. Just tell me Chavez moved to silence him again, but Kincaid thrashed, spitting out a name. Jennifer. Is she pausing? Chavez exchanged glances with the others. Who's Jennifer? Kincaid's face went pale. My wife. You mean you didn't? Chavez sighed. Buddy, we didn't even know your name until 30 seconds ago. All we knew was some embassy rat was selling secrets to North Korea. The color drained from Kincaid's face as realization hit. The Matt means. Is he still out there? His voice cracked. And they'll come for her. Ben Kincaid's voice cracked with desperation as he strained against his restraints. Tell me you got Jennifer out. For God's sake, she's not safe there. You have to tell me she's alive. The men from the campus exchanged uneasy glances, clearly thrown by his outburst. Chavez stepped closer, his tone firm but measured. Take a breath. Free, ocean disappeared alifware. What are you talking about? Kincaid's face twisted in fury. You're clueless. Jennifer's CIA deep cover. She's in Belarus, and if those bastards make one call, she's dead. The revelation hit Chavez like a punch. Your wife's a nosh. Then how the hell do you know her location? Because the same pricks you tangled with in Jakarta shoved photos in my face. Kincaid spat. They had proof, said she was embedded with some Belarusian syndicate. If I didn't cooperate, they'd burn her cover. And now his voice broke. Chavez didn't wait for more. He bolted to the front of the plane and dialed Mary Pat Foley. The second she picked up, her voice was tight with urgency. Jakarta's a mess. Boo, Tehran status? No time, Chavez cut in. Ben Kincaid's wife Jen, she's a note in Minsk. The North Koreans threatened to expose her if he didn't play along. Mary Pat's sharp inhale said it all. Jay Canfield's protege. Damn it. A beat of silence, then she muttered, Hold on. The line went silent as she connected with Canfield. Chavez paced, the weight of wasted minutes pressing down. Behind him, Kincaid's ragged sobs mixed with curses. When Mary Pat returned, her voice was steel wrapped in velvet. Jay's sending a team. They're moving now. Cover be damned. Chavez checked his watch, nausea rising. We've had Kincaid for over an hour. The Koreans had a head start. Those foot soldiers won't act alone, Mary Pat countered, though her words lacked conviction. It'll take time for orders to reach Minsk. Chavez exhaled hard. You don't believe that any more than I do. A pause. Then, quieter. Then pray Jay's boys are faster than a bullet. Hanging up, Chavez schooled his expression and turned back. Kincaid's tear-streaked face met his. Hope and terror warring in his eyes. The unspoken truth hung heavy. They might already be too late. Ben Kincaid's voice cracked as he demanded answers. What's going on out there? The response came too calm, too measured. We're handling it. His fists clenched. That tells me nothing. The agent finally leveled with him. Langley's extracting your wife as we speak. Kincaid stared blankly out the airplane window, the clouds below mirroring his swirling thoughts. That intel, I compromised. Do you realize how insignificant it was? Dom cut in with bureaucratic finality. Classification level doesn't change the violation. Bullshit. Kincaid's chair rattled as he lunged against his restraints. It was a goddamn media contact list, names of Jakarta-based journalists we brief off record. Half these outlets openly criticize us. And those thugs claim to be South Korean businessmen. Jack's jaw tightened. North Korean operatives, more likely. Once they had you passing anything shopping lists, birthday invites, they owned you. The plane hit turbulence, metal groaning like Kincaid's conscience. The secure phone's shrill ring froze the cabin. Chavez's shoulders sagged as he listened, the silence thickening until he rasped, "Untie him." Kincaid's walk to the cockpit took an eternity, his shackles replaced by invisible weights. Behind him, Dom muttered what they all knew. "We just signed that woman's death warrant." The truth arrived in jagged fragments, Jennifer's body dumped at the Minsk embassy gates, the brutality suggesting message over efficiency. Jack stared at his reflection in the darkened window, watching clouds smear like bloodstains. Intel failures don't absolve us. We're the ones who triggered this. Chavez's briefing folder slipped from his grasp, papers fanning across the aisle. Mary Pat's team found anomalies. This wasn't just an op, it was someone's endgame. A coffee cup shattered against bulkhead as Jack erupted. They were always going to kill her. The moment Langley detected the leak, she became collateral. Up front, Kincaid's muffled sobs threaded through the engine's roar, a counterpoint to Chavez's grim update. That media list? It had embedded assets. We didn't just lose a wife today. We burned a dozen sources. The plane banked sharply, its trajectory as irrevocable as their choices. The prisoner remained in their custody, his desperation palpable enough that any reckless move seemed possible without a vigilant, compassionate yet highly skilled guard stationed nearby for the entire grueling flight back to Washington, D. 13 more hours stretched ahead, and silence hung heavy in the cabin. None of them seemed inclined to break it. A scheduled fuel stop in Mexico City turned into an unexpected 24-hour delay, thanks to stormy weather. But eventually, the aging Antonov touched down at Ardmore Downtown Executive Airport in Oklahoma just past 2 in the morning. On board were Abu Musa al-Matari, his 2 associates, and a dangerous cache of weapons. Only a lone customs agent and a single air traffic controller were present to handle the arrival of this so-called NAFTA flight from South America. The paperwork had been pre-approved, the cargo listed as faulty agricultural equipment, nothing more than a bureaucratic formality. The agent barely glanced at the crew's passports before rubber stamping the documents, never bothering to inspect the actual cargo. If he had, he might have noticed the rocket launchers, rifles, and suicide vests hidden beneath tarps, or the 3 armed ISIS operatives casually resting their hands on Glock pistols in the rear galley. A discreet envelope stuffed with $25,000 changed hands, and the agent hurried off the plane without a second thought, ignoring the half-dozen figures transferring heavy crates into a waiting U-Haul. Some things were better left unseen. By 4 the Antonov was airborne again, leaving behind the Chicago cell, along with operatives code-named Tripoli and Algiers, plus Musa al-Matari himself. 2 tons of lethal equipment had slipped into the U.Me undetected. Instead of heading straight to Chicago, the group embarked on a multi-day road trip, crisscrossing the country to distribute weapons to sleeper cells. Storage units in Alpharetta, Richmond, and Ann Arbor were quietly stocked with black plastic crates before the team finally split up. Al-Matari and his 2 lieutenants disappeared into a safe house in Chicago's Lincoln Square neighborhood, while the rest of the cell pushed on to Santa Clara with the final shipment. The operation had gone off without a hitch, just another quiet night in America's heartland. Al-Matari studied the driver's license in his hand, belonging to a Palestinian-American man in his late 30s, with glasses and a thick beard. With some grooming, he could easily pass for this man a useful doppelkern. Armed with this ID and matching credit cards, he moved freely, while his 2 ISIS associates operated under their own forged documents. These seasoned operatives had spent years blending into Western society, mastering the mannerisms even if their features sometimes betrayed them. Random police stops weren't a concern, but they'd avoid unnecessary attention. Their cover stories were airtight, backed by contacts across the country. Al-Matari hadn't risked everything to let some traffic cop unravel his plans. When the time came for his cell to strike, nothing would stand in their way. At dawn, President Jack Ryan's quiet breakfast with his wife Kathy was interrupted by an urgent call from Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam. A classified meeting demanded his immediate attention. Mary Pat Foley, Jay Canfield, Dan Murray, and Defense Secretary Bob Burgess needed to brief him. Kathy left early for surgery at Johns Hopkins, while Ryan prepared for a later flight to assess California's wildfire damage. Their teenage kids, Katie and Kyle, slept soundly upstairs, oblivious to the world. By 7 a.m., Ryan sat across from his national security team in the Oval Office, bracing for bad news. 15 minutes later, he rubbed his temples as the details of Jakarta's fallout settled over him. Her husband knows she's gone, Ryan finally said. Anyone else? Canfield cleared his throat. No family left, parents deceased, no kids. Ben and Jen were planning their return to D, ready to leave field work behind and start a family. Another 3 months, and she'd have been out. Ryan's jaw tightened. Why didn't Ben come to us the second they threatened him? Murray leaned forward. We haven't debriefed him yet. His plane just landed at Reagan. But if I had to guess, fear, primum tempers instead of porter DV? He thought playing along was safer than risking his wife's life. The North Koreans made it seem harmless, just low-level intel in exchange for her safety. Naive, Ryan muttered, though his tone lacked bite. He understood desperation. Murray nodded. He wasn't trained for this. Just a guy who panicked. Ryan exhaled. And we failed him too. Silence filled the room. Murray didn't argue. The moment they realized the initial team couldn't move in without tipping off the enemy, they should have focused more on tracing the breach itself rather than obsessing over taking down Kincaid. Ryan let out a frustrated sigh. Hindsight's always 20/20, isn't it? But with North Koreans involved, they'd have milked that opening for way more than just a few classified documents. Ryan leaned forward, his voice tight. What happens to him now? Murray rubbed his temple. I'll loop in Adler. His State Department days are over, but dragging this into a public trial helps no one. Clean break, that's the play. Canfield barely registered the words, his mind stuck on Jennifer Kincaid's death. Stopping the handoff was necessary, he muttered, jaw clenched. But whoever's outing our operatives, that's the real fire we need to put out. Ryan's gaze sharpened. Any leads? Canfield straightened slightly. NSA's on it. We're feeding them everything. Murray gave a curt nod. That same here. Mary Pat folded her arms. Daily updates, but no patterns yet. These people weren't connected, different backgrounds, no shared history except the 2 CIA ties. No common training, hometowns, nothing. Ryan frowned. What about a centralized personnel database? Exists, but no signs of a hack. Even if someone got in, digging out covert identities would take forever. And it doesn't explain how fingerprints ended up in scanners overseas, or how Jen turned up in Belarus. Mary Pat shook her head. This isn't some script kiddie breach. It's deliberate, surgical. Ryan's expression darkened. I'm attending the star ceremony. Canfield hesitated. Sir, as an oath, her name won't be, I know the drill. No fanfare. And I want Ben Kincaid there. Murray stiffened. Jack, he's still in custody. Ryan's tone left no room for debate. It'll come. It supports A beat of silence, then Murray backed down. The room emptied, heavy with failure, until Ryan called out, "Who extracted Kincaid?" Mary Pat turned, her hesitation speaking volumes. When the others left, she stepped closer. Ryan didn't wait for confirmation. "Is he okay?" "Jack's fine. The whole team is." They're rattled, but the op itself was clean. The campus didn't screw up. Ryan exhaled. If we'd known who they were grabbing. Different playbook, she agreed. He met her gaze. Find the leak. Find El Matari. That's the mission now. As Mary Pat left, Ryan reached for the phone. Across town, Jack Ryan Jr. slept deeply in his Alexandria condo, oblivious to the storm brewing just miles away. The quiet before the next fight. Jack had barely settled back into his apartment, overlooking the Potomac after the grueling international mission. The prisoner had been handed off to Dan Murray's team at daybreak, and after quick goodbyes to his colleagues, Jack had grabbed an Uber home. A scalding shower and 15 minutes of mindless espionage later, he collapsed into bed only to be jolted awake less than an hour later by his buzzing phone. Blinking at the screen, he groaned. Not even 8A. Beterkebis, Ryan. His voice was rough with exhaustion. "Hey, sport." His father's familiar tone cut through the fog. Jack sat up, rubbing his eyes. Morning calls from the president were rare. Something was up. "Everything okay?" "Fine on my end," his dad replied. "How about you?" Jack hesitated. Discussing campus operations was off limits, even with family. "Just catching up on sleep. Got the day off. Sorry to wake you." A pause. Those long flights are brutal. So his dad knew. Mary Pat must have briefed him, which meant the president had asked directly. Jack exhaled. "Yeah. Still processing what went down. Sometimes things unravel, no matter how hard we try." "Dad, we probably shouldn't." "I don't care about the details," his father interrupted. "I care about you. You're carrying this like it's all on your shoulders." "Because it is. I'm not dodging responsibility. I'm figuring out how to do better. The intel failed you. It wasn't a complete picture." "Everyone keeps saying that," Jack snapped. "But I signed up to be the analyst, the one who ensures we get the right intel. Instead, I got sucked into ops. Maybe if I'd been at my desk instead of in a firefight." "You shot at North Koreans?" His father's voice sharpened. Jack winced. "Damn it. Thought you knew." "It was just necessary." "That's never just necessary." Jack dragged a hand through his hair. "Point is, maybe I belonged behind a desk. Maybe I'd actually prevent disasters that way. We prayed the silence." His father, the former analyst, turned accidental operative, understood the pull of the field too well. The adrenaline, the razor focus of life or death decisions. He'd give anything for Jack to walk away, but it wasn't his call. "Your mother and I," he said finally, "we just want you safe and fulfilled. Whatever path you choose, we trust you. Yesterday was tragic, but it's not yours to carry alone." Jack's jaw tightened. "Who burned our guide to the deproc?" "Tree-Dulcer." "We don't know yet. But this goes deeper than Jakarta. Deeper than state. Someone's playing a bigger game." The unspoken weight between them lingered, the kind of tension only a father and son in their line of work could understand. Outside, the Potomac glittered under the morning sun, oblivious to the shadows stretching across Jack's world. The past few weeks had revealed troubling patterns across government agencies, and uncovering the truth had become the highest priority, or at least Ryan hoped it was. But lurking beneath the surface was another crisis, unrelated yet threatening to pull focus and resources away. Jack Jr. knew better than to press his father for details or overstep by making promises on behalf of the campus. Instead, he offered encouragement with a touch of humor. "You're doing great, Dad. Just hang in there. A couple years from now, we'll be out on some lake fishing and reminiscing about how important we used to be." The older Ryan chuckled, appreciating the light-hearted moment. "I'll hold you to that." "Count on it," Jack replied, though he knew his track record for keeping such promises wasn't perfect. Still, he resolved to do better this time. As soon as the call ended, his mind shifted back to the mission, tracking down whoever was responsible for the leak that had cost Jen Kincaid her life. He'd start by digging through intelligence, but if the opportunity arose, he wouldn't hesitate to take more direct action. What Jack didn't know yet was that the man he wanted dead was Alexandru Dalca, a 29-year-old Romanian with a history of deception that started long before adulthood. By the time he was a teenager, Dalca had already mastered the art of manipulation, graduating from petty theft to high-stakes cons. Now, fresh out of Jalava prison, he was more dangerous than ever. Prison had sharpened his skills instead of breaking him. A sleek car had been waiting for him the day he walked free, and without a glance at the open fields or the crisp air, Dalca slid into the back seat, his mind already racing with plans. Revenge, profit, and above all, striking a blow against the country he blamed for his misfortunes. Born in Manicu, the same year Romania's dictator met a violent end, Dalca's childhood was anything but normal. Abandoned by his father and orphaned by a tragic fire, he was left to fend for himself in a grim state-run facility. Survival meant taking to the streets, where he learned to charm tourists with broken English, pick pockets, and turn stolen trinkets into quick cash. The picturesque mountains and budget travelers became his training ground, a far cry from the luxury he now enjoyed in Bucharest's most exclusive district. During their week-long stay in his hometown, a group of British girls practically adopted the charming young boy, bringing him back to their youth hostel, where they fed him and even gave him his own bed. At just 7 years old, Alexandru found himself alone when the girls returned to England, but he stayed behind at the hostel, which housed the only internet cafe in Romania outside of Bucharest during those early days of the web. Fascinated by the glowing screens, he had never seen a computer before and spent endless hours hovering over travelers' shoulders, asking endless questions in broken English as he watched them play games and message people across the globe. Clever and quick, he'd occasionally slip a few bills from their bags, just enough to avoid suspicion, but never enough to get himself kicked out. Over time, Dalca became a familiar face at the hostel, taking on odd jobs while sharpening his skills at swindling tourists out of spare change and snacks. His English improved rapidly, fueled by conversations with travelers and hours spent glued to the VCR in the common room, absorbing American movies. By his early teens, he'd graduated from petty theft to more elaborate schemes, joining a crew of older Romanian teens running eBay scams. They'd post fake listings, collect payments from unsuspecting Americans, and vanish only to resurface with new accounts. Alexandru's smooth English made him invaluable, and once his voice deepened, he became the group's go-to-phone operator, spending 12-hour shifts soothing furious customers with a calm, convincing act. But when eBay buyers wised up to the Central European scam hotspots, the crew adapted. Alexandru transformed into an arrow, a money mule crisscrossing Western Europe by bus and train, collecting wire transfers and checks before funneling the cash back to his crew. By 16, his street smarts and fluency in English turned him into the mastermind of his own operation. By 19, he was cruising town in a used Porsche 911, proof that crime, for him, paid well. His rise might have continued unchecked if not for the FBI. One night, they stormed his Bucharest apartment alongside Romanian cybercrime investigators. Known as a key player in a high-dollar fraud ring, Dalka was made an example, sentenced to 6 years in Jalava prison. If he'd harbored no love for people before, he now burned with a deep hatred for Americans. But prison offered 3 things that would shape him into something far more dangerous: a library, a network of seasoned con artists, and a spy. Luka Gabor wasn't just any inmate, he was a former Romanian intelligence operative turned master manipulator, serving a lengthy sentence for his crimes. Inside prison walls, he spotted potential in young Alexandru Dalka, a 21-year-old with sharp instincts but no moral compass. Gabor saw an opportunity: mold Dalka into the perfect protege, someone who could execute scams on the outside while funneling profits back to Gabor's daughter. Under his tutelage, Dalka honed his natural talent for deception, learning not just how to manipulate people but how to dig up their darkest secrets using nothing but publicly available information. Between Gabor's lessons, Dalka devoured every book in the prison library on hacking, coding, and social engineering. His mentor even slipped him a reading list: obscure manuals, dark web forums, anything to sharpen his skills for the day he'd walk free. True to his word, Gabor set him up with a job at his old firm Ardal, a company that sounded legitimate but thrived in the shadows. The morning Dalka left Jalava prison, a sleek Mercedes whisked him away to a high-rise in downtown Bucharest, where his new life began. Dalka had all the makings of a world-class intelligence asset: brilliant, resourceful, relentless. But he lacked one critical thing: empathy. Money was his only god, and people were just obstacles or opportunities. Prison had only deepened his detachment, turning him into something clinical, calculating. He didn't just ignore others' suffering, he didn't even recognize it existed. To him, life was a zero-sum game, and he intended to win. Ard, the company that now employed him, was a masterpiece of deception itself. Its website boasted vague corporate jargon, a London P. box, and absolutely no hint of its real operations. No glossy headquarters photos, because the truth was far less glamorous: a grim Soviet-era concrete block in Bucharest, packed with hackers and researchers who specialized in psychological manipulation. Their job? Convincing strangers across the globe to hand over everything: passwords, bank details, their entire digital lives. And Dalka? He was their newest weapon. Within months of his release from prison, Alexandru Dalka became the company's most valuable researcher. He wasn't a hacker coding bored him to tears, but he had a gift for persuasion, building trust with a single phone call, his voice oozing charm and confidence until he got exactly what he wanted. In a business that scoured the internet for vulnerable targets, a smooth talker like Alex was worth his weight in gold. His specialty? Social engineering, manipulating people into handing over their passwords. But he didn't just rely on charm. He dug deep, uncovering personal details most would never think to hide. If his target was a bank executive in Cyprus, Alex didn't stop at learning the man's title. He found out where he played tennis, who he was secretly seeing, even where the secretary's husband ate lunch so he could casually bump into him. This meticulous research became his trademark, something he realized early on was far more valuable than any hacking skill. Alex was a natural at OSINT, open source intelligence, an art form he perfected between cons. When he wasn't scamming someone, he was buried in books on the subject or badgering the company's hackers for intel. He couldn't find himself. He knew that no matter how careful someone was online, all it took was one chatty friend or an old forgotten social media post to unravel their entire life. Take Joe, for example, a CIA officer with airtight personal security. Too bad his sister's college roommate in Reston loved oversharing on unencrypted emails, casually mentioning Joe's State Department stint in Paris. A few clicks later, Alex found embassy staff reminiscing about Joe's welcome party, then noticed the sudden wipe of his college accounts, something that never happened to regular diplomats. Bingo, Naiva Tattleclee. Joe wasn't just a diplomat, he was a spy, now stationed back at Langley. Alex called this game identity intelligence, and he was terrifyingly good at it. With just a laptop and some patience, he could expose anyone, anywhere. But his world shifted the day his boss pulled him aside. A client called the Seychelles Group had hired their firm, Art, for a special job. Now, it wasn't like China was openly outsourcing cyber warfare, but companies like Art weren't exactly rare. After a string of high-profile hacking scandals, Beijing had learned the value of plausible deniability hiding behind foreign firms full of skilled cash-hungry hackers. To China, paying these middlemen was pocket change compared to the protection they offered. And our traitor, unmistakable. Their team had already been probing you. Government servers. This new job. It was about to get a lot bigger. The hackers had spent over a year infiltrating civilian companies with you. Government contracts. Using their systems as a backdoor into classified military and intelligence networks. This wasn't even on Dalka's radar until Art's director, Dragomir Vasilescu, summoned him to an unexpected morning briefing. Dalka, Vasilescu began, cutting straight to the point. I'm pulling you off everything else. Got a new assignment for you. Dalka smirked. Please tell me it's more exciting than the Petrobras case. Tracking Exxon executives' personal lives is like watching paint dry. Took me 5 minutes with a phone and Google. I need something that actually makes me think. Vasilescu allowed himself a thin smile. Dalka had a way of disarming even the most guarded people, but the director knew better than to underestimate him. The man was unnervingly perceptive. Vasilescu half wondered if Dalka was already reading his mind. This should keep you busy, he said, sliding a file across the desk. Our tech team uncovered a goldmine full personnel records from the U. Office of Personnel Management. Security clearance applications, fingerprints, everything. Dalka leaned forward. How many? 20 million. Raw data. When do we just stumbled onto this? Vasilescu chuckled. We lifted it from an Indian cybersecurity firm that had a U. Government contract years ago. They scraped the data during a penetration test and forgot about it, never even opened the files. The beauty. The Americans won't have a clue. We took it from a company that didn't know they had it. Beaten, Dalka muttered Romanian slang for solid. The possibilities were endless. So what's the play? Our client wants us to cross-reference these records with you. Embassy staff in Beijing. Identify who's who. Let me guess, this client is a shell company fronting for Chinese intelligence. May is officially. The Seychelles Group, Vasilescu said, rolling his eyes. Very creative. But yes, obviously Beijing's behind it. They'll use it to flush out spies or pressure assets. Plus, the files list foreign contacts handy for finding their own traitors. Dalka cracked his knuckles. Give me the files. I'll need a month to sort the data, build a system, and handpick a team. We Churakes to Kensicher. Use whatever resources you need. Just make sure the client gets what they're paying for. Dalka had just informed the client that the first shipment of goods would be ready for delivery in 3 months. The rest of his day was spent tackling paperwork, but by evening, his focus shifted to the stolen files from the Indian cybersecurity firm. This raw intelligence was stored exclusively on a secure, air-gapped machine. At art headquarters, no backups, no outside access, not even for the client. At 8 p. Dalka entered the locked room for the first time, and within an hour, he grasped the enormity of what he held. This wasn't just data, it was a vault of classified government secrets, untouched by anyone outside Washington. He worked straight through the night, and when Dragomir Vasilescu, the company director, walked into his office the next morning, he found Dalka waiting, bleary-eyed but wired. "Damn, kid," Vasilescu muttered, dropping his briefcase on the desk. "You pull an all-nighter?" Dalka didn't bother with pleasantries. "The SF-86 forms," he said. "We've got every security clearance application from 1984 up until 5 years ago. Every lie, every secret, every skeleton in the closet." Vasilescu barely blinked. "Lad, Torseg. Our job is to extract what the Seychelles group wants Chinese intel on American spies." Dalka leaned forward, fingers drumming the desk. "That's the bare minimum. This isn't just about catching a few moles. We could map out every intelligence operative globally, their aliases, their networks, their weak spots." Vasilescu scoffed. "You think Beijing cares about some CIA guy in Reykjavik? Stick to the script. We get paid to deliver, not to play spy games." But as Dalka walked out, his mind was already racing ahead. The data wasn't just names and forms, it was medical histories, property deeds, even fingerprints. Buried in the noise were patterns, connections, leverage. The Seychelles group wanted a scalpel. Willow Weird, Zalka. He was holding a chainsaw, and he knew exactly how to use it. Countless individuals around the globe would pay top dollar for classified intel on American military personnel, intelligence operatives, and government officials, and Alexandru Dalka happened to have access to it all. The idea of monetizing this stolen data had crossed his mind before, but he'd never acted on it. Sure, he could compile dossiers exposing these people, labeling them as spies or security risks, but then what? He had no direct line to foreign intelligence agencies, no way to discreetly offer his services to the Russians, Cubans, or anyone else willing to pay. That is, until he considered the dark web. After weeks of research, Dalka realized he could establish an anonymous marketplace, a digital black market where buyers could discreetly bid on sensitive information. It wasn't an overnight operation. It took months of careful planning, all while he continued his usual work for the Seychelles group. But behind the scenes, he was refining his scheme, searching for the perfect opportunity to test the waters. His routine of extracting personal data led him to Reddit, a sprawling online forum where no topic was off-limits. The platform's users thrived on controversy, making it an ideal testing ground for the stolen opium files. The timing couldn't have been better. The EU had recently launched a military operation in the Baltic, sparking heated debates across Reddit. While many discussions were in Russian, Dalka zeroed in on English-speaking anti-American threads. He needed a low-stakes trial run, and after weeks of lurking, he found his mark, a Reddit user claiming to be the brother of a mechanic aboard the sunken Russian submarine Kazan. The man's posts were filled with fury, blaming America for his brother's death, and even revealing his own precarious immigration status in the EU. Dalka dug deeper. A news article mentioned the captain of the USS James Greer Scott Hagen, who had played a key role in the Baltic engagement. Cross-referencing Navy records, Dalka confirmed Hagen's rank and background, then pulled up the officer's decades-old security clearance application from his early days at Annapolis. Property records showed Hagen owned a home in Virginia Beach and a rental in North Carolina, both co-owned by his wife, Laura. A quick Google search painted a fuller picture. Hagen wasn't some shadowy operative, but a career officer who coached Little League and served ice cream at Navy family events. There were photos of him at formal gatherings, his wife smiling beside him. Curious, Dalka checked Facebook, but Hagen's profile was nowhere to be found. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here was a man living an ordinary life, completely unaware that his personal details were now a commodity in the shadows. Dalka smirked. This was just the beginning. Laura Hagen had a Facebook account, but it had been inactive and locked since the Gulf incident 7 months prior. Determined, Dalka dug through old Opan records, knowing that decades-old data might still hold clues. He focused on Hagen's family, landing on an unmarried sister in Indiana. Though outdated, her application included a social security number, enough for Dalka to cross-reference marriage records. He discovered Susan Hagen had wed Alan Fitzpatrick in Bridgeport, Connecticut, in the 90s, with no divorce on file. With the sister's identity confirmed, Dalka returned to Facebook, expecting a tedious search for mentions of her brother Scott. Instead, he struck gold immediately, typing brother into her post history. The second result revealed Susan's excitement about visiting Princeton, New Jersey, for her son's soccer tournament, where she'd reunite with Scott's family after years apart. A quick follow-up confirmed Susan had 2 brothers, Scott, the naval officer Dalka wanted, and Raymond, a Florida resident with teenage daughters. Bingo! Commander Scott Hagen, the man behind the Kazan sinking near Poland, would be in Princeton in 6 weeks. Dalka spent an hour profiling Susan's travel habits, noting her preference for Hampton Inns. He called the nearest location, posing as Scott, and casually asked about extending his stay. The clerk corrected him. His reservation was only for Friday and Saturday. Dalka feigned hesitation, claiming he'd check with his wife before hanging up. Next, he contacted a Russian Reddit user, offering intel on Hagen's whereabouts, photos of his family, and the hotel details free of charge. Money wasn't the goal this time. Dalka wanted proof his system worked, that decades-old OPEM data could pinpoint targets in real time. He sent the package, set a Google alert for Hagen's name, and moved on. 6 weeks later, an alert popped up, a shooting at a New Jersey Mexican restaurant. Among the wounded was Commander Hagen. The gunman, Vadim Rekshkov, likely the Reddit user, was dead, along with 3 others. Dalka skimmed the article without a flicker of concern. Casualties meant nothing. The system had worked. Dalka had already established his lucrative pay site on the dark web, quietly selling classified intelligence to governments like Indonesia, North Korea, and Iran. But now, he had a new potential client, one that intrigued him far more. A shadowy group, monitoring his communications with a Lebanese terror cell, had reached out through the same encrypted channels he'd set up. At first, Dalka was annoyed that his outreach had been intercepted due to sloppy security on his end, but his confidence never wavered. After all, they hadn't uncovered his identity. They were forced to use his own secure methods to contact him. That meant he held the power. Their offer? Too tempting to ignore. They wanted massive amounts of military and intelligence targeting data, and they were willing to pay top dollar. Soon, encrypted emails and texts flew back and forth. Within weeks, Dalka was doing serious business with what he privately dubbed the ISIS guys. No other explanation fit their intense focus on American personnel in Syria and Iraq. Their requests were expansive, their payments up front, their ambitions unmistakable. They weren't just buyers. They were players with deep pockets and lethal intentions. Dalka's dealings with North Korea and Iran faded into the background. Why waste time on small fish when these guys were ready to drain their accounts for a treasure trove of targets? He'd squeeze them for every cent, and in return, he'd hand them a hit list that would make headlines. Money was great, but the thought of watching Americans fall on the evening news? That was the real payoff. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, Virginia, Bartosz Midas, Jankowski, and Adara Sherman met for the first time in the dimly lit parking garage beneath Hendley Associates. John Clark made the introductions just as Chavez, Caruso, and Ryan Jr. arrived, all geared up for their morning run. The group set off along the Mount Vernon Trail, the Potomac River glinting beside them. The pace was easy, the conversation flowing mostly. Clark hung back, partly because 5 miles wasn't as effortless as it used to be, but mostly to observe the team's dynamic. There was a stiffness in the air, but he knew it wasn't about Midas or Adara. The 3 campus operatives had just returned from Jakarta, and the mission's aftermath still weighed heavily, especially on Jack. Normally the first to welcome a new recruit, today he barely spoke unless addressed. Clark made a mental note: Jack needed support. The guilt from Minsk couldn't be allowed to fester. The job demanded focus, and Clark would make sure Jack didn't lose his. As dawn broke, Midas hauled his gear bag from the bed of his truck and trailed the team into the office. He was directed to a locker room to clean up and change, while Jack, Dom, and Ding hit the showers before grabbing breakfast at a local diner. Adara, fresh from the women's locker room, headed straight to the 3rd-floor conference room, where she knew coffee and a light breakfast would be waiting. To her surprise, Midas was already on his 2nd cup, stirring in a splash of milk. "Uh-oh," she joked, grabbing a bowl of cereal. "Hope I don't look too high maintenance taking longer than you to get ready." Midas chuckled. "Nah. My ex would have needed triple the time just to pick an outfit. I'm low maintenance, throw on clothes, towel dry my hair, and go. No judgment here." Clark walked in, freshly showered and sharp. "Midas, about this morning, no worries, mister. I've been the new guy before. They'll come around." "It's not you," Clark clarified. "The team just wrapped a tough op yesterday. No details, but let's just say the aftermath hit hard. Jack especially. They'll need a few days to reset." Midas nodded. "Been there." Adara understood. She'd seen Dahlm withdraw after rough missions before, and now, as she trained to join their ranks, she knew to give him space. Not that she had much time to dwell on it. Clark laid out a packed 6-week training plan before Jerry Henley arrived to brief Midas on Henley Associates' unique government ties. By 8, the real work began. To operate at the campus, Midas and Adara needed to know every cog in the machine, from the finance teams on the white side to the analysts, hackers, and logistics experts on the black side. Adara had worked here for years, but half her time was spent either on the Gulf Stream or at their small airport office, recently moved from Baltimore to Reagan National. Clark guided them through introductions to nearly all 80 employees before diving into the most eye-opening part: the short but powerful list of officials who knew the campus's true purpose. From the Director of National Intelligence to the President himself, the names carried weight, but the secrecy was tighter than a vault. The covert organization had handled over a dozen high-stakes missions in recent years, meaning plenty of individuals had brushed shoulders with its operatives. Yet Jerry Henley and his leadership team worked tirelessly to minimize exposure and keep connections vague. Midas understood this firsthand from his time. A few years back, he'd been an officer in an elite military unit deployed overseas when he was suddenly introduced to a shadowy group without being briefed on their true affiliations. At the time, it struck him as bizarre, but now, standing on the opposite side, he found reassurance in knowing just enough government insiders provided unofficial protection for their operations. Late that afternoon, Clark led his team down to the underground firing range on level B3, tucked beneath the parking garage. For hours, they drilled with the MP5, M4, and the sleek Sig Sauer, M-Pax, a potential replacement for the aging UMP stashed aboard their Gulfstream as a close-quarters backup. Surprisingly, Adara had more trigger time on the new Sig than Midas, though Delta Force had stuck with the MP7 as their compact weapon of choice. Still, their target groupings were nearly identical. Adara might not match Midas's sharpshooting skills, but in a tight-knit unit like theirs, versatility mattered more. Her expertise stretched beyond firearms, advanced medical training, logistics mastery, and a deep knowledge of global aviation. She could fly, he couldn't, though both were seasoned on the water. Their differences balanced the team where she blended in. He'd draw attention, and vice versa. Clark noted with approval that Midas showed no hesitation training alongside a woman. It was a far cry from his own early days in uniform, when the idea would have seemed downright distracting. These days, Adara felt almost like family, though Clark made a point to treat her with the same relentless standards as anyone else. After burning through ammo well into the evening, they grabbed smoky ribs at a nearby barbecue joint before heading to an outdoor range in Springfield for night drills. Under the eerie glow of night vision, they cleared a mock shoot house, Adara holding her own while Midas moved with the precision of a seasoned Delta operator. Because, well, he was. By the time Clark called it a night past 11, Adara was exhausted. "Solid work today," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "But tomorrow? That's when the real fun starts." She had no doubt he'd repeat those words every dawn for the next 6 weeks. Meanwhile, halfway across the globe, the opening gambit of the Islamic State's plan to lure American forces back into the Middle East unfolded not with Sami bin Rashid's cell in the U, but in Sicily. 3 ISIS operatives, smuggled among Syrian refugees, had trained in hidden Raqqa tunnels before weaving through Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. Slipping away from the refugee trail, they crossed illegally into Hungary, unnoticed and ready. The 3 men slipped into Slovenia unnoticed, where they were met by fellow ISIS operatives who had already established themselves across Europe. These contacts provided them with everything they needed for their mission. Now, a group of 6, they traveled south through Italy, spending an entire day navigating highways before reaching the coastal town of Reggio Calabria. Under the cover of darkness, they commandeered an 8-meter fishing vessel, complete with a small Zodiac inflatable boat attached. Crossing the Strait of Messina, they reached Sicily, anchoring in a secluded cove during daylight hours before setting out again at night. Using GPS coordinates from their phones, they pinpointed a spot near Fontanarossa, a quiet beach town, where the 3 Syrian operatives transferred to the Zodiac and began their silent approach toward shore. Naval Air Station Sigonella, just a short drive west of Fontanarossa, served as the nerve center for military operations in the Mediterranean. From here, American forces launched strikes against ISIS strongholds in Syria, Iraq, and Libya, as well as counterterrorism missions across North Africa. The base was heavily fortified guards, gates, and surveillance ensured its security, while local authorities monitored for any suspicious activity nearby. But on this particular morning, the waters east of Sigonella remained eerily calm, disturbed only by the faint ripple of the approaching Zodiac. The men cut the engine as they neared the shallows, wading ashore in waist-deep water before abandoning the boat without a second thought. Each carried an H&K submachine gun, extra ammunition, and a suicide vest, carefully wrapped in plastic gear they had received from their European contacts and guarded fiercely since leaving Slovenia. After scanning the deserted beach, they moved swiftly across the sand, taking cover in tall grass near a quiet residential street. The leader, who had been entrusted with the phone loaded with Google Maps, checked their position and realized they had drifted slightly off course. With a quiet gesture, he directed the others north. After securing their vests and performing a final equipment check, They moved quickly down the beach road before turning onto Via Pesce Falco. Staying low, they darted between fenced yards, avoiding streetlights but prioritizing speed over stealth. The man with the phone lagged slightly, scrutinizing the map before suddenly stopping. The others, realizing their mistake, doubled back. The target house was unremarkable, just another tiled roof home, among many but the adjacent vacant lot, overgrown with seagrass, provided the perfect cover for their approach. As they crouched in the shadows, the weight of their mission settled over them, the quiet before the storm. The intruders vaulted over the back fence, their boots crunching on gravel as they approached the sliding glass door. The lead gunman wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve while waiting for the other two to catch up. Testing the door handle, he found it locked, no surprise. Without hesitation, he flipped his MP5 around and smashed the buttstock against the glass near the latch, shattering it with a sharp crack. After unlocking the door, the three men slipped inside, swallowed by the shadows of the unfamiliar house. This wasn't just any home, it was a rental property leased to 4 Navy lieutenants, all FZ-18 Hornet pilots in their 20s. While Navy regulations strictly prohibited carrying firearms off base, Lieutenant Mitch Fountain, a South Dakota native raised around rifles and shotguns, never left his Beretta M9 behind. To him, the idea of sleeping unarmed in a world full of threats was unthinkable. That stubborn habit proved crucial when the sound of shattering glass jolted him awake at 4:30 a.m. Grabbing his pistol, he flicked off the safety and bolted toward the stairs, just in time to see 3 armed men climbing toward him, their silhouettes outlined by a dim nightlight. Without a second thought, Fountain fired 3 precise shots, dropping one attacker before a burst of automatic fire cut him down. Chaos erupted as the remaining terrorists sprang into action. One scrambled to strip the dead man's suicide vest, while the third charged into the hallway, where the other pilots, still groggy from sleep, emerged armed with whatever they could grab: a baseball bat, a tennis racket, a folding knife. The terrorist didn't hesitate. As they rushed him, his fingers found the pressure switch dangling from his sleeve. A flick, a press, and the entire second floor vanished in a fireball. Downstairs, the blast sent the last attacker sprawling onto his fallen comrade. Shaking off the shock, he yanked the vest free and bolted out the front door, sprinting down the street, as lights flickered on in neighboring homes. Car alarms wailed in the distance, but he barely noticed. His mind was locked on finding another target. Spotting the largest house on the block, he dashed up the driveway just as the front door swung open. A bewildered man in a bathrobe barely had time to register the threat before the terrorist barreled into him, knocking him to the ground. The hunt wasn't over yet. The 2 men collapsed onto the ground as more figures rushed down the stairwell beside them. With a chilling calm, the terrorist pressed his thumbs against the detonators of both explosive vests and triggered them in one swift motion. Meanwhile, aboard Air Force One cruising at 38,000 feet over Nebraska, President Ryan studied the quartet of monitors lining the conference room wall. Each screen displayed a key advisor: Defense Secretary Burgess, Secretary of State Adler, Attorney General Murray, and Director of National Intelligence Foley. Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam sat quietly nearby as Burgess delivered his grim update. 9 fatalities confirmed, 7 of them American. 5 junior Navy officers, 4 Hornet pilots supporting operations in Libya and Syria, and a lieutenant commander who had just arrived at Sigonella. He and his wife were staying at a beachside bed and breakfast near the pilots' off-base housing. Burgess paused before adding, 2 Austrian tourists and 2 Italian locals also killed, with 5 more wounded, 2 critically. Mary Pat Foley cut in, her voice tight. An ISIS-affiliated site claimed responsibility minutes after the attack, even naming one of our dead pilots. Their intel was precise, too precise. They knew exactly where to strike. Ryan's jaw tightened. At the Cleatier. How? How did they pinpoint that lieutenant commander's location? Foley shook her head. We are auditing every network, but so far, no breaches. It's like they had a roadmap. Ryan exhaled. This feels like the Hagen attack all over again, another targeted hit on the Navy. Except this time, Burgess countered, it's ISIS, not some lone Russian hacker. But their intel's just as unnervingly accurate. Ryan turned to Foley. Any chance this means a Matari's in Europe, not heading here? Doubtful, she replied. ISIS European ops are run by locals. Al-Matari wouldn't waste his time there, he's got bigger ambitions. Murray interjected, speaking of Al-Matari, we've got a lead on that language school the Yazidi girl mentioned. It's in the El Salvadoran jungle, near where those Guatemalan ex-Spec Ops guys were training. FBI swept it yesterday. Place was empty, but the shell casings told the story. Small arms. Tref de tree this deserve. Mostly. But no way that's all they practiced with. Ryan leaned back, rubbing his temples. So we've got a ghost camp, a missing terrorist kingpin, and a Navy that's somehow still a step behind. The room fell silent, the hum of the jet's engines the only sound. The intelligence briefing took a grim turn as the team analyzed the evidence from the burn pit and local reports of sustained gunfire over several weeks. Based on the intel, we're likely dealing with a force of 25 to 50 individuals, the AG stated. He speculated that if they infiltrated the U, they'd likely split into smaller groups of 4 to 8, though there was a silver lining. Unlike typical compartmentalized cells, taking down one operative could expose others, as they'd trained together. Ryan frowned. Why train them all in one place? That's against standard protocol. Mary Pat chimed in, exactly. El-Matari isn't careless, there's a strategy here. Dan Murray expanded the investigation, revisiting past terror watch list subjects. A lead emerged quickly. A Florida 7-Eleven owner, previously flagged, was murdered alongside his wife in what locals dismissed as a botched robbery. But nothing was stolen, and before his death, he'd mentioned a scrap trip to a Guatemalan language school. Ryan wasn't convinced. That's thin. Murray agreed but pressed on, detailing another suspect, Kate Babe Albaf, a Turkish national once under surveillance for radical remarks at UC Santa Clara. Recently, he'd vanished to Honduras, coinciding with the Guatemalan commando's absence. Bet his Spanish improved, Ryan muttered. Murray shot back, doubt it. More likely, he's mastering suicide vests. Frustrated, Ryan demanded stronger evidence. Mary Pat delivered. A used car salesman from Atlanta, Mustafa Harak, had also booked a language school trip to Guatemala dates, aligning eerily with Albaf's. Ryan connected the dots. They trained in El Salvador's neighboring countries, then slipped across borders. Murray grimaced. We can't track them now. Both men and Albaf's wife have vanished. No credit card activity, no trace. Ryan exhaled sharply. They're already in position. Foley confirmed it. The room tensed. They'd thwarted al-Natari's first plot by spotting his Syrian camp, but this time, the enemy was already moving. This time, the training operation shifted to El Salvador. Mary Pat chimed in. We're tracking boats leaving La Libertad, the nearest port just 15 miles out. We're also monitoring flights from San Salvador charters, cargo planes, anything that headed to the U. In the last 10 days, Murray jumped in. They might have flown from another location, made a stop, then transferred. It's a long shot, but it's our only lead. Ryan exhaled sharply. There must be hundreds of flights matching that description landing at Miami alone. Ab Houston, L. Wada Prakrach Moin Mulatring. It's a nightmare. Mary Pat nodded. Jay and I will keep digging, and Dan will handle the domestic angle. Homeland's already got a bolo out for these guys. Ryan glanced at the sketch based on the Yazidi girl's memory. We need to plaster Musa al-Matari's face everywhere. Murray agreed. We'll label him a dangerous ISIS operative in the U. That'll get media attention, though changing his appearance won't be hard. Secretary of State Scott Adler, silent until now, cleared his throat. Mr. President, about Sigonella there's something else. You'll get questions on this during the press conference. Defense Secretary Bob Burgess visibly tensed. Though they couldn't see each other on screen, Ryan caught the reaction. Burgess knew what was coming and wasn't happy. What is it, Scott? Ryan pressed. One of the murdered officers had his sidearm. Ms. Base, insists. Against Italian and our own regulations. It was recovered at the scene used to shoot one of the terrorists. Ryan rubbed his temples. Scott. Sir, don't shoot the messenger. The Italians are furious, but frankly, they can shove it. If they can't protect our people, our guys have every right to defend themselves. Burgess relaxed slightly at that. Ryan held up a hand. No, Scott. I appreciate the sentiment, but you're the diplomat. I'll smooth things over with President Morello. If reporters ask, I'll say the investigation's ongoing. Nay, he smirked. And that I'm damn glad our sailor took one of those bastards down. Ryan glanced at Arnie Van Dam, who stayed silent. Burgess cut in. Our bigger concern is other personnel in off-base housing near Sigonella and other locations tied to ISIS ops. Bahrain, Frankfurt, Incirlik. Hell, half of Europe's bases are involved in some way. Ryan nodded. Pilots are on the front lines. I want them in special ops, senior officers on base. For Sigonella, I'll push Morello to let us station MPs off base temporarily until we secure housing inside the wire. Burgess frowned. Sir, that feels like surrendering to terrorists. Ryan's voice hardened. It's surrendering to this damn intel leak. We don't know how deep it goes, and I won't wait for more casualties. Burgess gave a tight nod. You trend, I crend. The call ended, and Van Dam immediately wheeled his chair closer to Ryan, his expression unreadable. The decision was bound to stir up old tensions across the Middle East, reigniting debates about American involvement in the region. Ryan acknowledged the point with a slow nod. A few years back, the idea of another ground invasion in Iraq was unthinkable. And let's be honest, nobody's ever been thrilled about boots on the ground in Syria. But this approach, special ops, air support, working with the Kurds and Iraqi forces, it's getting results. Arnie leaned forward, his tone cautious. I get it. But if ISIS decides to hit one of our bases in Europe, or worse, here at home you'll have the right screaming for a stronger, faster response. And the left? They'll see it as an opportunity, even if they don't have a real alternative to offer. Jack exhaled, his gaze drifting to the window as the landscape of Iowa rolled past. He believed in the strategy, but belief came with a cost criticism, second-guessing, the weight of decisions that never got easier. The frustration simmered beneath the surface, a quiet anger at the unseen enemy, the unpredictable threats that seemed to multiply like a spreading disease. Sigonella felt like just another symptom, another flare-up in a fight that was slipping out of control. And with Musa Matari still out there plotting, Jack couldn't shake the unsettling thought, could the next battlefield be right here in the heartland? Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. arrived early for the team's morning run, his usual quiet intensity even more pronounced than usual. Indonesia still weighed on him, the mission, the fallout, the lives tangled in the aftermath. Midas, the former Delta operator, jogged alongside him, effortlessly keeping pace while tossing out casual remarks like they were at a backyard barbecue. But Jack wasn't in the mood for small talk. His thoughts kept circling back to the woman in Minsk, a stranger whose death he couldn't shake. Eventually, Midas gave up and surged ahead, leaving Jack to his brooding. After PT, Jack showered and settled into his office, scanning emails while monitoring the news out of Italy. Like every American, he felt the sting of anger and grief over the attack. But beneath that was something sharper, his father's warnings about the recent leaks, the unsettling possibility that one of them had led to Jennifer Kincaid's death. The media framed the Sigonella incident as another random act of terror, but Jack knew better than to take headlines at face value. At 8:30, Gary Henley summoned him. Inside the office, a spread of coffee and pastries waited, along with Gavin Beery, the campus's perpetually disheveled director. Gavin, a man who never met a donut he didn't like, was nursing a bottle of water and a half-eaten orange, a sight so out of character that Jack couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Gavin smirked. "Don't look so shocked, Ryan. It's called a diet." Ryan kept his mouth shut about his own workout habits, though he couldn't help but smirk at Gavin's boast. The truth was, between back-to-back missions and paperwork, he hadn't seen the inside of a gym in days. "Keep it up, Gav," he said instead, clapping his friend on the shoulder. "With your tech wizardry and now this fitness kick, you'll outlive us all." Gavin peeled an orange with exaggerated care. "Damn right. Who else would debug your life?" Jack dropped into a chair, deadpan. "Mayor, honestly, I'd miss your sparkling personality most." Across the room, CNN played silently on the wall-mounted screen. The footage showed emergency crews swarming a bombed-out building near Sigonella Naval Base. The chyron below flashing casualty counts. Jerry Hendley muted the broadcast and joined them at the conference table, coffee in hand. "Spoke with Mary Pat last night," he said without preamble. "The tie is bringing us in unofficially to help trace this security breach, the one that got Jennifer Kincaid killed." Gavin's fingers stilled on the orange peel. He'd read the after-action reports from Indonesia. The collateral damage had been brutal. "What's the play?" "Full data dump from Murray's team," Jerry replied. "They're hemorrhaging intel, J state, even Navy personnel compromised. If we spot a pattern, we call it in." Jack cracked his knuckles. "Scope. Worse than Jewix." Gavin leaned forward, recalling the Chinese cyber attack they'd thwarted years prior. "That was a single network. It's like someone's got keys to every SEF and D." Jerry shook his head. Mary Pat confirmed no connection. These victims wouldn't even appear on the same classified systems. Then we're not hunting one breach, Jack realized. We're looking for a ghost with backstage passes to the entire government. Mama. A beat of silence. Gavin lobbed an orange slice into the air and caught it in his teeth. "Well," he said around the fruit, "good thing ghosts leave digital footprints." Gavin remained uncharacteristically silent, catching Jack off guard. Normally, the man had a quick-witted response for everything after all. He was the sharpest mind at the campus, and never missed a chance to remind people of it. Jerry noticed Gavin's distant gaze and leaned forward. "You okay, Gavin? Something on your mind?" Gavin rubbed his temple. "Just thinking through Ryan's question. I need to see the technical details of this breach, whatever scraps the Justice Department has pieced together. Jack and I can cross-reference the data, figure out how the intel got out. How many incidents are we dealing with?" Jerry exhaled. The J isn't sure. There's the Kincaid situation, the FBI team that responded in Jakarta, a CIA officer held in Iran, and a Navy commander who might have been compromised, though it's unclear if classified material was involved. Jack cut in. So, 3 or 4 confirmed. At least. These are just the ones that surfaced in the last 2 weeks. Could be more we don't know about yet. Before Jerry could continue, his secretary's voice crackled through the speakerphone. Director Henley, Attorney General Murray is on the line. Jerry grabbed the receiver without hesitation. Murray wasn't the type to call without urgency. Damn, he answered briskly. Jack and Gavin watched as Jerry listened, his expression tightening. Yeah, I saw it, he muttered. Then, after a pause, how solid is this? When he hung up, his face was grim. Sigonella, Italy. Terrorists had precise intel on their targets this morning. Dan thinks it's connected to the same leak. Gavin let out a dry chuckle. Just when you think it can't get worse. Jack stood rolling his shoulders. Guess we're officially on the clock. Jerry studied him. I know this hits close to home, especially after Jakarta. Jack's jaw tightened. It does. And that's why I won't let it slow me down. After a measured silence, Gary nodded. Good. Keep me posted. If you need anything access, resources, a direct line to Dan, Mary Pat or Jay, just say the word. By late afternoon, Jack and Gavin were buried in classified files, their laptops glowing in the dim conference room. They divided the workload. Gavin dissected digital trails, potential hacks, data breaches, any electronic fingerprints left behind. Jack focused on human factors moles, careless handlers, compromised allies. As Jack reread the case files, one detail nagged at him. The targets weren't random. Someone had meticulously chosen them, tailoring the intel like a sniper zeroing in. First, Scott Hagen. Then, a CIA NOS collier exposed on Iranian state TV as an 11-year veteran. The precision was unsettling. Across the table, Gavin muttered something about firewalls, but Jack barely heard him. His fingers drummed the desk. Whoever was behind this wasn't just leaking secrets. They were hunting. The CIA had pieced together through undisclosed intelligence channels that Iranian operatives identified Stuart Collier as a CIA officer using fingerprint recognition technology. This detail struck Ryan as odd. He couldn't fathom how an officer's prints would accidentally fall into enemy hands, especially in a way that Tehran could exploit. As he and Gavin combed through files that afternoon, Jack fired off questions to internal analysts, while Gavin tapped his IT contacts for insights. From Gavin's end, the NSA's initial assessment suggested no recent cyber breaches had compromised classified networks, at least none that could explain the leak. They'd only begun investigating a few days prior, but so far, nothing pointed to a digital intrusion. By mid-afternoon, the two took a break. Gavin nibbled at a homemade salad, while Jack tore into a grilled chicken sandwich from a local deli. Between bites, Jack shared his findings. The intel community's working theory is that a single insider, someone with access to all the compromised individuals, leaked the intel. Gavin scoffed. No way. Jack had expected resistance. As a tech expert, Gavin naturally leaned toward a digital breach. Mary Pat confirmed NSA's security sweep came up clean, Jack countered. Plus, the leak's beneficiaries are all over the map: terrorist groups, foreign governments, even private contractors. That doesn't scream state-sponsored hack. More like someone selling secrets to the highest bidder. Gavin remained unconvinced. Just because NSA didn't find a breach doesn't mean it didn't happen. Cyber ops leave ghosts, not footprints. Jack held back. Pushing Gavin further would only harden his stance, and right now, they needed flexibility, not tunnel vision. Hours later, Jack stretched, blinking away screen fatigue. He was about to suggest dinner when he noticed Gavin grinning like a kid who'd cracked a safe. You good? Jack asked. Got a theory, Gavin announced. Let's hear it. What chepre? Jack frowned. The hell's that? Gavin leaned in. The mother lode of clearance applications SF-86 forms. Every agency, every branch, every contractor. If you've got a clearance, your life's details are in that database. If multiple agencies got burned, that's ground zero. Jack let the idea simmer. It made a disturbing kind of sense. So you're suggesting we trace everything back to the beginning, to the very first step these individuals took into the classified world. Their initial security clearance applications. Jack leaned forward, arms crossed. Gavin gave a firm nod. Exactly. Once someone gets approved for access, their records get scattered across different agencies, defense, justice, state, you name it. But that first application, that stays in one central location, untouched. Jack rubbed his chin. All right, who's in charge of EKIP? Office of Personnel Management. A beat of silence passed as Jack processed the idea. Look, Gavin, I get where you're coming from, but you really think nobody at NSA, DIA, or CIA has already run this theory into the ground? Gavin smirked. Oh, they thought of it. Then they checked if EKIP had been hacked. No signs of a breach? Case closed, move on. But you're convinced they overlooked something. Absolutely. There's no other connection between these people, which means, yeah, they missed something. Happens more than you'd think. Jack exhaled sharply. What if it's not a breach? What if it's just one well-placed insider with access to all this intel? Take Chavez, Guy knows everyone. Bring him in here, and he could rattle off names from CIA no-sees to Air Force pilots without breaking a sweat. Gavin shook his head. Nah, this is a data leak. I'd stake my career on it. No lone wolf handing out secrets like party favors. Jack raised an eyebrow. Fine, let's say you're right. Who's got the skills to crack Opin's network? Gavin hesitated, fingers tapping the desk. Not China. Not Russia. They're the usual suspects, sure, but this doesn't fit their playbook. Russia might slip Iran some scraps, China might feed North Korea, but neither would hand ISIS targeting intel on a U. Base in Italy. Too risky, too messy. Then who? Gavin leaned back, cracking his knuckles. I'll work backward, figure out how someone got in. Then trace the fingerprints. Narrow it down to a short list of suspects. Jack smirked. That's your department. What do you need from me? Gavin glanced at his screen, then at Jack with a tired grin. I'm gonna be here a while. How about grabbing me some food? Nothing crazy, Jack burst out laughing. Who are you right now? Since when do you turn down a burger? Gavin rolled his eyes. Trying to eat better, all right. Don't make it weird. Sure. One overpriced kale salad coming up. Not a vegan, Ryan. Just cutting back. Spare me the judgment. Jack headed for the door, shaking his head. You focus on hacking. I'll handle the takeout. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit brownstone on Chicago's North Winchester Avenue, Abu Musa al-Matari sat glued to the morning news out of Sicily. His safe house buzzed with quiet tension as Algiers, Tripoli, and Rahim, the local cell's leader, watched alongside him, the glow of the screen flickering across their faces. The rest of the cell had scattered across the city, gathering supplies, flashlights, burner phones, canned goods, and bags of fertilizer mixed with hardware store nails for makeshift bombs. While they moved through crowded streets, al-Matari paced the safe house, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. The others celebrated the Sicily attack, cheering each new report of casualties. but their excitement only deepened his irritation. This was exactly the kind of precise, intelligence-driven strike the Saudi had promised him. Yet here he was, stuck in Chicago with no targets, while operatives in Europe reaped the rewards. His phone buzzed uselessly in his hand. Silent Phone, their encrypted app, had been silent all day. The Saudi, his elusive handler, wasn't answering calls or messages, leaving al-Matari to piece together details for news reports. The Sicily operation had ISIS's fingerprints all over it. Social media posts traced the attackers back to Syria, and the victims were clearly hand-picked. Exactly the kind of mission he'd been prepped for. By nightfall, his patience had worn thin. Then, finally, a message flashed on his screen. "Call me." He retreated to the second-floor bedroom, the only private space in the cramped brownstone, and dialed. The encryption took a few seconds to lock in before the Saudi's voice crackled through, dripping with impatience. 10 missed calls. What's so urgent? You were busy in Italy, al-Matari shot back. A heads-up would have been nice. The Saudis scoffed. You think you're entitled to every operation. You're one cell among dozens. Spare me the lecture. You're not even ISIS, just some rich patron playing warlord. Itri pause. Then coldly, question my loyalty again, and you'll regret it. Al-Matari clenched his jaw. The man was toying with him. My team is ready. Every delay risks exposure. Where are my targets? Patience. One more day. New, or what? Al-Matari snapped. I start picking my own. The Saudis' composure shattered. 24 hours. Do nothing until then. The line went dead. Al-Matari stared at the phone, his hands trembling not with fear, but with the certainty that if the Saudi failed him again, he'd take matters into his own hands. Chicago wouldn't know what hit it. A burning frustration surged through him. Whether it was anger toward the Saudi or the restless drive to begin his mission, he couldn't tell. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in Dubai, Sami bin Rashid stared at his silent phone before glancing out his office window at the glittering skyline. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Al-Matari clearly suspected him of withholding information, but the reality was far more frustrating. Bin Rashid's own source, the man who had sworn to provide intel on you. Military and intelligence targets, was the one playing games. Sure. He'd handed over details about Sigonella Air Base and a handful of European targets, which Bin Rashid had dutifully forwarded to ISIS's Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Most of their Western operations had been in Europe, and Bin Rashid knew the FIB's leader was a French-born Tunisian raised in Paris. Yesterday's news confirmed European cells had carried out the Sicilian strike, but Bin Rashid had zero control over that operation. He wasn't part of ISIS FIB hell, as al-Matari had bluntly reminded him. He wasn't even ISIS. What he was, however, was the guy with the cash and connections to orchestrate the American strike. Or so he'd claimed. But now, nothing. The delay wasn't just embarrassing, it was dangerous. The real problem? His so-called informant was jacking up the price, demanding more money for intel on you. Soil. The guy had already sold details on a Navy pilot in Italy and other operatives near European bases. But suddenly, American targets came with a security risk surcharge. Ridiculous. 4 months of promises, and now this? Bin Rashid knew greed when he saw it. The man codenamed Informer was a godless opportunist, but that didn't make him any less necessary. Pushing back was risky, though. Give in once, and the demands never stopped. Time was slipping away. Al-Matari wasn't the type to wait. If targets didn't materialize soon, the Chicago cell would start hitting random sites, wasting their potential. Bin Rashid needed precision, something big enough to force the president into a corner, something that would drag America back into the Middle East. He had no choice. After securing approval from Riyadh, the funds were moved to shadow accounts in Dubai. Now, phone pressed to his ear, Bin Rashid waited as the encrypted line connected. When informer answered, his accent was unplaceable, maybe Russian, maybe not. Didn't matter. The deal was happening. Tonight. The informer greeted with a cheerful tone. "Good afternoon, my friend. What can I do for you today?" Though they had spoken before, the Saudi man found his demeanor unsettlingly calm, as if every conversation were just another pleasant exchange. But Bin Rashid's patience had long since evaporated. He ignored the friendly overture and cut straight to the point. "Maf games. I need the details you promised now." The informer remained unshaken. "I'm prepared to start feeding you intelligence, but let's be clear, I know exactly what you'll do with it. Once this begins, I'll have a target on my back for the rest of my life." Bin Rashid scoffed. "We've been over this. You're protected. No one will trace this back to you or to me. Just deliver the information, and forget whatever headlines follow." A pause, then the informer's voice turned sharper. "I'm ready to move forward, but as I warned you last week, the price has doubled. Take it or walk away. But let's be honest, you've already invested too much to back out now. You need this, and we both know it." Bin Rashid clenched his jaw, imagining wrapping his hands around the man's throat. This was no accident, it was a calculated extortion. Every instinct screamed at him to tell the informer to shove his deal where the sun didn't shine. But he couldn't. He forced a slow breath. "Fine. Your terms. But I want the latest updates today." "Of course," the informer replied smoothly. "Just place your order on the site, as we agreed." As Bin Rashid pulled up the dark web page, the informer rattled off the pricing structure like a salesman listing menu options. Field operatives and high-ranking officers, $500,000 each. Lower-tier analysts and support staff, $250,000. Generals and top intelligence officials, a cool $1 million. Special Forces operators varied, with elite units like SEAL, Team 6, and Delta Force commanding premium rates. They spent the next few minutes reviewing available targets, locations, movements, vulnerabilities. Then, with the efficiency of an online shopper, Bin Rashid selected his list. A dozen names, mostly mid-level, totaling $5 million in Bitcoin. As the transaction finalized, Bin Rashid allowed himself a grim satisfaction. The cost was staggering, $1 million a day, plus operational expenses. But if it meant drawing American forces back into the region, pushing back Iranian influence, destabilizing Syria, and securing Saudi Arabia's oil dominance, then every penny would be worth it. And when the dust settled, the king would ensure he never wanted for anything again. Within moments, informer verified the payment had gone through, instructing his client to monitor the encrypted dark web portal for incoming files. Sure enough, the documents began appearing, each click revealing another layer of the carefully curated intel. Bin Rashid's fingers hovered over the keyboard as the first attachment loaded, a woman's name, home address, and a crisp photograph. Next came a detailed neighborhood map, followed by her employment history with the Defense Intelligence Agency, complete with overseas assignments that tied her directly to you. Operations in the Middle East. The final touch. A live update on her routine, down to the days she'd be house-sitting for a friend, checking mailboxes and watering plants. Bin Rashid exhaled sharply, his beard twitching with amusement. Where does this guy get his intel? He wondered, scrolling to the next file. A retired CIA officer's profile materialized fluent in Arabic, still consulting for intelligence contractors, even lecturing at a conservative think tank. Then came the kicker, a former Navy SEAL with a decorated history of hunting terrorists. At first, the inclusion puzzled bin Rashid, until he spotted the operative's recent advisory role training Middle Eastern security forces. A traitor to his own victories. A smirk crept across his face. Perfect, he murmured, savoring the irony. 12 targets in total, none too high profile, exactly what he needed. Al-Matari's recruits required early successes, not suicidal strikes against fortified generals. Wins bred momentum, and momentum drew followers. When he dialed Informer back, the man's oddly melodic accent dripped with faux warmth. Satisfied, my friend? Bin Rashid cut to the chase. Your sources, how reliable? A dry chuckle crackled through the line. Would you be staring at their schedules if they weren't? Some of these were refreshed today. Then I'll take a dozen more. Assuming you can deliver. Money talks, Informer replied, voice slick as oil. The only limits are your budget and your appetite. The subtext hung between them, appetite for blood. Ben Rashid didn't flinch. Italy had proven Informer's stomach for carnage. Next week, he confirmed before ending the call. 12 hours later, Abu Musa al-Matari leaned back in his Chicago safe house, flipping through the dossiers on his encrypted device. The clock was ticking his deadline for launching. The first wave loomed. But as he studied the faces on the screen, he allowed himself a rare flicker of anticipation. Let the games begin. The intelligence community, both active and retired, had been meticulously documented men and women who had dedicated their lives to combating the Islamic State. Among the files was one detailing a Special Forces operator stationed in North Carolina, along with intel on a Virginia beach bar, frequented by a Navy SEAL platoon, complete with photos and detailed bios of 4 members. The sheer depth of the information was staggering. Al-Matari had orchestrated assassinations overseas, with far less intel than what now lay before him. His attention locked onto the profile of a former SEAL who had risen to fame in recent years, thanks to a best-selling memoir and multiple TV appearances recounting his combat exploits. A quick online search confirmed the man had become a full-blown American celebrity, currently holed up in a luxury Los Angeles hotel while overseeing the production of a film dramatizing his raid against Ansar al-Sharia in Libya. We termed perfect. The Santa Clara cell, stationed in San Francisco, could deploy 2 operatives to L. Within hours. A high-profile ex-soldier shuttling between a movie set and a 5-star hotel? It was almost too easy. The publicity alone would amplify the impact far beyond the minimal risk involved. Flipping through more files, Al-Matari pinpointed immediate opportunities for the Fairfax cell, then paused at another high-value target just outside Detroit. Every cell had a viable mark except Chicago. They'd stay back, safeguarding his base while supplying explosives to the broader network. Detroit would spearhead the first wave. He'd need 3, maybe 4 operatives to head toward D, where the Fairfax team was already juggling 2 other assignments. With decisions finalized, he grabbed his phone, fired up silent phone, and began dispatching encrypted orders, target packages for Fairfax, Santa Clara, Detroit, and Atlanta, each tailored to the cell's capabilities. Leaders were instructed to assemble their teams and strike at the earliest opportunity with one added directive. Before each operation, they'd stream live footage via an encrypted app. Not for cinematic quality, he insisted, but for propaganda. The global Islamic media front would weaponize the clips, stoking fervor back home. What he didn't say: the broadcasts served a darker purpose, one far more critical than rallying supporters. He kept this grim detail to himself. None of his 27 recruits needed to know their suicide vests had a backup trigger. If any of them wavered in the heat of the moment, Almatari could remotely detonate the explosives himself, ensuring maximum carnage when emergency crews arrived. It was a brutal failsafe, but necessary. These young men had pledged their lives to the cause, yet hesitation was human. Almatari refused to leave anything to chance. His American operation demanded total annihilation. No survivors. Meanwhile, Barbara Pineda drummed her fingers on the steering wheel of her burgundy Toyota Camry, trapped in the usual post-work traffic snarl. Working at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling meant her commute was a daily battle, and today was no exception. If not for the gridlock, she'd already be home in Vienna, Virginia, slipping into something nice for her date with Steve, the firefighter she'd met at church. Instead, she'd be racing through her routine, peeling off her work clothes, scrambling upstairs in her underwear, and swiping on last-minute makeup before Steve's knock at the door. But today, she had an extra errand. Before heading home, she needed to check on a friend's house watering plants, feeding a hamster, and flipping lights to ward off burglars. Barbara was no stranger to responsibility. After 8 years in Army intelligence, she'd transitioned to the Defense Intelligence Agency, analyzing threats against the U. Her deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq had honed her instincts, and now, tracking ISIS from a desk, she took pride in doing her part, even if it wasn't glamorous. Turning onto a quiet street in Falls Church, she parked in the driveway of a cozy 2-story home. As she fumbled for the keys, a neighbor walking a golden retriever waved. Barbara smiled back, then turned to the mailbox just as the world exploded in a deafening blast. The bomb was triggered remotely, which meant Ghazi and Husam from the Fairfax cell had positioned themselves just down the block, close enough to watch Barbara approach the mailbox. They debated endlessly should they wait until she pulled out the 4-pound package rigged with explosives, or detonate it the second she opened the mailbox door. In the end, they chose the latter, convinced the confined space would amplify the blast, driving the force deeper into her body like a bullet fired from a gun. It was amateur logic, the kind of flawed reasoning you'd expect from men who barely understood the weapon they were handling. The mailbox didn't just explode, it vaporized, leaving no barrel for the shockwave to travel through. Not that it mattered. The bomb had been assembled by Tripoli in the back of Ansuv during the drive from Georgia to Virginia, packed with 2.5 pounds of store-bought galvanized nails. When the plastic explosive ignited, it hurled those nails in every direction, along with jagged chunks of the aluminum mailbox, fragments of the brick post, and a devastating shockwave. Most of it tore into Barbara Pineda's chest and face. The 31-year-old woman stumbled backward into the street before collapsing, her purse and keys scattering as she hit the pavement, swallowed by the thick smoke. Across the road, a woman walking her dog was thrown to the ground, half from the blast's force, half from the deafening roar. When she looked up, all she saw was Barbara rolling onto her back, her chest heaving violently, her face nearly obliterated. Ghazi had pressed the detonator on his phone, while Husam filmed the whole thing, zoomed in just enough to capture every gruesome detail. Their handler, known only as Muhammad, watched the feed live, praising them as they drove away, careful not to draw attention. They'd chosen the mailbox over her condo because intel delivered just hours before confirmed she checked it every afternoon. Her building had those tiny mail slots, useless for their purposes. Neither Ghazi nor Husam knew where the intel came from. They assumed Mohammed had spies everywhere. The cell had considered ambushing her at home, but David Hembrick and Abu Musa al-Matari, their leaders, preferred the remote detonation cleaner, lower risk. Al-Matari never said it outright, but he didn't trust Ghazi and Husam to pull off anything more complicated without screwing it up. First responders arrived within minutes, but Barbara was already gone. Her dia badge hung around her neck, too charred to read. Detectives quickly identified her through her purse, but her connection to the Defense Intelligence Agency didn't raise alarms at first. They assumed the real targets were the homeowners, not the woman who'd just been picking up mail for a friend. The explosion made headlines on Washington, D. News that evening, though the report carefully avoided naming Panetta or his employer. Instead, the victim was vaguely described as a family friend collecting mail for the homeowner. This deliberate omission meant the first strike in the Islamic State's planned assault on American military and intelligence personnel went unnoticed as anything more than an isolated incident. The next attack came at dawn, thousands of miles away, a calculated move. El-Matari had spent months coordinating with the Islamic State's Foreign Intelligence Bureau and their propaganda arm, the Global Islamic Media Front. Every detail was designed for maximum shock value, ensuring the attacks would dominate headlines. In Los Angeles, cell leader Kate Bebb and his wife, Aza, sat quietly in a Starbucks near Laurel Canyon Boulevard, sipping tea. They had arrived the night before, sleeping in their car outside a 24-hour gas station until the cafe opened. At 5:40 a.m., they took their seats near an emergency exit, Aza facing away from the counter while Kate Bebb kept watch. Beneath the table, their bags held loaded Glock 17s. They barely spoke, though Kate Bebb maintained a secure video feed with their handler, Mohammed. The shop filled briefly with early commuters before emptying again by 6. Then, right on schedule, a black Escalade pulled up. Kate Bebb recognized Todd Braxton instantly, their target. "They're here," he murmured. Azaz's breath quickened, but her grip on the pistol under the table stayed steady. Meanwhile, Todd T-Bone Braxton, former SEAL and self-proclaimed Hollywood leading man, had no idea what was coming. He'd spent years pitching himself as the perfect actor to play, well, himself. His memoir, packed with war stories from Afghanistan and Iraq, had landed him a book deal, a screenplay, and a massive ego. He had the look, rugged jaw, military tattoos, the whole package. But despite his best efforts, Hollywood insisted on casting an A-lister for Blood Canyon, the film based on his life. T-Bone grumbled about it every chance he got. If only he knew his biggest role was about to be thrust upon him unscripted, and far deadlier than any movie. The Navy had fully backed both the book and film adaptation, and Braxton managed to land himself a consulting gig on set. This mostly involved showing up daily at the studio, or tagging along during desert shoots in the Mojave, where he'd casually mingle with the cast and crew while ensuring all the equipment was prepped before the director called action. Though he secretly wished he'd been cast as the lead, Braxton couldn't deny the studio had nailed the casting. Danny Phillips, already a household name from a hit cable series, bore an uncanny resemblance to Braxton, despite being nearly a decade younger. Phillips had bulked up, grown out his sideburns into full mutton chops just like Braxton's, and even mimicked his signature ball cap tilt on and off camera. Over the first 2 months of filming, the two had bonded, but Braxton wasn't naive. Once the movie wrapped, he knew the rising Hollywood star would move on to bigger things, leaving their friendship in the rearview. Meanwhile, 5 people stepped into the Starbucks for ordering drinks, while a towering black man lingered near the entrance. Kate's eyes locked onto Braxton instantly, recognizing him by his unmistakable sideburns and military build. Another man in the group shared Braxton's physique, but had a clean-shaven face and a buzz cut. 2 women rounded out the party. Kate B's hand trembled slightly as he scribbled the number 5 on a napkin with a Bic pen, sliding it toward Aza. Without turning, she nodded. He propped up his phone with its fold-out stand, angling it toward the counter, live-streaming the scene to their ISIS handler, whose exact location in the U remained a mystery. Aza's fingers curled around the Glock hidden in her purse, while Kate B. reached into his backpack. Braxton took his coffee black, no frills, just fuel. He'd been drinking it that way since his teens, and the ritual hadn't changed. Danny Phillips, however, started his mornings with a venti soy chai latte loaded with raw sugar, and his two assistants preferred their drinks sweetened with flavored syrups. The only one Braxton respected in the caffeine circus was Paul, Danny's hulking bodyguard, who showed up each morning with his steel travel mug already filled. As the barista fussed over the complicated orders, Braxton clenched his jaw. Normally, inefficiency drove him nuts. Years in the SEALs had wired him for precision, but today he let it slide. His mind was elsewhere. Today wasn't just another day on set. Today he'd step out of his advisory role and into the spotlight for his first ever acting scene. The cameras would finally be on him. Braxton had negotiated a quirky clause in his contract, a minor action role in the biopic about his own life. He chuckled at the absurdity of playing himself, but hey, it was screen time, and maybe Hollywood would notice. The night before filming, he ditched his signature mutton chops, figuring a clean-shaven look was essential when portraying a Navy SEAL standing behind the actor playing, well, him. The pale strips where his sideburns used to be. No sweat, the makeup team promised layers of faux dirt and combat glow would hide any trace. Braxton cracked his knuckles. Today, he'd crush this scene like every other challenge because that's just how he rolled. At the coffee shop, Phillips got his chai latte first. Braxton smirked. Maybe the barista recognized him from that viral interview last month. But as Phillips stirred in sugar, the door swung open. 4 newcomers entered, one beelined for the restroom. The others queued up. Braxton's instincts kicked in, scanning for threats. Just as he dismissed them, a shout erupted from the corner. The couple he'd barely glanced at, glued to their phones earlier, now stood, roaring Allahu Akbar, as they yanked Glocks from their jackets. Gunfire exploded. Studio employees shrieked. Phillips froze like a deer in headlights, while Paul lunged toward him. Braxton, armed only with a pocket knife, didn't hesitate. He vaulted over the counter, tackling a barista to safety. "Get down," he bellowed, but the gunshots drowned him out. Crouched behind the espresso machine, he gripped his knife. Knife fighting in a damn coffee shop. SEAL training flashed through his mind. He'd flank them if they bolted, or gut them if they charged. Then, silence. The shooters vanished, leaving behind the wail of an alarm they'd fled through the emergency exit. Braxton emerged to carnage. Phillips, lifeless, 6 rounds in his chest. Paul gasped, bleeding out. A studio woman clutched her shattered knee, and a commuter groaned, with 2 non-fatal wounds. The air reeked of gunpowder and spilled coffee. Braxton's hands shook not from fear, but fury. This wasn't the battlefield. This was supposed to be a latte run. T-Bone sprinted to the window just in time to see the 2 gunmen vanish behind a hedge near a 24-hour drugstore. His instincts screamed at him to pursue, but duty won out. He had wounded people counting on him to keep them alive. Meanwhile, Aza and Kate B. were convinced their mission had gone off without a hitch. Todd Braxton's face had been unmistakable, and they'd both zeroed in on him from the first shot. What they hadn't expected was the massive bodyguard who threw himself in front of Braxton, taking the bullets meant for his client. Unfazed, they kept firing until both men were down. But fate had a cruel twist in store. An hour later, as they drove back toward San Francisco, a radio report shattered their confidence. A Hollywood actor and his security detail had been gunned down in Los Angeles, with 2 others wounded. The news left them baffled, but one thing was crystal clear. Muhammad was going to be furious. Jack stormed into the office at 8:10, already in a lousy mood. Missing the 5:15 team run had set the tone for his day. He hated mornings, especially after late nights, but he usually forced himself out of bed because he knew the workout would shake off the grogginess. Not today. After burning the midnight oil at home, he'd slept through 3 alarms and woken up in a panic at 7:45. A rushed shower and a grumpy walk to work later. He found his teammates already deep into their day, some heading out for tactical drills in Leesburg, others buried in reports from Jakarta. When Jack finally shuffled into the conference room, Gavin was already there, sipping coffee with that infuriatingly alert look of his. Jack grabbed a Danish from the box by the pot, earning a disapproving glance. "You know," Gavin said, eyeing the pastry, "your metabolism won't save you forever." Jack took a scalding gulp of coffee. "Not in the mood today, Gav." Bad night or just bad life choices? Jack ignored the jab. Anything from NSA. So disappi tikstim. Which, of course, just makes them more convinced they're secure. Jack smirked. "But you still think they're wrong?" "Absolutely. Sherlock Holmes rules if they haven't found the breach. It doesn't mean it's not there. It just means they're not looking hard enough." Jack nearly choked on his coffee. "That's your plan. Assume you're right, and the entire government is blind?" Gavin shrugged. "Works for me. If the government hasn't uncovered signs of the breach yet, there's no way I can from where I'm sitting. What I'd need is unrestricted access to OPN systems, permission to dismantle their network, scrutinize every line of code, and comb through years of remote access logs. Only then could I piece together what happened. But let's be real, that's not happening. And even if it did, by the time I found anything, the damage would already be done. Mark my words, sooner or later, whether in weeks, months, or years, the feds will realize they've been hacked. But we don't have the luxury of waiting. You need to trust me on this. We have to operate under the assumption that someone out there has every SF-86 form ever submitted for you. We haben das gemeint." Jack shook his head. "That's insane, Gavin. Success a crabbler. Even if I buy that someone slipped past OPM's defenses unnoticed, why assume they took everything?" Gavin didn't blink. "Because once you're inside with admin privileges, grabbing all the files is just as easy as taking one. Hell, it's simpler you scoop it all up and sift through it later. You really think hackers would go through all that trouble just to steal a fraction?" Jack slumped back in his chair. "How many files are we talking?" The system launched in the early 2000s, but OPN digitized older records too, going back to '84. Gavin let the number hang in the air. "Over 25 million. Jesus." Jack rubbed his temples. "Pray you're wrong." Gavin smirked. "Pray all you want. Webiue, de Kebenschaftje." Ryan cut in. "Here's the thing, just having old clearance forms isn't enough to pull off these attacks. Whoever's using this data isn't just reading names off a list. They're cross-referencing, filling in gaps, building profiles. Take Hagen, his SF-86 is 2 decades old. You telling me it's somehow revealed he'd be at a taco joint in Princeton on a random Tuesday night?" He tapped the screen displaying Hagen's case. "These forms are a single frame in someone's life. They don't update when a CIA operative goes deep cover in Minsk. The attackers would need way more intel than what's on paper." Gavin nodded. Exactly. Which means we're not just looking for someone who stole the data, we're looking for someone who can use it." He gestured at the CNN report on Italy's attack, then at his laptop tracking recent leaks. "This isn't about knowing Hagen or Kincaid personally. It's about having the resources to turn raw files into real-time targets. The chilling realization wasn't just that Hagen's movements were tracked: his family visit to a New Jersey soccer tournament with his sister, Kincaid's CIA operation in Belarus, even the State Department spouse's compromised position in Indonesia, but how someone had orchestrated this entire operation. Fingerprint data handed to hostile foreign governments? This wasn't some low-level hack. It reeked of sophisticated cyber warfare, meticulous intelligence gathering, and elite-level manipulation. Jack exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. I analyze patterns for a living. Right now, all I see are dots without connections. You're asking me to bet everything on an unverified theory about compromised opium records. That's not how investigations work. Gavin leaned forward, his fingers steepled. Every agency's chasing shadows right now, interrogating sources, running forensic tests, reconstructing timelines. Meanwhile, we're the only ones following this thread. Wait, if we're wrong. Fine, let Justice or NSA clean up the mess. But if we're right. His eyes gleamed. We stop this before another body drops. The computer chimed. Jack's stomach twisted as he read Jerry's message twice. Falls Church mail bombing yesterday, civilian DIA analyst killed. Worked on Islamic State tracking. Gavin scoffed. You think eyes suddenly started targeting suburban intel grunts? Come on. Base Sheriff to Sigonella. Jack shot back, clicking the news link. The victim's street name flashed on screen. I need to see the scene. 20 minutes later, his BMW idled at the curb, engine purring. The neighborhood looked deceptively normal except for the shattered mailbox post, its bricks scorched, and the faint burn marks staining the asphalt. No blood, no debris, just the lingering stench of cordite and tragedy. Jack stayed in the car, adjusting his baseball cap. Through binoculars, he studied the two-story house, then swept his gaze down the empty street. The FBI report had been clear. Phone-triggered detonation, meaning the killers watched their victim approach. His jaw tightened. They'd probably parked right where he sat now. Same sightlines, same calculated patience. The thought made his skin crawl. Jack had gone over the report carefully, noting that this wasn't Barbara Pineda's actual home, just a friend's place where she'd stopped to collect her mail. The FBI suspected she might not have been the intended target, but Jack wasn't buying it. If someone went to the effort of rigging a command, detonated bomb, one sophisticated enough to require precise timing, they'd have done their homework. They'd have known exactly who they were watching before pressing that trigger. No, this was deliberate. The real question was why they hadn't struck at her condo instead. The scene itself gave little away. Aside from scorched pavement and a missing mailbox, this quiet Falls Church Street looked like any other suburban neighborhood, hardly the battleground of some shadow war against America's intelligence community. Jack lingered for 15 minutes, letting the pieces click together in his mind. Jakarta, Minsk, the Princeton shooting, the CIA officer detained in Iran. It all connected, but the how still eluded him. With a quiet press of the admission, his BMW 5i35i hummed to life. He pulled away unnoticed, heading straight for Pineda's Vienna condo. The answer hit him the moment he stepped inside. The mailboxes were narrow, barely wide enough for envelopes. No way a package bomb would fit. If the killers had left it by her door or the lobby package table, they'd have had to stick around to confirm she retrieved it. Too risky. But at her friend's house, a standard mailbox, easy access, no witnesses. Back in his car, Jack turned the problem over. The key wasn't just how they'd found Pineda, it was how they'd known she'd be at that exact spot, at that exact time. That kind of intel didn't just fall into their laps. Gavin had been pushing the SF-86 angle, and Jack was starting to think he was right. If he could trace how that form, supposedly confidential, had been weaponized into targeting data, he'd be one step closer to plugging the leak. For a second, he considered tapping into the campus's classified resources. Traffic cams, databases, he could pull every detail on Pinita's movements. But that wasn't the point. The killers hadn't had clearance. They'd used what was out there in the open. Wujtrekensef. As the highway signs blurred past, Jack tightened his grip on the wheel. This wasn't just about Pineda anymore. It was about proving that even the smallest slip, one misplaced form, one careless detail, could put a target on someone's back. And he was going to find out where that slip had happened. Jack's mind raced with the unsettling realization that in today's digital age, a determined person could exploit publicly available information to track someone down with alarming precision. If you knew someone like Barbara Pineda had applied for a security clearance years ago, piecing together her current whereabouts wouldn't be impossible. By combing through years of social media posts, public records, and even casual online footprints, you could map out her life, her friends, family, and routines. With enough patience, you might even deduce if she'd taken on a covert role in intelligence or military circles. And once you'd marked her as a target, a few more clicks could reveal exactly where she'd be on any given Tuesday. It was a chilling thought, but Jack knew that in the hands of someone skilled in identity intelligence, even scattered open-source data could paint a disturbingly clear picture. He dialed Gavin Beery's number, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel as it rang. "Beery," came the gruff answer. "It's Jack. Quick question, do we have access to those SF-86 files you think are tied to this?" "Already ahead of you," Gavin replied. "I've got the eKIP data pulled up right now." Jack raised an eyebrow. "You cracked how the hackers got in?" "No, patriotism. Got official NSA clearance to poke around. But I'd bet my last dollar the bad guys found a back door." "Send me Pineda's application," Jack said. "I want to see if I can retrace their steps, figure out how they pinpointed that mailbox in Falls Church." Gavin let out a low whistle. "Smart move, Ryan. Might give us a peek into the mines we're up against. Knew there was a reason we kept you around." Jack smirked despite the tension. "Thought I was just here to fetch your lunch." "Speaking of which," Gavin shot back, "grab me a turkey on whole wheat when you swing by." Jack rolled his eyes but couldn't help a dry chuckle. "Turf thing, boss." Back in the conference room, he found a scribbled note from Gavin. "Gone to an IT meeting. Back soon." Jack dropped the sandwich on his friend's desk, then settled in with his laptop. A folder, labeled with Barbara Pineda's name, contained her entire 127-page SF-86 application, filled out in her own handwriting nearly a decade ago. He steeled himself to read every page, hoping to uncover how a 22-year-old Army sergeant stationed at Fort Huachuca could years later become the key to a deadly plot. The first few sections were dry bureaucracy legal disclaimers, procedural jargon. But soon, the form became uncomfortably personal. Barbara's life spilled out in black ink: her childhood, past relationships, family struggles. Her father, a Honduran immigrant who'd built a life as a salesman with the help of relatives. Her mother, a Massachusetts native. Barbara had never left the U. Before enlisting. Jack's stomach twisted as he absorbed the intimate details, feeling like an intruder. But he pushed forward. If this document held clues to her murder and to the broader attack, he had to keep going. Finishing the last page, he took a slow breath and pulled up the address of the crime scene. The pieces were there. He just had to connect them. Jack entered the address into his computer and discovered the homeowners were Dwight and Cindy Gregory. Flipping through the SF-86 form, he paused at section 16, labeled "People who know you well." The second name listed was Cindy Howard. Jack doubted there was a connection. Cindy was a common name, but he decided to check Facebook anyway, typing in Barbara Pineda's name. The search results were flooded with profiles, but the 12th one caught his eye. The thumbnail resembled the photo attached to the FBI's preliminary report. Clicking through confirmed it was the same Barbara Pineda, the victim. Her Facebook wall was locked down, but her friends list was visible. No Cindy Howard, but Cindy Gregory popped up immediately, her profile wide open. Scrolling through her posts, Jack found exactly what he needed. The pieces clicked into place. This was how the data thief operated using open-source intelligence. First, the SF-86 form, to pinpoint someone in a classified government role, then social media to track their movements. Once the target was identified, the thief mined friends and family's accounts people linked through the OPU breach. Maybe not identical to Jack's method, but close enough. A cold realization hit him. Whoever was behind this had followed the same steps, and Jack had pieced it together in under 20 minutes. Gavin walked back into the conference room, fresh from his IT meeting. "You better have my turkey sandwich," he grumbled. "On the table," Jack said. "But I also might have cracked the case." Gavin dropped into his chair with a groan. "Oh, no, you didn't. This is my mystery to solve." Jack smirked. "Then I'll just keep this to myself until you catch up." With an exaggerated sigh, Gavin waved a hand. "Fine, genius. Wand, spill it. Maybe I'll find a flaw in your brilliant logic." Barbara Pineda, the DIA analyst killed last night, was murdered while picking up mail at a friend's house, Jack explained. "Right," Gavin said. "So, if she was targeted, someone knew she'd be there." Exactly. I figured they'd been tracking her phone taps, emails, surveillance. But then I thought, what if they just checked social media? Gavin raised an eyebrow. "You're telling me they found out she was house-sitting from Facebook?" "Not just Facebook. Twitter, too. Barbara wasn't active, but the homeowner posted publicly, thanking her in advance for watching the house while she and her husband were on vacation. Barbara even joked in the comments about keeping the plants alive. A few clicks and boom, I knew exactly where she'd be all week." Gavin let out a low whistle. Old-school spy work. Crude, but effective. Jack leaned forward. "That's the scary part. It's too easy." Gavin frowned. "Any idea how they even knew she worked at the DIA?" Jack shrugged. "That's the harder piece. If there are millions of applications, they'd need automated searches, custom databases, something to sift through the noise. The computer could be programmed to scan SF-86 forms for specific details, certain universities, specialized training programs, or backgrounds that might flag someone as Army intelligence, like Pineda, or perhaps an Arabic studies graduate from Georgetown with potential ties to intelligence work. Pineda had been stationed at Fort Horka, home to the U. Army Intelligence Center, making it easy for an automated system to flag anyone who had trained there, and later completed an SF-86. Sorting through the data with limited intel wouldn't be simple, but whoever was behind this clearly knew their way around the system. Gavin lifted his sandwich, pausing before taking a bite. "Okay, so you know how they did it. Does that actually help us figure out who did it?" Jack shook his head. "Not directly. But the target selection tells us something. I'd bet this was an Islamic State operation. Why they zeroed in on Pineda specifically? No clue." Gavin frowned. "ISIS didn't steal the OPM data. That's way beyond their capabilities, not even on their radar." "True," Jack agreed. "Vadim Rekhkov didn't steal it either. But this attack looks like it came from the same intel leak Rekhkov used." I guess. Whoever stole the opium data and built a targeting package on Scott Hagen did the same for Pineda, only this time They handed it off to ISIS. He leaned back. They're a one-stop shop. They've got the intel and the means to weaponize it. Gavin rubbed his temple. That's two completely different skill sets. Makes me think we're not dealing with one person, it's a coordinated group. Jack considered it. They're just Batavinan, the Prajan. We assumed the hack was state-sponsored. But this kind of social engineering, using open-source intel to identify patterns. That's straight out of the criminal playbook. Gavin raised an eyebrow. Wait, what? You're talking phishing scams, identity theft, basic cybercrime. Not cyber warfare. Exactly, Jack said. But this wasn't some script kiddie scamming call centers for passwords. This targeting data. It's professional-grade investigative work. Agreed, Gavin muttered. Whoever did this was top tier. A criminal or a syndicate with the skills to exploit classified intel. So, where do you find the best in the world at this? Bivery shrugged. Cybercrime hotspots. Russians are elite. Central Europeans aren't far behind. There's a Taiwanese group running global identity theft rings, but they steer clear of government databases. Uitsain Eus Korea. They're terrible but persistent. And let's not forget the U. Plenty of homegrown cybercrime here. He exhaled. You could find skilled criminals anywhere, but how'd they get the data in the first place? And why? Private hackers go after banks, credit cards, easy payouts. Why risk targeting government intel? Jack's eyes narrowed. Unless they're working for a nation. An enemy of the U. Gavin nodded. Happens, but usually smaller scale. Some intel agencies outsource to criminal hackers, keeps their hands clean. China does it constantly, contracting private groups worldwide to probe you. Networks. Sometimes they even get lucky. He took another bite, chewing thoughtfully. But here, with these targets, doesn't fit China's MO. Why would Beijing care about some Russian kid? Jack frowned, rubbing his temples. Why would Beijing even consider using some random guy to take out a Navy captain? That doesn't add up. Gavin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Beats me. But the feds are already chasing down the state sponsor. Maybe we should shift gears, focus on the cyber angle. Dig into the groups pulling off these hacks. See if we can spot any patterns or slip-ups that might lead us somewhere. Jack nodded. Not the convite. But we're missing the bigger question, why? If we figure out the motive, we might nail the players. You think a shady company would just auction off stolen data to the highest bidder? Jack asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. Gavin scoffed. Hell no. That's a one-way ticket to an early grave. These cyber mercenaries, let's call them Shadowbite for kicks, have no clue who's really pulling their strings. Too many layers in between. Except Shadowbite knows exactly who hired them, Jack countered. And if they suddenly decided to double-cross, say, the Russians, well, let's just say Moscow wouldn't send a polite email. They'd wipe out the whole team before lunch. Gavin smirked. Or worse, hand us the evidence on a silver platter. No way a government spends millions on an op just to let some middleman walk away scot-free. Exactly, Jack said, pacing. But here's a twist. What if the thieves got robbed? Imagine some disgruntled employee or rival hackers swiping the data first. Now they're sitting on a gold mine, selling it to whoever's desperate enough to pay. Gavin's eyebrows shot up. Not bad, Ryan. Explains why we're seeing so many random bad guys with the same intel. Jack's head throbbed. But how? How does one guy offload stolen files to Iran, ISIS, and some Russian oligarch without getting caught. Gavin chuckled. Sorry, man. That's above my pay grade. I fix servers, not play spy games. He paused, then snapped his fingers. Unless what? The dark web. Perfect place to move shady goods anonymously. Bitcoin, encrypted chats, no paper trail, no identities. If I were a rogue hacker with a death wish, that's where I'd set up shop. A spark of excitement shot through Jack. That's it. Let's dive in and see if we can track down this phantom marketplace. Gavin gave him a withering look, the same one he'd perfected over years of dealing with Jack's wild ideas. You really think it's that simple? Jack grinned. Worth a shot. Gavin smirked, shaking his head. Some days I swear I've actually taught you something useful. Then you open your mouth and prove me wrong all over again. Jack barely flinched at the jab. He was used to Gavin's blunt way of talking. The guy had spent more time buried in code than in actual conversations, so social grace wasn't exactly his strong suit. All right, enlighten me, Jack shot back. What'd I screw up this time? You ever actually set foot on the dark web? Gavin asked, raising an eyebrow. Jack scoffed. You telling me you have? Buddy, part of my job means diving into places most people wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. But here's the thing, you don't just search the dark web like it's Google. You need exact addresses, invites. It's not some open marketplace. Jack blinked. So you don't find it, it finds you. Bingo, Gavin said, leaning in with a smirk. Hence the whole dark part. Jack rolled his eyes but let it slide. Great. So if we need an invite, tracking this guy down just got a whole lot harder. Not if we piggyback off someone who already had access, Gavin countered. What if we hack into one of the thief's contacts? Maybe we can trace the breadcrumbs back to him. Jack exhaled sharply. And how exactly do we pull that off? Gavin tapped his keyboard absently. We don't know who he dealt with: Iran, North Korea, ISIS, but there's one outlier. Vadim Rekshkov. No government ties, just a lone wolf with a grudge. Jack's eyes narrowed. And he's different in another way, money. The others could pay. Rechkov? Nothing. So why give him intel for free? Exactly, Gavin said, intrigued. Maybe the thief knew him. Or knew of him. Either way, Rechkov got a free pass. Jack slumped slightly. FBI's probably already tearing his life apart. They'll have warrants, forensics, the whole 9 yards. Gavin waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, but here's the kicker, they've got red tape. Court orders, approvals, bureaucratic sludge. Meanwhile, we can dig right in. A slow grin spread across Jack's face. You're saying we could outpace the feds by sundown? Unless you're suddenly worried about respecting a dead traitor's privacy, Gavin added dryly. Jack shot him a look. Tampa, the Taverty, screw that. If cracking open Rekov's life helps us stop this leak, I'll burn his whole digital footprint to the ground. Gavin nodded. Then, let's get to work. Rechkov was a techie so's, whoever gave him the intel. I'll track his online haunts, message boards, anything that connects him to our guy. How? The FBI's got his computer. I'll have Jerry pull strings with Dan Murray for their findings. What's our window on Rechkov's attack? Jack thought for a second. His brother died 7 months before he went after Hagen. That's our timeline. In the days between the initial incident and the subsequent one, the informant managed to reach out to Rechkov. Ryan scanned through the digital files on the Hagen investigation displayed on his monitor. Rechkov began relocating from Portland to Princeton 4 days prior to taking action. He noted, so their communication must have occurred before that window. Gavin, meanwhile, was sifting through his own case notes. Hagen's sister reserved those hotel rooms 5 weeks ahead of their trip, he pointed out. Before that, how could the leaker have known to tip off Rexkov about Hagen's Princeton visit? He leaned back, tapping his fingers against the desk. I'll dig into Rexkov's digital footprint emails, browsing history during that 4.5-week gap. Could be a dead end, but who knows? We might just hit pay dirt. Meanwhile, under the dim glow of streetlights, 2 operatives from Abu Musa al-Matari's Fairfax cell cruised into Fayetteville, North Carolina, just past 8 in the evening. Though their cell leader, David Hembrick, wasn't physically present, they followed his orders precisely, navigating toward the coordinates punched into their car's GPS. Namir gripped the wheel while Karim sat beside him, an Uzi concealed in a gym bag between his legs. They drove carefully, sticking to speed limits to avoid unwanted attention, though. As long as their weapons stayed hidden, they weren't too concerned. Karim, born in Egypt, had become a naturalized Jew. Much sake. Now 25, he held a degree in international studies and worked part-time at a diner near Landover, Maryland. He filed his taxes, kept his paperwork clean, and blended in seamlessly. Namir, on the other hand, was a Jew. Born son of Lebanese immigrants, a high school graduate who had fallen into extremism after consuming ISIS propaganda and drifting between increasingly radical mosques around D. Both had been recruited by the same Baltimore-based cleric, who connected them with an online ISIS recruiter, promising salvation far from America's corruption. They'd never crossed paths before their training in El Salvador, a deliberate move by the cleric to compartmentalize his network. Now, on their first mission, they moved with cautious precision. The GPS guided them onto Lamont Drive, a quiet suburban street lined with modest homes from the 1960s. Pickup trucks dominated the driveways, and American flags fluttered in front yards. Namir's phone, tucked in his breast pocket, streamed live footage back to their handler. "Take it slow," Karim muttered, eyes scanning house numbers. "Not too slow," Namir countered, keeping the speed just under 10 miles per hour. "We don't need some nosy neighbor calling the cops." Karim exhaled sharply. "And circling back because we missed the place won't raise eyebrows?" Namir didn't answer. The target house slipped past on the left almost unnoticed, but they didn't break. A bearded man in a grungy t-shirt and jeans stepped out of a white Ford F-150, balancing a fast food bag and a giant soda in one hand while chatting on his phone. "That him?" Namir asked. Karim frowned. The photo didn't show a beard. Namir's grip tightened on the wheel. "It's him." American Special Forces operators often grow beards, believing it helps them blend in during missions in hostile territories. As they drove past the target's yard, Karim tensed. "What's the plan?" he demanded. Namir jerked the wheel, swinging the SUV into a sharp U-turn. "Take the shot before he makes it inside." Karim hesitated, then reached for the Uzi in his bag. "No," Namir snapped. "The Atolanhib. At this range, you need the stopping power." Karim cursed under his breath but swapped weapons, yanking the black AK-103 from between the seats. His fingers moved quickly, safety off, window cracked just enough to brace the barrel. The polymer stock felt cold against his palm. "Move faster," Karim hissed. "Don't let him disappear." Namir floored the accelerator. "There's pays, I'm on it." Mike Wayne was exhausted. 36 hours of grueling land navigation training had left him drained, his muscles screaming for rest. The stench of his own sweat made him consider showering before devouring his greasy fast food meal. Sue. Almost. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten since choking down a protein bar at midday. Right now, All he cared about was collapsing at his kitchen table with that lukewarm chicken sandwich. He ended the call with his sister, shoved his phone into his pocket, and trudged toward the carport door, juggling his food and keys. The lock clicked just as a gray SUV screeched to a halt in his driveway. Then came the sound. Not the pop of a handgun, but the brutal hammering of an AK on full auto. The door exploded in front of him, splinters flying. A searing impact tore into his hip, nearly dropping him. Instinct took over. He abandoned his food, threw himself inside, and hit the floor, crawling forward on elbows slick with blood. His training kicked in. He knew the wound was bad, too much blood, too fast. Weden, Cybersecurity. 35 was holstered under his shirt, but survival came first. Cover. Movement. He rolled onto his back, pistol raised toward the door, his other hand fumbling for his phone. The blood told the story. A Delta medic, Wayne recognized the signs of ephemeral hit. No tourniquet would help this high. Even if an ambulance arrived this second, he was already a dead man. Acceptance came fast. If this was it, he'd go out fighting. His finger rested on the trigger, eyes locked on the door. He wanted one last shot at the bastard who'd ended him. The 911 operator's voice crackled through the phone. Emergency services, what's your mic's grip faltered. The pistol wavered, then fell. His last thought wasn't fear, just fury. Back in El Salvador, during their training, the cell had drilled firing from vehicles. The beat-up old cars they used had no windows, just rusted frames. Perfect for practicing quick, lethal strikes. Kareem wasn't prepared for the violent kick of his AK-47 when he braced it against the half-open window. The moment he pulled the trigger, the glass exploded into shards, sending his rifle jerking downward. His final shot sprayed uselessly into the pavement just yards away. By the time he wrestled the weapon back into position, all he caught was a glimpse of his target's boots, disappearing through the carport door across the street. Damn it! He slipped away. Kareem barked from the passenger seat, frustration boiling over. Namir's voice was ice cold. Get out there and put him down, he's bleeding out. Kareem hesitated, gripping the rifle tighter. Why don't you do it? Then Musa al-Matari's voice crackled through the speakerphone, dripping with false encouragement. Kareem, my brother. A lion like you doesn't let prey escape. I saw your shots, he's dying in there. Go, make it quick. And bring the phone, let the world witness your courage. Swallowing hard, Kareem snatched the phone from Namir and shoved the car door open. His boots hit Lamont Drive and he sprinted up the driveway, rifle at the ready, scanning for threats. As he passed a parked F-150, the metallic stench of blood hit him splattered across the carport, smeared on the shattered door glass. He pivoted, shouldered the rifle, and kicked the outer door open. A flicker of paranoia made him hesitate. Instead of charging in, he took 2 quick steps back and unleashed a deafening barrage, emptying the magazine into the doorframe. After reloading, he sidestepped inside. The bearded man lay motionless, sprawled in a dark pool of blood, his t-shirt riddled with bullets. A pistol rested near his limp fingers, a cell phone just out of reach. Kareem's stomach twisted. The man had been waiting to ambush him. He lifted the camera phone, muttering Allahu Akbar on loop, then bolted back to the SUV where Namir waited. Tires screeched as they peeled away, speeding past an elderly man in a Special Forces cap who had stepped outside at the sound of gunfire, a sound he hadn't heard since Vietnam. The old soldier squinted at the unfamiliar gum with Maryland plates before turning to grab his phone. Within minutes, Namir and Kareem were merging onto I-95, giddy with adrenaline, convinced they'd pulled off the perfect hit. Musa's praise still rang in their ears as they fantasized about the propaganda video dramatic music, slick editing, their faces immortalized as heroes. They laughed, certain no one could tie them to the crime. But their celebration was short-lived. By exit 61, flashing lights filled the rear view. 4 state troopers, tipped off about a gray MC Tehran, had been waiting at the Lucky 7 truck stop. Freedom vanished in the blink of a red and blue strobe. A witness spotted a vehicle with Maryland license plates, tipping off local authorities that the suspects might be heading north out of the city. Interstate 95 was the obvious route, the main artery running up and down the East Coast, so state troopers in 2 Dodge Chargers sped from a nearby truck stop and positioned themselves in the median, facing northbound traffic. Just over 4 minutes later, a gray Gemsade Terrain rolled past with 2 men inside. The Chargers, packing V8 engines, could have easily overtaken the underpowered rental SUV, but they held back, waiting for confirmation. When the lead trooper verified the Maryland plates, lights and sirens blared to life. The Terrain didn't stop. Not that the North Carolina Highway Patrol-minded dispatch had just confirmed a soldier from Fort Bragg was found dead in his home. These troopers weren't about to go easy on a felony stop. Within minutes, backup arrived. A helicopter circled overhead. 6 more patrol cars joined the chase, and a roadblock stretched across I-95. The GM slammed on its brakes, swerved toward the grassy median in a desperate bid to reverse course, but a wall of black and silver cruisers cut off any escape. The Sioux skidded to a stop sideways on the highway as officers poured out, weapons drawn, shotguns, rifles, pistols, all trained on the 2 men inside. Inside the Terrain, Namir's hands trembled as he dialed their handler on a secure line. "We're surrounded," he shouted. "We killed the infidel, but now there are cops everywhere. What do we do?" The man known only as Muhammad instructed him to pan the phone around, confirming their dire situation. "You've done well," came the calm reply. "Surrender peacefully. I'll send help today." Namir exhaled in shaky relief. "Yes, Commander." Then a final order: leave the phone on the dashboard. "I want to record your arrest." Moments later, an AK and an Uzi flew out the windows, followed by Karim and Namir raising their hands in surrender. The scene was swarming 22 patrol cars, a chopper overhead, over 40 officers with weapons locked on the suspects. Following barked commands from a cruiser's PA, Namir stepped out slowly, hands high, walking backward before dropping to his knees. As 2 troopers moved in to cuff him, one pressing a knee into his back, the world exploded. A blinding flash hurled the officers through the air. Karim ducked as debris pelted the SUV, shattering the windshield. Through the cracked glass, he saw only carnage, Namir and the troopers torn apart. Others writhing on the ground. His ears rang, his breath ragged. Namir hadn't triggered a vest, so what just happened? The answer died with the blast. The explosion from his suicide vest erupted moments after Namir's, engulfing the Terrain in a fireball that sent shrapnel flying in every direction. The blast wave tore through the surrounding troops, leaving chaos in its wake. High above the highway, the helicopter veered sharply to dodge the towering column of smoke and debris, rocketing skyward. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. had burned the midnight oil, dissecting the private sector angle of the U. Intelligence breach. Despite the late hours, he dragged himself out of bed at dawn, pulling on his running shorts and a sweat-dampened t-shirt before shuffling down the stairs of his Orinoco waterfront condo. The short jog to Henley Associates usually took minutes, but today he walked, letting the morning air shake off the grogginess and warm his stiff muscles. Part of him begged for another hour of sleep, but the stubborn side won out, knowing the workout would sharpen his mind for the day ahead. By the time he reached the parking garage beneath the office, he was awake enough to exchange tired but encouraging fist bumps with his cousin and Domingo Chavez. Midas and Adara emerged from the stairwell, their clothes soaked with sweat, clear signs Clark had already put them through their paces in the building's gym. "Way," Jack smirked. Clark never went easy on new recruits, but these two could handle it. As the group stretched under the garage lights, Clark stepped aside to take a call. Jack half listened, wondering if it was about the breach, but it turned out to be an old friend helping with a training scenario. Ditching the small talk, Jack wandered over to Midas, who stood slightly apart from the others. "How's the grind treating you?" Midas blinked, caught off guard, which only made Jack feel worse. He'd been so wrapped up in the leak investigation that he'd barely spoken to anyone outside of Gavin. "Learned one thing so far," Midas said dryly. "Yeah." "What's that?" "When I grow up, I want to be Mr. Dude's a Terminator. My old man dropped dead at 55 watching Wheel of Fortune. Clark looks like he could outlive us all." Jack chuckled. "Sorry about your dad. Bet he wasn't special forces." "Nah. Sold carpet by day, drowned in bottom-shelf whiskey by night. Shockingly good at both." Jack glanced at Clark. "Yeah, he keeps us on our toes." Then, rubbing his neck, he added, "Look, I haven't been the best company this week. It's been—" Midas cut him off with a rough pat on the shoulder. "Mule accepsa. Heard the gist of what went down. You did your job, but sometimes the universe flips the table." Jack exhaled. "Did I, though?" Midas shrugged. "Delta guys used to say, no amount of skill stops an angel from pissing in your gunpowder." A reluctant grin tugged at Jack's mouth. "Fair point. Plenty of legends buried at Arlington who didn't screw up, just picked a line of work where luck runs out. You're still standing. Means you get another shot." Midas rolled his shoulders, casual as if discussing the weather. "Shake it off. Next time, you'll be sharper." The words landed, quiet but solid. Jack nodded, feeling the weight lift just a fraction. Around them, the team fell into step, ready to run. Jack couldn't help but chuckle at Clark's blunt assessment, calling him out for being overly rigid lately. It wasn't your typical motivational speech, but somehow it hit the mark. After a quick handshake, Clark barked orders for a grueling 4-mile run, sending the team charging into the chilly morning air. As Jack Jr. pounded the pavement along the Potomac, the first hints of dawn barely touching the water, his father was already in motion a few miles north. President Jack Sr. had been jolted awake earlier than usual by a call from Attorney General Dan Murray. The urgency in Murray's voice was enough to scramble the president's national security team for an emergency 7A briefing in the Situation Room. When the president strode in precisely on time, the room fell silent. Everyone stood, but he waved them back into their seats with a sharp gesture, letting Murray take the lead. Dan wasted no time. With a click of his remote, the presidential seal vanished, replaced by a stark image. "For the past 36 hours, he announced, ISIS operatives have been executing attacks on you. Soil." A ripple of unease spread through the room, though a few, including the president, already knew pieces of the puzzle. Another click brought up the face of Barbara Pineda, a DIA analyst whose death in Falls Church had initially been mislabeled as random violence. "She wasn't just a victim," Murray clarified. "She was actively tracking ISIS operations." The next image sent a jolt through the room. Todd Braxton, the decorated SEAL-turned-media sensation, stared back at them in full dress uniform. Gasps erupted when Murray revealed Braxton had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt in Los Angeles, where attackers had mistakenly gunned down actor Danny Phillips instead. "They thought they were killing Braxton," Murray explained, his voice tight. "Phillips was playing him in a film, and Braxton had altered his appearance for the role." Before anyone could interject, Murray advanced to the next slide, a young, clean-shaven soldier. Last night in Fayetteville, Sergeant Michael Wayne was executed on his own doorstep. Defense Secretary Bob Burgess cut in, his voice raw. Delta Force. Just back from Syria. The president's jaw clenched, his nostrils flaring in a rare display of fury. The room tensed. They'd never seen him like this before. Meanwhile, Jack Jr. pushed through the last mile of his run, unaware that the morning's calm was just the eye of the storm. Ryan clenched his fists as he asked, "What about the shooters?" Murray exhaled sharply before responding. The gunmen were intercepted on Interstate 95, less than half an hour after the initial emergency call reported their SUV. They were speeding toward Virginia, possibly aiming for Washington, D. Though that's just a guess. The car was rented in Baltimore, so they might have been circling back. When cornered, both suspects triggered explosive vests. 2 state troopers didn't make it, and 4 others are in bad shape. "Damn it," Ryan muttered under his breath. His attention shifted to Homeland Security Secretary Andrew Zilko. 3 attacks across 3 states in just over a day. How do we confirm this was an organized ISIS strike? Murray gestured to the screen. This footage hit their propaganda channels 2 hours ago. Brace yourself, it's brutal. With a click of the remote, the monitor flickered to life. The production quality was rough, clearly slapped together in haste, grainy shots, shaky audio, and a rushed Arabic title screen. But the content, unmistakable. The camera zoomed in, distorting the image as a woman in a sharp blazer rummaged through her purse near a mailbox. The room collectively flinched when the explosion tore through the scene. Maze frame. Text in 3 languages splashed across the carnage. Barbara Paimida. Intelligence operative. No longer a threat to the caliphate. The next clip was even more chaotic, a crowded Starbucks, shaky footage, circling a man stirring his coffee. Gunfire erupted. Screams. A bystander lunged to shield him, both collapsing under the hail of bullets. The caption mocked, "Danny Phillips, Hollywood's SEAL hero. Retired permanently." Then, darkness. A residential street. Muzzle flashes from a moving Sioux. The video jumped to a bloodied kitchen floor. 3 chants of Allahu Akbar before the caption. Delta Force Captain Michael Wayne. Accounts settled. A British voiceover cut in over images of you. Military might. You've waged war from your safe shores. But safety, that's an illusion now. The threat hung in the air sharp as a blade. The threats echoed with chilling precision, targeting not just military personnel overseas, but those within American borders. You believe your strength lies in attacking the defenseless women, children, villages in Iraq, Syria, and beyond. Clad in armor, armed with rifles, you hide among your fellow warriors. But here you are exposed. We know your names, your homes, and we are coming. The rhetoric escalated, promising relentless warfare not just on battlefields but in everyday spaces. Workplaces, gyms, even bedrooms. If you lack the means to strike federal agencies, turn your blades on local police. Every act, no matter how small, fuels our cause. Die a martyr, and your name will rise above the rest. The screen flashed images of fallen soldiers before invoking prophecies of conquest. Rome, Constantinople, now Washington, New York, Los Angeles. This is merely the start. Greater strikes await. Watch. It doth mid-decrease. Then darkness. In the Situation Room, Dan Murray dissected the glaring oversight. Braxton was the real target. They botched it, but won't admit failure. Why spare him unless they had no idea he was there? Jay Canfield dismissed the group's logic. ISIS thrives on chaos. A kill is a kill rationale doesn't matter. Ryan pressed for the video's reach. Mary Pat's update was grim. Global media had already amplified it. By the time we leave, this will dominate every headline. Silence followed, heavy with implications. Ryan voiced the unthinkable. If they pinpointed a Delta operator's home, what else do they have? Burgess acknowledged the inevitable. The public will learn Wayne was Army, stationed at Bragg. Hiding his J-Sucsu ties might backfire. Homeland Security's Zilko sounded uneasy. Assassinating elite soldiers at their doorsteps? We underestimated their precision. Ryan's frustration surfaced. We're speculating blind. Until we uncover how intel leaked or locate al-Matari, we're just tallying bodies. Burgess voiced the room's bewilderment. Why this campaign? Targeting mid-level analysts like Pineda? It makes no strategic sense. The question hung unanswered as the weight of uncertainty settled over them. What makes ISIS believe they can shift the course of the Middle East conflict by targeting her, just one Delta sergeant and a former SEAL on American soil? It's downright illogical. Mary Pat Foley leaned forward, her tone sharp. This isn't about winning battles. It's about recruitment. Mail bombs won't cripple us, but they'll inspire enough followers to amplify their reach. President Ryan tapped his fingers against the desk, his expression grim. Mary Pat's right, but there's more to it. ISIS craves an American overreaction. Imagine 100,000 troops flooding back into Iraq. That's their dream scenario. Sure, they'd lose Mosul and Syrian territory, but they're losing those anyway. This is about fueling outrage. Mary Pat arched a brow. So al-Matari's here to provoke us. Not just me, the military, the public Congress, Ryan countered. Think about the calls flooding Capitol Hill right now, people screaming about weakness. The media's already spinning this as ISIS outmaneuvering us on our own streets. A heavy silence settled before Mary Pat sighed. If I thought these 3 attacks were the end of it, I'd sleep easier. But we both know better. Ryan's gaze hardened. They've got operatives scattered coast to coast, armed, trained, and hunting our military and intel personnel. This is just the opening move. He locked eyes with Dan Murray. You and Andy are the shield now. The fight's on our doorstep. John Clark slid into a corner booth at La Madeleine in Old Town Alexandria, just before 8, the scent of fresh pastries teasing his empty stomach. He settled for 2 black coffees, steam curling from the cups as an old friend strode in Eddie Laird, white-haired but spry, dressed in a polo and khakis. We forsake sound. Retirement suits you, Laird boomed, clapping him on the shoulder. Nastivzonstika. Best decision I ever made. Blood pressure's textbook now, first time since college. Laird chuckled. Still lecturing at the farm? Part-time. Those kids don't need my cynicism full-time. He raised his cup. Thanks for meeting me on short notice. Laird took a sip, his grin fading into something more serious. They'd met decades ago in Vietnam. Clark, a SEAL in MACV-SOG, and Laird, a fresh-faced CIA officer. Unlike most Ivy Leaguers, Laird had earned Clark's respect by rolling up his sleeves in the mud. Their paths kept crossing, eventually leading Clark to the agency. Now over bitter coffee, the past felt closer than ever. Laird and Clark's professional partnership spanned decades and continents, from Berlin to Tokyo, Moscow to Kiev, with Clark gaining immense admiration for his colleague over the years. During the turbulent 1980s, Laird narrowly escaped the Beirut embassy bombing, one of the few CIA operatives to walk away alive. His expertise in Afghanistan was forged through 2 grueling years embedded with the Northern Alliance, making him the natural choice to lead the first CIA team into the country after 9/11. tasked with rallying the fractured warlords into a cohesive proxy force. Laird exceeded all expectations, driving al-Qaeda out and pushing Taliban remnants toward the southern border. His success earned him a top role in the National Clandestine Service, overseeing Near East operations under CIA Director Ed Foley. After a decade at Langley, Laird transitioned to training recruits at Camp Peary, the agency's legendary farm. By then, he was a grandfather, eager to make up for lost time with his grandkids, something he'd missed with his own children due to years in the field. Retirement never stuck. His knowledge was too valuable. Both Ed Foley and later Mary Pat Foley coaxed him back, and even after officially stepping down, he stayed on as a contractor. That morning, Laird strolled 3 blocks from his home to King Street, happy to assist Clark with a training exercise. The 2 old friends exchanged updates. Laird's daughter, also in the agency, was currently at Langley, while Clark's family, including son-in-law Ding Chavez, kept busy. Ding's working overtime, Clark admitted. We're stretched thin. Laird glanced outside at the bright morning. So, what's the plan? Phone call said something about role-playing? Clark laid it out, a simple surveillance drill. Laird would grab a newspaper, wander the neighborhood, and let 2 new operatives try to tail him. Start easy, Clark said. Window shop, grab coffee. After an hour, I'll signal you to initiate and star. Then shake them if you can, but also try to ID them. Stay in Alexandria or head into D. Laird asked. Keep it local. Nobody's tailing you without a handicap. Laird chuckled, running a hand through his white hair. Hell, John, I'm practically a beacon now. Clark grinned. Join the club. Let's see how long they last, and if you can spot them afterward. Piece of cake, Laird said. Back in Moscow, I did this in blizzards. The morning sun warmed the pavement as I strolled through my neighborhood, enjoying the 80-degree weather while keeping an eye out for a pair of over-eager rookies. It was shaping up to be a perfect day for some low-key surveillance training. Meanwhile, just half a block up North Pitt Street, 4 men sat crammed inside a Nissan Pathfinder, their binoculars trained on 2 elderly figures sipping coffee in a cafe. The driver, Badr, finally broke the tense silence. Who's the other guy? He muttered. Soleh, riding shotgun, barely glanced over. Doesn't matter. Laird's the mark. That hasn't changed. In the back seat, Shakir lowered his binoculars, fingers drumming against the door. Wait. We could roll up, empty a mag through the window, and be gone before anyone reacts. Next to him, Mehdi, barely 18 and itching to prove himself, grinned. Where's it Sueg? I'll drop both those old bastards before they finish their coffee. Saleh scanned the street. Pedestrians bustled along the sidewalks, and traffic hummed steadily. He'd seen the news about the North Carolina hit, knew those guys had gotten their target, but botched the escape. These 4 were Detroit's crew, deep in Fairfax territory without even realizing it. Al-Matari had chosen D. For a reason, high-value targets everywhere. But their morning had already been a mess. Badr had panicked when a cop car rolled by earlier, forcing them to relocate and lose sight of Laird's house. Now they had a choice: hit him in the crowded cafe and risk a chaotic getaway, or wait for him to return to his quiet street. Saleh's jaw tightened. We wait. If he heads for the metro, we take him down. Otherwise, we do this clean. Omar had warned them to stay out of D. Too many cops, too much scrutiny. But here they were, watching their target through the cafe window, 100 yards away and completely unaware. Back at La Madeleine, John Clark clapped Eddie Laird on the shoulder as they stepped outside. If we finish by lunch, how about a victory round at Murphy's? Beer and wings on me. Sebas clucked. Deal, but only if my trainees don't screw up. failed today, and they're spending the afternoon memorizing surveillance protocols instead of eating buffalo wings. Clark kept his thoughts to himself about Adara Sherman's proven track record in the field during campus operations, nor did he mention Midas Jankowski's elite training from Delta Force. He figured they'd handle today's test, but he wasn't handing out gold stars just yet. Eddie smirked, shaking his head. Man, you're ruthless. Fine, I'll play along. Let's see what these rookies can do. Laird strolled into a nearby CV's, casually grabbing a water bottle, some gum, and a newspaper, giving the trainees plenty of time to get into position. Adara and Midas had spent the last 90 minutes buried in surveillance manuals. Adara had practically memorized hers during long flights ferrying campus operatives around the globe, dreaming of the day she'd join them. Midas had studied different material back in his Delta Force days, with G Squadron's reconnaissance unit, small teams operating undercover worldwide. He was confident they'd nail this assignment, maybe even enjoy it. His first week with this tight-knit group had been exhilarating, especially after hearing whispers about their recent overseas mission. Clearly, Mr. C hadn't been exaggerating when he said the campus stayed busy. A group text from Clark snapped them to attention King Street now. Adara instinctively reached for her Smith & Wesson shield, but caught herself. "You armed?" she asked Midas. "Not in D. Felony charges waiting to happen," he replied, patting the karambit knife hidden in his waistband. It was a cheap knockoff, barely legal at 2.5 inches, but effective enough. He knew he might have to ditch it if their target led them into a secure area. Adara had her own backup, a tiny folding blade and pepper gel strong enough to stop a bear. Not ideal, but disposable if needed. Minutes later, they were in Midas's truck, parking a block from King Street before hoofing it the rest of the way. Clark met them in Market Square, where a bustling farmers market filled the historic plaza. He pulled them aside near the fountain, keeping his voice low. Targets within 300 yards. 70 years old, 5'10", 160, white polo, khakis, maybe a hat. Adara and Midas shared a glance. This wouldn't be a walk in the park. Clark glanced at his watch before speaking. He'll be carrying a folded copy of the Washington Post morning edition, most likely. Midas adjusted his sunglasses. What's the play here? Shadow him, observe and document everything. When I give the signal, I need photos of every person he interacts with and detailed logs of his movements. Me confusion. Adara leaned against the brick wall. Does he have any idea we're watching? Not a clue, and that's how it stays. If he can describe either of you when this is over, consider it a mission failure. The two operatives exchanged a quick nod. Copy that, Midas said. Clark turned and disappeared into the morning crowd, making his way toward La Madeleine for a proper breakfast. Adara tapped her earpiece, syncing with Midas before they split. He moved east toward the Potomac, while she drifted west along King Street, blending into the foot traffic. Meanwhile, Eddie Laird stepped out of a CV's, adjusting his grip on a paper bag before merging into the flow of pedestrians. A block behind him, Botter drummed his fingers on the steering wheel of the Pathfinder. He's not heading home. His apartment's in the opposite direction. Shakir shifted in the back seat. Did we tip him off? Does he know? Saleh exhaled slowly. Wadzerd cheer. He's just taking a walk. No reason to panic yet. Bedri tightened his grip. So what's the move? Saleh, the calmest of the group, leaned forward. Drive ahead, drop us off, and let him pass. We'll trail him on foot. If the moment's right, we act. If not, we wait until he's back at his place. Without hesitation, Saleh unbuttoned his shirt. Everyone except Badr lose the vests. They're too bulky for this heat. Badr hesitated. But Mohammed said Saleh cut him off. Mohammed isn't here sweating in an oven. We stick out more with jackets in this weather. The others complied, stashing their gear before slipping back into civilian attire. Adara spotted her target at an ATM. His posture relaxed but alert. Even without the newspaper tucked under his arm, she'd have pegged him as one of Clark's old contacts. Instead of tailing him directly, she ducked left on the Saint. Asaph keeping parallel. Midas targets 10 blocks west of the river on King. I'll loop ahead. Copy, Midas replied. I'm 5 blocks out. Stay on the cross street, then cut behind him. You take point. I'll hang back and watch your 6. Ready to swap on your mark. Adara picked up her pace, grateful for her sneakers and lightweight gear. This was shaping up to be a long morning. The Pathfinder rolled past Eddie as he strolled past a cafe, then turned onto Washington Street. The 3 men spilled out Mehdi and Shakir with backpacks hiding compact Uzis, Saleh with a Glock wedged against his spine. Saleh crossed to the far side of King, while the others lingered, waiting for Eddie to pass before falling into step behind him. The team itched to take their shot right then and there, but Saleh had made it clear they'd move only on his signal. Meanwhile, Adara Sherman tugged a baseball cap from her bag as she walked up South Columbus, timing it perfectly. Her mark crossed her path just 50 feet ahead. He glanced her way, but she'd positioned herself strategically beside a man pushing a stroller, a little boy clutching his hand. As the target's gaze flicked toward her, Adara leaned down to the kid with a warm smile. Your baby sister is precious. How old is she? The boy blinked up at her before turning to his dad. Daddy, how old is Mary? 6 months yesterday, the man answered, flashing Adara an appreciative grin. She's perfect, Adara said, ruffling the boy's hair. I bet you're the best big brother. The kid lit up and the father chuckled, making small talk while the target disappeared down King Street. In her earpiece, Midas snorted. Either that was Oscar-worthy tradecraft, or you're using this op as a dating service for single dads. Adara smirked, adjusting her cap as she turned the corner. What's more believable? Your secret's safe with me, Midas teased. Unvergeblich. She rolled her eyes. 75 yards back, south side. Slowing my pace to give him space. Ferber, copy. I'll hang back on his flank, ready to move if needed. A block ahead, Shakir and Mehdi wove through a crowd of tourists, eyes locked on their target until he ducked into a cafe. They halted at the crosswalk, pretending to wait for the light except when it turned green. Neither budged. Across the street, Adara paused at a closed antique shop, studying the reflections in the glass to scan for tails. Before she could report, Midas cut in, his voice tense. Adara, we might have unexpected company. She kept her tone casual, though her pulse spiked. Explain. 2 males, early 20s, backpacks. One in a brown tee and cap, the other in a green polo. They stopped when you did opposite side of the street. Could be nothing, but it feels off. A stranger sidled up next to her, pretending to admire the same window display. Adara stayed silent, letting Midas know she'd heard. If these guys were watching, they wouldn't see her lips move. Midas continued, low and steady. Since this wasn't in the playbook, we treat it as live. Lose them without losing the target. Game just got harder. Adara cleared her throat softly in acknowledgement, then pivoted sharply left past the vintage shop on South Fayette Street. The move not only shook loose from Laird's trail, but also forced her own shadows to make a choice: abandon pursuit or risk exposure on the empty residential lane. She hooked right onto Commerce, picking up speed as she headed southwest, determined to close the gap with their mark. With the King Street team now out of sight, she murmured, status on my tail. Midas hesitated before responding. They didn't bite. No hesitation, no glances, just kept moving west on King. Maybe I misread them. Hedera smirked. Your instincts are usually solid. If they ping your radar, don't dismiss it yet. Laird ducked into a cafe. I'll loop around and get ahead. Hold up, Midas cut in. The two guys are on the move again, still tracking west. And yeah, pretty sure our target just left the coffee shop heading the same direction. A dry laugh escaped her. Wait, are they following me or him? Thought they were mirroring you, Midas admitted. But if you were mirroring the target this whole time... Doesn't add up, Adara countered. Why would Clark's team tail the same guy we are? Unless Clark's running another op, Midas suggested. Adara scoffed. Doubt it, Ern Terme. More likely, they're waiting for me to reappear. Could be, Midas conceded. I'll stick with them and keep you posted. Midas kept the two men in sight while tracking the white-haired target a block ahead, but he wasn't just focused on the obvious. Years of surveillance had taught him the danger of tunnel vision. Fixating on one person meant ignoring the rest of the chessboard. Casually, he scanned the street. Pedestrians, storefronts, even upper-floor windows. Behind him, nothing seemed off, but he wasn't about to turn and risk blowing his cover. For all he knew, Clark was watching them, testing whether they'd break protocol for a thrill. Then he spotted him, a curly-haired guy in a rumpled white shirt. Plowing through the crowd with singular focus, his gaze locked on something across the street. Out of dozens of faces, this one screamed wrong. Adara, where are you now? Corner of King and Southwest. Turning left unless you say different. That put her directly in the stranger's path. Possible third player. Feel like being bait? Happy to oblige, she said, already spotting their original target. Eyes on the prize across the street. Good. Stay behind him, and I'll monitor the trio tailing you. Adara merged into the flow of pedestrians, phone pressed to her ear as she launched into a convincingly mundane chat about museum hopping in D. With her mom. The act let her shield her face with her hand, just in case the target glanced back. Her voice dropped to a murmur, barely audible over the city's hum. Midas heard the urgent update in his earpiece as he watched the scene unfold. Target is just 4 blocks from the metro station and moving fast, Adar reported. The 3 unknown subjects ahead showed no interest in their surveillance team. Their laser focus remained fixed on the white-haired man down the street. Midas tightened the gap, closing in just enough to catch the cold determination in the lead man's expression. The guy barely blinked, his gaze locked onto their target like a predator tracking prey. This doesn't feel right, Midas muttered. Their body language is off. They're way too close to our guy, and those backpacks. Not a good sign. I'm calling Clark better to fail the exercise than ignore this. Adara cut in before he could dial. No way. We pass or fail together. Besides, my phone's already out. I'll make the call. You keep eyes on these guys. Anything changes, you let me know. As she hung up and dialed Clark, Salah's phone buzzed in his pocket. Bodder's voice crackled through, tense and impatient. There's a metro station 3 blocks ahead. What if Laird's heading there? Salah gritted his teeth. They couldn't afford to lose their shot. Park near the station and watch for us. If he goes in, we take him there. He hung up and signaled Shakir across the street. Meanwhile, Clark was already striding toward his Range Rover when Adara's call came through. John, we've got a problem, she said, her voice tight. 3 unknowns tailing our target, not yours, right? Clark's pace quickened. Definitely not mine. Where are they now? Target's entering the King Street metro lot. What's the play? Get him inside now. He's ex-CIA. Calling backup. Adara's breath hitched. Copy that. She broke into a jog, closing the distance as Midas updated her. Across the street, one of the men darted through traffic, joining the third. Midas clenched his jaw. Whatever was about to go down, it wasn't part of the training exercise. The team needed to get Eddie Laird into the metro station fast, with armed transit officers forming a protective perimeter. Midas's voice crackled in Adara's earpiece, tense but controlled. Copy that. Heads up, 2 hostiles are right on your tail. Another just crossed the street toward the parking lot. They're not thrilled about him slipping away on a train. Adara didn't hesitate. Screw this, I'm going for Laird now. The response was immediate. Do it. Eddie's phone buzzed, and as he paused to check the call, Adara closed the distance. She wanted him inside the station somewhere with cover and hopefully cops, but instead he started lowering himself onto a bench outside. She kept her focus forward, trusting Midas to watch their backs. His next update sent a chill through her. They've dropped their packs, fanning out 2 on your left, 1 on your right. They're about to make a move. I'm going for the guy on your right. If he's armed, I'll take him down first. By then, Adara had reached Eddie just as he hung up on what turned out to be a spam call. She stepped directly in front of him. Mr. Pjafterfin. Dwared. He blinked up at her, then smirked. If you're one of Clark's, he needs to rethink his grading system. Without wasting a second, she gripped his arm and steered him toward the metro entrance below the elevated tracks. John will call soon, but right now, 3 men are tailing you. Not ours. He wants you inside. Eddie raised an eyebrow but stayed calm. All right. These guys look serious? Adara kept moving, her arm now around his waist as they pushed through a wave of tourists near the escalator. Midas? She prompted. His voice came back sharp. They slowed when you made contact. Still sizing you up, but they're ready for a fight. Keep moving. Eddie shot her a sideways glance. This could get messy. You packing? She shook her head. Not legally, in D. Wupperk too. He lifted his shirt just enough to reveal the grip of a snub-nosed revolver. Adara grinned. I like your style, mister. Laird. He chuckled darkly. Never even pulled this thing in Kabul. Would be something if I had to use it here. Behind them, Midas was already sprinting toward the lone gunman on the right. At 50 feet, he flicked open his karambit, blade low and ready. Then the man's backpack hit the pavement, revealing a compact Uzi. Midas's voice turned urgent. Guns are out, Adara. Get to cover now. The gunman Shakir never fired. He barely had time to raise his weapon before Midas was on him, the curved knife flashing across his throat. A powerful grip yanked him backward, driving him to his knees as blood sprayed across the hot concrete. Screams erupted as Shakir collapsed face first into the spreading crimson. Adara heard Midas's grunt through her earpiece, followed by the chaos of panicked bystanders. She and Eddie broke into a dead sprint just as gunfire erupted behind them, full auto, close and deafening. Eddie's hand went to his waistband, but they barely made it behind a thick support column before bullets tore through the station's open space. Adara lunged forward, seizing Eddie by his collar in a desperate attempt to drag him to safety. But the wiry 70-year-old twisted free, dropping to one knee with surprising agility as he raised his pistol toward the attackers. A hail of bullets shattered the tiles at their feet, sending Adara scrambling behind a thick concrete pillar. Even as she took cover, her hand shot out again, fingers straining to grab Eddie's sleeve and pull him from danger. Before she could reach him, Eddie squeezed off 2 shots toward the gunman at the station entrance, then gasped, clutching his side as his weapon clattered to the ground. He collapsed beside it, face twisted in pain. Outside, in the chaotic parking lot, Midas wrestled the Uzi from a dying attacker whose blood pooled on the asphalt. He spun toward the remaining threats 50 yards away near the station's shadowy lower level. But a stampede of panicked civilians blocked his path. Before he could take aim, a blur of black metal roared into his periphery, the grille of a speeding Nissan. Pathfinder clipped him, sending him airborne. He hit the pavement hard, his weapon skidding away as his earpiece popped loose. The SUV never slowed, bouncing over a curb and swerving toward the metro entrance, like a battering ram. Back inside, Adara dove into the open, snatching Eddie's revolver with one hand while gripping his wrist with the other. She hauled him backward, her eyes locked on the gunman. One writhed on the ground, clutching his chest, Eddie's doing, she guessed, while the other blindly fired his pistol into the station. Bullets whizzed past, close enough to make her flinch, but she steadied her aim. Just as she prepared to shoot, the attacker yanked an Uzi from his wounded partner and unleashed another deafening burst. Adara ducked tighter behind the pillar as concrete fragments rained down around her. Crouched behind cover, Saleh ejected his spent magazine and slapped in a fresh one, the paired clips secured with wooden spacers, a trick the language school had drilled into them. 61 rounds ready, no fumbling. He glanced at Mehdi, now a groaning, blood-smeared mess, then scanned for Shakir. No sign of him, just Badr tearing across the pedestrian zone in the Pathfinder, tires screeching. Perfect. If Shakir had taken down Laird, all that remained was escape. Adara knew she couldn't get a clean shot, not while dragging Eddie and with the gunman shielded by the column. So she fired anyway, not to hit, but to shatter concrete, to remind him she wasn't hiding. She needed seconds, just enough to get Eddie out of the kill zone. The gunfire echoed like a warning. This isn't over. The revolver in Adara's grip only held 5 bullets, and after squeezing off 2 shots, she heard the hollow click of an empty chamber. Damn it. She'd just burned through her last real defense. As she yanked Laird deeper behind the concrete pillar, a black Pathfinder roared into the station, skidding to a halt. 2 transit cops sprinted down the escalator, about 50 yards to her left, and immediately opened fire on the SUV. The driver responded with a wild spray of bullets from his Uzi, forcing Adara to shield Laird's body with her own as rounds chewed into the column. When the barrage paused, she checked the older man 2 gut-wrenching wounds in his chest and abdomen. She tried to stop the bleeding, but he weakly shoved her hand away, fumbling in his pocket before pressing something cold and slick into her palm. A speed loader, smeared with his blood, its 5. Some 57 rounds gleaming inside. No time to clean it. With practiced speed, she ejected the spent casings from her Smith & Wesson and slammed in the fresh bullets. But when she turned back, Laird's glassy stare told her everything. Van. Shit. She screamed into the chaos. Principles down. Midas, where the hell are you? Badar's Pathfinder screeched to a stop inches from Saleh's cover. Leaning across the front seat, Badr one-handed the Uzi through the shattered passenger window, hammering rounds toward Adara and Laird's position. Saleh, meanwhile, popped up and unleashed a barrage at the cluster of transit cops near the turnstiles. If he could pin them down, maybe he could make a break for the Nissan. Mehdi? No idea. The kid was on his own. Saleh wasn't about to play hero and catch bullets from both sides. Emptying his mag, he bolted for the SUV's back door just as a sing-sour round from a cop's pistol punched through his neck. He collapsed, clutching the gushing wound, and glared up at Badr. For a heartbeat, their eyes locked. Then, Badr threw the Pathfinder into reverse. Wait. Saleh choked, fumbling for his Glock, but the tires were already spinning. Midas gritted his teeth as he moved toward the gunfire, the dead man's Uzi heavy in his hands. The station echoed with overlapping shots. Cops, terrorists, chaos. No earpiece. No idea how bad his injuries were after getting clipped by the car. But none of that mattered. Adara and Laird were in there, and he wasn't leaving without them. Midas sprinted down the sidewalk, weaving between panicked pedestrians and newspaper kiosks as gunfire echoed through the streets. His boots pounded against the pavement, when suddenly, through the fleeing crowd, he spotted a wounded man slumped against a Nissan. The guy clutched his bleeding neck with one hand while the other fumbled beneath his shirt. Then came the glint of a Glock. Before Midas could react, the Nissan's tires shrieked as it lurched backward, barreling straight for him. No hesitation. He raised the Uzi, steadying his aim at the driver's silhouette through the SUV's rear window. One squeeze of the trigger sent a single round punching through the glass. The Nissan veered violently, smashing into a wrought iron gate before spinning out like a derailed train. Midas didn't wait to watch the wreck. He pivoted back toward the gunman, on the ground just as the guy swung his pistol toward him. 4 shots cracked in rapid succession, but none came from the terrorist. The man jerked forward, his weapon clattering to the pavement as Adara Sherman stepped into view, her revolver still raised. She barely spared the downed shooter a glance before sprinting toward Midas. A black Range Rover screeched to a halt beside them, and they dove inside, just as the abandoned Nissan erupted in a fireball behind them. The explosion rattled the Rover, raining scorched metal onto the roof. Clark didn't floor it. His eyes flicked between Midas's blood-streaked arm and Adara's stained blouse. "Where's Eddie?" he demanded. Adara's voice was tight. "Gone." "I couldn't." Clark didn't need the rest. He hit the gas, weaving through traffic with calculated calm. How bad?" "Lights who fixed." Adara shook her head. Midas took a hit. "Mead's a hospital." "Not happening," Midas grunted, wiping grime from his face. "Most of this isn't mine." "Crow blood." Adara blinked. "Crows?" "Bad guys," Midas said with a tired smirk. Delta slang new to her. Clark took a sharp turn onto Prince Street, mind racing. They'd need a maze of detours, a new car, and to vanish for days. He glanced at his passengers. What hue were they? Midas exhaled. 4 unknowns. Young olive skin, maybe Turkish. Webbed, hard to pin. Adara added quietly, "The one Eddie shot." Her voice trailed off as the city blurred past, the weight of the day pressing down. As I sprinted past him, I caught a clear glimpse he couldn't have been more than 17. Middle Eastern background. Clark pressed. "Possibly North African," Adara replied, her voice distant. Then, with a heavy sigh, she added, "John, I'm sorry." I tried to get Laird to safety, but he drew his weapon and fired. Clark's jaw tightened. What were they armed with? He needed any detail that might reveal who they were dealing with. "Uzi's on full auto," Midas answered from the back seat. "And a Glock." Adara nodded. "Most to same here. Pistols and submachine guns." Laird took one of them down. Clark exhaled sharply. Eddie did his part. His fist slammed against the steering wheel. But who the hell was gunning for him? Silence filled the car. No one had answers. Minutes later, Clark, Adara, and Midas stepped out of the black Range Rover outside Tyson's Corner Center, a sprawling mall just a short drive from the Alexandria shootout. Without a word, a bearded man in his 40s slid into the driver's seat and peeled away, blending into traffic. Dave Fleming, one of the campus's security team, would stash the SUV miles away on company-owned land before hitching a ride back with Pablo Gomez in his vintage Firebird. The trio slipped into the mall's side entrance, making a beeline for the Eddie Bauer store. Pete Fleming, the manager and a former Army Ranger, had cleared the shop on short notice. In under 3 minutes, they swapped blood-stained clothes for fresh gear and vanished through the stockroom, leaving behind only a few unnoticed drops of blood on the tile. Outside, Ding Chavez waited in a tinted Ford Explorer. He whisked them to a safe house near Langley, where Jack Ryan Jr. and Dom Caruso stood armed and full of questions about the ambush that had derailed their training up. Adara guided Midas inside, pressing a bloodied bandage to his arm. She locked eyes with Dom for a split second before steering Midas to the kitchen table. Under protest, he stripped down, revealing a massive bruise stretching from hip to thigh. Chavez whistled. "Damn, man. How are you even walking?" Midas shrugged. "Nothing's broken. Might be sore tomorrow." Z. Clark smirked. "You're not Delta anymore. You're allowed to admit it hurts." A faint grin crossed Midas's face. "Well, in that case." Jerry Hendley stormed into the safe house, Gavin Berry right behind him, while Dale Henson and Jason Gibson, 2 additional campus security operatives, secured the garage before stepping inside. The team fanned out, positioning themselves to cover both exits, their compact 300 blackout rifles drawn from inconspicuous carry bags and slung across their shoulders. Jerry, still on a call, paused when he spotted the group huddled in the kitchen around Midas, who stood in nothing but his lycra shorts. "Boss," Jankowski greeted awkwardly. Jerry lowered his phone just long enough to assess the deep bruise on Midas's hip. "If I had to bet," he remarked dryly, "I'd say that came from a black Nissan Pathfinder's driver's side door." Midas and Adara exchanged glances before it clicked. Jerry had seen the footage. "Light cave. Security cam?" Midas asked. "Yep," Gary confirmed. Gavin pulled it up in seconds. Beery shrugged. "Don't sweat it. The resolution's garbage, no IDs possible. Plus, my team's scrubbing social media and cloud uploads in real time. If anything pops up, we'll bury it before it spreads." He shot Midas an impressed look. "Gotta admit, man, that was something. Watched the replay 5 times. You spun like Captain America until gravity remembered you." Midas grimaced at his swollen hip. "Yeah, except Cap sticks the landing." Jerry stepped away to finish his call while Adara worked, cleaning a gash on Midas's forearm before strapping an ice pack to his hip, with a bandage from her med kit courtesy of Dom's quick delivery. When Jerry hung up, he turned to Midas. "Stitches needed, Barry?" "Nah, sir. Adara's got me patched up like a field medic." Hendley and Clark exchanged nods. They trusted Adara's no-nonsense medical assessments. The blonde medic shook her head. "You'll live, but tomorrow's gonna suck. That hip's gonna puff up like a balloon, ice or not. The arm's clean must have clipped the sub's mirror. Road rash on his chest and knees, but nothing serious." Midas smirked. 6 IEDs couldn't kill me. A jackass in a Nissan sure as hell won't." Clark turned to Adara. "You good?" "You were right in the thick of it." "Not a scratch," she said, catching Dom's relieved gaze before adding quietly, "Wish I could have done more for Laird." Jerry's jaw tightened. That old bastard made it through Tet and 6-8 in Beirut in '83. But a quiet morning in Virginia. That's what got him. Adara's voice hardened. "He took one of them down with him." "Figures," Gary muttered. Then he relayed the phone update. PD's tally 3 dead tangos, maybe a 4th in the Sufav wreck. 2 civilians, including Eddie. 2 transit officers down. 8 wounded civilians, plus an officer with shrapnel in his hand. Adara exhaled sharply. "Jesus." Jerry's gaze shifted to Gavin and Jack, the weight of the day settling over them all. "Is there any possibility Laird got swept up in that massive intelligence leak that's been all over the news lately?" Jack wasn't present when the breach occurred, but he had a gut feeling worth sharing. "Doubtful," he responded. Chavez raised an eyebrow. "What makes you say that?" The leak seems tied to SF-86 forms stored in what was supposed to be a secure OPN database, Jack explained. But those digital records only date back to 1984. If this guy was CIA during Vietnam, his clearance would have been granted way before then. Clark cut in with a revelation. Here's what you're missing. Eddie's daughter, Regina Laird, works for the agency now. She transferred from Naval Intelligence 5 years ago. Her SF-86 would list her father's employment history. Jack's expression shifted. Well, that complicates things, Chavez added grimly. Which means, not only does Gina need to be told her father was murdered, but her career in covert ops is effectively over. Gary turned to Jack, skepticism creeping into his voice. Are you saying someone out there has access to all these records and can cross-reference them to track people down in real time? Exactly, Jack confirmed. Dom, looking just as baffled as Jack had been earlier, asked, Since when does ISIS have that kind of capability? Gavin jumped in before Jack could respond. They don't. Jack and I think a private group hacked the data, then sold or handed off parts of it, maybe to some Russian kid whose brother died on that Baltic sub. Now they're packaging this intel into targeting profiles, probably for profit. Maybe for other reasons. They've already fed some to state actors, and now it looks like they've dumped a ton of it into the hands of ISIS operatives in Europe and the U. Chavez let out a low whistle. Damn. Every single one of us in this room has filled out an SF-86. Jack Ryan smirked. Not me. Clark chuckled darkly. Right, the celebrity's safe. Meanwhile, the rest of us nobodies just got way more exposure than we ever wanted. Last time I was in People magazine, I was 14 with a mouthful of braces, Jack shot back. But don't worry, you guys won't be targets. Anyone digging into your files would just see a bunch of corporate security consultants working for a Virginia private equity firm. These guys are after active operatives, or, like Todd Braxton, loudmouth still bragging about their glory days hunting terrorists. Gary's face tightened. If you're right, tens of thousands of people could be at risk right now. Have you briefed the Chenna? Jack shook his head. Not yet. We only pieced this together yesterday and wanted to test the theory first. The NSA's still denying the OPM was hacked, but Gavin's convinced there's no other explanation. Then it's time to loop in Mary Pat, Jerry said. She'll decide if Dan Murray needs to hear your theory. But from what I'm hearing, nobody else in the IC has a solid lead. Jack and Gavin exchanged a glance. Jack wasn't as confident as Gavin, but he nodded. We'll draft a report as soon as we're back at the office. But for now, I should stick around to help with security. Jerry turned to Clark. I need him back on analysis ASAP. Guskum Sam, Clark agreed. Jack, we've got security covered here. Your brain's more useful on the intel side. You and Gavin can head out, but run a surveillance detection route before circling back to the office. We'll hold down the fort here, keeping an eye on the news and any investigations rolling in. If everything checks out, we'll make our move later. I might even bring Midas and Adara back to my place tonight, get them out of the city for a breather. Jerry nodded, already pulling out his phone. I'll reach out to Dan Murray as soon as I can get him on the line. He needs to smooth things over after what went down in Alexandria. Security footage along King Street will show Adara and Midas tracking Eddie before the takedown. Dan should know they're with us and that they handled the threat this morning. He paused, then added, John, what about your Range Rover? It was spotted near the metro. Clark gave a half shrug. There are thousands just like it around here. Still, might be time for an upgrade. I'll talk to Sandy about it. His expression darkened. A good man died today. Someone who served his country well, just like Jennifer Kincaid. The government will push for justice, but I'd rather we had a hand in it too. Jerry, if Jack and Gavin can pinpoint a target from their intel, I want us in the fight. Jerry didn't hesitate. Given how exposed our operatives are now, Mary Pat will want us seeing this through. No objections here. If they give us a name, I'll get her approval and make sure we're part of the hunt. Meanwhile, in a dim third-floor office in Bucharest, tucked inside a dull concrete building on Dr. Paleologos Street, Alexandru Delca leaned back in his chair, watching American news feeds flicker across his screen. He just checked his offshore accounts, 2 fresh deposits of $5 million each. Payment for 24 American targets. A slow smirk spread across his face. Before this, he'd been living large on a fraction of that, playing the part of a wealthy man. Now, his bank balance finally matched the illusion. But the money wasn't the best part. No, what really thrilled him was seeing the chaos unfold in America, his revenge against the country that had locked him up years ago. And the cherry on top? Watching the media scramble to connect the dots, blaming ISIS for the attacks. Not because the Americans were clever, Delca had zero faith in their intelligence, but because ISIS had handed them a propaganda video claiming responsibility. The so-called ISIS guys, as he mockingly called them, had taken out Barbara Pineda and Michael Wayne. They'd botched the Todd Braxton hit, sure, but lucked into killing someone even more high-profile. Not that Delca wasted time dwelling on his own miscalculations. He tracked Braxton's movements through social media, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, where the actor had carelessly posted about his daily routine. 3 days before the hit, Braxton had even tweeted a photo of himself in the back of a black SUV, captioning it with details about heading to a film set in the Mojave. Delca chuckled to himself. Americans made it too easy. Delca spotted the familiar green Starbucks logo in the background of the image, its location confirmed by the digital metadata embedded in the file. Cross-referencing the coordinates, he pinpointed the coffee shop at the intersection of Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Riverside Drive in Los Angeles. Braxton, the man in the photo, sported the same thick mutton chops Delca had seen in countless other pictures over the last 3 years, images he'd carefully compiled into the dossier sent to his ISIS contacts. The next morning, a Facebook post from Danny Phillips tagged Braxton, boasting about their coffee run before heading to the set, complete with the hashtags Blood Canyon and Coffee for the Road. Amused by their carelessness, Delca shook his head. These Americans practically handed him the intel. The metadata matched the previous location, and a quick search on a restaurant review site confirmed the Starbucks had a drive-thru. Yet, judging by Braxton's parked car in the Twitter photo, they'd gone inside instead. Since Braxton seemed to stick to his morning coffee ritual, Delca figured it was the perfect spot for his clients to strike. Solid intel except for one oversight. He hadn't bothered to check recent photos of Danny Phillips. If he had, he would have noticed the actor had grown nearly identical mutton chops, making the two men eerily similar in build and appearance. A warning could have spared his clients from targeting the wrong man. But did it matter? The ISIS group still claimed the hit as a victory, even if they'd taken out Phillips instead of Braxton. And miraculously, none of their operatives had died, unlike most of their other botched missions. Now, Lev News coverage flashed on his screen, reporting a shooting and bombing in Alexandria, Virginia. Delca immediately knew the target, Edward Laird, the CIA's Middle East expert. Soft target, easy hit, or so he'd thought. Yet CNN claimed 3, maybe 4 attackers had been killed in the attempt. Were these jihadis just incompetent? Or had Laird been better protected than Delca's research suggested? Frustration gnawed at him. Not over the collateral damage, Delca didn't care about innocence or guilt, but over the staggering losses his clients were taking. 6 dead terrorists for 4 low-priority targets. If they kept this up, his lucrative business would dry up fast. He'd have to find new buyers. The news cut to a blurry image of a body sprawled on a kitchen floor, blood pooling beneath it. The reporter called the victim an Army Green Beret. "Delta Force," Dalka muttered, rolling his eyes. "These idiots can't even get that right." Behind him, the office door creaked open. A voice spoke. Dalka turned sharply at the sound of his boss's voice. Dragomir Vasilisu, a lean man in his mid-30s, leaned casually against the doorframe like he'd been observing for a while. "Dicte place to play gay." "Hey, Drago," Dalka said, forcing a relaxed tone. Vasilescu stepped inside the cramped office, dragged a squeaky office chair from the corner, and settled beside his lead researcher, without taking his eyes off the screen. "So, what's this about reporters messing things up?" Alex Dalka was a natural at thinking fast. Years of hustling on the streets, and over the phone had sharpened his instincts. "Oh, just had CNN on in the background," he lied smoothly. "Helps with my English." They were covering some shooting near D. But they couldn't even keep the victim's age straight. Unless I misheard. Wasn't really paying attention. Vasilescu squinted at the screen as a reporter stood outside some American subway station, the footage cutting abruptly to an ISIS propaganda video. The art director understood enough English to follow along, but the rapid-fire news jargon always left him a beat behind. With a grunt, he turned away. "Damn terrorists." Dalka nodded absently. "Yeah, total scumbags." "So, what's up?" "The Seychelles group. Everything smooth with them?" The question caught Dalka off guard. The Seychelles group was their cover for Chinese intelligence, the ones who'd handed them the hacked personnel files, a goldmine of classified data. Officially, Dalka managed the team, sifting through it all, but in reality, he spent most of his time cherry-picking targets to sell to ISIS on the side. Still, he flashed a confident grin. "Absolutely. Better than fine. Just yesterday, I flagged an American asset in Guangzhou, sent the whole dossier. Work history, contacts, even her espionage record. Took us a week to compile." "Why? Kritistakis sign." Vasilescu's expression didn't change. "They're flying in Monday." "For a meeting?" Dalka's stomach dropped. "Wait, physically?" "Motsikand, respite." "Yep. Weird, right? We all know they're Miasefs, but they're acting like we're supposed to pretend otherwise. I'd rather not deal with them face to face, but they insisted." Dalka's fingers twitched near the keyboard. "This was bad. Any idea what they want?" "None. Thought you might have a clue." Vasilescu's gaze sharpened. "You have been delivering on schedule, right?" Dalka's eyes flicked back to the screen, where footage of a protest played silently. "Of course," he said too quickly. "We've ID'd CIA officers in Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, plus their local contacts. Like that Guangzhou agent. It's a massive data set, even with my automation tools." He forced a chuckle. "You know how it is." Vasilescu just stared at him, silent and unreadable. Drago finally broke the intense eye contact, giving Dalka's leg a firm pat that made him jump. "Ah well," he said with a shrug. "Maybe they'll toss us more responsibilities, fresh assignments." "Honestly, I wouldn't mind that at all." Dalka forced a nod, though his mind was already spinning. "Yeah, same here," he muttered, swallowing the unease creeping up his throat. "Don't sweat it, Drago. I'll handle whatever concerns they've got." "Perfect," Drago replied. "Main conference room, Monday at 10 sharp." With that, Dragomir Vasilescu strode out, leaving Dauka alone with the flickering news footage of Syria's chaos on his screen. Damn it all, he hissed under his breath, the Romanian equivalent of cursing his luck. His thoughts raced as he tried to rationalize the sudden Chinese visit. The recent attacks in America were barely 3 days old, yet Beijing might already suspect the intel triggering them traced back to the opium breach, a breach that in theory could be pinned on China. Dauka had never imagined they'd connect his sale of classified data to the raw intel Art stole for the Seychelles group. But the Ministry of State Security wasn't some backwater operation. They had eyes everywhere: North Korea, Iran, Indonesia. If they'd caught wind of high-level identity intel being sold weeks ago and now saw ISIS striking with eerie timing, well, that might just spook them enough to come knocking. Sure, Dauka had handed them proof of American espionage in China, but exploiting it now? That was risky. Arresting someone in Guangzhou could tip off the U, making it seem like China was complicit in the leaks fueling these attacks. The last thing Beijing wanted was to be linked to dead American spies and analysts. Damn it all, he repeated, rubbing his temples. Months ago, when he'd first decided to monetize the OPN data, he knew exposure was a possibility. He'd planned for it: offshore accounts, Bitcoin stashes, a quick exit from Romania. But theory and reality were different beasts. Pulling it off meant calling in a favor from an old friend, someone he'd rather not owe. Was it time to panic? Just because the Seychelles group wanted a meeting didn't mean the Chinese were here to drag him off. Maybe they just wanted reassurance their intel hadn't been weaponized by terrorists. Taking a deep breath, Dauka forced himself to assess the situation coldly. No, there was no smoking gun, not yet. These intelligence officers might be nervous, but they had no proof he'd double-crossed them. And if there was one thing Alex Dauka excelled at, it was spinning a convincing lie. He remained in Bucharest, continuing his daily routine at work while maintaining contact with the Seychelles group operatives. A packed duffel bag sat by his door, a silent promise to vanish the moment he sensed danger tightening around him. Halfway across the world in Dubai, Sami bin Rashid strode into his office early that Sunday morning, the city's skyline glittering under the desert sun. He hadn't bothered with the news during his commute, but now, shrugging off his coat, he flicked on an international broadcast. Leaning forward, elbows planted on the desk, he absorbed the grim updates from America. The first 3 attacks hadn't made global headlines, but he'd been tracking them, obsessively scouring local reports from cities where his targets lived. The previous day's intel had confirmed 2 of al-Matari's men were gunned down by authorities in North Carolina. Losing operatives at that rate was unacceptable, and the stakes were too high for such carelessness. Then the broadcast cut to Alexandria, Virginia, where chaotic cell phone footage showed a metro station engulfed in gunfire. The reporter's voice crackled over the din. 9 dead, including a transit officer and 4 assailants, one behind the wheel of a rented SUV with Michigan plates. Bin Rashid's pulse spiked. 4 men gone. Sweat prickled at the base of his skull, trickling down his thick neck. His eyes darted to the wall monitor displaying time zones, evening in D. Where was al-Matari? Was he even alive? Hands trembling with rage, he snatched his phone, dialing with furious jabs. In a dim Chicago brownstone, Musa al-Matari stared at the buzzing device in his palm. The encrypted call blared silently. He'd tweaked the settings to allow 20 rings before voicemail, unwilling to miss critical updates. But this was a conversation he'd rather avoid. Downstairs, 2 of his cell members murmured with Algiers and Tripoli, while 4 others were out preparing for the next strike. On the 15th ring, he exhaled sharply and answered. Bin Rashid's voice was a blade. 4 men dead for 1 retired spook. Explain that. Al-Matari's grip tightened. Your intel missed something. Laird wasn't alone. Now it's my fault. The Saudis' scoff was venomous. And what about Braxton? El-Matari fired back. You didn't mention his new look or his damn doppelcore. Your job is to adapt, Ben Rashid sneered. I'm not there to hold your hand. A bitter laugh escaped Al-Matari. We're the ones in the lion's den, risking everything, while you sit in your tower counting your failures. The air between them crackled with unspoken threats. Today's disastrous events, 4 men dead, and a misidentified target in California, were intelligence failures, not operational mistakes. The Saudi responded with icy calm. You haven't touched any high-value targets yet. These were just the low-hanging fruit, and already 6 are gone. That's 1/5 of your entire force. He knew the mission had started with 30 operatives in the U. I'm aware, Al-Matari shot back. Did you think I wasn't counting? We always knew there'd be casualties. Some will fall, others will join. That's how this works. The Saudis scoffed. New recruits? Success draws followers. Without victories, who's going to sign up? Al-Matari had intended to keep operational details from him, but frustration won out. Within a day, we'll hit multiple targets, including a major one. Estafette is which one? The Saudi pressed. You don't need to know, Al-Matari snapped. After a tense pause, the Saudi relented. We blew fine. But remember, you need a win. Something that shakes the world. Al-Matari's reply was curt. Turn on your TV soon. You'll see greatness, God willing. Then the line went dead. Meanwhile, Adara and Midas arrived at John Clark's farmhouse in Emmitsburg just past 10. After the morning's chaos in Alexandria, a secure call between Hendley, Murray, and Foley confirmed the area was safe. Though they were relieved the terrorists had been stopped, Mary Pat and Dan wished at least one had been captured alive. The incident had quickly been classified as terrorism, so Murray assured Hendley the 2 shooters, seen fleeing in a black Range Rover, would be written off as Laird's security detail. With no incriminating photos surfacing, the campus was in the clear. Clark and his wife Sandy greeted them on the porch. Adara and Midas carried their go-bags inside, where Sandy led them to upstairs bedrooms before retiring for the night. As they descended later, Adara noticed Midas gripping the railing, his hip clearly bothering him. She didn't comment. She knew he hated showing weakness. All day, he'd brushed off her medical checks, even though he'd been hit by Msuv just hours earlier. She'd let him tough it out, as long as it didn't compromise the mission. In the kitchen, Clark had 3 beers waiting. They talked briefly about the farmhouse's history before moving to the back porch. Crickets chirped in the distance as Clark took a long sip. Well, he began, the night air thick with unspoken tension. None of this had gone according to plan, but after a long conversation with Gary earlier that night, the path forward was clear. The team would be putting in grueling hours in the coming days, as intelligence agencies scrambled to piece together the chaos unfolding around them. Jack and Gavin were already digging into the network behind the attacks on American soil, tracing the leaks that had exposed their targets. It wouldn't be long before they turned the tables and became the hunters instead of the hunted. Jerry also hinted there might be a chance to tackle the homegrown threats lurking in the shadows. Adara and Midas remained quiet, absorbing the weight of the moment. Clark leaned forward, his tone shifting from grim to decisive. Effective immediately, your training is over. Consider yourselves part of the operational team on probation. Sure, but after today? Hell, you 2 walked into a firefight unarmed and walked out with 4 tangos down. If that's not proving yourselves, nothing is. The praise was bittersweet. Eddie's loss hung heavy, but there was no time to dwell. Midas gave a tight nod. Appreciate the trust. I'm ready to hit back. We good to head into the office tomorrow? Clark shook his head. Not yet. Even though we're steering clear of the Metro investigation, some local might have caught a glimpse of you two in the middle of that mess. We can't risk it. Stay here tomorrow. I've got a makeshift range by the creek and enough firepower to keep you busy. His smirk said he wasn't exaggerating. The rest of the evening passed with stories about Eddie tales of courage and loyalty that left both recruits wishing they'd known him better. Adara promised to check in with Dominic, while Midas just wanted to stretch out his aching hip. When Clark finally called it a night, Midas pushed himself up, hiding a wince. Clark didn't miss it. You good? Very, absolutely. Ready to roll. Adara arched an eyebrow and Clark sighed. Ever tried an Epsom salt bath? Midas blinked. Can't say I have, sir. Normally, I don't play drill sergeant here. The campus is a hell of a lot more relaxed than JCO. But if I have to order you to soak in that tub, I will. Midas hesitated, then relented. Yes, sir. I'll grab some tomorrow. Clark cut him off with a rare grin. Math, already done. Sandy left a 5-pound bag in your bathroom. 20 minutes minimum. Midas chuckled. Roger that. As they climbed the stairs, Adara nudged him. Bet Delta never made you take a spa day. Midas grinned. Definitely not standard protocol. The Tampa morning was already sweltering before sunrise, but the man jogging past the softball field didn't break stride. At 58, he'd endured worse deserts, jungles, places that made Florida's humidity feel tame. He wasn't about to let a little heat slow him down. Not when he knew hotter days were coming. General Wendell Caldwell thrived in the heat, but even a man like him knew better than to push himself under the scorching Florida sun if he could avoid it. That's why he was out before dawn, taking advantage of the lingering coolness to push his limits harder than he had in weeks. A seasoned military leader, Caldwell was no stranger to discipline, whether in the deserts of Iraq or the quiet streets of Tampa. He demanded the same relentless drive from himself as he did from his troops. As head of Central Command, he had just returned from a grueling month overseas, yet here he was, back at MacDill Air Force Base, starting his day the same way he always did, with a punishing run. Gadsden Park, just north of the base, was his usual route. He liked the brief escape from military confines, weaving through the park before tracing the perimeter fence southwest toward Tampa Bay. The salt-tinged breeze off the water kept him sharp as he followed Picnic Island Boulevard to the peninsula's tip, circling the parking lot before turning back. The routine never varied 40 minutes. No distractions, no shortcuts. Even with the recent ISIS attacks rattling the country, Caldwell wasn't about to let fear dictate his habits. Sure, the bombings near Sigonella had his full attention. He'd be meeting security teams later to tighten defenses. But as for his personal safety, please, if some amateur jihadist thought they could ambush him on his morning run, they were in for a rude awakening. His vigilance was second nature. No headphones, no zoning out, just sharp eyes scanning every shadow. And if by some miracle a threat slipped past his notice, well, that's why he carried the sleek Walther Pike Cess tucked under his shirt, a parting gift from his days in Germany. He'd faced down guerrillas, insurgents, and warlords, a couple of wannabe terrorists. Didn't even register. The real concern was his people, the ones living off base, exposed. But Caldwell? He'd spent decades in war zones. A morning jog through Tampa wasn't about to be the end of him. Caldwell completed 2 laps around Gadsden Park, pushing his pace along the open stretch of North Boundary Boulevard before weaving through quiet residential streets, that eventually led him to Picnic Island Boulevard. The morning sun had just crested the horizon, casting a golden glow over Tampa Bay as a pair of F-16s descended toward the nearby airfield, their sleek canopies catching the light. Other runners dotted the path, some offering quick salutes or greeting subordinates who recognized him, even if he didn't always place their faces. Each exchange forced him to break stride, and he couldn't help but imagine how much farther he might go without the constant interruptions. Today, though, his mind was on security. His gaze lingered a little longer on each passerby, assessing potential threats, though the idea of an actual attack here just outside MacDill Air Force Base seemed almost comical. Picnic Island Park was usually bustling with military personnel, but at this early hour, it was nearly empty, save for a lone white Honda parked facing the water. Caldwell barely glanced at it, figuring he'd get a better look on his next pass. Rounding a cluster of trees at the edge of the parking lot, he nearly collided with another runner, a slight figure with messy blonde hair, dressed in typical Florida workout gear. Instinct kicked in, sizing them up in an instant. No threat. But just as Caldwell started to dismiss them, the Honda's engine roared to life. Then, without warning, the jogger veered directly into his path. Caldwell barely had time to react before the glint of a knife flashed in the morning light. He yanked at his shirt, fingers scrambling for his pistol, but the attacker was too fast. The blade plunged deep into his ribs before he could pull free. Pain exploded through his chest as he staggered back, finally wrenching his Walther clear. The first shot tore through the man's thigh. The second ripped into his stomach. Both men collapsed onto the pavement, blood pooling between them. Caldwell gasped, lifting his head just enough to see the knife's hilt still buried in his own chest. Caldwell was a hardened soldier, but the pain radiating from his wound made him feel every second of his mortality. Through blurred vision, he saw his attacker, a young man in his early 20s, with fair hair and pale eyes, looking every bit the all-American boy. Gasping for air, Caldwell managed to choke out, "Why? Just tell me why." The blond man's face grew paler with each labored breath, his gaze locking onto Caldwell's before glazing over. His final words were barely a whisper. "Allahu Akbar." Then his head slumped against the pavement, lifeless. Caldwell turned his face to the sky and let out a bitter laugh. "You've got to be kidding me." Within moments, both men were gone, one a decorated U. Army general, the other a homegrown ISIS recruit, their bodies cooling on the sun-warmed asphalt. A white Honda Accord pulled out of its parking spot, heading north without so much as a backward glance. Inside, Angela Watson, head of the Atlanta cell, and her accomplice Mustafa left behind Richie Grayson, an Alabama native who had once fought in Somalia. Despite his unassuming appearance, they knew he was a fighter to the core. They also knew he'd chosen this path willingly, embracing Islam and finding purpose in what they believed would grant him martyrdom. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. pounded the pavement around the National Mall, the summer rain soaking through his clothes. After the initial annoyance passed, he barely noticed it, his mind consumed by the puzzle he'd been piecing together for days. Hours of scouring open-source intel and identity records had paid off. He'd mapped out the movements of every victim from the recent attacks. It wasn't easy reconstructing lives from fragmented, outdated data, but he'd done it. Take Sergeant Michael Wayne. His old SF-86 form, a sudden move to Fayetteville, and scrubbed social media accounts all pointed to Delta Force. Property records confirmed his home address, making it chillingly simple for anyone with the right intel to track him down. Ryan's research had also uncovered Edward Laird, a former counterterrorism operative whose career had been laid bare in an unauthorized biography. The man had lived in the same Alexandria house for years, another easy target. Whoever was feeding this information to ISIS operatives wasn't just skilled in OSINT and identint. They had a ruthless precision, turning stolen data into a deadly weapon. The realization settled heavily on Ryan. Someone was stitching together legal records with stolen intelligence, and the result was a blueprint for murder. Ryan wiped the sweat from his brow after finishing his morning run near the Capitol reflecting pool, tossing the damp towel onto the passenger seat of his black BMW. As he settled behind the wheel, he flipped on NPR just in time for the top-of-the-hour news. The anchor's voice cut through the quiet car with grim urgency. General Wendell Caldwell, commander of U. Central Command, had been stabbed to death near MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. A second body, possibly the attacker, lay beside him. Ryan's grip tightened on the steering wheel, his knuckles whitening as the report continued. Then came worse news. 2 overnight bombings, one in Pittsburgh, killing a State Department officer visiting family, the other in Monterey, claiming the lives of 6 young Army officers celebrating their language course graduation. Ryan's stomach twisted. These weren't random attacks. They were coordinated, deliberate. And he was sitting here, still catching his breath from a jog, while people were dying. He exhaled sharply, frustration boiling over as he smacked the wheel. 12 hours ago, he'd told himself he needed a break one slow morning to clear his head before diving back into the case. Now, that felt like a luxury he couldn't afford. The breach in intelligence was still out there, and every minute wasted meant more lives at risk. Without hesitation, he hit the call button on his steering wheel. Gavin answered on the second ring. "You heard?" Ryan asked, voice tight. "All of it," Gavin replied. "I'm already at the office, sifting through Rekshkov's Reddit history. Long shot, but it's all we've got." Ryan didn't bother with excuses. "I'm coming in." 10 minutes. He didn't stop to shower or change. His go-bag had spare clothes, and right now, speed mattered more than comfort. The damp fabric of his workout gear clung to him as he pulled out of the parking lot, his mind already racing ahead. Whatever this was, it wasn't just a case anymore, it was personal. Jack Ryan Jr. usually reserved his emergency protocols for field operations, but today, his gut told him he'd need them for the analytical side of his job. The situation unfolding across America was spiraling fast, and as he drove west across the Potomac River, he glanced toward the White House, just a quarter-mile detour from his route. His father would already be back from Sunday Mass with his mother, no doubt heading straight to the West Wing to tackle the crisis. Days off weren't in the Ryan DNA, not when the country was on the brink. That morning, President Ryan and the First Lady had taken their youngest kids to church, a rare treat made sweeter when their eldest daughter Olivia surprised them on the cathedral steps. These days, she avoided the White House like the plague. Too many cameras, too much security, but she made an exception today. While Jack Jr. wrestled with the weight of his father's legacy, Olivia had her own shadow to navigate, her mother's. Dr. Kathy Ryan wasn't just the First Lady. She was a powerhouse in ophthalmology, still performing surgeries and mentoring residents at Johns Hopkins. Olivia, once known as Sally, had shed her childhood name after the IRA attack that nearly killed her. Now a neurosurgery resident, she preferred the anonymity of the medical world, where nobody cared who her father was. But her mother's reputation? Miserable. At least she had Davy, her orthopedic surgeon boyfriend, to keep her grounded. The media had a field day when they found out about him, spinning wild theories about a Muslim son-in-law shaping foreign policy. Never mind that Davy was Catholic. Why let facts ruin a juicy headline? Their relationship was solid, even if their schedules were brutal. Between her 60-hour weeks and his on-call rotations, stolen moments were all they got. Still, Davy had won over the president during a quiet Thanksgiving at Peregrine Cliff, a rare escape from the spotlight. Olivia guarded her privacy fiercely, and for now, That kept the circus at bay. Davy and Olivia's relationship was far from ordinary, especially with the constant presence of Secret Service agents shadowing their every move. Olivia had grown close to the four-person detail assigned to her, 2 men and 2 women, but their presence added an unexpected layer of complexity to her love life. Just a few weeks earlier, the couple had escaped to a secluded luxury cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a recent purchase by Olivia's parents. The sprawling 5-bedroom retreat sat on 35 acres of dense forest near Old Rag Mountain, offering the perfect weekend getaway, grilling under the stars, hiking with their dogs, and stealing quiet moments together. Of course, the agents followed in a trailing vehicle, occupying 2 rooms and maintaining security as the couple wandered the trails. For Davy, the ever-present chaperones were still jarring, but Olivia had long since adjusted to the reality that privacy was a rare luxury in her world. Meanwhile, after attending Mass that morning, Olivia, Katie, and Kyle headed to the Hirshhorn Museum on the National Mall, their security details in tow, while Kathy and Jack Sr. returned to the White House. President Ryan barely had time to remove his church jacket before striding toward the West Wing, his mind already locked onto the overnight bombings. The Situation Room awaited, but the news awaiting him was worse than expected. General Caldwell, CENTCOM's commander, had been assassinated in Tampa. The morning's sermon on grace felt like a cruel irony as Ryan fought the urge to slam his fist into the conference room wall. As the meeting convened, Ryan's sharp eyes landed on an unfamiliar face seated near Homeland Security Secretary Andy Zilko. Before diving into the agenda, Ryan needed answers. "Andy, introduce your guest," he demanded, still processing the shock of Caldwell's death. Zilko nodded. "Mr. Puett. President, this is Dr. Tammin. Robert Banks, Director of the National Cybersecurity Protection System. He's here to brief us on recent breaches in federal networks." Attorney General Dan Murray cut in. "With your permission, sir, I'd like to address the terror attacks first. Pittsburgh, Monterey, and now Tampa." Ryan agreed, and Murray launched into a detailed breakdown. Crime scene evidence, surveillance footage, DNA traces, and the chilling precision of the attacks. The FBI had teams en route to Tampa, while a Miami-based Joint Terrorism Task Force unit raced across the Everglades in a Falcon 50. Defense Secretary Burgess emphasized the Pentagon's demand for full involvement. Military targets meant military oversight. Ryan didn't argue. This was a crisis, demanding collaboration across Homeland Security, defense, and justice. The stakes had never been higher. Ryan pressed Burgess on military protection measures, and the response was frank. "Stateside bases are locked down tight, and we're alerting all commands about this emerging threat. But honestly, we're still playing catch-up when it comes to safeguarding our people beyond the perimeter." Ryan didn't hesitate. "What's your playbook here?" Burgess leaned forward, his voice steady. "My team's drafting options as we speak, whether that means arming more off-duty personnel, boosting MP patrols near military hangouts, or syncing up with local cops. You'll have concrete proposals by tomorrow." The conversation shifted to Dan Murray's intel update. "We've ID'd 4 of the attackers, 2 from North Carolina, 3 from Virginia. All had travel records showing flights to Guatemala, Mexico, or Honduras during the suspected training window." Ryan connected the dots instantly. "The so-called language school." Murray nodded. "Bingo. This confirms it was an ISIS pipeline." Ryan's jaw tightened. "And since their trainees slipped back in undetected, you can bet they'll try this again." Turning to Scott Adler, Ryan's tone turned razor sharp. "State needs to light a fire under every embassy in the hemisphere. Ambassadors meet with host governments yesterday, no exceptions. Spell out what went down in El Salvador and how it's blowing back on us. make it crystal clear. If they ignore terror camps on their soil, we will act unilaterally." Adler didn't need translation. The subtext was louder than the words. Diplomatic channels would deliver the message with velvet gloves, but the steel beneath would be unmistakable. Mary Pat Foley and CIA Director Canfield faced the elephant in the room when Ryan asked about al-Matari's fingerprints. Canfield scoffed. "This has his playbook written all over it. The guy runs ISIS ops targeting you. Soil vanished to train this cell, and now? I'd bet my pension he's stateside calling the shots." Mary Pat added a grim silver lining. 7 attacks, 7 dead terrorists. At this burn rate, his forces crater in 3 weeks unless he recruits from homegrown extremists. The room fell silent as Ryan stared at the map. Somewhere out there, a clock was ticking. Al-Matari would gain fresh recruits from this, though they'd lack the rigorous training of his inner circle. Ryan turned to Arnie Van Dam with urgency in his voice. "I need to address the nation tonight. Get me airtime on all major networks." Van Dam frowned, shaking his head. "Mr. President, we don't have enough solid intel yet. A formal Oval Office address would make you look unprepared. Instead, hold a press conference this afternoon, express the nation's grief, show resolve, and deflect what you can't answer. Keep it tight, keep it real." Ryan hesitated, but Van Dam pressed on. "Trust me, if you go live with half-baked details, you'll come across as overwhelmed. And let's be honest, half the room will be empty on a Sunday, even after an attack. I'll need to strong-arm the press into showing up." With a reluctant nod, Ryan relented. "Fine. Get moving on that." Van Dam hurried out, already barking orders into his phone, rallying his team to corral reporters on short notice. Left alone with his advisors, Ryan shifted focus. "What about the intel breach? Where do we stand?" Andy Zilko, the Homeland Security Secretary, shifted uncomfortably before speaking. "Cyber threat intel has flagged a potential leak federal PIA might be compromised." "Yeah, triple stay?" Ryan asked. "Personally identifiable information," Zilko clarified. Ryan's grip tightened on the edge of the table. "Whose data are we talking about?" A heavy silence followed before Dr. Robert Banks from Cybersecurity stepped forward. "Full Bister. President, it's worse than we thought. Every SF-86 application, every security clearance form since 1984, up until 4 years ago, has been exposed." Ryan's voice turned icy. "You're telling me every single person with classified access in the last 3 decades is compromised?" Banks swallowed hard. "Unfortunately, yes." Ryan's knuckles whitened, but his tone stayed measured. "Explain how this happened." Banks hesitated. "We're still digging, but we found an unauthorized admin login in the eKIP system, the database holding all SF-86s. The breach traces back 4 years, when OPO had zero in-house IT security. They outsourced to a major firm, who then subcontracted part of the work to a company in Bangalore." Ryan's laugh was bitter. "So, we handed the keys to our most sensitive personnel files to a third-rate contractor halfway across the world." Banks winced. "Now tip ties and find them," but the damage was done. "Classic," Ryan muttered. "Lock the barn after the horses are already in Beijing." Banks shifted. "We can't confirm China's involvement this time." Ryan arched a brow. "Forgive my skepticism. Last time, it was absolutely China." Banks sighed. "Thing bestselling. Last time it was." The investigation revealed that the Office of Personnel Management didn't even keep track of its own servers, databases, or equipment, making it impossible to safeguard the sensitive information stored within. The breach occurred while an Indian contractor was handling internal network security, the briefer explained. The contractor's credentials were copied, then used to create a new admin-level account with full system access. Ryan tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. This data includes everyone who ever applied for classified clearance. Everyone. From 1984 until 4 years ago, yes, the briefer replied, visibly tense. Ryan arched an eyebrow. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't even have this network in '84. No, Mr. President. Back then, everything was stored on microfiche. During a modernization push in the '90s, all those records were digitized. Fantastic, Ryan muttered dryly. After a pause, he added, I suppose I'm in there somewhere. The briefer paled. I didn't check for specific individuals, Ryan waved him off. Mine would have been filed years earlier, but of course, they ran additional checks as I moved up at the agency and later in the administration. Relief flickered across the briefer's face. This only includes SF-86 forms and fingerprints. If yours predates the system, you wouldn't be in the compromised files. Ryan shrugged. It hardly mattered. This was still one of the worst security disasters he'd ever encountered. He studied the nervous man across from him. Dr. Banks, you're not on trial here. I'm furious, but I know better than to blame the messenger. You start shooting them, and suddenly the reports get a lot less honest. Banks nodded stiffly. Yes, Mr. President. He didn't relax. We have teams working non-stop to trace the breach who took the data, when, and how. We believe it was a one-time extraction. We've revoked all admin access pending revetting, but the damage is already done. Ryan turned to Andy Zilko. Andy, we spent $5 billion on the National Cybersecurity Protection System to prevent exactly this. After the Chinese hacked our intel network, we were promised it wouldn't happen again. Zilko shifted uncomfortably. We've made significant improvements over the past 4 years, sir. Define significant. Zilko hesitated. Well, with OPO, for example, new in-house staff are strengthening security protocols, though progress has been slower than expected. Ryan shut his eyes, exasperated. Decades of dealing with government inefficiency had taught him he could never be truly shocked. Yet here he was, shocked again. How many active clearances were exposed? Banks answered this time. Currently, about 4.5 million people hold clearances. Nearly all would have submitted SF-86s before the breach. Realistically, we're looking at around 4 million compromised records. Ryan exhaled sharply. 4 million government employees, contractors, military officers, elected officials, even those guarding our nuclear arsenal. Banks swallowed. I'm afraid it's that bad, Mr. President. The SF-86 form doesn't explicitly reveal someone as a CIA operative. The agency has its own classified application process, but most officers still end up filling one out for their cover jobs. Whether they're posing as State Department personnel in an embassy, or transitioning from military or law enforcement roles with prior security clearances, the paperwork leaves traces. A skilled analyst can spot inconsistencies like a supposed consular officer in Madrid, whose background includes 8 years in naval intelligence or special forces. Patterns like that don't just raise eyebrows, they practically scream case officer to anyone digging deep enough. Ryan adjusted his glasses, his expression grim. Now, Musa al-Matari has this intel, along with who knows how many others. Even if we neutralize him and his entire network, even if we plug the OPIN leak, we'll never track every copy of that data floating in the wild. Afraid that's the reality, Mr. President, came the somber reply. Ryan's jaw tightened. We need top-tier expertise to contain this mess for the sake of every current and former employee at risk. But first, Mary Pat, I want a full counterintelligence overhaul. Every federal worker and contractor is now a potential target. Some already know it, like General Caldwell. This warning goes out to all of them. Cyverus, Satagiri Menard. Already in motion, sir, Mary Pat responded. I'll coordinate across agencies to ensure the message is delivered. DRS Secretary Zilko cleared his throat. For the record, Mr. President, the breach originated under the prior administration. Ryan's temper flared, but his voice remained controlled. That's the last time I hear that excuse. We're not here to play blame games, we're here to fix things. For years, people in this government knew an Indian firm had access to sensitive data. Ignorance isn't absolution. If your team failed, you failed. If the system broke, I own that. Zilko dropped his gaze. Understood, sir. Ryan scanned the room, his glare leaving no one untouched. Every person here shares responsibility for cleaning this up. Those deaths, those injuries, they're on us. Maybe we didn't start the fire, but we let it burn. Here's what happens next. We find Al-Matari. We dismantle his network. We hold the leakers accountable. And when it's over? He paused, steel in his tone. Resignation letters. Mulas ated. We failed the people who trusted us. Now we make it right, but not without a full reckoning. He strode out, fury radiating off him. External threats were nothing new, he'd learned to live with those. But the self-sabotage, the complacency, that was a wound no enemy had ever inflicted. Gavin Bury had just received full access to Vadim Rekov's computer through a secure two-step verified link provided by a Department of Justice forensic analyst under Attorney General Dan Murray's directive. The moment he entered the password from his contact at the National Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Center, a perfect digital replica of Rekov's system appeared on his screen. This setup allowed multiple agencies, DUTOI analysts, FBI agents, NSA personnel to simultaneously examine the data tied to the investigation into Rekov's attack on Naval Commander Scott Hagen. Scrolling through the browsing history, Gavin noticed Rexkov was a frequent visitor to Reddit, a sprawling online forum where users shared links, debated topics, and formed tight-knit communities in specialized subreddits. Though the full scope of Rexkov's activity was limited to just a few weeks of records, the young man had logged onto the site 160 times in that short window. Gavin zeroed in on the earliest available date, right after Rekov's digital footprint began and before his cross-country trip to target Hagen. He pulled up one of the sessions, identified the username the Slavny Kid, and switched to another laptop to log into Reddit under a dummy account. A quick search revealed 8 years of posts across countless subreddits, dating back to when Rexkov was just 15. Jack walked into the conference room, freshly showered and dressed in casual clothes, just as Gavin was knee-deep in the Russians' online trail. Together, they sifted through years of activity, student visa inquiries, tech job searches, financial struggles, and most alarmingly, a flood of posts about last year's Baltic conflict. Rekkov had left nearly 500 comments in that subreddit alone. Jack exhaled sharply. That's a mountain of data. The DEW must have combed through this already. Gavin shook his head. Not likely. They'd need a warrant to dig into private messages, and even then, they'd tread carefully to avoid violating bystanders' rights. I doubt they've gone as deep as we're about to. Jack leaned in. You think this is where he connected with Hagen's intel source? After an hour of tracing his steps, Gavin smirked. Unless the OPEM hacker was his childhood pal, which seems real unlikely. This Baltic thread is our best lead. He didn't engage anywhere else online about it. Someone reached out here. Jack leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples as Gavin tossed him another file. Why don't you dig through his online chatter while I keep combing his hard drive for anything useful? Jack smirked. So, would I sift through a mountain of posts, track every username he interacted with, and hunt for hints that someone fed him intel on taking out Hagen? That's the grand plan. Gavin shrugged. You're the analyst. Do your thing. Me stabber. Jack dove into Rexkov's earliest Reddit rant under the handle, The Slavny Kid. A sprawling 2,500-word manifesto about the Baltic conflict. The post seethed with fury, blaming America for the death of his brother Stepan, who'd allegedly been aboard the Russian sub-Kazan when it was struck. Rexkov's words were sharp, his arguments unsettlingly coherent enough to sway anyone who didn't already know the truth. Jack, of course, had no doubts about his father's actions, but he could see how a grieving kid might latch onto this twisted narrative. The post wasn't just political, it was personal. Rexkov painted a vivid picture of his brother, a quiet guy who loved fishing in the lakes near their hometown. Someone who couldn't care less about geopolitics. Stepan hadn't asked for war, he'd just been doing his job. And now, Vadim's grief had curdled into something darker, a simmering hatred for the country where he was studying, the same one he held responsible for his brother's death. Jack skimmed the comments, some sympathetic, others vicious, a few downright cruel. The internet, as always, was a cesspool of anonymous cowards. But what struck him most was the shift in Rexkov's later posts. The anger sharpened, the rhetoric turned militant. Gone was the sorrowful student. In his place was a man unraveling. Failed classes, sleepless nights drowned in vodka, a downward spiral from a decent apartment to a roach-infested hole, all of it, in his mind, traced back to a single missile fired from the USS James Greer. By the end, Jack wasn't just reading words. He was watching a fuse burn. As Jack continued poring over the online posts, week after week, the digital trail painted a grim picture of Vadim Rexkov's unraveling mental state. The breaking point came roughly 3 months after his initial Reddit rant, just days following the tragic sinking of his brother's Russian submarine. In a chilling update, Rexkov vowed he'd willingly sacrifice himself if it meant executing whoever launched the fatal missile strike. Jack figured the actual trigger puller was probably some low-ranking naval crew member, certainly not Commander Hagen himself, but what mattered was Rexkov's explicit threat against personnel aboard the Greer. Jack immediately noted the post's timestamp, convinced this was the moment when shadowy figures had first locked onto Rexkov as their pawn. The comment section exploded with reactions, some egging him on, others pleading for restraint. But nothing stood out as significant. There was always the possibility of private messages, hidden from view, where the real manipulation occurred. Needing to clear his head, Jack pushed back from his desk and shuffled toward the kitchen, the weight of tracking a man's descent into madness pressing down on him. "You want coffee?" He called to Gavin, desperate for any distraction from the digital horror show. Meanwhile, President Jack Ryan faced a different kind of battlefield, the White House press room. Normally unshakable during briefings, today he wrestled with white-hot fury over the recent terrorist attacks. Every measured word felt like swallowing broken glass, but he forced himself to project calm authority. After delivering a sterile update on the manhunt for Abu Musa al-Matari, he dodged specifics, promising only that the Pentagon would soon present new security measures. The first question came like a sniper shot from a CNN correspondent. Does ISIS's ability to strike military targets on you soil prove your Middle East strategy has failed? Ryan paused, letting the tension thicken. History's playbook, Lauren, he finally replied, voice steady. When extremists lose territory, they resort to spectacle. They'll ramp up suicide bombings overseas while desperately trying to terrorize our streets. But make no mistake, their desperation reveals their weakness. The words tasted like ash, but the cameras wouldn't see the storm beneath the surface. The situation, unfolding both domestically and in Europe, has become increasingly concerning, as regions once considered stable have transformed into battlegrounds for Islamic State militants over the past 2 years. A reporter from the Associated Press pressed for details, asking, "Can you give us any estimate of how many operatives are currently active within the U?" The response was measured but firm. "While we do have estimates, I can't disclose exact figures. Operational security demands we protect our intelligence sources and methods. What I can say is that the number is relatively small, and our agencies are actively working to neutralize any threats." The AP reporter pushed further, throwing out guesses 5, 10, maybe 100. But the answer remained unchanged. "Look, Chuck, we've already taken down several attackers in the act, and more will be captured or eliminated if they persist. Our law enforcement at every level, federal, state, and local, is fully engaged. Threat levels are elevated, but our intelligence is sharp and improving. We're hunting them down, and that's the best assurance I can offer right now." An older journalist from McClatchy raised a different concern. Should Americans just lock their doors and wait this out? The reaction was immediate. "No, Richard, that's not the answer. Let's be real, violence is everywhere. Chicago alone saw over 50 shootings last weekend, with 7 lives lost. The Islamic State threat is serious, but I don't want people paralyzed by fear. Stay alert. Report anything suspicious, but don't let fear dictate your life. Too often, warnings from officials make people either ignore the danger or panic. Neither helps. The truth is, threats exist, but we're handling them." Then Susan Hayes from ABC cut in with a pointed question. "We've been fighting ISIS for years, Special Forces. Airstrikes, yet they still hold more land than some countries. Now they're hitting us at home. Will you escalate the war?" The reply was deliberate, almost professorial. "When you see maps on TV showing ISIS territory, remember it's mostly theater. They roll into towns, scare off weak local forces, and set up checkpoints with a few trucks full of gunmen. That's not governing. It's intimidation." The next day, some analyst redraws the map like they've conquered miles overnight. "But our classified intel tells a different story. They're not as strong as the headlines suggest." A New York Times reporter interrupted. "Then why haven't we wiped them out yet?" The answer came swiftly. 2 words, Michael: civilian casualties. The conversation shifted to 2 other critical terms tied to the earlier discussion: civilian casualties and urban warfare. Terrorist groups like ISIS deliberately embed themselves within populated areas, making it nearly impossible to strike them without collateral damage. When we spot their fighters in open terrain, we mobilize A-10s or Apaches immediately. But leveling entire cities isn't an option, no matter how many extremists hide there. Susan Hayes cut in, her voice sharp. "So, you're ruling out a full-scale offensive, even as ISIS escalates attacks on our soil?" "Susan, nobody would benefit from a massive ground invasion more than ISIS itself," came the reply. "Flooding Iraq and Syria with American troops would be their dream scenario. Recruitment would surge, radicalism would spread like wildfire, and their twisted ideology would gain traction. They're fighters. Most are barely trained, armed with little more than fanaticism and fantasies of martyrdom. Against F-18s, drones, or special forces, they don't stand a chance. But put boots on the ground, and suddenly, every extremist with a rifle gets the opportunity they've been praying for: A shot at what they see as the enemy. Ryan exhaled slowly. I won't hand them that victory. The U remains at the forefront of dismantling this threat, and will keep striking strategically, but recklessness plays into their hands. He fielded a few more predictable questions before wrapping up. Updates will come from the Attorney General and defense officials as developments unfold. Stepping out of the briefing room, Ryan found Arnie waiting. Thoughts? Not your finest hour, Jack. Wardhay, explain. Ryan didn't argue he trusted Arnie's instincts. You sounded like a professor dissecting insurgency theory instead of a leader ready for battle. People don't need a history lesson. They need to hear fire in your voice. Downstairs, you were all but strapping on body armor. Fair. You gave them a lecture. Ryan smirked. In my defense, I am a historian. Not the point. Right now, the country needs to see resolve, not analysis. Ryan conceded silently. I wasn't ready to show my hand. We need a clear strategy, not knee-jerk reactions. When we're ready to hit back hard, I'll say it plainly. He strode into the Oval Office, adding under his breath, right now, we're regrouping, and I couldn't let that slip. The Iraqi village had never been large, maybe a few thousand residents before the war, but now it was just another scar on the landscape. 12 miles northeast of Mosul, the rubble-strewn streets bore the marks of recent fighting. ISIS had pulled out the previous day, leaving behind a ghost town. Leading her all-female platoon through the wreckage, 22-year-old Commander Baratin Nurway moved cautiously, her Kalashnikov steady. Her unit, part of the Kurdish Women's Protection Forces, wasn't officially tied to the Peshmerga, though they shared the same enemy. Boots and sneakers crunched over debris as the women advanced, scanning for threats in the eerie silence. Among the ruins, a torn poster of an ISIS leader fluttered in the wind, a reminder of the darkness they'd driven out. Daria, known by her war name Baratin, had chosen the moniker in tribute to a legendary Kurdish female commander who led hundreds of fighters during the civil war decades earlier. That fearless leader had famously leaped from a cliff rather than surrender when her ammunition ran dry. Now, Baratin and her fellow fighters in the Yup found themselves in the aftermath of a fierce battle, combing through the shattered streets of a recently liberated town near Mosul. Just the day before, they had watched ISIS forces retreat across a wide canal, their vehicles disappearing into the dusty outskirts of the city. But with nightfall halting their advance, they had waited until dawn to move in, wary of hidden traps or lingering enemy fighters. The morning sun cast long shadows over the rubble as Baratin's unit moved cautiously, scanning every alley and shattered window for signs of danger. Then, without warning, a single gunshot cracked through the air, and one of her fighters collapsed. Instantly, the ruins erupted with gunfire-hidden ISIS snipers had been lying in wait. Cut off from reinforcements, Baratin and her 40 fighters had only distant mortar support and machine gun fire from their own lines. It wasn't enough. They needed eyes on the enemy, and that meant exposing themselves to return fire. Meanwhile, far above the chaos, 2 Apache helicopters circled lazily over the desert. Khalsan's Pyro 11 and Pyro 12, they were there to back up a Peshmerga advance. But so far, the ground forces had met no resistance. The pilots, Captain Carrie-Ann Davenport and Chief Warrant Officer Troy Oakley, listened to the chatter across multiple radio frequencies, their aircraft burning through taxpayer dollars at an alarming rate. 32 grand an hour just to fly in circles, Oakley remarked dryly. Davenport smirked. At least we're getting a scenic view of dirt. Wat first bezimet day. Oakley snorted. If you squint hard enough, maybe. She adjusted her grip on the controls. Relax. If things keep moving this slow, we'll be babysitting the fight all the way to Mosul. Below them, The real battle raged on, unseen and unheard. Carrie-Anne leaned back in her seat, scanning the horizon as the desert stretched endlessly below. I've got a feeling we're in for quite the show down there. Oakley smirked, adjusting his grip on the controls. Oh yeah, nothing like dodging surface-to-air missiles to get the adrenaline pumping. Real fun for the whole family. She rolled her eyes. And when we're done playing hero, we just hand the keys to Baghdad and call it a day. You actually want that job? Oakley quipped. Hard pass, Carrie-Anne shot back. But let's be real, those guys will probably run it like a mob operation. Oakley chuckled. Hey, at least regular corruption beats the current horror show. Bay progress, right? Fair point, she admitted. Skimming funds is garbage, but it beats public executions. Not exactly a shining city on a hill, but I'll take less awful as a win. 3 months in this war zone had stripped away any naive optimism. Democracy wasn't blooming here, but wiping out ISIS. That was a no-brainer. And right now, all she could think about was home. This was her last mission before leave 2 whole weeks of freedom. Sure, a chunk of it would be wasted on flights, but the rest? Pure bliss. No uniforms, no rations, just real food, real drinks, and 0 sand in her boots. She keyed the mic. Honestly, Oak, I'm counting the minutes until I'm sipping something cold and not worrying about Sam's. Tell me about it, he replied. 3 days from now, I'll be knee-deep in kids, cold beer, and my wife pretending she's not tired of me yet. That's the dream. What's your move, Captain? Big plans? The barren landscape blurred beneath them as she grinned. Mostly just crashing at my parents' place in Cleveland, but I'm hitting D. For a weekend blowout. Party friends, maybe even a decent meal. Then, just when I finally stopped smelling like jet fuel boom, back to the sandbox. Oakley groaned. I've got a swing set to assemble. Kids already helped by losing half the screws. Guaranteed I'll be elbow deep in my toolbox cursing the whole. Their radios crackled to life. The Joint Ops Center in Turkey broke in with urgent coordinates. Troops in contact. A UP unit was pinned down by snipers, no Jack on sight. They'd have to eyeball it from above. Carrie-Anne exhaled. Nothing like flying blind into a hot zone. She confirmed the orders while Oakley banked toward the grid. So, any clue what these folks look like from the air? She asked dryly. Or are we just guessing? Pretty much guessing, Oak admitted. As they closed in, the shattered remains of a town came into view. Carrie-Anne locked the 30mm cannon to her display, scanning for movement. Somewhere in that mess, snipers were waiting. And so were the friendlies if they could find them. With allies on the ground below, she had to be strategic about her weapon choices. The 6 Hellfire missiles at her disposal weren't exactly party favors, each one needed to count. Reserved for high-value targets rather than lone gunmen, unless the situation turned critical. The 30mm cannon, while not pinpoint precise, could lay down a devastating 10 to 20 round burst, its dual-purpose shells shredding light armor or saturating an area with explosive force. Flanking her central console were 2 5-inch multifunction displays, flickering with options targeting systems, comms, fuel stats, or even a digital encyclopedia of mission data. Her gloved fingers danced across the left side keyboard as effortlessly as texting, muscle memory overriding the bulky flight gear. Her hands never left the ergonomic grips flanking the controls. A setup so intuitive, it might as well have been a gaming rig, except here, the stakes were life and death. Every dial, switch, and knob among the 443 configurations lived in her mind like a second language. She mirrored Oakley's flight controls behind her, cyclic between her knees, collective at her left. A glance through her right eye monocle slaved the cannon to her gaze. A squeeze of the trigger on the cyclic, and whatever she saw would eat a hail of shells. The targeting screen by her knee fed her a grainy, magnified world, 1200 7x zoom turning rubble into a chessboard of shadows. Crosshairs flickered, showing where Oakley's focus landed. Thermal imaging. Useless right now. The midday sun had baked the wreckage into a thermal mirage. Human shapes, swallowed by the glare of scorched metal. They couldn't loiter. Oakley kept them weaving, denying RPG gunners a clean shot. Carrie Ann's scans were frantic, 3 seconds per building, tops. Then Oakley's voice cut through. Ma'am, troops. East and west sides of the road ahead. She slewed the TADs toward his crosshairs. The screen erupted with movement, 24 armed figures, trading fire with someone in the southern buildings. Oakley zoomed in. Wait. Nearer to wait. Those are women. Since when do Kurdish women fight? Peshmerga keeps theirs off the line, Davenport muttered. But the UP, their whole deal is female units. Oakley's chuckle crackled over the headset. So, do we help them? The captain's reply was pure pragmatism. We help us by smoking an ISIS sniper. If the Kurds get a freebie. Bonus. That's why you're in charge, Cap. Turning moral quagmires into happy accidents. And you, Davenport shot back, are why Webster's needs a made-up words appendix. They orbited the firefight counterclockwise and high, but the ruins were a sniper's paradise, too many angles, too much darkness. Even the Apache's eyes couldn't pierce it. Oakley exhaled. Let's drop to $2,000. Maybe get a better look. Below, the IPJ fighters stayed pinned, their fate hanging on a gamble neither crew could quite call. The tension in the air was thick as they scanned the streets below, hoping for any sign of movement. Stay low, just high enough to keep us out of trouble, came the reply over the comms. Moments later, they hovered at 1,200 feet, directly above the IP fighters. Even the women rebels had stopped taking fire, clustered in small groups along the shattered street, their rifles resting for the first time in hours. Oakley's voice crackled through the headset. No one's shooting, not at us, not at them. Maybe our presence will give them the chance to pull back. Carrie Ann smirked. Wouldn't it be nice if bad guys just ran away when we showed up? Instead, a sudden muzzle flash from a third-floor window cut her off. The WUP fighters reacted instantly, returning fire, dust, and debris exploding around the crumbling concrete frame. Carrie Ann locked her crosshairs onto the window. Confirmed sniper nest. Negresta Kravens, engaging. The Apache's cannon roared beneath her. 20 rounds of high-explosive 30mm shells tearing into the building. Below, the Ute fighters cheered, their faces lit up on her screen before they shifted focus to another shadowy alcove across the street. Oakley's voice was calm. They're pointing out targets for you. Copy that, she replied, squeezing the trigger again. Another burst sent concrete flying, and the women below waved in approval. They're catching on. What is it? But the next target proved trickier, a collapsed parking lot, shielding a sniper deep inside the wreckage. Flashes of gunfire flickered in the darkness, just out of reach. Frustration gnawed at her as Oakley descended, lining up for a rocket run. This time they skimmed just above the rooftops, picking up speed. At 500 yards out, Carrie Ann unleashed the rockets. The warheads split open midair, releasing a deadly storm of tungsten fletchets that shredded everything in their path, collapsing the structure in a thunderous shockwave. Direct hit, Oakley confirmed, pulling the Apache into a sharp climb. As they cleared the town, a mosque flashed by below, its minaret standing defiantly over the square. Just as Oakley banked to return, Davenport's voice cut through the intercom. "Damn, it's a bow." Carrie Ann's stomach dropped. The Soviet-era anti-aircraft gun spat tracers into the sky, stitching the air just ahead of them. Oakley yanked the Apache into a violent evasive maneuver, rolling the armored belly toward the threat. The G-forces crushed Carrie Ann into her seat as they twisted through the sky. Bulletproof seats meant little if a lucky shot found the tail rotor, or worse, the cockpit. Oakley jinked left, then right, pushing the throttle to 155 knots as they streaked out of the kill zone. The tracers faded behind them, but the adrenaline didn't. One close call down. How many more to go? The team turned north, crossing back over the street, and noticed the U-fighters were finally on the move after staying low since the Apache's arrival. They were advancing cautiously toward the south. Davenport exhaled sharply. "That was way too close, Oak." Oakley nodded. "No kidding. Did you catch that gun placement? Wedged right in the middle of that square, with all those tall buildings, we'd have to practically hover over it to take it out. Calling in an airstrike might be smarter." Carrie Ann quickly radioed the Joint Operations Center, requesting an FSAFT-18 loaded with Hellfires or bombs to eliminate the enemy position. Unlike their helicopter, a jet could strike from 20,000 feet, well beyond the ZPU's reach, while they'd have to skim dangerously low to even spot the target in the wreckage below. As they waited for a response, Carrie Ann spotted another ISIS sniper duo through her targeting system, just beyond the WAP's path. Oakley lined up the shot, unleashing 4 rockets that turned the crumbling 3-story building into a storm of fletchets. This time, they banked hard immediately after firing, putting distance between themselves and the Mosque Square with its deadly Russian anti-air weapon. The next pass confirmed the snipers had been obliterated. Delta Hotel, Oakley confirmed direct hit. Then the Jock's reply crackled over the radio. Negative on the fast movers, Pyro 1-1. No assets available. Carrie Ann acknowledged, then muttered under her breath, "These women aren't getting much backup." Oakley shot her a look. "They've got us. We could leave that ZPU alone, but it's just as deadly against them as it is against us. If they walk into that square, they're done." After a tense pause, Carrie Ann made a decision. "Let's swing around from the south low and fast, so no spotters catch on. We hit that gun from behind. You fire." "Affirmative. But we'll need to get closer than I'd like for the laser lock." "Copy that. 4 minutes to circle the town. Hope the YP stay put." "Exactly why I'm not using rockets," Carrie Ann added. "A southern approach means Fletchets could scatter north, too much risk of hitting friendlies." They hugged the ruins at just 200 feet, Oakley pushing the Apache to its limits, while both crew members scanned for threats. Carrie Ann prepped a Hellfire, slaving its camera to her display. For now, it showed only blurred rubble, but once they had a line of sight, she'd guide it straight into the target. 4 minutes later, they streaked over the town at 18.5 knots. A few scattered rifle shots pinged harmlessly below, nothing like the ZPU waiting ahead. Oakley focused on keeping them steady, while Carrie Ann flicked between screens, searching for the mosque's minaret. "There, see it," she finally said. "Got it," Oakley replied, already adjusting. Climbing, then diving in. They surged upward, gaining altitude to angle the Hellfire downward into the square. Oakley's voice was tight. "Make this count. No second chances." "Need 650 meters for the laser lock," Carrie Ann said. Oakley leveled at 5,000 feet, then nosed down sharply. The square rushed into view, now or never. Carrie Ann felt the sudden lurch as the Apache helicopter surged upward, her body straining against the harness straps. Despite the disorienting motion, her focus never wavered. Her finger remained steady on the trigger, her eyes locked onto the targeting display. Below, the ruined town sprawled like a broken puzzle. And there it was, the same ZU anti-aircraft gun they'd spotted earlier, now swiveling toward them. Oakley's voice crackled over the comms, tense but controlled. "They've got eyes on us." Without hesitation, Carrie-Anne responded, her tone cool and deliberate. "Stay on target. Lasers active." A silent beam lanced out from their chopper, painting the Russian 14. West, 12mm gun below. She squeezed the trigger, and with a sharp hiss, a Hellfire missile detached from the pylon and streaked toward its mark. Oakley held the Apache steady, descending as the missile outpaced them, forcing them into the danger zone of the impending blast. Carrie-Anne's voice cut through the tension. 3 seconds impact. The explosion erupted below, shattering the ZPU into a storm of shrapnel. Oakley yanked the collective, wrenching the massive helicopter into a sharp bank just as debris sprayed upward. The gun crew was obliterated later. The gun camera footage would confirm it, but for now, the only thing that mattered was getting clear. Sweat trickled down Carrie-Anne's temple as they peeled away, leaving the smoldering wreckage behind. Somewhere in that shattered town, a group of women fighters pressed forward, their path to Mosul now a little less deadly. Meanwhile, Jack slumped over the conference table, his eyes burning from hours of scrolling through Reddit threads. He'd combed through every post by the Slavnik kid, every reply, every tangent, nearly 2,000 in total. He'd even cataloged the usernames of frequent commenters, digging into their histories for any hint of a connection. But after 9 grueling hours, he had nothing. Vadim Rekov's rants had spiraled into outright threats against the U. Yet no one in the threads had offered the kind of intel that could have led to Scott Hagen's assassination. No shadowy contacts, no whispered secrets, just angry rhetoric and vague suggestions to aim higher. Gavin's voice broke his exhaustion. "What's wrong?" Jack groaned, lifting his head. 88 usernames to investigate, and not a single lead. Gavin's response was grim. "Actually, it's worse. Posts can disappear. The guy we're after might have scrubbed his tracks after Rekov died." Jack exhaled sharply. "Well, shit, Gavin." Gavin's grin widened as Jack stared at the laptop screen in confusion. "Not pointless at all. Check this out." He slid the computer closer, revealing archived Reddit pages stored on an independent server. These snapshots preserve every discussion, even if users delete their posts later. Think about it. If you convinced someone to commit murder online, would you leave that evidence sitting around? You'd scrub it clean. But these archives, they're untouchable. Jack's exhaustion lifted as the realization hit. The internet never forgets. Depends whether you're running from your past or chasing the truth, Gavin countered. Revitalized, Jack outlined his plan, cross-referencing usernames between the archive and live site to spot deletions. Whoever vanished probably has something to hide. He stretched, already mentally preparing for the hours ahead. "I'll hit this hard after food and a shower. Meet back at dawn?" Gavin waved him off, eyes glued to his screen. "I'm bunking here. Got an NSA contact digging into the opium breach. Might need his tools if we hit a wall. Seriously. My guest room's collecting dust 2 blocks away. Appreciate it, but duty calls." Gavin yawned as Jack slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Makes sign, sir. I'll bring you a real breakfast tomorrow, none of that granola nonsense." Back home, Jack spread notebooks across his coffee table, meticulously logging usernames linked to Vadim Rekov's inflammatory Baltic conflict posts. The archive listed 89. The live site showed 88. His pulse quickened at the discrepancy. 5 Megachopper 5 had vanished. A single archived post taunted him, PM sent beneath Rekov's violent rant. Jack groaned. A private message. That's it. The account's lifespan created and deleted within hours, screamed burner alias. He snatched his phone, interrupting Gavin's late-night coding session. Shouldn't you be asleep? Jack teased, though his own voice was hoarse with fatigue. Pot, meat kettle, Gavin muttered. Keys clacked in the background. What did you find? Jack exhaled. Why, a ghost. And we need to hunt it. Things took an interesting turn when I discovered a private message sent from a Reddit user to Rekkov. By the next morning, the account was wiped clean, post-deleted. Profile gone without a trace. Sketchy, I muttered. You think we can dig up that PM? Absolutely. Can't do it myself. But I know a guy who can. No kidding. Who? Off the record, NSA's got a back door. How'd you find that out? Let's just say I've got connections. It'll take some serious groveling to get him to poke around, but he owes me one. If we confirm that 5 Megatopper 5 is the same rat-feeding intel to Vadim Rechkov, we're golden. That's our ticket to cracking this breach, wide open. Gavin scribbled the username. I'll make the call. Don't hold your breath, though. NSA's swamped these days. Appreciate it. Get some rest. You too, Ryan. Catch you in the morning. Jack collapsed onto his couch, exhaustion finally winning. Before drifting off, he promised himself that once he got a few hours of sleep, he'd dive back into his side mission, piecing together how their mystery suspect had zeroed in on every victim. And when he finally had a lead, he'd use every trick in his playbook to hunt down the bastard responsible for all this chaos. Meanwhile, in Bucharest, a black SUV rolled up to Advanced Research Technological Designs at exactly 10 A. 4 men stepped out, sharp suits, all business. From his 4th-floor office window, Alexandru Dalka watched them with a sinking feeling. East Asian, deliberate movements. Chinese intelligence, no question. This was bad. Dalka had been skimming the very intel these guys had paid his company to steal, then selling it to the highest bidder, including some very unsavory groups. If they were here to confront him, he was screwed. Maybe they had other business. Maybe he could talk his way out. 5 minutes later, he strode into the conference room, dressed to impress, faking confidence like his life depended on it. The Seychelles group sat across the table, flanked by Art's top brass Dragomir Vasilescu, Albert Kojakaru, and a handful of senior staff. Dalka, the brains behind the operation, was relegated to the far end. No introductions. Just another cog in the machine. Vasilescu launched into his usual corporate spiel, thanking their valued clients before rattling off sanitized stats about their acquisition of data from India. The whole meeting was a masterclass in euphemisms. They weren't hackers, they were technology consultants. The Seychelles group wasn't Chinese spies, just a private investment firm. And those stolen files? Merely targeted documents obtained through strategic partnerships. Dalka kept his face neutral, but his mind raced. If they found out he'd been double-crossing them, this polished corporate charade would be the last thing he ever sat through. Dragomir Vasilescu and Albert Kojakaru couldn't hide their satisfaction as they wrapped up the presentation, their confidence radiating as if they'd just handed over the keys to Fort Knox. Across the table, Dalka forced a polite smile, but his gut twisted something about the cold, unreadable expressions of the 4 Chinese delegates set off alarms. When Kojakaru eagerly suggested a tour of their high-security facility, Mr. Peng, the delegation's leader, dismissed the idea with a flick of his wrist. We didn't fly halfway around the world to admire your server racks, Peng said, his tone razor-sharp. We need absolute assurance that the data we paid for the data you swore to protect hasn't been compromised. Dalka's pulse quickened. Dragomir, blissfully oblivious, launched into a rehearsed spiel about air-gap systems and ironclad security protocols, even throwing in a casual mention of the original data still sitting untouched in the U. Albert, ever the proud tech guru, chimed in with his usual bravado about their flawless extraction from the Bangalore servers. Dalka barely resisted the urge to groan. These guys were so busy patting themselves on the back, they didn't notice the storm brewing behind Peng's icy stare. Then came the question that made Dalka's blood run cold. Who handles linking this data to operatives in China? Peng demanded. Dragomir, ever the showman, gestured grandly toward Dalka. Our star analyst, he boasted. The man who sifted through millions of files, pinpointing every potential asset language skills, military records, connections to China. He's the reason your operation runs like clockwork. Dalka's mind raced. If they thought he was the sole architect behind this, he'd be the first one dragged out in cuffs when things went south. Cutting Dragomir off mid-glory speech, he flashed a tight smile at the stone-faced delegation. Flattering as that is, he said dryly, let's not pretend this was a one-man show. Team effort, gentlemen. Always a team effort. The room went still. Peng's eyes locked onto his, searching for a crack in the facade. Dalka held his breath. One wrong move, and the whole house of cards would collapse. Gentlemen, I'm truly fortunate to lead an exceptional team dedicated entirely to your project since day one, he began, adjusting his tie. While he designed the sophisticated software that streamlined their data management, he emphasized that the actual extraction and transformation of raw intelligence fell to his talented junior analysts. These young professionals work tirelessly. Their precision and dedication constantly impress me. He watched as the Asian delegates exchanged subtle nods. Perfect. Dalka had carefully balanced reassurance about data security, with just enough ambiguity to avoid direct responsibility. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Albert and Dragomir exchanging puzzled glances. Normally, Dalka would be elbowing his way into the spotlight, but today? Let the team take the applause. Both men knew how many sleepless nights he'd poured into the Seychelles contract. His sudden humility would raise eyebrows. But right now, keeping the stone-faced man across the table from suspecting him of implicating China in attacks against the U mattered far more than office politics. One wrong move, and those four might decide he'd sold their secrets for a yacht in Monaco. For the next 10 minutes, the Chinese officials drilled into their methods, how open-source intelligence had unmasked American operatives. Dalka noted their admiration, but more importantly, their focus had shifted. Every time he credited the analysts, their questions redirected to Dragomir. Classic corporate hierarchy and action titles trumped expertise. Vasilescu, the CEO, commanded their deference, even though Dalka was the architect of it all. The Prabby Corps defined by him. Then Dragomir finally voiced the question hanging in the air. How can we assist you? Peng leaned forward, his voice razor-sharp. Your deliverables concern us. Recent events suggest your data may have leaked. This endangers our organization for actions we didn't authorize. Vasilescu spread his hands. I assure you, access is strictly controlled. You misunderstand, Peng interrupted. I'm not worried about hackers. I'm worried you're the thief. The CEO stiffened. No, let's not. That's a ridiculous accusation. Peng shot back, his voice sharp with disbelief. He leaned forward, his fingers drumming on the table. How on earth could a bunch of camel-riding militants in the Iraqi desert possibly track American spies on you? Soyo. Dalka couldn't resist jumping in again. You're referring to the recent terrorist attacks by Islamic extremists in America, correct? He paused, stroking his chin as if genuinely weighing the Seychelles group's concerns. I understand your worry, but trust me, the intel those jihadists are using is worlds apart from what we have. Just the other day, I was watching the news coverage, wasn't I, Mr. Vasilescu? He flashed a knowing smile. As someone who specializes in research and intelligence, I'm fascinated by how people gather and weaponize information. And from what I've seen, whoever's feeding intel to these terrorists has real-time, pinpoint accuracy. Meanwhile, our data is years old, you know that. Peng wasn't buying it. Yet somehow, your company took that outdated intel and pinpointed a target in China down to their exact job and apartment building. Dalka winced, like a salesman caught in a minor exaggeration. Well, we provide general locations, not surgical strikes. We might tell you, Mr. X works at the U consulate in Shanghai handling durable goods and lives on a certain street. But the intel ISIS has? They're sending killers to specific coffee shops, targeting exact vehicles at precise times. He shrugged, almost apologetic. That's not us. Those terrorists must have moles inside the U. Government. Peng huddled with his men, their murmurs tense. Finally, he turned back, his expression grim. Our concern stands. If the Americans catch wind of this breach, whether it's connected to the attacks or not, they'll come after you. And then us. That can't happen. Vasilescu cut in, his voice edged with suspicion. How do we know your data is secure? Peng stayed silent. Dalka exhaled slightly. This was just intimidation, a warning to keep quiet. If they had real evidence, they'd have acted already. Time to push his luck. Here's an idea, he offered smoothly. The raw files are on a single air-gapped computer. No copies, no network access. The machines here in the building, ports physically disabled. No uploads, no downloads, not even printouts. He spread his hands. If it eases your minds, take the whole system with you. Lock it down until this blows over. Sure, it halts our work, but you'd know the data's safe. Vasilescu frowned at the bizarre offer, but Dalka knew it was hollow. These men wouldn't touch that computer. They only cared about the conclusions, not the raw intel. Just as expected, Peng shook his head. Then all four men turned their cold stares on Vasilescu, the air thickening with unspoken threats. The team from the Seychelles group departed after a tense exchange, leaving Dragomir Vasilis and Alexandru Dalka alone in the lobby. Dragomir shook his head in disbelief. These guys are out of their minds accusing us of collaborating with terrorists? That's a stretch even for them. Dalka nodded, rubbing his temple. They're chasing ghosts. Whatever's happening in the U has nothing to do with the data Albert lifted. That's just paranoia talking. Dragomir studied him for a moment, then smirked. You surprised me back there. Normally, you'd hog the credit, but today, you threw your team under the bus in a good way. Dalka chuckled, pouring himself a coffee in his office later. Had to remind them they're not just dealing with me. Spread the blame, spread the fear. He winked before taking a sip, but his hand trembled slightly, sloshing hot liquid across his desk. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed a stack of napkins from the break room, his pulse racing. Like a pew, Stapol. You've got this. But his body wasn't buying it. Pum's team was digging hard, and no matter how convincing his lies were, the truth gnawed at him they'd be back. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at a Fresh Fest supermarket in Las Vegas just before dawn. A sleep-deprived Air Force drone operator, stopping for groceries after a grueling shift, noticed a nervous couple eyeing him. Something felt off. He ducked towards self-checkout, but they followed. The woman's hand dipped into her bag, The man's fingers brushed his waistband. Guns flashed. A retired cop in a ball cap drew down on them, shouting for compliance. Instead, bullets flew. The old-timer dropped the woman with 2 precise shots, but took rounds to his shoulder and hand before a teenage stock boy dragged him to safety. The major bolted for the exit as a security guard, rusty with his revolver, missed every shot before taking a fatal round to the throat. Ambulances screamed in, but the damage was already done. The man collapsed near the ATM just inside the market entrance, bleeding out within moments. Outside, 2 Las Vegas police officers sat in their patrol car sipping coffee when the sudden gunfire pierced through their closed windows and the hum of the AC. They reacted instantly, wheels screeching as they pulled up to the scene in under a minute, just in time to see terrified deli workers sprinting past them. One officer snatched his shotgun while the other drew his Glock, both charging toward the chaos inside. The surviving attacker had been desperately trying to revive his fallen partner when the cops stormed in. Caught off guard, he bolted deeper into the store, but not before buckshot tore into his back. Staggering but still moving, he fired wildly, hitting a panicked bystander before emptying his magazine blindly at the officers as he retreated toward the stockroom. He reached the loading dock, where a potential escape route was blocked by employees hiding behind parked cars. With no way out, he dragged himself back inside, collapsing behind a stack of cereal pallets, his body racked with pain and defeat. Kate knew the mission was a disaster. He and Asa had missed their target again, just like they'd failed to take down that Navy SEAL in Los Angeles days earlier. Now Asa was gone, and he was finished. The first responders didn't pursue him further, not after the shotgun officer spotted the wire trailing from the dead woman's sleeve, leading to a detonator with its safety cap flipped open. His shout sent his partner scrambling as they evacuated the area. More officers swarmed in, securing the shopping center, while the wounded were dragged to safety. It took a moment for the cops to process that their quiet coffee break had just turned into a counterterrorism operation. The Lens elite SWAT team, known as Zebra, arrived within half an hour. Unsure if they were dealing with hostages or just a barricaded gunman, the commander deployed a tactical robot. While bomb techs examined the vest near the entrance, Zebra moved to the back, positioning themselves at the loading dock. A small robot rolled through the automatic doors, following a blood trail straight to the stockroom. K-Tebby slumped against the cereal boxes, his phone pressed to his ear, his pistol dangling loosely in his hand. "Forgive me, Mohammed," he rasped. "Asa is dead. Some old fool with a gun like something out of a Western ruined everything. I tried to finish the job, but the target got away." Mohammed's voice crackled through the line. I know. It's all over the news." "You're completely surrounded, brother," the voice crackled through the phone, but the bleeding man wasn't paying attention. His hollow eyes stared at nothing as he whispered, "I watched her die right there in front of me." The voice on the line grew fervent. "She achieved martyrdom with honor, just as you will. You're both warriors in the eyes of Allah." Kate B. absently rubbed the crusted blood on his knuckles, then suddenly tensed. A strange electronic whine filled the warehouse air, pulsing louder before cutting to silence. His fingers trembled against the cold metal of the detonator as he wiped sweat from his brow with a torn sleeve. Then came the amplified voice from beyond the stacked pallets police negotiators, pleading for surrender. With a guttural scream of Allahu Akbar, Kate Bay whipped around the corner, gun blazing, and slammed his thumb down on the plunger. The explosion tore through the space where a bomb disposal robot had been rolling forward, its mechanical voice still mid-sentence when the blast vaporized it along with shelves of breakfast cereal. Halfway across the country, Abu Musa al-Matari tossed his phone onto the table with a snarl. Another failure. These Santa Clara operatives had been amateur hour causing chaos from LA to Vegas, sure, but botching every real objective. Even Aza's suicide vest had malfunctioned when that cop put a bullet through her wiring. Pathetic. He'd already written off the pair as collateral damage. Meanwhile, his real network was making headlines. Just last night, 3 separate attacks had unfolded like clockwork. A Marine's wedding reception in New Orleans reduced to rubble, a CIA officer gunned down in Michigan, and a government analyst torched in St. Louis. The news cycles couldn't keep up. 17 remaining operatives were crisscrossing the country, sleeping in rest-stop bathrooms and disposable motels, but the chaos was working. America was reeling. ISIS didn't need perfect soldiers, just enough fear to make the whole nation flinch. Al-Matari meticulously analyzed every move by law enforcement and government officials, absorbing every televised reaction to the recent attacks. His mind raced with plans for an unprecedented strike, one so audacious it would force the American public to demand military intervention against ISIS. While the assassination of the CENTCOM commander had been impactful, his next operation would dwarf it in scale. Currently in Chicago, he huddled with 3 local cell members and Omar, the Detroit cell leader, scouting potential targets across the city. Meanwhile, David, Ghazi, and Husam prowled Brooklyn's streets, finalizing details for their imminent operation. The Santa Clara survivors had regrouped in Arizona, poised for action, while the Atlanta operatives split into pairs, preparing simultaneous missions. The previous night's copycat attack near Detroit, where a National Guard sergeant was gunned down in a burger joint, had particularly thrilled him. When police cornered the Somali-born shooter in a library, his fatal plunge from a 3rd-floor window became accidental propaganda. Al-Matari grinned, already drafting the ISIS media release that would claim the attack as independent jihad, knowing such lone wolf narratives would radicalize more recruits. Yet cracks were showing. Law enforcement responded faster, harder. Civilians fought back with firearms, a complication absent during his operations in Istanbul or Mumbai. Still, his language school disciples had ignited chaos far beyond his expectations. Each new attack was kindling for an inferno of terror. Across the country, Attorney General Dan Murray barely paused for breath between crisis meetings. After shuttling between the Pentagon and FBI headquarters, he now strode into the Oval Office, where President Jack Ryan poured coffee for Defense Secretary Burgess and CIA Director Foley. "Light cream, no sugar, just like always," Ryan said, handing Murray a mug. The Attorney General smirked. Only he and Foley could get away with calling the president Jack in private. Burgess, the former general, remained stiffly formal even as Ryan joked with old friends. The contrast wasn't lost on Murray. Some bonds, forged over decades, no title could touch. Arnie Van Dam, the 3rd member of Jack Ryan's inner circle, walked into the room, clutching a notepad, quietly shutting the door before settling onto the couch beside Murray. Ryan wasted no time. "We've got a few critical items to tackle today." The president's daily brief covered the recent wave of attacks across the country, and as expected, the situation is deteriorating. "Anything new since the morning update?" Murray leaned forward. "The Vegas incident is the latest. We're combing through every scrap of evidence, but both suspects are dead, so no interrogations there. Security footage from the Starbucks attack where that actor was killed shows the same 2 individuals." Ryan exhaled sharply. "At least Al-Matari is burning through his operatives fast." "That doesn't necessarily mean his network is shrinking," Murray countered. "Every day this drags on, the chance of copycats jumping in grows. We could be looking at an expanding threat, not a shrinking one." Jack turned to Burgess, his expression grim. "You've been working on safeguarding military personnel stateside. What's the plan?" "We're ramping up security for off-base events, more patrols, tighter screening," Burgess replied. Ryan raised an eyebrow. No cancellations. Burgess shook his head firmly. Not a chance. If we start shutting down operations, ISIS will claim victory. We stay the course just with more protection. All right. Hugh, what else? Burgess hesitated, then dropped the bombshell. I want every service member in the U authorized to carry a sidearm off duty. Silence hung in the air before Ryan finally said, Hell, why not? Murray cut in. You'll face massive resistance New York, California, Illinois, you name it. Burgess shrugged. States that profit off military bases suddenly get squeamish. Look, it's not perfect, but it's our best shot. We're also rolling out self-defense training nationwide, contracting firearms instructors to run as many classes as possible. Most troops have basic handgun training, but let's be honest, it's not enough. This'll bridge the gap, and no one's forced to carry if they're not comfortable. Using military-issued weapons. Exactly. We're not asking some junior enlisted to drop half a paycheck on a Glock. Beretta M9s, standard holsters, ball ammo gear they already know. Other branches have their preferred sidearms, so we'll accommodate those too. Familiarity breeds competence. Arnie grimaced. Jack, the media's going to paint this as you turning America into a battlefield. Ryan's jaw tightened. I'll handle the backlash. And Dan, he turned to the Attorney General. You'll need to swat down any legal challenges. Murray sighed. Fine. But we set strict rules, no alcohol, zero tolerance. That message has to be crystal clear. Burgess nodded. Agreed. Ryan's voice turned steely. This might not stop every attack, but it sends a message. Our people aren't sitting ducks. As the meeting shifted, Murray briefed them on the investigation's progress, small wins, but wins nonetheless. The tension in the room lingered, a mix of resolve and unease. Outside, the world kept turning, unaware of the decisions being made behind closed doors. The Department of Justice had been scrutinizing flight records from the U to Central America around the time of the language school training in El Salvador. So far, they'd pinpointed 11 of Musa al-Matari's suspected operatives. 4 of those confirmed were among the casualties in Virginia and North Carolina, while the others had vanished from their known addresses. Meanwhile, the FBI's tip lines had turned up leads on additional ISIS affiliates operating stateside, a car salesman who suddenly stopped showing up for work, a college student who never officially dropped out but hadn't been seen in weeks. These clues, among others, seemed promising, but Deputy Director Murray cautioned that for every solid lead, there were hundreds of false alarms. Agents were sifting through the noise, separating genuine threats from petty grievances or overactive imaginations. Murray sighed. Jack, our tip line is drowning in calls, some from paranoid folks, convinced their local deli worker is a sleeper agent, but just as many from Muslim Americans who want no part of this madness. ISIS has spilled more Muslim blood than anyone else's. He leaned forward. We're tracking 2 brothers and a sister in Chicago who disappeared months ago. No trace. Just whispers from their community. Same story in Atlanta. A mosque reported one of their more fiery regulars dropped off the radar. The timing fits the language school theory. Ryan nodded. At least we're getting cooperation from inside the community. Wouldn't it be something if this nightmare actually brought people together? Murray agreed. I've ordered Dujay to engage carefully, no heavy-handed tactics. We can't afford to squander this goodwill. Ryan's expression darkened. We've ID'd missing or dead suspects, plastered their faces everywhere, but no arrests yet. Musa could be holed up in some studio apartment running this whole show via burner phone, if he's even in the country. And let's be real. Strapping sidearms on every service member won't stop suicide vests from detonating post-mortem. He rubbed his temples. Sapelquavene. We'll dismantle them. Short term, they're winning the PR war, making us look helpless. Murray didn't argue. We could escalate tactics, but my priority is stopping attacks and building prosecutable cases. Ryan scoffed. Trials? I'd rather skip the courtroom drama altogether. A knowing glance passed between them. Murray hesitated, then Mary Pat Foley cut in. Dan, if memory serves, there's still an FBI-credentialed asset at Henley Associates. Murray's eyes lit up. Drew, exactly. Henley's team has waxable expertise. The unspoken implication hung in the air like smoke. Dominic Caruso was technically still on loan to their team, even if only officially, so Dan Murray saw no issue with sharing intel between their operations. It could give our investigation a real boost, he suggested. Jack Ryan hesitated. Dom was the president's nephew, after all, and the campus had always skirted the line when it came to domestic operations. Let me mull that over, Jack finally said. Murray nodded. Understood, Mr. President. Just tossing it out there. After the meeting wrapped up, Mary Pat lingered behind. Something bothering you about bringing the campus in to track down Musa al-Matari? She asked. Ryan shot her a look. You kidding? I've got concerns about them every single day, big and small. Mary Pat shrugged. They get results. Quietly, efficiently. No disagreement there, Ryan admitted. And Dom's solid, she added. Then with a knowing pause, they all are. She didn't have to spell it out. Jack knew she meant his son. The thought of sending him into danger still twisted his gut, but the truth was, that decision had been made years ago, when Jack Jr. joined the campus behind his back. Mary Pat cut through his thoughts. John Clark wouldn't let your boy near something this high profile on home soil. Ryan exhaled sharply. Sure, but if not him, then Dom. Or someone else's kid. I don't get to veto the plan just because my family's involved. You'd be a lousy father if you didn't worry, Mary Pat pointed out. Ryan smirked, but his expression quickly hardened. Tell Dan he can brief Dom. She nodded. I'll give Gary a heads up so they can prep. Ryan's jaw tightened. Al-Matari's hitting 3 targets a day now. The copycats won't be far behind. Whatever it takes. By 8 a.m., Jack Jr. was already buried in work, his 3rd coffee of the morning in hand, as he hunched over a laptop in the conference room. Notes, printouts, and reference books covered the table. What had started as 1 computer had multiplied into 3. He'd been pulling all-nighters dissecting the recent attacks, obsessed with figuring out how their unseen enemy had pieced together identities from Opium records and open-source intel. Between office sessions with Gavin and late nights on his apartment floor with a beer and his laptop, Jack had become an expert in OSINT methods. The sheer volume of personal data floating online stunned him. Most people had no idea how exposed they really were. LinkedIn alone had been a goldmine for the enemy. 3 confirmed victims and another near miss had profiles blatantly advertising their intel work CENTCOM, Fort Bragg, D. agencies. Their photos, degrees, job histories practically painted targets on their backs. Digging deeper, Jack realized even the most covert government employees weren't safe. Family posts, old college friends tagging locations, every careless detail chipped away at operational security. The enemy didn't need hacking skills when ordinary oversharing did the job for them. Gavin strolled into the room, balancing a steaming cup of coffee. offering Ryan a quick nod before settling into his usual spot at the conference table. The moment his chair creaked under his weight, he announced, "Got something you'll want to see." Jack barely glanced up, his tone dripping with skepticism. "Unless you brought a box of glazed donuts, which I know you don't touch anymore, I'm not interested." Then he froze mid-sentence, his eyes snapping to Gavin. "Wait, you actually reached out to your NSA contact? The one with the shady Reddit access?" Gavin rolled his eyes. "Never called him a friend, and I definitely didn't say backdoor. But yeah, I pulled the private message from that user you flagged." Ryan grabbed a pen, flipping through a notebook crammed with scribbles until he found a blank corner. Gavin squinted at his screen. "Here's what 5megachopper5 wrote. Been tracking your story. If you're serious about what you claim, I'll give you everything you need, no strings, just justice for Stepan." Jack exhaled sharply. Damn. The message included a Tor-only address for Rekshkov to reply. "But it's dead now," Gavin continued. "And right after sending it, our guy nuked his Reddit account. Safe bet Rekshkov took the bait." Jack groaned. "So we're back to square one." "Not even close," Gavin shot back. "While every other forensic tech was sifting through Rekshkov's hard drive blindly, I had the date and URL from the Reddit exchange. Rekshkov was a coding amateur, so his files were a disaster, thousands of text that's dumped everywhere. But I had a hunch he'd dig into this mystery contact, if only to avoid a government trap. Late last night, I found a goldmine in his Evernote. Pages of code, saved right after the Reddit chat." Jack leaned in. And buried in that mess was a username, Polygeist999. Rekshkov must have tied it to the guy behind the dark site. Jack blinked. "I thought 5megachopper5 set that up." "That was just a burner name. Polygeist Nini Nu is his real handle or one of them." Jack rubbed his temples. How would Rekshkov even connect the dots? Could have been a slip-up in their chats, or maybe Rekov hacked something. Wev or Kefrev. Point is, the little creep left us a trail. Gavin smirked. Ran link analysis on Polygeist999. Turns out, it's been used everywhere with slight tweaks. Numbers, symbols, you name it. Tech folks love variations. Had my non-existent NSA buddy run a deep dive. Badav Torbe, a Romanian rental site last March. After that, it popped up on coding boards, hacker forums, sketchy download hubs, you get the idea. Jack's eyebrows shot up. Romania. Yep, Gavin confirmed, sipping his coffee. Pack your bags. The digital trail led Jack and Gavin to a web of usernames intertwined with Polygeist, each one leaving breadcrumbs across emails, domain registrations, and lines of code. The sheer volume of aliases painted a picture of someone deeply embedded in the digital underworld, particularly in open-source intelligence circles. But aliases weren't enough. They needed flesh and bone, a real identity behind the screen. More importantly, they needed proof connecting the shadowy figure to jihadist networks, intelligence agencies, or at least a motive for targeting Rekshkov with stolen intel and a murder plot. As they dug deeper, their shared database filled with new leads, each username branching into more variations of Polygeist999. The work was tedious, like untangling a knotted fishing line, but persistence paid off when Gavin suddenly froze mid-search. "You seeing this?" he muttered. Jack didn't even need to glance at the screen. No digital footprint before March of last year. Like he just popped into existence. "Exactly," Gavin said, rubbing his temples. "It's weird he's too skilled to be a rookie. Feels like he's been doing this for years, but his online life only starts then." Jack leaned back, fingers steepled. "First activity was on a Romanian apartment site, right?" Gavin nodded. Could have been hacking at scouting targets, or, Jack cut in. He just needed a damn apartment. The idea hit Gavin like a bucket of cold water. Wait, you think he's actually Romanian? More than that, Jack said, eyes narrowing. I think he was in prison. No online presence before March? That's not a coincidence. Guys like this don't just materialize with full skill sets overnight. Gavin exhaled sharply. Okay, but Romanian prison records. That's a nightmare to crack. Jack smirked. Still a smaller nightmare than yesterday's. With a reluctant chuckle, Gavin dove into the task, expecting hours of digital trench warfare. But fate had other plans. Barely 4 minutes later, he slammed his hands on the table, jolting Jack out of his focus. Got him. Jack blinked. Thebriz all previka. How? Didn't even touch Romanian systems, Gavin said, grinning. Ran a search through you. DUJ records on Interpol convictions in Romania. Narrowed it down to 28 released prisoners. And guess what? One of them fits our guy's timeline perfectly. Out of all the prisoners released, only 21 had walked free by March 19th of last year. Jack was intrigued, but what came next would blow his mind. Send me that list and Gavin cut him off. Here's the kicker, only one of those 21 was released on March 19th itself. Jack shot up from his seat. You're telling me a Romanian cybercriminal walked out the same day Polygeist started spreading? Bingo, Gavin confirmed. Alexandru Dalka. Spent nearly 6 years in Jalava prison. Before that, he ran a digital scam operation, swindling millions from unsuspecting victims. He skimmed through a DOE report. The guy was a master at tricking people into handing over passwords, a real smooth talker. Jack sank back into his chair, frowning. But that doesn't explain how he suddenly became an expert at exploiting open-source intel. Gavin smirked. Prison's a hell of a school, Jack. You pick up all kinds of shady skills there because, well, that's where the pros hang out. Not all of them, Jack shot back. Plenty of crooks are running loose out here, too. Fair point, Gavin conceded. Any idea what he's up to now? Jack punched Dalka's name into a Romanian search engine. Seconds later, he whistled. No way. He's working for some firm in Bucharest, Advanced Research Technological Designs. Gavin's fingers flew across his keyboard as he pulled up his hacker database. Before the results even loaded, he muttered, "Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I know these guys. Who are they? Top-tier hackers, but that's just scratching the surface." Gavin scanned the details. Started off peddling prescription meds online, then shifted to full-blown cyber fraud. Built a reputation for cracking passwords and hijacking admin access, like it was nothing. Jack raised an eyebrow. How do you know about them? They pulled off some slick social media cons targeting European bankers. Made waves in my circles, at least. Jack smirked. What? Not big enough for CNN. Gavin rolled his eyes. Not everything's primetime news, Ryan. Anyway, a few years back at Black Hat, that's Hacker Central, someone exposed how Art hacked Holland's biggest telecom. Stole IDs from hundreds of thousands. No hard proof, but a whistleblower pointed the finger at them. Jack leaned forward. Could they pull off something like the OPF? Doubt it. They've never gone after government systems before. But Dalka's tied to them, and he definitely fed intel to Rekov about Hagen. Jack was already on his feet. That's all I need. Rick skimame. Mammed old Imdaus. Gavin called after him. Where the hell are you going? Bucharest. Jack bolted for the elevators. Gavin scrambled after him. "Oh no, you're not leaving me behind." Jack spotted Jerry's office door ajar and barged in, only to find Jerry deep in conversation with John Clark and Ding Chavez. The tension in the room was palpable. "Sorry," Jack said, backing up. "Didn't mean to interrupt." Jerry waved him in. "Oh, perfect timing. I was about to call you and Dom. We just got off the phone with Dan Murray. The team had just received a critical request to assist in tracking down Musa al-Matari and his network operating within the U. Plans were already in motion to relocate Dominic, along with backup, as soon as a secure location could be arranged." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Because of his FBI credentials." "Exactly," came the reply. "It grants him access to crime scenes without raising suspicion. And let's be honest, another ISIS attack isn't a matter of if but when." Clark shook his head. "Sorry, Jack, but you're sitting this one out. The risk of someone recognizing you on a domestic op is too high." Jack smirked. "Actually, that works for me. I was about to ask for a different assignment, Bucharest. Trust me, I'll blend right in there." Jerry frowned. "Bucharest. Not the play." Before Jack could answer, Gavin stepped into the room, leaning against the doorframe. "A man named Alexandru Dalka. He's the one, or at least one of them, exploiting the OPIN files, turning them into hit lists targeting you. Military and intelligence personnel." Jerry's eyes widened. "You're telling me you actually tracked down the leak?" Jack nodded. "We've got a lead, but it's still hazy. We know where Dalka operates, but not whether he's acting alone or backed by something bigger. Either way, we need eyes on him fast." Jerry turned to Clark. "Thoughts?" Clark rubbed his chin. "Given how widespread this breach might be, sending our own people makes more sense than just alerting the usual agencies. Dom can handle the domestic side with local backup if things go south. But Jack in Romania? Well, he'll need a team." Jerry nodded. "Then let's give him reinforcements." Clark glanced at Chavez. "Ding. Sevatwaintu ding." Chavez shrugged. "Guess I'm packing for Romania." Gavin cleared his throat. "We'll need tech support full surveillance setup, maybe even a digital deep dive. If I tag along, it'll smooth things out." Clark fixed him with a stern look. "Tech. Support. Batayeb. Tube. Onely." Gavin held up his hands. "Wouldn't dream of stepping out of line." Jack leaned forward. "If surveillance doesn't give us what we need, we can always shake the tree, confront Dalka. Make him think we know more than we do." Jerry chuckled. "A bluff. Classic. John?" Meade Clark grinned. "Works for me. And since Gavin and Jack are confident, let's roll with it. I've got a contact in Romania, ex-military, used to run with their counter-terror unit. He's been a fixer for foreign ops for years. I'll bring him in for logistics and translation." "Perfect," Chavez said. Jerry called Dominic into the room, while Clark patched in Adara and Midas, who were mid-lunch at his Maryland farmhouse. Over speakerphone, he briefed them on the Bucharest op-tracking Dalka, the opium connection, and the stakes. Jerry added, "Ding, take Midas with you. He's new, but his Delta Force recon experience is exactly what we need for low-profile surveillance." Chavez grinned. "Welcome aboard." Midas's voice crackled through the phone. "Glad to be part of the team." Dominic, seated beside Chavez, gave a silent nod of approval. The pieces were falling into place now. It was time to move. Dom tensed slightly as Gary and Clark exchanged glances, sensing the unspoken conversation was about him. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice edged with suspicion. Jerry hesitated before responding. Nothing bad. Actually, we need you for something stateside. Dan Murray from the FBI specifically asked for you. They're tracking terror cells, and if we can snag one of these guys alive, your skills might help crack him faster than the usual legal channels. Dom's wariness melted into enthusiasm. Now that's a solid plan. Clark turned toward the speakerphone, where Adara's voice chimed in. Adara, remember when I made it crystal clear you and Dom wouldn't be paired up right away? There was a pause before she answered. You mean like 5 days ago? Yeah, I remember. Clark exhaled. Well, scratch that. Dom's FBI credentials make him essential here, and Midas is better suited overseas, no offense, but Delta trumps Navy SEALs for this kind of recon. Adara chuckled dryly, not arguing with that logic. Dom stiffened again, processing the idea of working alongside his girlfriend in the field. Meanwhile, Adara was already shifting into gear. I'll pull surveillance equipment from outfitting. We'll need tech on this one. Clark nodded. Good. Once another attack hits, you two deploy immediately. Might have to fly commercial if the Gulf Stream's still in Europe. Adara's tone turned curious. What about you, John? I'll hold down the fort here, but stay on standby. The meeting wrapped up and the team dispersed, leaving only Jerry and Clark behind. The older men sat in silence until Clark muttered, So, now we just wait for another officer to get taken out somewhere in the country. Jerry gave a grim nod. Better get Dom and Adara prepped. At this rate, they won't have long before wheels up. Waleed Wali Hussein stepped out of Brooklyn's Ahlul Bayt Mosque after morning prayers, blending into the small crowd before turning onto Atlantic Avenue. He checked his phone as he walked, scanning for missed calls. His Chevy Suburban sat parked along the street, and he slid inside, firing up the engine before merging into the sluggish traffic. At 38, Wally was an FBI special agent in the counterterrorism division, based out of Lower Manhattan. A Brooklyn native, his daily commute 3 miles, that somehow took half an hour was just part of city life, unlike some wide-eyed transfer from Nebraska who'd lose their mind over it. As he drove, he listened to a voicemail from a colleague. A promising tip had come in, and they needed him at the office ASAP. Wally eyed the gridlock on Adams Street and dialed back. Lunetti. His fellow agent, a Queens local, answered. Hey, man. Got my message? Yeah, but if this leads on my side, you might want to meet me. Bridge is a parking lot. Lunetti snorted. Nah, it's near the Bowery. Some 2-star dump called the Windsor. Know it? Wally groaned. Forsyth and Broome. Sounds like yesterday's wild goose chases. Probably. But what else we got? Wally sighed. Fine. Target still at the hotel. Tipster wasn't sure. Wally Hussein had just gotten off the phone with the hotel clerk who recognized him from the morning news. She'd mentioned meeting them outside, but his attention snapped away as traffic crawled toward the Brooklyn Bridge. He barely had time to mutter. 20 more minutes before movement on the sidewalk seized his focus. A lanky figure stepped from behind a donut vendor, hoisting what looked like a football-shaped tube onto his shoulder. Hussein's stomach dropped RPG. The muzzle flash was the last thing he ever saw. The blast sent David Hembrick stumbling, his discarded rocket launcher clattering on asphalt. Sunglasses flew off as he scrambled up, shoving through dazed pedestrians in Willoughby Plaza. A woman on a bench gaped at him, her finger trembling as she opened her mouth to scream. He fought the urge to silence her. Muhammad's orders echoed in his skull. Survive, don't die here. Her shriek chased him down Pearl Street, where 2 clueless cops barely glanced his way until her shrill accusation cut through the chaos. Hembrick bolted, youth and adrenaline widening the gap as he veered past the Marriott. The security camera caught his smirk, let them watch. A silver Chrysler idled at the curb, door flung open. He dove inside just as Husam's Uzi barked from the backseat, stitching bullets across the cops' vests and limbs. Tires screeched onto J Street, weaving against traffic toward the B. By 9 a.m., they ditched the car near Graham Avenue, vanishing into separate subway cars. Penn Station swallowed them whole, 3 faces in a sea of commuters, each boarding a different train to Newark. The woman's scream still rang in Hembrick's ears, but freedom tasted sweeter than revenge. For now, at the airport train station, the group split up for the day, each boarding separate flights they'd booked on their phones during the ride. Hembrick had a non-stop flight, while Husam and Ghazi had layovers, but all 3 would land in Chicago by mid-afternoon. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted at the FBI's New York field office after the murder of one of their agents. It wasn't until well past noon that anyone followed up on the tip about the man staying at the Windsor Hotel. When they finally questioned him, his alibi held he had no ties to ISIS or the recent attacks on soil. Musa al-Matari wasted no time sending footage of the Shiite FBI agent's execution to the global Islamic media front. The shaky chest cam footage, strapped to David Hembrick with a bungee cord, wasn't Hollywood quality, but al-Matari knew the editors in Raqqa would polish it into something gripping. Watching the attack live, he'd initially feared Hembrick had blown himself up. The idiot had fired the RPG from just 30 meters instead of the required 50. Still, the results were satisfying. 1 dead agent, 2 wounded cops, and all 3 attackers slipping away unharmed. The past 12 hours had seen 3 more attacks, 2 by lone wolves who'd pledged allegiance online mid-crime. In Connecticut, a gunman sprayed bullets into a Marine recruiting station before being taken down, leaving 3 wounded. In Kansas City, a shotgun-wielding man massacred 6 on a city bus. And in Scottsdale, Arizona, grenades shattered the windows of a Homeland Security official's home, killing him instantly. The Kansas City shooter died in a hail of police bullets. But the Scottsdale team vanished without a trace, just like the Fairfax operatives in New York. Soon, both teams would regroup in Chicago for tomorrow's big strike. Al-Matari had spent sleepless nights planning this one, and he couldn't wait to take center stage. 4 hours after FBI Special Agent Wally Hussein's death, Dominic Caruso and Adara Sherman arrived in Brooklyn. The crime scene offered little beyond confirmation of the weapons used in Uzi, like in Alexandria, and an RPG, just like El Salvador. The local Joint Terrorism Task Force had set up a mobile command post nearby, where security footage from surrounding buildings played on loop. Dom studied the tapes, searching for anything the others might have missed. The assault was captured by multiple surveillance cameras in the vicinity, though much of the footage was grainy and unclear. One NYPD officer, working with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, joked in the command center that they might as well wait for ISIS to release their own high-definition version, complete with dramatic music and slick editing. But when the feed from the Marriott's exterior camera flashed onto the screens, the image was crystal clear. A young black man in his 20s sprinting past, locking eyes with the lens as he fled. Dominic was just wrapping up with the team in the trailer when an urgent alert buzzed through facial recognition had flagged a match at Penn Station, linking the suspect to the attack. The photos confirmed it was almost certainly the same guy, and they traced his path through various cameras until he boarded a train to Newark Liberty. By now, the lead was nearly 5 hours cold, but agents scrambled to review Newark security footage, while others fanned out across the airport, desperate to see if he'd caught a flight. They assured Dom they'd keep him in the loop, But as he stepped out of the mobile command post, business cards crumpled in his fist, he knew he'd have to hound them for updates. Priority lists weren't exactly his friend. 30 minutes later, Dom slumped in a Starbucks just blocks from the Adams Street attack, nursing an iced coffee while Adara tapped away on her iPad, marking locations on a custom Google map. To any passerby, they looked like an ordinary couple killing time until Dom dropped the bomb. Oh, right. Forgot to mention they ID'd 2 more suspects. Both flew to Mexico City days after the Guatemalans showed up at the language school. Return flights came through Costa Rica. One de Richualas. One together? Adara asked without looking up. Same day, different flights. O'Hare to Mexico City direct, then San Jose to O'Hare with a layover in Houston. One's from Chicago, the other's in Evanston. Adara's fingers paused over the screen. Du flagged a Palestinian guy last week, Milwaukee to Managua, then back. But he ghosted his web design job. If he's tied to al-Matari, that's 3 linked to Chicago. Jack's voice crackled through the speaker. Weird. No hits near there, right? Closest was Michigan, then St. Louis. Not exactly next door. She squinted at the map, then shot Dom a look. What if we plot all the suspects' hometowns? See how they line up with attack sites. Could work, Dom said, but copycats are muddying the waters. It's not just al-Matari's crew leaving breadcrumbs. Adara shrugged. Better than staring at coffee stains. 10 minutes later, the map was updated. Unless these guys are racking up frequent flyer miles, Adara mused, we've got cells scattered coast to coast. West Coast teams confirmed the Vegas shooters were Bay Area students, but they hit L2. Both were disasters. Exactly. Then there's the Marin County guy, still West Coast. And Detroit's crew, all 4 from Virginia, were locals. Why drive cross-country? Dom smirked. Scenic route. Adara tapped her chin. Or because the North Carolina victims were D-based. Maybe they wanted distance. Her tone shifted, dry as the coffee grounds at the bottom of her cup. Terrorism's got a real commute problem these days. The team in Washington needed fresh recruits clearly. The Detroit crew hadn't performed any better than the D-viperatives. Credit where it's due, Dom remarked with a smirk. Adara studied the map spread between them, tracing a finger over the latest casualty, a man from Alabama found dead in Tampa. If all the cells have already launched their strikes, she mused, al-Matari must have had at least 5 teams. Michigan, D. California, somewhere down south. And Chicago. Dom set his coffee aside, frowning. So why hasn't the Chicago group made a move yet? Adara shrugged. Who says they haven't? The St. Louis attack could have been them. Same with Michigan by then. The Detroit operatives were already body bags in Alexandria. Rubbing his temples, Dom muttered. Both those ops had just 1 shooter, maybe a driver. But it's obvious there's a Chicago-based team lying low. Adara's gaze dropped back to the map. They've left a huge chunk of the country untouched. There's gotta be a reason. Dom smirked. Or maybe they just don't want to crap where they eat. Adara, a Navy vet who'd served alongside Marines, didn't bat an eye. Before she could retort, Dom's phone buzzed a call from the command center 3 blocks away. After a tense exchange, he hung up. I did the shooter. David Anthony Hembrick, D. Yours D. Local. He caught a flight out of Newark 2 hours post-attack. Destination. Adara pressed. Dom's grin was sharp. Chicago. Landed an hour ago, we lost him. but now we know where he's headed. Adara didn't hesitate. We should go. Something big's brewing there. Dom countered, or he's just passing through. Could have rented a car, hopped a train. Or he's setting up shop, she shot back. Even if we're wrong, Chicago Central. We can pivot fast if another hit happens. Let's dig into these missing persons. Maybe we'll find a lead. Dom glanced out the window at the swarm of law enforcement around the crime scene. The GTF had it locked down with over 100 feds and local cops. You're right, he conceded. Better than being 2 more bodies in a crowd. As Adara pulled out her phone to call for clearance, the scene shifted to Reagan National. While Chavez handled customs, Jack, Gavin, and Midas boarded the waiting G-55, the afternoon heat shimmering off the tarmac. Greetings exchanged with the crew. They stowed gear in the rear cargo hold, firearms already hidden in secured compartments to avoid awkward questions. Gavin, strictly a tech asset, wouldn't be armed. Clark had made that clear. This wasn't his kind of fight. Gavin sprawled across the plush sofa at the rear of the cabin like he owned it, while Midas settled into one of the central leather chairs, running his fingers along the armrests with quiet appreciation. The former Delta operator had logged countless hours in military transports and commercial airliners. But the Henley Associates Gulfstream was in another league entirely. The polished wood trim, supple leather, and whisper quiet cabin made him grin like a kid on Christmas morning, a look Jack immediately noticed. Not exactly coach class, is it? Jack quipped. Midas chuckled. Last time I flew, I was strapped to a cargo net next to a pallet of grenade launchers. This might take some getting used to. Jack moved toward the galley. What's your poison? Fair warning, I make a terrible mixologist. Stick to anything that comes in a bottle or can. Surprise me with whatever's cold, Midas said. As Jack cracked open 2 Heinekens, Chavez ducked through the cabin door, tossing his gear near the entrance before heading to the cockpit for a quick chat with Country and Helen. Midas hauled Chavez's pack to the rear storage compartment, then rejoined the group just as Jack handed out beers. 6-hour leg to Bristol for fuel, Chavez announced, then another 3.5 to Bucharest. Touchdown around 9 tomorrow. Jack pulled up a file on his tablet. I've got intel on Dalka's apartment, his workplace at Art, and the old Dudo case file. It's dated, but it'll give us a sense of his skills before prison. I'll throw it on the monitors so we can review mid-flight. Solid, Chavez said. We'll carry subcompacts, deep concealment only. Low-key approach. Jack nodded. From what Gavin and I dug up, Art's strictly cybercrime, no ties to organized crime. Should be cleaner than Jakarta. Chavez smirked. Famous last words. Noted. Hope for smooth sailing, prep for a hurricane. Turning to Midas, Chavez asked, You know Bucharest? Did some advance recon there a few years back. Didn't see much action, but I can navigate it blindfolded. Chavez grinned. Guess that makes you our tour guide, Feng. Jack frowned. Boe pour. Midas and Chavez answered in unison. Fucking new guy. Jack groaned, dropping into a seat. I swear, half the reason I didn't enlist was to avoid the acronym overload. Midas took a swig of beer. Still time to change your mind. I know a drill sergeant who'd love to break you in. Jack raised his bottle. Hard pass. I'll stick to Henley's 5-star deployment package. The conversation shifted to strategy. Chavez outlined a cautious surveillance plan, soft probes first, to gauge Dalka's awareness. If he was just a data thief, security might be lax. But if he was tied to a state actor or worse, they'd be walking into a hornet's nest. Either way, they'd be ready. Chavez, Ryan, and Jankowski steeled themselves for whatever lay ahead. As Country secured the cabin door, the GF-550 roared to life, lifting off over the Potomac River and soaring southward. The jet climbed past Jack's apartment and the Henley Associates headquarters in Alexandria before banking east, beginning its long journey across the Atlantic. Meanwhile, Alexander Dalka jolted awake, his sheets drenched in sweat. He sat up, straining to hear any sign of danger, only to realize it had been a nightmare, something unusual for a man who never dreamed. In the dream, he was running, hunted by an unseen force, his past mistakes nipping at his heels. The details were hazy, but the message was clear. He was to blame for his own downfall. No allies, no escape, just the crushing weight of guilt. As he stared at the ceiling of his penthouse, the humid air clinging to his skin, it hit him. This wasn't just a dream. It was a warning. The meeting with the Seychelles group had left him uneasy. Peng and his stone-faced enforcers hadn't bought his act, and no amount of self-assurance could shake the dread creeping in. For 2 days, he'd buried himself in work, convincing himself he was safe. But sleep stripped away the illusion. The Chinese were onto him, and they wouldn't wait long to act. He had $11 million stashed offshore, with another $3 million coming tomorrow payment for the high-value targets he'd been researching. One more day at art, one more dive into those classified files, and the money would be his. But was it worth the risk? His gut screamed no. Wiping his brow, he muttered, $3 million for one more day? Hell yes. His rational mind clung to control, insisting he still had the upper hand. The Seychelles group had no proof, no reason to move yet. He could outmaneuver them. But sleep brought the nightmare back, the chase, the fear, the certainty of betrayal. This time he woke with a curse. 11 million was enough. Better alive with a fortune than dead with a bigger one. Yet he couldn't leave yet. There was one last conversation he needed to have, one he couldn't have until morning. So he lay there, eyes wide open, dreading the return of sleep and the truth it would force him to face. He'd underestimated the Chinese, and now time was running out. He spent the rest of the night wide awake, determined to meet the man first thing in the morning and secure his ticket out of town. After that, he planned to disappear without a trace. The Henley Associates Gulfstream G550 touched down smoothly in Bucharest just after 9 in the morning, with Captain Helen Reed guiding the jet to the customs ramp. But before they could even open the hatch, a voice crackled over the radio. Customs insisted on escorting them to the Paver for a full luggage inspection. Normally, the team breezed through with a quick onboard check, giving them the chance to discreetly retrieve sensitive gear from hidden compartments. Not this time. The inspector was all business, ordering the engines shut down and demanding the passengers haul their bags outside. One by one, they stepped onto the tarmac under the watchful eye of the official, who meticulously examined every piece of luggage. The operatives stayed calm. They had nothing incriminating on them. Even Gavin, usually the nervous one, seemed unfazed. They had left their weapons stashed on the plane, but brought out 2 bulky Pelican cases filled with surveillance equipment. When the inspector raised an eyebrow at the gear, Jack smoothly handed over invoices, spinning a story about bidding on a government security contract. The man fumbled through the high-tech gadgets, clearly out of his depth, before finally nodding and waving them through. With a perfunctory stamp in their passports, they were officially welcomed to Romania, though the whole ordeal had left a tense aftertaste. Inside the Poe Lounge, they were greeted by Felix Negrescu, a burly man with a beard that wouldn't look out of place in a fantasy novel. His booming laugh and firm handshake were a stark contrast to the stiff customs encounter. He eagerly grabbed their bags, loading them into his rented minivan. Once they were rolling, Chavez cut to the chase. "Felix, we've got an issue. Our firearms are still on the plane. Any chance you can hook us up with something local?" Felix let out a deep chuckle. Ever tried the house special? Chavez and Jack exchanged blank looks, but Midas caught on immediately. MD-2000s. Yeah, those do in a pinch. Felix nodded. Plenty to go around. We'll make a quick stop: guns, ammo, mags, the works. Chavez frowned. Never heard of it. Midas smirked. Romanian copy of the Baby Eagle. 9mm double stack. Not pretty, but it'll fire when you need it to. Chavez shrugged. Good enough for me. The Romanian soldier held up his sidearm. Standard issue for our national forces. He glanced at Jack. Familiar with this model? Jack smirked. Not at all, but as long as I can tell which end the bullets fly from, I'll manage. Chavez chuckled. Don't underestimate Jack. He handles pressure just fine when it comes to pulling a trigger. Good to hear, the soldier replied. By mid-morning, they pulled into a narrow alley near Bucharest's main train station. Chavez handed Felix a thick stack of cash, instructing the team to stay put while Felix handled the exchange. The moment Felix disappeared around the corner, Chavez shook his head. Mr. Clark trusts him. But I don't love sitting ducks in a van while some guy we just met chats with shady arms dealers. The van doors swung open, and the team fanned out, positioning themselves where they could watch the street without becoming easy targets. Their caution turned out to be unnecessary. 15 minutes later, Felix reappeared, scratching his scruffy beard and glancing around in confusion. Chavez materialized behind him, making him jump. Everything smooth. Felix laughed, tossing a worn backpack onto the driver's seat. No hiccups, though they didn't exactly give us a discount. $1,000 per pistol, but hey, they threw in this piece of crap bag for free. Chavez shrugged. You get what you get. If we end up needing these, it'll be worth every penny. As the van rolled through downtown Bucharest, Midas, Jack, and Ding inspected their new weapons, loading magazines and tucking them into their waistbands. Meanwhile, Gavin sulked in the back, arms crossed. Seriously, nobody thought to grab me one. Elsewhere, Alexandru Dalka stood outside Jilava prison, a place he'd sworn never to return to. But paranoia had driven him here after waking in a cold sweat, convinced Chinese operatives were closing in. He'd rushed to the prison before visiting hours even started. He lied to his boss, Dragomir, claiming a hospital visit, only to receive a snide reply. You have a friend? Dalka didn't care. His days at art were numbered, and Dragomir would figure that out soon enough. Inside, the guards frisked him with extra roughness, recognizing him as a former inmate. They confiscated his phone and wallet before shoving him into a cavernous visitation room, empty except for 2 disinterested guards. 5 minutes later, Luka Gabor sauntered in, hands stuffed in his prison sweats. He raised an eyebrow at Dalka, looking more annoyed than intrigued. With a lazy shrug, he dropped into the chair across from him, his expression bored. No warmth, no urgency, just the cold indifference of a man who'd expected better company. Gabor had been Alexandru's mentor during their time behind bars, a former intelligence officer turned master swindler whose smooth talking schemes had landed him on Europe's most wanted list. After getting caught in France and shipped back to Romania, he'd been slapped with espionage and treason charges, earning a 16-year sentence with a decade already served. Inside, he and Dalka had formed an uneasy alliance, less friendship, more transaction. Gabor had poured his knowledge into the younger man, extracting a promise in return. Once free, Dalka would take care of his family. But loyalty wasn't Dalka's strong suit. The moment he walked out those prison gates, he'd forgotten the deal. So when Gabor shuffled into the common area, his sun-starved skin ashen and his cigarette already lit, Dalka wasn't expecting a warm reunion. 16 months, Gabor exhaled smoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Miss me that much? Dalka smirked. You've been counting? Must have been lonely. Gabor tapped ash into the tray, unfazed. Knew you'd come crawling back. Had a bet with myself, figured you'd last 2 years max. You always win, Luca. The older man gestured around at the bleak prison walls. Yeah, real champion here. He leaned in, eyes sharp. Skip the small talk. What's your price? Dalka didn't bother with charm. Gabor saw right through him. Instead, he cut to the chase. I've got money. Enough to set your family up. Gabor scoffed. Ballies. You were rolling in cash a week after release. Art's golden boy, driving a Porsche, living in some penthouse in Primavera. Dalka shrugged. Should have known you'd have eyes on me. Knowledge is power, right? Did eyes say that? Gabor took a slow drag. Turns out, knowledge is useless when you're stuck in here. His voice turned venomous. What the hell do you want, you lying bastard? Dalka's smile didn't waver. To make you rich. Spare me the con, Gabor snapped. I know your games. 2, I know where your daughter is. Gabor stiffened, fingers tightening around his cigarette. Dalka held up a hand. Not a threat, an offer. I'll visit her today. $1 million wired to a Cyprus account. All hers. Gabor's glare could have burned through steel. Get to the point. I need the Macedonians. A beat of silence. Then Gabor burst into a wheezing laugh. Dalka clenched his jaw. What's so funny? Gabor wiped his eyes, still chuckling. You think those casino thugs are still around? Last I heard, they got themselves shot up in some back alley deal gone wrong. He shook his head. Desperate times, huh? Dalka's patience snapped. You told me they'd take me in. Said they were reckless, violent, perfect if I had no other options. Gabor smirked. Desperation looks good on you. Alexandru Dalka's fingers tightened around his coffee cup as Gabor leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Those guys running the casino in Skopje? They're not Macedonians. They're Albanian. The words hit Dalka like a punch to the gut. He slumped back in his chair, the color draining from his face. Damn it, Luca. You left that part out. Gabor smirked, relishing the fear flickering in Alex's eyes. What's the matter? Scared of a few tough guys? Look, if you're already drowning in trouble, and let's be real, you wouldn't be here if you weren't, then you want these kinds of people watching your back. Dalka's mind raced. Albanian crime syndicates weren't exactly known for their mercy, but right now, they seemed like the lesser of 2 nightmares. If he had to choose between ruthless Albanians who'd pay him and vengeful Chinese who'd skin him alive, the decision was simple. Fine, he muttered. $1 million to your daughter. Set up the meeting. Gabor exhaled a cloud of smoke, his grin widening. Oh, that first $1 million. That's for all the lessons I gave you. Cruz, it's second. That's your penalty for breaking our deal when you got out of prison. The third $1 million is what you'll pay for the Albanian introduction. Dalka's temple pulsed with barely contained rage. You're out of your damn mind. Good luck surviving without me, Gabor shot back, standing up with a raspy chuckle. You're gonna need it. For a second, Dalka almost let him walk. Then the memories of his nightmare's cold sweat, panicked gasps flooded back. He swallowed his pride. $1.5 million. Duck told her balls. 3? You greedy bastard, Dalka hissed. That kind of money could set up your whole family. Exactly my plan, Gabor said, studying the desperation etched into Alex's face. You've got the cash. Whatever you did, it paid well. Dalka clenched his jaw. Gabor was right. He had 11 million stashed away. The thought of handing over nearly a third of it made his stomach twist. 2. Yours get beppe tatabri. Gabor didn't even hesitate. He turned toward the exit, calling to the guard. I'm done here. Stop the act. Dalka snapped, grabbing his arm. You won't walk away from 2 million. And you won't die for one, Gabor countered. Dalka's grip tightened. Guachiroli pawn. But tended hevre kafta. But I swear to God, I hate you. You hate everyone, Gabor said with a shrug. It's in your blood. Ignoring the jab, Dalka forced himself to focus. I'll see your daughter tonight. But I need this handled fast. Gabor nodded. Be here tomorrow morning. I'll have everything ready. Assuming my daughter confirms the payment. As Gabor turned to leave, Dalka suddenly realized something. You never even asked what I'm running from. Gabor didn't look back. Not my problem. Dalka stormed out, sliding into his Porsche with a snarl. He hadn't planned on going to work today, but now? He needed the distraction. The engine roared to life, drowning out the chaos in his head for now. Alexandru knew the risks were high. Chinese intelligence could be monitoring Art at any moment, making each trip to the building on Dr. Paleologo Street feel like a gamble. But desperation had a way of drowning out caution. One more day, just one more, and he'd secure the 3 million he owed Gabor by finalizing the last targeting packages for the ISIS operatives. Even after paying up, he'd still walk away with 11 million. Fear had whispered warnings, but greed shouted louder, leaving him teetering on the edge of recklessness. By mid-morning, the campus operatives and their local contact, Felix, hauled their equipment up 4 flights of stairs to a cramped, dust-covered apartment in a drab Soviet-era building on Uruguay Street. The place was barely furnished, just a few green military cots Felix had dragged in the night before. After dropping their gear, they followed him down a dimly lit hallway to the far side of the building. Felix fished out a key and unlocked a narrow storage space, its walls lined with doors. Back in the communist days, nobody had enough stuff to need closets, he explained with a shrug. Now the landlords can't rent these places out because nobody wants to live without storage, so they chopped up one of the corner units into these little lockers. The room inside was barely bigger than a closet, just 4 by 6 feet, with a rickety table and chair shoved against a boarded-up window. Felix pried loose one of the planks pre-arranged before the team arrived, revealing a clear view of a quiet intersection. He gestured toward a sleek 4-story apartment building across the street. That's your target's place, top floor. Wolfterfev de Krisu. Jack squinted. Which window? All of them, Felix replied. Elevators on the right side, bedrooms in the back. Can't see much from here without optics, and I didn't pack any. He grinned at the heavy Pelican cases. Hope you brought something fun in those. Fun doesn't even cover it, Jack said. Felix chuckled. Not much space, but I figured you could stash a one-man overwatch here. Chavez nodded. Perfect. We'll plant remote cams here and at his office. Gavin groaned. Let me guess this is my new luxury suite? Chavez clapped him on the back. What? You were expecting room service? I was hoping for Dracula's castle, Gavin shot back, his eyes lighting up like a kid at Christmas. He turned to Felix. Is that close by? The big man shook his head. A couple hours away. Romania's got more to offer than just vampires, you know. Jack smirked. Sorry, Felix. Gavin's our tech wizard. Doesn't get out much. He turned to Gavin. Tell you what, if Dalka bolts to Dracula's castle, you're first in line to storm the place. Gavin pumped his fist. A likustacry. Their fingers crossed. The next few hours were a flurry of preparation. Gavin and Midas set up a digital camera and spotting scope. Both trained on Dalka's balcony, then linked the feed to a laptop for recording. Nearby, they mounted a laser listening device on a tripod, its beam aimed at the penthouse window. The tech was impressive, bouncing an invisible laser off the glass to pick up vibrations and convert them into sound, but even Gavin knew its limits. It could catch a conversation, sure, but a slammed door or passing truck could drown out everything. Still, it was better than nothing. And right now, nothing wasn't an option. Their laser could only target a single window in the apartment across the street, the one perfectly aligned with their surveillance position. Any slight reflection off another pane would miss the light-sensitive receiver entirely. Gavin and Midas spent hours brainstorming technical fixes, but eventually, Midas shrugged and grabbed his lockpicks. If Dalka moved to a different room, they'd need access to the storage closets lining this side of the building for a clear line of sight. Motech? Sure. But Chavez approved sometimes brute force worked faster than circuitry. Once the team secured their vantage point, Ding slipped downstairs to plant discreet cameras near Dalka's building entrance. The afternoon streets were nearly deserted, letting him attach magnetic wireless units to drain pipes and utility lines without drawing attention. Even a passerby wouldn't spot the tiny lenses, just inches from their path. Meanwhile, Felix and Jack scouted Art's office a few miles south, scanning for security cameras they could hijack. Jack scribbled addresses of nearby businesses with promising sightlines, fingers itching to deploy his own devices. But the bustling foot traffic made it too risky. One wrong move could blow their cover right outside the building where intelligence was being auctioned to terrorists. They called off the op and headed back, Jack already dialing Gavin on a secure line. "Find us a back door into those neighborhood camera feeds," he muttered. At this rate, Gavin's tech wizardry would be the team's lifeline in Bucharest. Up in his office, Alexandru Dalka smirked at CNN's breathless coverage of the latest terror suspects. 4 more faces splashed across the screen, but he knew the truth ice wasn't slowing down. That morning, his contact had demanded 3 new high-value targets for another $2. Dies Ulfer Divers and Sir. Bold, considering their recent losses. Or maybe they'd recruited fresh blood. Either way, Dalka didn't care. After today, he'd be gone, leaving behind a trail of payouts to Luka Gabor and a pile of unfinished business. He studied the dossier of a senior counter-terrorism official, the final puzzle piece in placing the man exactly where death waited. Softmint had made this almost laughably easy. Social media was a gift that kept on giving. A shame he couldn't smuggle those classified OPEM files to Macedonia. The thought of all that untapped profit stung worse than the cheap office coffee burning his tongue. He considered playing along with the Albanians, letting them believe he'd be their obedient pawn in exchange for protection. But in reality, he was already planning his next escape somewhere far beyond the reach of both vengeful criminals and relentless Chinese operatives. A tropical hideout in the Bahamas or a remote mountain village might work, somewhere he could vanish completely before resuming his dark web business of auctioning classified intelligence. 11 million was just the beginning. He knew the opium files held far more valuable data. Accessing them wasn't the problem. Smuggling the information out undetected was the real challenge. The secure room allowed him to review files and take handwritten notes, but downloading anything was impossible. Photographing millions of pages? Wasbird Hunter. Then, as he watched an ISIS propaganda video, a brutal drive-by shooting in St. Louis targeting a supposed CIA officer, an idea struck him. The footage was gruesome, but what fascinated him more was the realization that he didn't need to copy the data. He could just take it. All he needed was a distraction. Something big enough to clear the building while he slipped into the secure room and walked out with the entire hard drive. 5 minutes tops. A smirk crossed his face. This was his shot at freedom and fortune rolled into one. No more running empty-handed. Half an hour later, he moved through the basement storage area, scanning the shelves until he spotted what he needed: industrial-sized containers of hand sanitizer. Flammable, just like he remembered from prison. After emptying 2 bottles over a towering paper recycling bin, he struck a match. The whoosh of flames was instant, the heat intense as black smoke coiled toward the ceiling. Perfect. By the time anyone noticed, he'd be long gone with everything he needed. Dalka barely had time to settle into his office chair before the fire alarm shattered the silence. Prepared as always, he adjusted the screwdrivers tucked in his pants pocket and tightened his grip on the broom. While his coworkers hurried toward the exits, he slipped unnoticed into the restricted server room, a small, isolated space with a single security camera trained on the humming machine at its center. Moving with practiced precision, he used the broom to disconnect the camera's power cord from its high corner mount. Then, wasting no time, he approached the computer. Within minutes, he'd extracted the hard drive and concealed it in his backpack, leaving the casing slightly ajar but propped convincingly in place. The tiny screws disappeared into his pocket as an afterthought. After switching off the lights and locking the door behind him, he abandoned his still glowing workstation, monitor part of the carefully constructed illusion that nothing was amiss. Outside, the wail of approaching fire trucks filled the air as Dalka slid into his Porsche. He had one stop to make before finalizing his escape plans: a visit to Luca Gabor's daughter's residence. Though he barely knew her, handing over $3 million felt like a necessary gamble. The original plan to vanish from Bucharest today had shifted to tomorrow, but the delay hardly mattered. If anything, it gave him more time to ensure his next moves were flawless. As he drove away, his mind wasn't on the chaos he'd left behind at Art. It was fixed firmly on the future, where wealth and freedom awaited. Meanwhile, Adara and Dominic touched down at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, rented a nondescript sedan, and headed straight for the city. They checked into the historic Chicago Athletic Association hotel, barely pausing before driving to the FBI's Chicago Division headquarters on Roosevelt Road. Since Adara lacked security clearance, Dom went in alone, meeting with Supervisory Special Agent David Jeffcoat in a cramped office on the Nuda floor. The space buzzed with agents from every major law enforcement and intelligence agency in the country. Jeffcoat didn't waste time. "Mind if I ask why at D?" Special Agent gets a personal briefing from the director's office. His tone was polite, but the skepticism was obvious. Dom kept his reply vague. "Let's just say I'm gathering intel for some interested parties back home." Jeffcoat smirked. "And here I thought it might have something to do with your uncle's job." Dom exhaled sharply, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "If you're suggesting nepotism, trust me, this assignment isn't a family favor." The agent shrugged, clearly unconvinced, before shifting focus. "Well, we've got our hands full. 3 of the El Salvador cell members were locals." Dom nodded. "That's why I'm here." The unspoken tension lingered. But neither man pressed further. The Brooklyn killer flying directly here raised some eyebrows. Jeffcoat shrugged it off, suggesting the guy might have just been passing through. Dom listened as the agent delivered a standard rundown of the Joint Terrorism Task Force's operations in Chicago. While the local team was sharp enough to flag that 3 language school attendees had ties to the area, and that the New York suspect had landed at O'Hare, Dom quickly realized they weren't treating Chicago as a high-risk zone. Dom cut in. "You really think there's no threat here, even with multiple cell members linked to the area?" Jeffcoat leaned back. Look, the three locals booked round-trip tickets to El Salvador O'Hare was just the logical return point. We've grilled their known contacts, and nobody's seen hide nor hair of them. They've probably vanished into some other city. As for the New York guy, could be anywhere, Canada, the West Coast. We've combed hotels from downtown to Aurora and turned up nothing. He waved a hand dismissively. Chicago's not exactly crawling with high-value targets, no major military bases, no CIA stronghold. If al-Matari's crew is hunting for a strike, there's the smarter play. Or near a big base. Dom didn't argue, though the lack of leads felt suspicious in itself. Is this the official stance? Yep. Sack Thomas Russell runs the show here. He's convinced O'Hare was just a pit stop these guys had wheels and bolted. Is Russell around? Jeffcoat smirked. Yeah, but he's busy. And no offense, but I don't even know who you are. My orders were to babysit you, not hand you off to the boss. So congrats, you're stuck with me. Dom let the jab slide. The guy was clearly annoyed his day got hijacked by some out-of-town agent. As they shook hands, Jeffcoat added, next time, save the taxpayer money and just call. Could have given you this spiel over the phone. Dom grinned. Oh, I'm not leaving yet. Something tells me ISIS might still find this city worth their time. Jeffcoat rolled his eyes. Suit yourself. But if you're from D, that's where the real targets are. Maybe. Dom headed for the door. Good luck with that. Outside, Adara pulled up in the car. Dom filled her in on Jeffcoat's charming personality. She smirked. Want me to go rough him up for you, sweetheart? Dom laughed. But tempting at the Tortama. But we've got work to do. The Drits fixated on digging into the locals' pasts. I'm more worried about what's coming next. Adara tapped the wheel. Bu, what's the move? Tiverisen Frid, May Mun. Until we get a solid lead, we're stuck playing defense. Let's hit potential targets events, military hubs, any place feds gather. Adara shot him a look. Or we could swing back to the FBI and annoy Jeffcoat some more. Dom nodded in agreement. You're right about the Judaf headquarters. It's a fortress. I went through layers of security just to get inside. X-ray machines, metal detectors, thick bulletproof glass, and guards decked out in full tactical gear. Al-Matari wouldn't be reckless enough to attack a place like that. Even if his team tried, they'd barely make it past the lobby before getting taken down. No, we need to see this the way he does. Look for softer targets, people connected to intelligence, special forces, or aviation. But out in the open, vulnerable. If we can predict where they'll strike, maybe we can actually do something useful. Adara frowned, considering the possibilities. There could be multiple operatives in the area, which means this attack might be bigger than anything Al-Matari's pulled off before. Let's not waste time, start digging. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the first hint of trouble came when Gavin's team in Bucharest got word of a fire at the Artol building. A quick call back to Virginia had one of his techs hacking into a hardware store's security feed across the street. The grainy image that popped up showed fire trucks lining the curb. Felix, their local contact, tuned into a police scanner app and soon confirmed it was just a trash fire in the basement contained in 20 minutes, with no injuries. The team dismissed it as irrelevant and refocused on their real mission, infiltrating Alex Dalka's apartment to plant surveillance gear. But Chavez, ever cautious, insisted they stake out the building first. We need to know his routine, who comes and goes, he said, ignoring the groans from his jet-lagged team. Midas made a coffee run to keep everyone sharp, and by evening, Jack and Felix left the surveillance van to grab dinner. Back at the makeshift ops center, Gavin was halfway through his chicken paprika when a flashy yellow Porsche Panamera rolled into the secured parking lot. He zoomed in as the driver stepped out, backpack slung over one shoulder, arms loaded with shopping bags. "Target's here," Gavin muttered into his headset. "Alone, driving a bright yellow Porsche. Nice ride." Chavez, chewing on a sandwich in the apartment across the way, barely glanced at his iPad feed. "Copy that. Keep eyes on him." Gavin adjusted his camera. Lost visual once he hit the lobby. The team tensed, knowing the real work was about to begin. The laser audio transmitter was primed in case their target made any calls, but if he spent the evening glued to his computer screen, they were in for a tedious stakeout. Chavez chimed in over comms. "We always figured hacking his devices would give us more intel than waiting for some shady meetup." Jack added with a dry chuckle, "Tech guys aren't exactly social butterflies." The jab was aimed at Gavin, but he was too absorbed in his work to notice. Through his headphones, he caught the faint creak of an apartment door opening. Targets inside. No chatter, still solo. Gavin's eyes stayed locked on the monitor, displaying the feed from the hidden camera on the desk. Moments later, the balcony door slid open and Dalka stepped out, gripping a liter bottle of beer. He's taking a breather outside, tightening the shot for facial recognition. Gavin zoomed in, adjusting the focus as Dalka scanned the street below, his gaze lingering on the building where Gavin was concealed. Chavez's voice crackled over the net. "He looks jumpy." A chill ran down Gavin's spine. It was like Dalka could sense him, even though he was tucked away in a pitch-black storage space 40 yards back, peering through a narrow slit. "I think he's on to me," Gavin murmured. Chavez tried to reassure him. "Easy, man. You're invisible." Then, shifting gears, he asked Jack, could he have gotten tipped off? "Maybe at the airport?" Jack dismissed it. "No way. He has no clue Henley Associates is tied to intelligence. The Gulfstream landing in Bucharest wouldn't raise flags." Gavin wasn't convinced. "Trust me, Ryan. That guy's sweating bullets." Jack replied, "I'll take your word for it. Then again, plotting with terrorists to kill Americans. That'd make anyone twitchy." Chavez cut in with a smirk. "Honestly, I'm relieved. Flew all the way to Central Europe to babysit a guy who might have been clean. But one look at him. Guilty as sin." Gavin panned the camera, switching to thermal to scan the shadowy street. "If he thinks someone's watching, he's paranoid. Place is dead." Jack confirmed, "Same here. Just me and Felix in the van. Killing time." Once Gavin had his photos, Dalka finished his beer and retreated inside. The laser mic picked up the drone of a TV before silence fell and the lights clicked off. The 10p. Midas relieved Gavin, who stumbled to a cot in the safe house for a few hours of restless sleep. With Dalka settled for the night, Felix and Jack headed back to crash. Chavez promised to take over at 3A. Then turned in, expecting a quiet shift. Meanwhile, Dragomir Vasilescu drained his glass of Pinot Noir, bid his friends farewell, and stumbled out of Bruno Wine Bar onto Strada Kovaci. He checked his phone just past 10, but the wine guaranteed a brutal hangover. Scanning for a cab, he froze as a white Renault Traffic rolled to a stop. Before he could react, rough hands yanked him inside. "What there, min the DC?" A hood smothered his protests as he was shoved onto the van floor, pinned face down in the dark. Dragomir felt the cold bite of zip ties around his wrists before being hauled upright and shoved into his seat. The initial shock had faded, replaced by a gnawing fear as he stammered in Romanian. "What do you want?" "Take my wallet." "My phone." When silence answered him, he added desperately, "I have a Mercedes back home parked in the garage." A sharp voice cut him off in English. "How long have you been aiding the terrorists?" The accent confirmed his suspicion these were the Seychelles group operatives, though the speaker wasn't Peng. Dragomir swallowed hard. We don't work with extremists. That's absurd. The data you're handling for us, the voice pressed, is being used to target Americans. Did you really think we wouldn't uncover your little game? Game? There's no game. Dragomir's voice cracked. I swear, we've kept everything secure, the U. Government traced the breach to the Office of Personnel Management. The E-KIP files your files are being weaponized. And ART is the only group with access. Dragomir's defiance flared. Do exactly. Which means we're not handing it over to goddamn terrorists. Where are the files now? On an air-gapped server in our office. Completely isolated. Your data is untouched. Take us there. Immediately. Recruitment. It's the middle of the night. Come back in the morning and I'll give you the whole damn system. The man leaned in, his breath hot against Dragomir's face. We're going. Now. The Art Building's overnight security team eyed the director warily as he strode in with 3 unfamiliar Asian men. Dragomir forced a casual nod, ignoring their unspoken questions. He'd been warned any hint of distress would end badly. The zip ties were gone, but their presence loomed behind him as he stepped into the elevator, staring at the floor. For a fleeting moment, he clung to hope. Once they saw the air-gapped terminal, they'd realize their mistake and leave. Maybe even apologize. The 4th-floor hallway lights flickered on as he led the way, stopping at the secured door. The biometric scanner flashed green, and he stepped inside, gesturing to the lone computer. Here, everything we've worked on. Safe and sound, just like I promised. Prove it, one of the men demanded. Dragomir powered on the monitor. The screen remained blank. He jabbed the button again. Nothing. Were you Cravelly? The man asked, his voice dripping with menace. Vasilescu slumped into his office chair, jabbing at the power button with growing frustration. The screen flickered briefly before dying again. It's... Something's not working, right? He muttered, running a hand through his hair. One of the visitors, a sharp-eyed technician from the group, brushed past him and yanked open the computer casing with practiced ease. The empty drive bay told the whole story. Someone took the hard drive, the tech announced, his voice flat. Vasilescu's stomach dropped. He staggered back, gripping the desk as the room seemed to tilt. The lead operative stepped closer, his breath hot against Vasilescu's ear. Who else has keys to this office? Alex Dalka, my top investigator, Vasilescu croaked. He's the only one with clearance. We can go talk to him, Hill. Then it hit him like a sucker punch. Dalka's smug remarks about monetizing their data. The electrical fire that had cleared the building earlier. The pieces snapped together with terrifying clarity. The operative's grip tightened on his shoulder. We'll have a chat with this Dalka. Maybe he's more cooperative than you. Vasilescu's pulse roared in his ears. If these men dug too deep, his entire operation, maybe his life was over. He forced a laugh, waving a dismissive hand. Alex is a professional, utterly trustworthy. Meanwhile, his mind screamed, I'll skin you alive, you backstabbing rat. Where is he now? The operative pressed. Office hours start at 9, Vasilescu lied smoothly. We can a vice-like hand wrenched him upright. In the elevator, one thug flashed the compact smeg hidden under his jacket. Make one wrong move, the translator murmured, and we paint the walls with your security team. Downstairs, Vasilescu played his part perfectly deleting surveillance footage with theatrical nonchalance. Private clients, he told the bewildered guards with a wink. The bag came down over his head again as the van doors slammed shut. In the darkness, Vasilescu clenched his fists. His only play now? Feed Dalka to the wolves and pray they didn't taste blood on his own hands first. For sharper impact. Midas was deep into his late-night surveillance shift, his eyes straining to stay open as he monitored grainy security footage and listened to the rhythmic hum of Dalka's snoring, picked up by the laser microphone aimed at the apartment's sliding glass door. He wore headphones over one ear to catch any sounds from the target, while keeping his other ear free for the encrypted earpiece connecting him to his team. 2 water bottles sat beside him, one still full, the other empty, and ready for use as an improvised solution to avoid leaving his post for a bathroom break. Just as he reached for the empty bottle, movement outside caught his attention. A van crept up the street, pausing under a flickering street lamp before reversing into the narrow alley beside Dalka's building. The headlights cut off, but the engine remained running. 4 figures emerged, dressed in mismatched dark clothing hoodies, work pants and tracksuits moving with deliberate, almost rehearsed precision. Midas grabbed his secure phone and dialed Chavez, who answered with the groggy voice of someone yanked from sleep. "Yeah. Got a van in the alley, engine still on." 4 guys just walked into the lobby, Midas reported, his pulse quickening. Chavez hesitated, then asked, "What's your gut say?" Midas didn't need long to answer. "They're not here for pizza, ding." "Ga feels off." A sharp knock echoed through his headphones, someone pounding on Dalka's door. Chavez snapped into action, coordinating the team's response while Midas kept his eyes locked on the monitor. The curtains in Dalka's apartment twitched. Then the sliding door screeched open, the noise so jarring Midas had to yank off his headphones. Adrenaline surged through him. Whatever was about to go down, it wasn't part of the plan. Dalka stood at the quiet intersection, weighed down by a bulging backpack and an oversized duffel clutched in his arms. Midas squinted at the monitor, confirming the Romanian man wore a sleek black bike helmet, an odd choice for someone trying to blend in. "Targets on the balcony," Midas muttered, "and he's definitely making a run for it." Dalka crouched low behind the railing before reappearing with the massive bag. With a swift motion, he hurled it over the edge, and as it tumbled downward, a coiled emergency fire ladder unfurled behind it like a metallic snake. The ladder clattered against the building, stopping just short of the pavement. Dalka secured the hooks to the balcony and began his descent, moving with the urgency of a man who'd planned this escape for weeks. Chavez and Felix slipped into the storage room, crowding around the monitor. "What's his play?" Felix asked. "He bought himself a fire escape ladder," Midas said. "This guy came prepared." Chavez keyed his headset. "Jack, heads up, he'll hit the street before you reach the other side." "Gavin, get in here and take over for Midas now." "On my way," Jack responded, switching to foot pursuit. Midas added, "And he's wearing a bike helmet." Jack's dry reply crackled over the radio. "Guess I'll need to borrow one." Dalka was halfway down when a shadowy figure emerged onto the balcony dressed head to toe in black, scanning the street below. A second man followed, gripping a suppressed pistol. Chavez's voice dropped to a whisper. "Listen up. Dalka's our priority, but keeping these guys away from him is mission critical. No idea who they are, but they don't get what he's carrying." With a thud, Dalka hit the sidewalk, groaning as he scrambled to his feet. The sound echoed through the intersection, snapping the attention of the men above. One leaned over the railing, spotting Dalka darting around the corner. Without hesitation, he raised his pistol and fired a muted crack that shattered the night's silence. The shot missed, but the message was clear. This wasn't a game. Dalka vanished into the alley's darkness as the 2 assassins retreated inside. Chavez exhaled sharply. "Jack, these guys are playing for keeps." Targets moving north through the alley west of the building. Gavin burst into the room, breathless, still clutching his shoes. What the hell was that? Gav, take Midas spot, Chavez ordered. Record everything, then pack up fast exfil plan Alpha. Alpha, got it. What about you? We're going after him. Even if we lose him, he's not coming back here. Gavin nodded as Chavez and Midas shouldered their gear. Felix jingled the van keys, and the three bolted for the stairwell. Meanwhile, Jack sprinted across the street, heart pounding. The alley loomed ahead, a pitch-black maw where Dalka could be waiting, armed and desperate. Or worse, those gunmen might burst out any second, turning this chase into a bloodbath. Either way, hesitation wasn't an option. Jack caught a lucky break, no ambush, no sudden attack. As he slipped through the narrow alley behind Dalka's apartment building, dawn's faint glow revealed his target, pedaling a bike about 50 yards ahead. A cluster of bicycles stood locked to a nearby rack, useless to him. With no other option, Jack took off on foot, weaving through shadows to avoid the streetlights. His body protested 3 minutes awake and already sprinting full tilt, the coming muscle burn lurking in the back of his mind. He thumbed his comms. Ding, permission to take Dalka down if I get the shot. Chavez's reply was instant. Do it. Whoever's after him, we need him more. Music to my ears, Jack muttered, pushing harder. Gavin's surveillance feed locked onto the white delivery van as 4 men loaded up and peeled onto the street, taking 2 quick turns into the alley. He keyed his headset. Jack, heads up, hostiles inbound in a white van. Your location. Jack's breathless response crackled over comms. Miller Pesticida. Finding cover. Still got eyes on Dalka, but not for long. Chavez cut in. Felix has a play to cut him off. Keep him in sight, we'll box him in. Dalka's thighs burned. He hadn't touched a bike in over a year, and now his life depended on it. Smart move, prepping the tires and packing his go-bag, passport, cash, that damned hard drive, but he'd skipped cardio. The pounding on his door had been his wake-up call. The Seychelles group knew about the files, about his ISIS ties. The gunshot as he fled only confirmed it. Erastro Park was his only shot, lose them in the trees, wait till sunrise. Then the headlights speared the street behind him. A white van accelerating. Too close. The triumphal arch loomed ahead, the park entrance just beyond, too far. Desperate, he fumbled for his phone, thumbed 112. A dispatcher answered. Chinese in a van shooting near the arch. He shouted, voice raw. They're chasing someone into the park. Move. He jammed the phone into his shirt, legs pumping like pistons. God, he missed his Porsche. Jack barely had time to react as the white van roared past him on Alexandrina Street. In a split-second decision, he vaulted over a 5-foot metal fence, landing silently in the manicured side yard of a suburban home. Crouching low, he watched the van's taillights disappear around the corner, before standing only to freeze when his boot knocked against a dog bowl. The furious snarl that followed sent him scrambling back over the fence just as a massive German shepherd lunged, its snapping jaws missing his face by inches. Damn it, Jack gasped, rolling onto the sidewalk before sprinting down the darkened street. Breathless, he keyed his radio. Dalka and the van turned left at the end of Alexandrina. Lost visual. Chavez's response crackled through moments later. We're moving west to cut him off. Felix thinks he'll ditch the tail in the northern park sector. Get there fast, extractions delayed. Jack didn't slow, his pulse hammering as he pushed harder. Meanwhile, Dalka played a deadly game of chicken with the van. Letting it close the gap, he suddenly swerved his bike onto the sidewalk, skimming alongside her Astro Park's chain-link fence. The van matched his speed. Its passenger window down. Dalka didn't need to look to know a silenced pistol was trained on him. With practiced precision, he dumped the bike, tumbling violently as a muffled gunshot split the air. The van overshot, brakes shrieking, buying him precious seconds to limp toward the fence. Pain shot through his knee as he hauled himself over, vanishing into the park's shadowed depths. From 250 yards away, Jack saw the muzzle flash, then the van's brake lights flaring red. Tires screeched near the traffic circle. Dalka had gone to ground. Jack scaled the adjacent fence, dropping into the oppressive darkness of Herhastraz woods. No night vision, just a useless flashlight in his pack he dared not use. Branches clawed at him as he ran blind, ears straining for any sign of Dalka. The Romanian had to be moving north, deeper into the park's maze of trails. Jack adjusted course, pistol now drawn. "Jack, status." Chavez's voice was tight. "In the park," Jack whispered. "Dalka's here." Van's out of play, unsure if shooters followed him in. "A beat," then Chavez replied. "Van just entered the park at high speed." "Static," then Felix's muffled voice in the background. Chavez came back baffled. "They're on." "Michael Jackson." "What?" Jack hissed, nearly tripping over a root. "Some boulevard cutting through the park," Chavez clarified. Jack exhaled sharply, of course. It was named after the king of pop. Just his luck tonight. Jack sprinted down the path labeled Michael Jackson Lane, his muscles burning with every stride. As he burst into a moonlit clearing, he spotted a shadowy figure darting through the trees to his left. "Target sighted," Jack panted into his comms. "About 70 yards west, moving north through the tree line." "He's slowing down. I'll maintain visual," and cut him off. The radio crackled with Chavez's tense reply. "Bad news, local PD just rolled up with lights blazing. They'll reach the park entrance before we do. We need to hang back." Ryan adjusted his pace, staying low as he navigated the dense foliage. His grip tightened on his pistol, keeping it close to his side as he moved. The distant wail of sirens grew louder, mixing with the rustle of leaves underfoot. Meanwhile, Alexandru Dalka fought through sheer exhaustion, his legs screaming from the relentless chase. He clawed at branches, using them to drag himself forward, his breath ragged. The glow of headlights sliced through the trees, casting eerie, shifting shadows. When he stumbled into the open near Michael Jackson Lane, the blinding beams of the white van pinned him in place. His instincts screamed danger, but then salvation. A police cruiser screeched into view behind the van. Seizing the moment, Dalka bolted across the road, vanishing into the opposite woods just as the van's doors flew open. 3 armed men spilled out, only to freeze as a spotlight from the cops illuminated them. Hands went up, game over. Nearby, Felix Negrescu idled in the shadows, headlights off. Chavez scanned the scene through binoculars, watching as officers trained their weapons on the suspects. A second squad car approached, its strobes flashing through the trees. "Any sign of Dalka?" Midas murmured from the back seat. "Negative," Chavez muttered. "Ryan, status?" Ryan's hushed voice crackled over comms. "Holding position, cops are swarming the area. If Dalka made it across, I can't move without blowing my cover." "Copy that. With standby." Midas adjusted his grip on his own binoculars. "If those guys decide to go out guns blazing, do we jump in?" Chavez exhaled sharply. 5 against 3. With weapons we barely know how to use? Not ideal. The men by the van stood motionless, tension thick in the air like coiled springs waiting to snap. The cops barked orders, but the suspects didn't flinch. Something was about to give. Midas grinned, adjusting his grip on the blaster. Back in the unit, we had a saying, you work with what you've got. These things might not be pretty, but they'll do the job just fine. Chavez scanned the tree line south of the road through his binoculars, catching a flicker of movement. A shout erupted from the cops near the van, barking orders at the men standing with their hands up. Midas spotted it too. Single target on foot, south side. Chavez keyed his mic, urgency sharpening his voice. Jack, fall back to cover. They've got eyes on you. A dry chuckle crackled in his earpiece. I am in cover. Trust me, you wouldn't spot me from your position if I painted myself neon orange. A shadow detached from the trees, slipping behind the two cops, guarding the van. The glint of a suppressed pistol flashed twice in the dark. Both officers crumpled before they hit the ground. The three detainees seized the moment, drawing weapons and fanning out. Chavez didn't hesitate. Jack, weapons free. He jerked his head toward Felix. Move, move. Jack Ryan Jr. didn't acknowledge. He pivoted behind the tree, knees hitting dirt as he assessed the chaos. The van's driver had a clear line of sight on him, and the three armed men near the rear were now a threat. The suppressed shots had come from his own tree line, but without muzzle flashes to pinpoint the shooter, he was flying blind. Two cops stood near their cruiser, oblivious to the bodies on the other side of the van. The distant wail of sirens crept closer. He raised the Romanian pistol as the first hostile rounded the van. Two quick shots center mass. The man staggered, collapsing onto the asphalt. The second attacker fired wildly, rounds whipping past Jack's cover. He returned fire while ducking lower, bullets spider, webbing the police cruiser's windshield. Gunfire erupted from the cops. But who were they aiming at? Jack didn't wait to find out. He scrambled deeper into the trees, pressing his back against rough bark. Ding, I'm pinned. Thou, engaging. Chavez's reply was instant. The minivan tore through the park, doors flinging open. Midas braced himself against the driver's seat, leaning out with his weapon leveled. Chavez mirrored him on the opposite side, sighting down his barrel. Almost in unison, they opened fire. Chavez's rounds found the suppressor-wielding shooter crouched near the trees. Midas engaged the remaining hostiles by the cruiser. A muzzle flash deeper in the woods answered a bullet punched into the van's grill. Another round shattered the windshield. Chavez gritted his teeth. More shooters. Dalka's crew had spread out, turning the park into a kill box. Felix let out a sharp cry as pain shot through him, causing the minivan to lurch violently to the left. Chavez kept squeezing the trigger, firing at the second assailant, even as the vehicle threatened to smash into the police car ahead or careen into the dense trees lining the road. From his position, Jack scanned for more threats but found none. He reloaded in a flash, his eyes darting toward the second patrol car. His stomach dropped when he spotted the officer sprawled motionless in the street, his service weapon lying useless several feet away. The absence of the other cop sent a chill down Jack's spine. Had the van's driver taken them both out? He'd been so focused on engaging the two men at the rear of the van and the shadowy figures near the western tree line that he'd left the driver to the officers. Now, with no one behind the wheel, Jack feared the worst. Either the driver was dead, or worse, he'd slipped away during the chaos. The pristine windshield offered no comfort. A sudden crunch of branches and shattering glass snapped his attention back. His team's vehicle swerved sharply, disappearing into the darkness. Jack sprinted onto the road, weapon raised, scanning for threats as he moved toward the nearest police car. Dropping low, he peered through the driver's side window, hoping to spot the missing officer. Part of him braced for a panicked shot from a jumpy cop, but the greater fear was finding another body. Nothing. Staying crouched, he edged around the rear of the squad car, only to lock eyes with a man doing the same from the opposite side. No uniform. Just a split-second recognition before both guns came up. Muzzles flashed almost simultaneously, the deafening shots ringing out at point-blank range. Neither bullet found its mark. Jack reacted first, driving his elbow into the man's face, but the strike barely fazed him. The attacker retaliated with a brutal swipe of his pistol, knocking Jack's weapon from his grip. Both guns clattered onto the asphalt. In the dim light, Jack registered his opponent tall, broad-shouldered, Asian before instinct took over. He lunged, trying to take the man down, but the guy sidestepped, sending Jack crashing into the trunk. Pain flared, but he twisted just in time to block a left hook. He countered with a sharp jab to the jaw, snapping the man's head back. Feigning another tackle, Jack baited him into spinning, then drove his shoulder full force into the man's chest. They hit the pavement hard, a tangle of limbs and desperate strikes. Gunfire erupted nearby, but Jack barely registered it. His focus narrowed as he felt the man's hand clawing at his waist. Jack pinned his arms and smashed his forehead into the man's face once, twice, 3 times until he slumped, dazed. A quick pat-down revealed a stiletto tucked in the man's pocket. Jack ripped it free, rolling away before scrambling toward his lost pistol, the fight far from over. Jack barely had time to react when the attacker behind him suddenly reached for an ankle holster, yanking out a compact silver pistol. Without hesitation, Jack squeezed the trigger at point-blank range, sending a lethal burst of gunfire ripping upward from the man's waist to his skull, instantly dropping him. Meanwhile, Midas took out the third gunman, crouched behind the van, while Chavez finished the last assailant near the trees with 4 precise shots, leaving the wounded man to stagger away, unarmed and bleeding heavily. After barking orders for Midas to check on Felix, Chavez vaulted from the minivan and advanced cautiously, calling Jack repeatedly over comms with no response. He hesitated, announcing his position was risky, but so was walking into Jack's line of fire. "Ding's coming your way," he shouted, passing the bullet-riddled white van. A distant voice confirmed the area was clear, and Chavez exhaled in relief. Flashlight clenched between his teeth. Jack knelt beside a young Romanian officer barely out of his teens, who'd been shot in the arm and shoulder, but would pull through. The scene was grim. 5 dead attackers, another likely bleeding out in the woods, and 3 fallen cops. Felix, though dazed from a forehead graze and deep facial cuts from shattered glass, kept muttering apologies about wrecking the van. As sirens closed in from both ends of the park, they realized the minivan was beyond saving. They piled into the battered Renault, its doors and windows peppered with bullet holes. Chavez took the wheel, swerving onto a hidden dirt path to evade approaching police cruisers, driving blind with the headlights off. The tension in the car didn't break until they hit the main road and flicked the lights back on. "That was insane," Chavez muttered, gripping the wheel. "But Dauk has gone." "That's the only certainty." Jack suggested hunting him down on foot, but Chavez shut it down. "Negative. We grab Gavin and get the hell out before this whole district swarms with cops." He called Clark, who answered immediately despite the time difference. Chavez relayed the chaos in under 5 minutes, and Clark promised to loop in Mary Pat and smooth things over with Romanian intelligence. The Ryan administration's strong ties with Bucharest might help, even if explaining a covert firefight wouldn't be easy. The silver lining. The Romanians had every reason to cooperate, keeping an ex-com's ISIS ties. Quiet was in their interest too. Minutes later, they found Gavin in an alley near the safe house, slumped on a pile of Pelican cases and backpacks, drenched in sweat after hauling gear down 5 flights of stairs. The IT guy looked more exhausted than the 3 men who'd just fought off a small army. Gavin was shoving gear into the back of the minivan when his hand brushed against something disturbingly solid. He yanked back, realizing too late that the bulky shape wasn't just another duffel, it was a lifeless body slumped in the shadows. His breath hitched, but between the adrenaline and the chaos of their escape, words failed him. He slammed the hatch shut and scrambled into the side door as Chavez peeled away from the scene. Once they were speeding south and the initial shock wore off, Gavin finally found his voice. "Those shooters, I got a clear look. You see them too?" Chavez kept his eyes on the road. "Chinese, if I had to bet." Gavin nodded, pulling out his phone. "Snagged a couple decent shots of their faces. We can cross-check them against known intel operatives." Jack leaned forward from the middle seat. "Given their history with cyber ops, not a stretch." Midas frowned. "But why would they turn on Dalka if they're partners?" Jack tapped his temple. "Gavin and I figured Dalka double-crossed them. Stole whatever data they paid him to hack. If China's the client, they wouldn't take kindly to him skipping town with their secrets." Gavin wiped sweat from his brow. "We headed to the airport." Chavez shook his head. "No Dalka, no exfil. We need a place to regroup." Felix, wincing as Midas adjusted the gauze on his face, mumbled, "My nephew's got a farm in Sintesti just outside the city. Place is empty. He's deployed overseas." Chavez gave a curt nod. "Led the way." Gavin's gaze flicked to the rear. "So, who's the stiff?" The van went quiet. Jack crawled over the gear, penlight in hand, and rifled through the corpse's pockets. "Dragomir Vasiliscu, director of Artu." Gavin's eyes widened. "You guys waste him." Jack exhaled sharply. "Wasn't us. Either the Chinese executed him, or he caught a stray bullet." "That neat hole in his forehead?" "Yeah, definitely not an accident." Chavez tightened his grip on the wheel. "Point is, someone wanted him dead as much as they wanted Dalka." Midas cracked his knuckles. "Those guys weren't messing around back there." Chavez shot him a sidelong glance. "Clark said you wanted to make a difference." "This count?" Midas smirked. "Didn't bag Dalka, but keeping China from scooping up military intel?" "I'll take it." "Damn right," Chavez said, flooring the gas. "Now let's finish this." Meanwhile, in Chicago, Dominic and Adara had spent the entire day camped in the lobby of the historic Chicago Athletic Association, laptops open, earpieces buzzing. Despite combing through every possible lead, they'd hit a wall. No obvious ISIS targets stood out. Adara sighed, pushing aside her cold pizza. Jet's still the biggest prize, but after last week's bloodbath, Almatari's crew doesn't have the manpower. Dom was about to shut his laptop when his phone rang. "Unknown local number." He answered gruffly. "Yeah, Yolega Lixhen." He paused. "Then, Special Agent Caruso?" Dom recognized Special Agent Jeff Coates' voice immediately, but the tone was entirely different from their earlier conversation. This time, the agent sounded almost giddy, a stark contrast to his earlier indifference. "Dom, you either kept some serious intel from me, which we'll discuss later, or you've got the luck of the devil himself." Dom frowned, gripping the phone tighter. "What's going on?" 12 minutes ago, facial recognition flagged David Hembrick, the New York shooter, checking into the Drake Hotel on Lakeshore Drive. And guess who was with him? Abu Musa al-Matari. They went up to their room with enough luggage to suggest they're settling in. Dom shot up from the table, nearly knocking over his chair. Adara jumped at the sudden movement, already packing their gear without needing an explanation. "You're telling me they're still there?" "That's the assumption. Cameras caught them entering the elevator, but some feeds are down. No sign of them leaving, so SWAT's moving in." Dom's mind raced. "You sure that's the right call?" A hotel's a nightmare for a takedown. Jeff Coates' voice turned sharp. Chicago SWAT is elite, and we've got Chetdif backing them. Plainclothes are securing exits, and once we're in position, they'll breach. This isn't a debate, Caruso. I'm just giving you a courtesy heads-up, D. Nan's both, the cried there. Dom exhaled, exchanging a glance with Adara. To search per to peel or show and... Where's the command post? East Delaware, a block south. Stay clear of the hotel. Decided if Dom. Don't make me regret this call. The line went dead. Within minutes, they were in their rental, speeding north on Michigan Avenue. Dom adjusted his shoulder holster, the Glock 26 snug under his jacket. Adara quietly retrieved the backup pistol from his bag, slipping it into her purse, along with an extra magazine. She pulled her hair into a tight ponytail, her expression all business. You really think SWAT rushing in is smart? Buckany, you puns too. That place is packed ballroom events, lobby bar, guests everywhere. Dom tightened his grip on the wheel. Not my call. But we'll be close enough to help if things go sideways. The city lights blurred past as they drove, both knowing tonight wouldn't end quietly. The jagged metal from an ad, or the punch of an AK-47 round, would slice through these walls like they weren't even there. Dom tightened his grip on the wheel, nodding. I get it. Ideally, they'd hang back, scout the situation, and take down al-Matari and Hembrick when they're out in the open. But we don't get to make that call. Adara chewed her lip for a second before speaking up. What if we got inside the hotel? Just in case things go sideways. You know what they say. Easier to apologize later than beg for approval now. Dom shot her a quick glance, his jaw tightening. This is my operation, Adara. You follow my lead. She fell silent, and the weight of his words settled between them. The last thing he needed right now was tension with her. After a long pause, he softened his tone. We'll play it by ear when we get there. If we see an opening to help from inside, we'll find a way in. Adara exhaled, nodding. Got it. I trust your judgment. Meanwhile, 5 FBI agents from the Chicago JTF filtered into the Drake Hotel lobby, blending in with the crowd, some lounging on benches, others drifting through the bar and lower-level mall. Their phones buzzed with encrypted messages, coordinating with CPD and D-Command, struggling to mobilize their mobile units and patrol cars to seal off the historic building. The lobby team moved discreetly, scanning for known al-Matari associates near the elevators. Downstairs, a team posing as maintenance workers disabled the secondary elevator access, sparking a heated argument with actual hotel staff before uniformed officers stepped in, dragging the bewildered employees aside to explain they'd just cussed out undercover feds. Upstairs, a middle-aged couple, both agents, approached the front desk, flashing badges before whisking the manager into a back room. Within minutes, they secured keys to 3 empty fifth-floor suites. Armed teams dispersed to the rooms, pretending to be guests, while hotel staff discreetly called other rooms under the guise of a satisfaction survey, except for 514. No one dared risk tipping off Hembrick or al-Matari with a phone call. Dom and Adara pulled into a garage on East Walton, just a block from the Drake. At first glance, the street looked like any other Saturday night, until they turned onto East Delaware. The road was choked with government vehicles, and motorcycle cops blocked the intersection. Adara's voice was low as they neared the cluster of agents. Remember when I said the JTF itself might be the real target? Dom's eyes narrowed. Yeah. She gestured at the swarm of law enforcement. What better way to hit them than lure everyone to one spot? Dom let out a sharp breath. Damn. Jeff Coate mentioned a mobile command unit rolling in same time as the Drake op. This place is about to be a war zone. Adara scanned the scene, forcing confidence into her voice. Looks like the cops have it handled. But the doubt lingered unspoken. Around them, the air hummed with tension, the calm before the storm. The Drake Hotel and its attached upscale shopping plaza had 11 different ground-floor entry points, a security nightmare for law enforcement trying to prevent lookouts from alerting Hembrick and Al-Matari. If tipped off, the suspects could barricade themselves, trigger explosives, or attempt an escape. Once, 3 FBI surveillance teams were in position on the 5th floor, watching the hallway through peepholes. 3 armored SWAT trucks arrived, 1 on Lakeshore Drive and 2 on East Walton Place. 18 heavily armed Chicago PD officers poured out, moving swiftly toward the building, while a backup unit waited 4 blocks west. Frustrated, they weren't part of the initial strike team. The first SWAT squad stormed the south entrance, rushing past plainclothes, officers holding doors open. They sprinted up the stairs, startling guests in the lobby, before slipping through an employee access door held by an undercover agent, scanning for known ISIS affiliates. Dressed in tactical gear, the team ascended the stairwell in tight formation. Meanwhile, the second squad entered from Lake Shore, weaving through the luxury mall before taking the elevators just below the lobby. An FBI agent monitoring radio chatter blocked the elevators to prevent civilians from interfering now. Those lifts were reserved for potential evacuees. The third team entered through the main stairwell, flooding the lobby with uniformed officers, though most guests remained oblivious, including those in the ballroom, just steps away. Within minutes, all 18 SWAT officers converged on the 5th floor. They quietly cleared rooms where guests had responded to a fake phone survey, bypassing the silent ones. Then, 6 officers took position near room 514, rifles trained on the door, while another 6 covered the hallway. The remaining officers secured the stairwell exits. FBI agents inside their rooms stepped out, weapons drawn but hanging back. A breacher attached a small explosive charge to the door. As the team leader counted down, then the blast shattered the entrance, and the team surged inside. But, as the 4th officer entered, movement caught his eye. The door across the hall swung open. Maria Gonzalez, the youngest member of the Chicago cell, stepped out and detonated her vest in the middle of the team. Simultaneously, from room 501, Ahmed hurled a block of C4 toward the officers guarding the stairwell. The hallway erupted in chaos, the carefully planned raid collapsing in seconds. The explosive device tumbled into the center of the group, but not before they unleashed a hail of gunfire, cutting Ahmed down in seconds. Even as the would-be bomber collapsed, the detonation erupted near the stairwell, obliterating everyone in the vicinity and shattering windows across multiple floors on the building's south side. Shards of glass rained onto East Walton Place like deadly confetti. Below, 3 Chicago operatives and 2 from Santa Clara emerged from their 3rd-floor hideout, armed with grenades and AK-103 rifles. Clad in tactical gear and suicide vests, they stormed down the main stairwell toward the lobby. The moment they burst through the door, chaos erupted. 3 opened fire, while the others hurled grenades into the crowded space, turning the polished marble floors into a war zone. Meanwhile, 2 massive black command trailers rolled into position near East Delaware, just out of sight from the Drake Hotel. The street was instantly sealed off, surrounded by a wall of Chicago PD cruisers. Inside, over 40 elite agents from the FBI, CIA, DHS, and other agencies scrambled to coordinate the response. Assistant Special Agent Thomas Russell, head of Chicago's Joint Terrorism Task Force, leaped from his black Suburban and rushed into Mobile Command Unit 1. The radios crackled with panicked transmissions, officers down, explosions, gunfire echoing through the halls. Then came the frantic call, active shooters in the lobby. We've got men down. Russell's jaw tightened. What the hell is happening in there? A dispatcher rattled off updates: multiple explosions, gunmen with suicide vests, the 5th floor in flames. Hotel staff estimated nearly 1,000 guests scattered throughout the building, with no way to track who was where. 6 weeks ago, Russell had overseen a flawless counterterrorism drill at Soldier Field. Now, the Drake Hotel was unraveling into a nightmare. Just as he processed the scope of the disaster, a comms specialist shouted over the noise, "Director Russell, someone in room 514 is asking for you by name." Expecting a SWAT commander, he grabbed the line. "Russell here." A chillingly calm voice replied, laced with a British-inflected Middle Eastern accent. "Good evening, Special Agent Russell." "Macdur P., who is this?" "How disappointing you don't recognize me," the caller mused. "Though I'm sure your surveillance drones eavesdropped on every word I said back in Syria." The taunt hung in the air, sharp as a blade. Russell's grip tightened on his second-in-command's arm, a seasoned Army lieutenant colonel who'd been walking through the command center when the director practically yanked him off his feet. With his phone still pressed to his ear, Russell hissed a single name: Al-Matari. The lieutenant colonel didn't hesitate, sprinting to alert the comms team to trace the call. Russell forced his voice steady as he asked, "What's the status of the officers inside?" The response was ice cold. 6 alive. Bexevli separate tumdatab. My men are sweeping the other floors for civilians. Pull your forces out now, or I start executing hostages 1 per minute until you comply. What are your demands?" Russell demanded, "Follow my orders first. Then we talk." The line went dead. Russell turned to his lieutenant colonel, his jaw set. "Get everyone out now. Grab whoever you can on the way. We have 3 minutes. Call in FBI Harti, reposition Kaiftu SWAT, and prep for containment. If bullets start flying again, we go in hard." Across the chaos, Dom Caruso finally spotted Special Agent Jeffcoat near the mobile command post on East Delaware, his Benelli shotgun slung across his armored vest. Jeffcoat barely glanced up from his phone before snapping, "Not now." Dom didn't care. "What the hell's happening in there?" "Trap." The Boltis. "They're talking, so we're pulling back to negotiate." Dom's blood ran cold. That's exactly what they want. This isn't a hostage situation, it's a stalling tactic. They're fortifying, rigging explosives, waiting for the cameras to roll before they make their real move. Jeffcoat scoffed. "With they hearts en route. We wait. 3 hours. By then, it'll be too late." Assistant Special Agent Russell shoved through the crowd, his glare locking onto Dom. "Who the hell are you?" "Wad 2. Thou ild office." Russell's tone dripped skepticism. "Murray's guy. You holding out on us?" Dom didn't blink. "You're playing this wrong. Negotiation buys them time to slaughter everyone. Move now, or the body counts on you." Russell's patience snapped. "I don't care if you're the president's damn cousin, this is my scene. Unless you've got intel on a dirty bomb in there, shut up or get out." Dom stormed off, finding Adara in the swelling crowd on Michigan Avenue. Her raised eyebrows said it all she'd seen the whole disaster unfold. Dom's expression was grim as he turned away from the scene. "That didn't go well, did it?" Adara could tell from his tone that he wasn't just frustrated, he was convinced something bigger was at play. This whole hostage situation. It's a setup. They're not here to negotiate. They want the world watching when they turn this into a massacre. Adara clenched her fists. "Chevre. So what's our move?" "We don't wait for backup," Dom said, already scanning the perimeter. If we can force their hand, make them react, the other teams will have to move in. But we need to hit them first. She nodded, adrenaline kicking in. Then why are we still talking? Let's go. For a second, she thought he might bench her, leave her behind, while he charged in alone. But then he met her eyes. I need you inside with me. Relief mixed with determination as she pulled up the building schematics on her phone. There's an old drainage tunnel running under the hotel. Comes out near Lakeshore Drive. We can use it to get in unseen. Dom was already moving, flashlight in hand. Adara fell into step beside him, her boots splashing through a shallow puddle as they ran. Guess we're taking the scenic route, she muttered. Luka Gabor's lungs burned as he sucked in damp, earthy air. The blindfold had come off, but the darkness around him was almost as disorienting. 1 minute he'd been in his cell, the next, shoved into a van, then another, with no explanation. Now, kneeling in the dirt, his wrists cuffed behind him, he finally understood this wasn't a transfer. This was something worse. The headlights behind him cast long shadows over the shallow grave in front of him. Freshly dug, barely deep enough to cover the body inside. A man in a blood-stained dress shirt stared blankly up at the sky, a single bullet hole between his eyes. Luka's stomach lurched. What the hell is this? He shouted in Romanian, voice cracking. A voice, cold and amused, came from behind. Your English still good, Luka? Or did prison make you forget? He swallowed hard, switching languages. I speak it. Bacus tortiu. What do you want? The man stepped closer, his breath hot against Luka's ear. Heard you were tough. But you sound like a scared kid. Take me back to Jalava, Luka demanded, but his bravado faltered as a boot slammed into his spine, sending him face first into the grave. His cheek pressed against the dead man's shoulder, the coppery stench of blood filling his nose. The flashlight beam flickered over the corpse's pale face, close enough that Luka could count the stubble on its jaw. Somewhere in the trees, an owl hooted. It almost sounded like laughter. Recognize this man. Luka Gabor squinted against the blinding flashlight beam, his heart pounding. No, I swear. Never met him in my life. His name was Dragomir Vasilescu. Gabor's breath hitched. The art director. I've heard of him, but we never crossed paths. Whatever he was involved in, I had nothing to do with. Alexandru Dalka paid you a visit. Luka shook his head frantically, but the sharp click of a pistol's slide locking into place froze him, mid-denial. Listen close, dumbass. Drago here played the silent game too. Look where that got him. Luka wasn't about to die for Dalka. This fine, yes. He needed an exit strategy, a way out of the country. I didn't ask why. Some things you don't want to know. The voice behind the light chuckled darkly. Smart move. I'm the reason he was running. But here's what I don't know what you told him. Spill it now, or you'll be keeping Drago company. Permanently. Unless some stray dog decides your dinner first. Luka's mind raced to the 3 million wired to his daughter that afternoon. Betraying Dalka was one thing, throwing away that fortune was another. Dud turned him down. Didn't lift a finger. A shovelful of wet mud smacked his legs. Another struck his chest. The dirt was cold, heavy. They're burying me alive. Nakay. Okay, I'll talk. He screamed. 10 minutes later, Jack and Midas hauled Luka out of the pit, gagging at the stench. Blindfolded again, he stumbled between them toward the van. Neither was thrilled about driving a guy who'd pissed himself, but a deal was a deal. They'd dump him with Romanian intel in Centesti, let them deal with the mess. Back at Langley, Mary Pat had pulled every string imaginable. The second Clark called about the firefight with the Chinese. She'd leaned on Bucharest. Dalka's name had popped up in a prison visitor log, same day. The Romanians, realizing how bad it'd look if they slow-walked this, dragged bureaucrats out of bed. Guards nearly drew weapons before reason won out. No one asked about the dead cops or the Asian operatives in the park. Some questions were better left unspoken. The truth behind the incident was obvious, but the government's role would be buried under layers of secrecy, with Romania's leadership equally eager to keep quiet about any connection between its citizens and the ISIS-linked attacks on American soil. After extracting the necessary intel from Luca Gaber, the bullet-riddled Renault dumped him back into the hands of Romanian intelligence, leaving Dragomir Vasilescu's body in an unmarked grave. Another inconvenient truth swiftly swept under the rug. Dominic and Adara approached the Drake Tower, a 30-story luxury co-op beside the iconic Drake Hotel, flashing their credentials at the cops blocking Lakeshore Drive. The lone Chicago PD officer guarding the building's entrance looked uneasy, clearly aware he was posted at the edge of an active terror scene. Inside, the two operatives descended via elevator, then followed the schematics on Adara's phone to a cramped stairwell leading to a rusted, locked door. Dom made quick work of the lock with his picks, and they stepped into a dim passageway lined with corroded pipes, the air thick with the stench of old mildew. His red-filtered flashlight cut through the darkness less detectable than white light, though the place seemed deserted. The hallway, far from the drainage tunnel the blueprints suggested, was a grimy relic of neglect, its concrete walls stained from past flooding. Rounding a corner, they found another set of steps leading to a second locked door. As Dom knelt to pick it, Adara whispered, "Seriously, what else are you hiding?" He smirked. "Enjoy it while it lasts. Once Clark puts you through his training, you'll be outclassing me." The lock gave way with a click. "But for now, I've still got it." Cautiously, he pushed the door open, revealing a pitch-black storeroom stacked with liquor crates. They slipped through, emerging into the blinding light of the Coq d'Or's kitchen, a legendary restaurant beneath the hotel's lobby. Abandoned drinks with melting ice and overturned chairs painted a picture of panic, the chaos of gunfire and explosions upstairs sending patrons fleeing. Dom edged into the hallway, spotting SWAT teams hunkered behind ballistic shields across the street. Adara pivoted toward an employee staircase, weapon raised. They moved silently, listening for movement above, only the faintest shuffle betraying someone's presence. The tension was thick, every step a gamble. Dom and Adara crouched together on the stairwell, weapons ready. Dom leaned close, his breath warm against her ear. This place could be crawling with innocent people caught in the crossfire. "Pick your shots carefully." Adara gave a quick nod, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear before motioning upward. Dom gripped her arm and moved ahead, taking point as they reached the main floor landing. 3 terrified hotel employees huddled behind the reception desk, one clamping a hand over her mouth to muffle her sobs at the sight of their firearms. Dom knelt beside them while Adara kept watch on the staircase. "You came from the lobby?" he asked quietly. The youngest clerk nodded, her voice trembling. "We were at the front desk when everything exploded. We never saw the attackers, just police and guests. Weibel were. We savalatim death deser." Her words dissolved into tears as she recalled the officer who'd collapsed in front of her. Dom pulled up Adara's digital floor plan on his phone, guiding them to mark their location. The women pointed to a back office behind the counter, a blind spot, where they could move unseen. "Good," Dom muttered. "The exit downstairs is clear, but you can't go out the front." Cops have the street locked down." He hesitated, then dug a flashlight from his pack. "Take this. Head through the bar's kitchen, past the liquor storage, and follow the service hall next door." You'll be safe there. One of the women clutched the flashlight, her fingers shaking. Are you sure? Dom squeezed Adara's shoulder. Stay here, cover the stairs. I need eyes on the lobby. She met his gaze. Don't get shot. Sliding into the office, Dom kept low, his pistol steady. The lobby door stood ajar, and he edged around it, scanning the vast space. Bodies littered the floor, but his focus snapped to the palm court. Two armed men herded terrified guests into a huddle, while a third arranged suitcases, methodically threading wires from a backpack. The hostages, mostly older couples, sat frozen in horror as the bomber connected the final components. Dom's stomach dropped. This wasn't just a diversion, it was a structural demolition charge. Enough to bring the upper floors down on top of them. Oddly, no other gunman patrolled the lobby. Even the exit stair stood unguarded. He snapped photos, zooming in on the explosives before retreating. His text to Jeffcoat was frantic. 3 tangos. Hostages wired to blow. SWAT needs to hit now. Jeffcoat's call came instantly. You're inside the damn lobby. Dom's whisper was razor sharp. They're setting a daisy chain. We have minutes before this whole place goes sky high or they flip a dead man's switch. SWAT breaches now or those people are ash. I can pin them down till your team storms the front. The Boveler sticks free was Kfor. We've got men missing on the 5th. Dom cut him off. Then send the ones you've got. Or we lose everyone. Dom and Adara got the chilling update from their team Almatari and Hembrick were holed up on the 5th floor with hostages. The confirmation came through a frantic call detailing the carnage. 18 operatives had gone in. Only 5 made it out alongside a handful of FBI agents. Body cam footage revealed at least 7 bodies littering the hallways, with more FBI casualties unaccounted for. Dom didn't hesitate. Listen up, he said, voice tight with urgency. I've got access to the service stairs. Adara and I will hit the 5th floor, neutralize the targets, and clear the room. That your job? Lock down the lobby before those tangos detonate whatever they've rigged. The response was immediate pushback. You don't have authorization for that, Caruso. Jeffcoat barked. Dom's jaw clenched. Then call Russell. SWAT has 3 minutes to storm the front, before Adara and I start our own party upstairs. Bree calmed down. That's an order, clock's ticking. Dom ended the call. The plan was reckless, but waiting meant more bodies. In the stairwell, the two moved fast, checking corners as they climbed. Adara matched his pace, her grip steady on her weapon. Hostages, multiple shooters, Dom whispered as they reached the 5th floor door. Room 514. The hallway was a war zone, blood smeared the carpet, walls scorched and pockmarked. Fallen SWAT officers in tactical gear lay motionless, alongside civilians in street clothes. Every corpse had a single headshot execution style. Dom's stomach turned. The door to 514 was ajar. Adara spotted 515 open too, but Dom focused ahead. He pivoted into the room and immediately locked onto Hembrick, kneeling behind a bed, sming in hand. The man barely had time to react before Dom's shot dropped him. Adara engaged 2 more tangos barricaded across the room. Her first rounds slammed into one attacker, sending him crashing into a desk. The second gunman returned fire. A searing pain ripped through her thigh as she fell backward. But even as she hit the ground, she kept shooting, her angle under the bed giving her a clear shot at the gunman's legs. Dom, already moving to cover her, fired past her shoulder, his bullets chewing into the bed frame as the last tango scrambled for cover. The air reeked of gunpowder and copper, the only sound their ragged breathing and the groans of the wounded. A sharp pain shot through Adara's leg from her thigh wound, but she gritted her teeth and pushed through it. Taking careful aim beneath the bed, she fired from 30 feet away, hitting the attacker square in the kneecap. The man crumpled behind the bed, his gunfire ceasing as he let out a piercing scream. Glancing at her pistol, she saw the slide locked back, 11 rounds spent between both targets. "Ease hit," she yelled to Dom. Without hesitation, Caruso sprang up, charging into the room and vaulting onto the bed. He unloaded his magazine into the wounded man's back, before grabbing the Uzi that had tumbled onto the mattress. Jumping down, he rushed back to Adara, who was already pressing hard against her bleeding leg. "I'm good. Secure the damn room," she barked, knowing he'd prioritize her safety. Dom moved fast, clearing bathrooms and blind spots, his mind racing both for Adara and whether the rest of the operation downstairs had gone smoothly. Meanwhile, Thomas Russell stood at the rear of a not-mobile command post, the crackle of gunfire just a block away mixing with SWAT radio chatter. For 10 solid seconds, gunfire had erupted, some from the shattered fifth-floor windows of the Drake Hotel, the rest from the SWAT team engaging in the lobby. The echoes bounced off surrounding skyscrapers before an abrupt silence fell. A voice crackled over the speakers. "Delta 1 here. Lobby targets neutralized. Explosives secured. Proceeding to clear rooms, need Chicago PD for hostage extraction." The SWAT commander beside Russell nodded and responded. "Copy. Send hostages out front, hands visible. Patrol will handle screening. Get to the 5th floor, assist FBI, and confirm Omatari's body." As the acknowledgement came through, Russell's phone buzzed on his hip. He ignored it at first, listening as police transmission suggested the situation was stabilizing. Deciding to head to the Drake himself, he stepped onto the command center's portable stairs only for his phone to vibrate again. This time, he answered sharply. "Beleg the Torga." The voice on the other end was chillingly familiar. Did you really believe it would be that simple? Russell's stomach dropped. "Almatari, where are you? Your men are dead. Your bomb's a paperweight." "A mere diversion," Almatari replied smoothly. "Frankly, I'm surprised my fighters got as far as they did." Before Russell could process that, Special Agent Jeff Code appeared, urgency in his voice. "5th floor secure. Almatari's not here." Russell's grip tightened on the phone. "What do you want?" "A war director. Not these petty clashes. Tonight was the first real battle, and you lost. You slipped away. That's not winning. Misbit Izaman." Almatari's tone turned mocking. "Tell me, where are America's cameras right now? Where's the focus? Where are over 100 of your soldiers and spies enemies of the Caliphate?" The realization hit Russell like a sledgehammer. His gaze snapped to the surrounding rooftops. "Those are incoming," he roared. But it was too late. The shattering of glass cut through the chaos, followed by the unmistakable whoosh of rockets streaking down from 4 high-rises south of East Delaware. Smoke trails converged on the command trailers, and the people below never stood a chance. The moment the mobile command post's location was confirmed, Algiers and Tripoli wasted no time preparing their vantage point at the Rafaela Hotel. From their 9th-floor perch overlooking East Delaware, they only needed to angle their AT-4 launchers slightly downward for a clear shot. Meanwhile, Musa, Al-Matari, and Omar, the Detroit cell leader, positioned themselves in separate rooms of an empty 8th-floor condo just 2 buildings east. They shattered the windows with hammers they'd brought specifically for the task, then steadied their own, 8-4's an unfamiliar weapon for both, yet the angle made the shot almost effortless. For nearly a day, the group had debated the ideal positions to minimize movement before the main assault. They'd booked multiple hotels within a 3-block radius as backup, but they knew the jets of options were limited, Lakeshore Drive and Michigan Avenue were too chaotic to block off without drawing attention. So, East Delaware became the obvious choice. Timing was critical. They waited until the JTF was fully engaged at the Drake, ensuring maximum distraction before striking. Their patience was rewarded. The moment Al-Matari gave the signal, all four fired nearly at once, sending high explosive rockets screaming into the command post below. The blasts tore through the vehicles, turning the street into a war zone. Without hesitation, they grabbed RPG-7s and unleashed a second volley toward the perimeter, cutting down responders before they could react. The explosions were smaller but just as deadly, sowing panic and buying the attackers precious seconds to vanish. 20 seconds later, the toll was staggering: 37 JTF operatives dead, including Russell and Jeffcoat. Top officials from the FBI, CIA, and other agencies lay among the fallen, along with 13 Chicago police officers. Dozens more, civilians included, were injured by flying debris. Inside the Drake, chaos reigned. SWAT teams shouted into radios, but no clear orders came through, just overlapping transmissions and the relentless wail of sirens outside. Dom had managed to patch up Adara's leg, helping her to her feet despite her pain. When Jeffcoat didn't answer his call, dread settled in. The surviving officers moved cautiously down the stairs, leaving their fallen behind. Dom kept Adara steady, his only thought now getting her to safety, unaware that the real nightmare had just begun outside. The stairwell turned into a bottleneck of confusion as SWAT teams and local police swept through the building's upper floors. Civilians streamed downward, while first responders pushed upward, the lack of clear leadership creating a dangerous standstill in the narrow passage. Meanwhile, the four attackers abandoned their heavy weapons in their rooms, opting instead for concealed Glocks beneath their tailored suits, a calculated trade-off between firepower and blending into the panicked crowds flooding the streets. With no immediate escape vehicle, they dispersed individually through back alleys before flagging down cabs several blocks apart. Settling into his taxi 20 minutes later, Al-Matari exhaled, murmuring gratitude to Allah before his mind turned to the Saudi mastermind, who'd handed him the blueprint for this American strike. That shadowy figure had provided the intel on Thomas Russell of Chicago's Joint Terrorism Task Force, details that sparked the entire operation. A simple software trick had mimicked Russell's office line, selling the illusion that Al-Matari was holed up in the Drake Hotel. But the ambush, that was his own brutal innovation. Weeks of surveillance watching TEF drills near Soldier Field, studying their protocols, had led to this, luring the region's top counterterrorism operatives into a kill zone. Casualties hadn't matched his expectations, but the Yemeni brushed it off. The Islamic State's recruitment pipeline would replenish his ranks tenfold once footage of the attack already being edited by their media wing hit the internet. More crucially, the spectacle would force President Ryan's hand. How could he ignore a full-scale military response now, with Heartland America exposed as vulnerable? The team never returned to their safe house. Instead, they regrouped at a dive bar in Pilsen, slipping out the back to waiting cars stocked with Uzis, ammo, and surface-to-air missiles. By 2A, Chicago faded in their rear view. Next stop, Washington, D., where fresh targets waited. At the White House, Ryan faced the press corps under the glare of live broadcasts. Split screens juxtaposed his grim address with looping footage of the Drake's smoldering wreckage. He'd scrapped his speechwriter's tired phrases, yet even his own words circled back to the unavoidable: grief, resolve, hollow promises. When he finally yielded to questions, a CBS correspondent was the first to rise, her mic poised like a weapon. When Shelley from the press corps posed her question, she leaned forward with intensity. Given the Islamic State's proven capability to strike on American soil, Will your administration escalate military involvement by deploying conventional forces into Iraq and Syria to directly confront them? President Ryan didn't miss a beat. Shelley, let's be clear, we already have elite units operating in both countries, alongside air support and intelligence assets. Our coalition strategy is effective. ISIS is losing territory and manpower daily. But here's the catch. When terrorists lose ground, they crave attention. A handful of operatives here can generate more fear than 1,000 fighters overseas. If they aren't seen as a threat, their recruitment dries up. They'd fade into irrelevance, just another failed ideology. He paused, scanning the room. Look at the progress. High-value targets eliminated. Airstrikes coordinated with local forces. NATO stepping up. We've armed and trained Kurdish fighters, modernized Iraqi units, all without flooding the region with Marines. That's why they're lashing out here. Last night? A desperate ploy to bait us into their backyard. But we won't take it. Shelley pressed again, skepticism sharp in her tone. So, no expansion of operations, then. Ryan's reply carried an edge. Funny your networks criticized every military decision I've made, yet now you're championing a full-scale invasion. No. We'll counter them with precision, not panic. Next, CNN's Juliet Robbins seized the mic, her question dripping with implication. Some argue ISIS attacks are retaliation, that if we stopped intervening, they'd ignore us. After all, they're targeting military and intelligence personnel the same way we do. Your response? Ryan studied her. Juliet, you've reported abroad for years, right? Mostly the Middle East? Extensively, which informs my perspective. Hold on. You framed this as, some say. Are you suggesting we withdraw in hope for peace? Unfazed, Juliet countered. I'm posing the debate, Mr. President. Surely you've heard these arguments. Oh, I have. The room buzzed with shutter clicks as he leaned in. Tell me, in all your globe-trotting, have you ever encountered a society that rejected violence entirely? Juliet hesitated, then nodded. Actually, yes. The tension crackled, a rare moment where the script flipped and the press corps held its breath. Ryan could practically see the smugness radiating off Juliet Robbins as she leaned back in her chair, her chin tilting up with that self-assured academic air. If this had been a debate stage, he imagined her dramatically dropping the mic after delivering what she clearly thought was a mic drop moment about Buddhists and Nepal. He gave her a slow nod, keeping his tone measured. Fair point about Nepal's isolation and lack of media frenzy, but let's not pretend geography is the only factor here. Juliet's lips pressed into a thin line. With all due respect, Mr. President, scholars agree Buddhists aren't targeted because they don't interfere in other nations' affairs the way we do. Ryan's smile was razor thin. Ever heard of the Yazidis? That caught her off guard. Her confident expression flickered, eyes darting as if mentally scrambling through her notes. Of course, but that's not. You had your turn, Juliet. Now let me answer. His voice sharpened just enough to cut through her protest. The Yazidis, much like Buddhists, lived quietly, defenseless, harming no one. Yet, when ISIS rolled into Sinjar, they didn't get a pass for minding their own business. They were massacred, enslaved, burned alive, and the world watched. And you know what happened next? ISIS ranks swelled. Their brutality became a recruitment tool. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a steely calm. So tell me, why should we expect kindness from a group that treats pacifists like prey? Juliet opened her mouth, but Ryan didn't yield the floor. 2 questions for you and everyone nodding along with your turn the other cheek theory. Should America disarm, retreat, and hope for the best? And if we did, what makes you think eyes would suddenly play nice? He spread his hands. I'm not here to bash religion. I'm here to protect lives. And if twisted ideology puts those lives at risk, I won't apologize for using every resource to stop it. A beat of silence. Then quieter. Appeasement isn't strategy, Juliet. It's wishful thinking. Churchill called it feeding a crocodile, hoping it eats you last. You want to bet American lives on the kindness of killers. Then I'll find advisors who won't. Her face flushed, but Ryan was already moving on. No theatrics. No mic drop, just the cold weight of reality settling between them. My thoughts keep returning to the Yazidi people, those I've had the privilege to meet, and those I never got the chance to know. Their stories will shape my answer to whether pacifism can stand against terror. Juliet Robbins struggled to form a sharp reply, but Ryan had already moved on, scanning the room for the next question. Back in the Oval Office, Arnie Van Dam was waiting, arms crossed. Ryan didn't wait for the lecture. Yeah, I know. I came down too hard on Robbins. Arnie just grinned. Forget it, Jack. She had it coming. Ryan exhaled, shaking his head. I appreciate the backup, but if I lose you as my conscience, I'm sunk. Beer, ich traf der Pratertaf. After all these years, I nearly grabbed the mic myself, Arnie admitted. Told her to hop a flight to Raqqa and test her pacifism firsthand. That finally cracked a smile from Ryan, his first in days. You're impossible to replace, but damn, I'd pay to see that. Breveray chuckled. Two old men fantasizing about what we'd do if we weren't stuck playing by the rules. Exactly, Ryan agreed. Better we spend our energy on what actually moves the needle here. Meanwhile, at Craiova Airport, Alex Dalka leaned against his jeep, watching a sleek Gulfstream touch down. The Albanians had better taste than he expected. Maybe his stint in Macedonia wouldn't be so rough. The airfield was nearly deserted, just a lone turboprop and a couple of cargo planes breaking the monotony. This jet was a rare sight here, all polished metal and luxury. He hoisted his backpack and strode across the tarmac, cutting between hangars as instructed. Last night's chaos had forced him to cancel his prison visit with Luka Gabor, opting instead for a tense call to the man's daughter. He half expected Gabor to demand extra cash for the hassle, but the smuggler seemed content with his $3 million cut, passing along a number to reach the girl. The Albanians ran a high-stakes casino in Skopje, and they wanted Dalka's skills to profile guests, tracking their wealth, weaknesses, anything to tilt the odds. He smirked. Nobody walked out of that place a winner. And if they tried? The streets weren't kind to lucky gamblers. The Gulfstream pivoted, rolling toward him. When the stairs dropped, a stocky man in his 40s, salt and pepper hair, a champagne bottle in hand, waved him aboard. Dalka's grin widened. Classy. As he stepped into the cabin, he extended a hand to the man he assumed was his new employer. The fribulitis? He asked, slow and clear. Ding Chavez gripped his hand and didn't let go. Dalka turned his head slowly, taking in the three unfamiliar faces in the cabin. The older, heavy-set man lounged in the rear, while two bearded, well-built guys close to his age and armed sat just feet away. May, hold up. Who the hell are you people? He demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. Chavez set down the champagne flutes in the galley before spinning Dalka around and shoving him face first onto the floor between the armed men. Behind them, Country emerged from the cockpit. Cargo secure? He asked briskly. Locked and loaded, Chavez replied. Time to take out the trash. Jack snatched the backpack from Ding and rifled through it, pulling out the black hard drive with a sharp motion. He dangled it in front of Dalka, who was pinned under Chavez's knee. Care to explain this? Jack's tone was ice. Dalka smirked, defiance flashing in his eyes. What's it look like to you? Looks like something that'll get you killed, Jack shot back. Assuming your mouth doesn't beat us to it. With a nod from Jack, Country sealed the hatch and returned to the cockpit. Chavez methodically searched Dalka, securing his wrists with zip ties before yanking a blindfold over his eyes. He hauled him into a seat and leaned in close. Lucky for you, we're not the Chinese. Unlucky for you, you screwed over the Americans way harder. Dalka scoffed. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me refresh your memory, Chavez said. Sab, iwela you come ta. Government had a nice chat with the Macedonian ambassador, who grounded the flight coming to scoop you up. Oh, and those Albanian pals of yours? Turns out 2 of them had warrants. So yeah, they're almost as screwed as you are. As the Gulf Stream lifted off, banking west toward D, the team knew they had 8 hours to crack their prisoner. They huddled in the back, strategizing, but the weight of recent events hung heavy. Dom's call from Bucharest had hit hard. Adara had been shot in Chicago. The doctor said she'd pull through, but the news had left them all raw. Midas jerked a thumb toward Dalka, his voice dripping with contempt. This clown's got no backup, no muscle. Just a half-baked escape plan involving a rope ladder and some sketchy Albanians he barely knows. That's his idea of security. No state ties, no hired guns, just pure stupid arrogance. Chavez frowned. What's your read? Something's off, Midas muttered. Feels like we're missing a piece. Jack leaned against the seat, arms crossed. Guy got in over his head. Thought he was untouchable, went for the payout. Midas cracked his knuckles. So how do we make him talk? Chavez smirked. He doesn't give a damn about anyone else. Let's see how much he cares about himself. Jack moved in, taking the seat across from Dalka, while Ding and Midas flanked him. In the back, Gavin was already deep into Dalka's laptop, the hard drive humming beside it. The game was on. Jack tightened his grip on the armrest, his knuckles turning white. Do is dis talking. Now. The Romanian smirked beneath his blindfold, unfazed. First, I'd like a martini. Dry up with a twist. Jack's jaw clenched. He thought of Jennifer Kincaid, her husband, had sat in this same seat before Dalka, broken by grief. The memory sent a surge of rage through him. How about a fist instead? He swung hard, cracking Dalka across the face before Midas yanked him back. Easy, champ, Midas muttered, holding him steady. This guy's not worth the assault charge. Dalka spat blood onto his shirt, grinning. You need me. I'm the only one who knows where those files went. Jack forced himself to breathe. We already know. Musa al-Matari. And your Chinese handlers. But guess what? They don't need you anymore. They've got copies. For the first time, Dalka hesitated. Then he scoffed. Bullshit. The Chinese never touched those files. We stole them from an Indian security firm that didn't even realize what they had. Our air gapped the data the second we realized its value. Jack froze. You're telling me the Chinese don't have them? Not a single byte, Dalka said, shaking his head. We weren't even working for them directly. Some shell company called the Seychelles Group hired us. Jack scribbled the name down, his mind racing. Meanwhile, Gavin waved Chavez over, frustration clear in his gestures. This encryption's a nightmare, he muttered. If this guy would just cough up the password, we could save lives. Jack's fist twitched, but Chavez stepped in, leaning close to Dalka. All right, Alex. Let's hear your demands. Jack stormed off to the galley, desperate for a drink. Half a world away, President Jack Ryan paced his private study, the phone pressed to his ear. Clark's voice was calm but urgent. Sir, we've got Alex Delka in custody. He's the hacker behind the OPM breach. Ryan exhaled. More Jack Wuchef. Your son's fine. This is bigger than him. The president sank into his chair, bracing for what came next. Dalka had been contracted by Chinese intelligence to track down American spies. But the opportunistic freelancer went rogue, digging up sensitive intel on high-ranking officials and military personnel. Instead of delivering to his original employers, he auctioned the classified data to the highest bidders, including terrorist organizations like ISIS. Unbelievable, Ryan muttered. Where's the intel now? Yo on the plane. Dalka claims there are no duplicates, but who knows if we can trust him. Rubbing his tired eyes, Ryan exhaled. While this was a win, the past month had been a relentless storm of crises, and Dalka's capture wouldn't magically fix everything. Good job, John, he acknowledged. Appreciate it, but I'm not fishing for compliments. We need your call on this. Ryan's stomach twisted as he anticipated the demand. Please don't tell me he wants a pardon. Clark's sigh crackled through the line. Full immunity. Plus $25 million. In exchange, he'll expose every target he sold out both domestically and overseas. Apparently, he scattered the intel like breadcrumbs to multiple buyers. Ryan clenched his jaw, staring at the floor. The thought of rewarding this snake made him sick. But the clock was ticking, and the stakes were too high to ignore. He wants to negotiate directly. Video call. Non-negotiable for him. Jesus. Well, for trees bees this guy. A real piece of work, Clark confirmed. No morals, no loyalty. Just a mercenary leaving wreckage in his wake. Ryan scoffed. Maze sociopath. News accredua. Mary Pat can patch you through to the situation room in minutes. Just say the word. Ryan hesitated, then relented. Fine. Meber set it up. As the call wrapped up, a rare moment of vulnerability slipped out. Is Jack there? A beat of silence. Yes, sir. He led the op tracked Dalka, secured the files. Kid's got your instincts. Ryan swallowed hard. He's better than I ever was, isn't he? Clark chuckled. Different era, same grit. You weren't exactly slacking back in your field days. A faint smile tugged at Ryan's lips. At least I didn't have to dodge the spotlight because of my last name. Drives him nuts, Clark agreed. If his dad had been some beat cop instead of, well, you, he'd have an easier time blending in. Ryan exhaled. Right. I'll head downstairs. On the plane, Dalka sat strapped to his seat, angled toward a wall-mounted screen. Chavez hovered behind him, while Jack and the others melted into the background, out of frame. With a quick tug, the blindfold came off. The screen flickered to life, revealing the president alone in the situation room, steely-eyed and waiting. The man adjusted his wire-framed glasses, studying the screen before him with a measured gaze. So you're Dalka. Correct, Dalka replied, his tone indifferent, as if chatting with the president was no more remarkable than ordering coffee. Like I told your operatives when they grabbed me, I'll hand over all my system access codes, plus a list of every target I've sold intel to in exchange for my freedom and a modest compensation package. The president arched an eyebrow. You don't mince words, do you? I believe in fairness, Dalka countered. Give me a fair deal and I'll return the favor. But we're on the clock. By now, the people I've armed with information are probably plotting their next strike. You caught the news about Chicago? The president asked. Dalka smirked. The parade to miss. Thomas Russell was one of my handiwork. One leaked identity, and suddenly an entire city's in chaos. Imagine what happens when dozens more go active. Only I can prevent that. The president exhaled slowly, then leaned forward. Who's running the show on that plane? Behind Dalka, Ding Chavez stepped into view. That'd be me, sir. Good, the president said, his voice turning icy. Then here's your direct order, Commander. Open the nearest hatch and toss Dalka into the Atlantic. Understood? The cabin fell dead silent. Dalka's smug expression cracked. You can't be serious. Baft to do, and... The president's smile didn't reach his eyes. Need is a strong word. Your intel's useful, sure, but we'll survive without it. I don't bargain with terrorists. Chavez keyed the cockpit comms. Ach, Tifton Reed. The pilot's voice crackled over the speakers. Go ahead. Prep for descent below 10,000. We're opening the rear hatch. Beat of hesitation. Copy that. Stand by for depressurization. Dalka lunged against his restraints, panic stripping his composure. Wait. I'll cooperate, no conditions. I can lead you straight to Almatari. The president tilted his head, feigning mild curiosity. How? I have contacts inside ISIS. Maybe Almatari himself. Maybe a middleman. I'll help you unravel the whole network. Just don't do this. The president drummed his fingers on the desk. 25 million was your opening bid. Funny how quickly that price drops when you're staring at a 5-mile freefall. Keep the money. Dalka spat. Just get me out of this alive. A long pause stretched before the president finally nodded. Fine, ter chepletur. But if he so much as blinks wrong, Chavez, revert to plan A. And if his intel turns out to be garbage? Same deal. Consider this a standing order for terminal accountability. Chavez grinned. Crystal clear, sir. One false move, and he gets a swim with the fishes. The screen went dark. Somewhere over the Atlantic, Dalka swallowed hard, realizing for the first time just how little his life was worth. Jack Ryan, Jr. couldn't suppress his grin as he sat in the back of the Gulf Stream, adrenaline still pumping through him. The moment Chavez signaled the cockpit, the jet leveled out before ascending once more. Dalka, blindfolded yet again, muttered a string of passwords to unlock his encrypted files. Gavin took over, inputting additional codes provided by the Romanian to access the full cache of targeting data. Jack pored over the intel for an hour, but only after Chavez had relayed the critical details to Clark: names, locations, the whole grim roster. Clark would loop in Dan Murray to extract every potential target still in danger, though the operation would take time. Maybe even a full day. Once Chavez ended the call, Jack motioned for the team to huddle away from Dalka. 40 names, he said, voice low. Most clustered around D. That tells me Almatari's got operatives in the capital and they're gearing up to strike. Chavez nodded. Makes sense. So here's my thought. We buy the government time to evacuate these people while setting a trap for Almatari. Risky, but the payoff could be huge. Gavin leaned in. Let's hear it. Jack laid it out. They'd exploit Dalka's ISIS communication channel, feeding Almatari a fake target too tempting to ignore something so urgent he'd have to scramble his men immediately, pulling them off other missions. Chavez raised an eyebrow. May smart. But you'd need bait he can't resist. Who's the unlucky volunteer? Jack's smile turned razor sharp. The president's son. We'll craft a dossier proving Jack Ryan Jr. is wide open, no Secret Service, just me alone at my parents' cabin in the Blue Ridge Mountains. We'll mirror Dalka's usual intel style, down to the time frame. They'll drop everything to come for me. Gavin stared. You've lost your mind. Jack shrugged. Al-Matari was spotted in Chicago last night, so he might not come himself. But if we bag even one of his lieutenants alive, we're that much closer to him. Midas crossed his arms. And when he rolls up to your cabin with an army? He doesn't have an army, Jack countered. Plus, the place is remote, no easy way to sneak in a horde of terrorists unnoticed. Al-Matari knows that. Chavez exhaled. Using yourself as bait? That's borderline suicidal. Or brilliant, Gavin muttered. Confident, Jack handed Chavez the cabin's coordinates. Chavez took them to the cockpit, returning minutes later with a frown. No good. Nearest landing strip is 50 miles out. By the time we loop back to D, we'd lose the window. We need a new location or a new target. Jack had anticipated this. The cabin's perfect. There is a faster way in. He jerked a thumb toward the storage compartment. We've got parachutes. Chavez shook his head. Sichto free-fall rigs. And you're not certified. I'll figure it out. Midas stepped forward. I'm qualified. I'll go. Jack held up a hand. Appreciate it, but it has to be me. Al-Matari's men need to confirm it's the president's son, otherwise they'll bolt. No substitutes. The cabin's wooden walls creaked in the silence as the team weighed the gamble. Outside, the Blue Ridge loomed, dark and waiting. Jack clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. I don't have a choice, this is on me. Ding shook his head, his voice edged with concern. You can't just throw on a parachute and dive out of a plane like some action hero. These things take training, Jack. Tell that to the people who won't make it through the day if we don't act now, Jack shot back. Another attack could hit any second, another city could burn. We need to force their hand. So, yeah. Maybe I'll crash land in a tree or spin like a damn top on the way down. But at least I'll be where I need to be. We don't have time for detours. Chavez exhaled sharply, then stepped away to make a hushed call to Clark. When he returned, his expression was grim but resolved. You're cleared. Clark's mobilizing gear, he'll stay hidden with a sniper rifle, marking targets if Al-Matari's men show. Us. Jack raised an eyebrow. You're not doing this solo, Ding said flatly. Dom and Adara are still in Chicago, she's recovering. He's helping the Jalt sort through the wreckage. That leaves you and me. Bay, alone. Midas smirked, crossing his arms. Of course. The new guy gets stuck playing babysitter to the reckless idiot. Sorry, man, Jack said with a half-grin. But we can't exactly stick you on guard duty while Gavin flies back solo with our Romanian friend. Gavin grimaced but stayed silent. Jack turned serious again. I'll coordinate with Dalka to finalize the bait. We need Al-Matari to take it fast. If we don't pull this off, D loses people today. Ding checked his watch. 6 hours in the air. Even if we nail this, someone might still die. On the other end of a crackling line, Sami bin Rashid waited impatiently until Al-Matari finally picked up. Chicago was flawless, he crowed. A masterpiece. Al-Matari's voice was ice. The president still refuses to send troops. After all this, he's still stubborn. Patience, Sami soothed. I'm sending you something better. This will break him. One strike, and he'll have no choice but to march his armies into our war. Al-Matari wasn't swayed by the theatrics. I'll read it. He hung up but called back minutes later, his tone sharp with disbelief. This is real? Absolutely, Sammy assured. Ryan's son is isolated. Vulnerable, petitrat. One dift, foitheriv. El-Matari's mind raced. You won't stay there long. Move now. No details were shared. Al-Matari never worked that way. But as his car sped through Pennsylvania, GPS guiding them toward the Blue Ridge Mountains, he calculated. 2 operatives in D. 4 more converging. Enough firepower to turn that cabin into a grave. The intel seemed solid. Their Saudi contact had delivered reliable information before, so the team of 10 operatives felt confident about taking out the president's son. After confirming the coordinates with his own vehicle and the trailing car, he relayed the details to their Atlanta cell. Their target was clear: Jack Ryan Jr. Meanwhile, in College Park, Maryland, Captain Carrie Ann Davenport blended seamlessly into the backyard barbecue scene. Dressed in casual clothes, her hair styled differently, and a drink in hand. No one would guess she had just returned from combat missions in Iraq. Sipping tonic water with lime, she nibbled on appetizers while chatting with guests at her former cruise home. The summer heat that had most locals sweating felt mild compared to the stifling cockpit of her Apache helicopter. Instead of flight gear and body armor, she wore a breezy skirt and sleeveless top, savoring the rare moment of normalcy. The party was filled with fellow pilots Apache and Chinook crews, both active and retired, along with a few Pentagon brass. Her former commander, now a lieutenant colonel in strategic planning, had even invited the grad students renting next door. When they doubted her military background, she flashed her dog tags with a playful grin, earning laughs all around. One grad student, a history major, offered to refresh her drink, mistaking her tonic for vodka. She declined, but lingered near the drinks table, stealing glances his way. For now, she wasn't Pyro 11's gunner, just Carrie, enjoying a fleeting taste of civilian life. Next week, she'd be back in uniform, boarding a flight from her parents' place in Cleveland to Germany, then straight into another deployment. The exact location was still unknown, but the rhythm of war was familiar. As she scanned the crowd, her gaze briefly met the grad students, a small thrill running through her. Then it hit her. Lately, even home felt like a different kind of battlefield. The same ruthless ISIS fighters Carrie Ann had battled overseas had now brought their terror to American soil. The recent massacre in Chicago dominated conversations at the backyard party, mingling with the ever-present news of soldiers and intelligence officers being hunted across the country. Anger simmered in her chest, fueling her desire to return to duty where she could actually make a difference. As she swirled her drink, she caught the grad student glancing her way before breaking into a grin and striding over, abandoning his circle of friends. Heat rushed to her cheeks, thank God for the desert tan, masking her embarrassment while she mentally cursed herself for not spiking her tonic with an extra shot of gin. Just as he reached her, his smile twisted into something else entirely. His gaze locked onto something behind her, and she turned, curiosity giving way to alarm. A young African-American woman and a Middle Eastern man, both in their early 20s, moved up the driveway toward the party. Nothing unusual about their presence except for the bulky black windbreakers, hiding God knew what beneath, and the way they split up with military precision. One veered toward the carport fence, the other along the house's rear. Their rigid posture, the calculated strides, Carrie Ann's instincts screamed danger, seconds before the man yanked both arms overhead and hurled grenades into the crowd. The woman mirrored him, one grenade soaring straight toward the picnic table bar. Carrie Ann lunged, slamming into the stunned grad student, and sending them both crashing over the table in a hail of shattered glass and spilled drinks. They hit the ground as explosions tore through the party, screams and panic shouts, drowning beneath the chilling cries of Allahu Akbar. Gunfire erupted. Peering from under the table, she saw the attackers advancing, pistols blazing into the fleeing crowd. Shoving the student aside, she tugged her blouse free and drew the compact. Sumdurity from her waistband. The man stalked closer, firing at fleeing guests. She lined up her shot, then hesitated. That jacket could hide body armor. With a flick, she activated the laser sight, the red dot trembling on his forehead. His eyes snapped to her just as she squeezed the trigger. The bullet punched through his left eye, dropping him mid-step. She stood, delivering a mercy shot to his skull before whirling toward the second attacker. A bullet whizzed past her ear as the woman stumbled, then collapsed sideways onto the driveway. The gunshot had come from a military officer. Carrie Ann had met briefly at the party, a warrant officer, who piloted Chinook helicopters. His Beretta M9, one of the standard-issue sidearms recently distributed to you. Troops under presidential orders for anti-terrorism protection still smoked in his grip. Carrie Ann's gaze darted between the fallen woman sprawled across the driveway and the strange device clutched in her limp hand, its thin cable snaking beneath her jacket sleeve. Without hesitation, Carrie Ann lunged sideways, crashing into the dazed graduate student just as he tried to rise. The explosion that followed dwarfed anything she'd experienced. 4 grenades, detonating at once, would have sounded like firecrackers in comparison. Shrapnel shredded the backyard as the shockwave punched the air from her lungs. Her legs burned where debris embedded itself, and the world reduced to a single high-pitched whine in her ears. When sound gradually returned, it brought with it a chorus of agonized screams. The man beneath her, some stranger whose name she'd never learned, blinked up through the dust. You. Seftimive Kritterftu. He slurred. Peachy, she spat, pushing herself up despite the blood trickling down her thighs. Using a splintered picnic table for support, she surveyed the nightmare. At least 20 bodies littered the lawn. Her hands shook, but not from fear pure. White-hot rage coursed through her. The cockpit of her Apache called to her, louder than any medic's plea. Some justice needed delivering, and she intended to be the one doling it out from 3,000 feet. Meanwhile, tears blurred Dr. Olivia Ryan's vision as she stared at the diamond glittering in its velvet box. The president's eldest daughter pressed trembling fingers to her lips, suppressing a sob that might have ruined the moment. When she finally managed to tear her eyes from the ring, Davy's hopeful expression shattered her composure completely. Yes, she breathed, 1,000 times yes. Their embrace lasted through sunset, the Blue Ridge Mountains painting the sky in molten gold behind them. Olivia twisted the new ring on her finger, sighing as the cabin's porch swing creaked beneath them. It's absolute. Her fairy tale shattered when a parachute collapsed violently into the pasture below. A second skydiver landed atop the first in a tangle of nylon, their struggle sending up clouds of pollen. Olivia's laugh came out shrill. Davy, if this is some elaborate flash mob proposal. Not mine, he muttered, squinting as both men suddenly freed themselves from harnesses. The glint of compact submachine guns being drawn from tactical packs made Olivia's stomach drop. She yanked Davy backward by his shirt collar. Move. Inside the cabin, Jack Ryan Jr. caught a glimpse of his sister sprinting past a window and instantly knew something had gone terribly wrong. Chavez was gathering the parachutes when he muttered under his breath. She wasn't part of the plan. Ding barked orders nearby, get them moving 5 minutes tops. Jack sprinted to the cabin's back porch, hammering on the door with urgency. Sally, it's Jack, open up. The door creaked open to reveal Dr. Davy Cartal, Olivia's boyfriend, staring at him in stunned disbelief. Jack? Olivia pushed past Davy, her eyes widening at the sight of her brother, armed and geared up. What the actual hell? Jack barely glanced at them, his focus darting toward the tree line as dusk settled. Why are you even here? Olivia crossed her arms. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I wasn't expecting a SWAT team reunion. Jack exhaled, shaking his head. Didn't recognize you at first. Where's your security detail? Olivia rolled her eyes. We ditched them in D. Took some convincing, but we wanted privacy. She gestured to the ring on her finger. Davy just proposed. Then you literally fell out of the sky. Since when do you jump out of planes? Jack clapped Davy on the shoulder. Congrats, man. Welcome to the chaos. Davy looked like he needed a stiff drink, while Olivia's irritation simmered. She knew Jack worked in some shadowy corporate intel role, but she'd never pried, partly out of respect, partly because she assumed he was just trying to measure up to their father's legacy. Before she could demand answers again, Jack cut in. We need to move. Now. Something's about to go down. And you two can't be here. Davy grimaced. Bad timing, my car died on the way up. It's in a shock down in Etlin. Jack cursed under his breath. He hadn't spotted a vehicle earlier, but then again, he'd been more concerned with not breaking his neck on landing. Olivia grabbed his harness, her voice sharp. Who? Start talking. Now. Jack met her glare. The ISIS attacks. Yeah, I've got reason to believe some of those guys are heading this way. Olivia's face paled. To this cabin. Why? Jack winced. Because I may have accidentally led them here. Just then, Clark's voice crackled over the radio, loud enough to make Olivia jump. Jack, I've got eyes on movement. Mobile cable status. Olivia's eyes narrowed. Is that Uncle John? Jack keyed the mic. Solid copy. Minor complication, my sister's here. And her fiancé. Clark didn't miss a beat. Save the champagne for later. Get them out. Now. Jack's stomach tightened when he heard the number. 3 vehicles. He'd figured Al-Matari might send a small team after him, but this suggested something bigger. Any idea how many hostiles we're looking at? Can't tell yet, they're too far out, came the reply over comms. But they're pulling off the road, probably dismounting to approach on foot. Stay out of the trees and hold your position. Copy that, Jack muttered, already scanning the room for options. Chavez burst through the front door, tactical assessment rolling off his tongue. 3 entry points. Multiple windows, we've got a dozen ways they can breach. Best play is to fortify upstairs and funnel them through the stairwell. His eyes flicked to Olivia, then the unfamiliar face beside her. Long time no see, kid. A nod at Davy. Knew why. Secret Service. Olivia squeezed Davy's arm. Fiancé, actually. Chavez raised an eyebrow. Well, congrats. Jack, next time give a heads up before turning a up into a family reunion. Jack shot him a look. Didn't know she'd ditched her detail. Fantastic, Chavez deadpanned. Could have used those extra shooters right about now. Jack herded everyone upstairs. Davy, gripping Olivia's hand like he was half convinced this was a nightmare. Please tell me this isn't normal for you, he whispered. Olivia's laugh was strained. Swear on my life it's not. Jack tossed Davy a Glock, watching the doctor fumble with it. Ever handled one? Basic training in Turkey ages ago, Davy admitted. Mostly patching up bullet holes. But they made us shoot a few times. Good enough. Jack shoved the pistol into his hands. Loaded, no safety. Finger off the trigger until you're ready to paint the walls. Upstairs, Sally planted her feet when Jack pointed at the cast iron tub. Not happening. Sal. It's the only cover up here. I'm not hiding in a bathtub like some damsel in a bad action movie. Jack groaned. Mom and Dad will murder me if you get shot. Sally crossed her arms. And I'll murder you for wrecking Davy's proposal. So I guess we're even. Jack turned to Davy, exasperated. You're on sister duty. Lock this door, stay in the tub, and shoot anything that isn't me, Clark, or Chavez. Davy nodded, though Jack wasn't sure if it was confidence or sheer terror. Either way, he had bigger problems like the 8 heavily armed militants creeping through the woods. Amatari checked his GPS one last time before killing the screen. Darkness would be their ally tonight. His team, a mix of Atlanta, Santa Clara, and Detroit operatives, moved like shadows, armed to the teeth with Uzis, AKs, and one RPG-7 for good measure. They split into pairs, radios crackling as they closed in. The cabin sat vulnerable, its northern and southern flanks hemmed in by dense oaks. Perfect for an ambush. Al-Matari adjusted the Glock tucked into his waistband. Tonight, Jack Ryan wouldn't just lose a battle, he'd lose everything. Al-Matari and Omar moved north with their team, joined by operatives from Atlanta and Detroit. Meanwhile, Algiers paired up with a Pakistani recruit from Santa Clara, advancing from the southwest to scout the cabin. Tripoli took another member from the same cell, creeping through the dense southern woods under the cover of dusk. Algiers and Jamal, a young Caltech engineering student with limited combat experience, crawled on their stomachs up a western hillside. Despite Jamal's recent involvement in explosive attacks and a brief stint at language training, Algiers was the seasoned veteran leading the way. After 20 painstaking minutes, they finally spotted the cabin across a gravel road, roughly 200 yards away. Algiers knew the northern team was still minutes out, and the southeast group was too deep in the trees to see the target yet. He decided to hold position, ready to guide the others in or provide cover fire if needed. Peering through his binoculars, he noted lights inside, but frowned at the absence of any vehicle. How did they get here without a car? He muttered. Just then, the front door swung open, and a man stepped out, casually sipping a beer as he scanned the wooded hills. Algiers keyed his radio. Confirmed it's the president's son. No alert, just relaxing on the porch. El-Matari's voice crackled back. Can you take the shot from there? Maybe. I've got an AK, but no scope. If I miss, he'll bolt inside, and we lose the element of surprise. Hold position, Al-Matari ordered. If the target was this careless, they could close in without raising alarms. Any sign of others? Nothing. Not even a car in sight. All teams move in quietly. John Clark clenched his jaw, straining to decipher the chatter in his earpiece. The scanner picked up UF transmissions from nearby terrorists, but the rapid Arabic dialects were unintelligible. He'd hoped for English. Some of the previous attackers had been Americans, but no luck. Keeping his voice low, he transmitted over his encrypted phone to his team, his Remington 700 steady in his grip. Heads-up Arabic comms within 500 yards. Only 2 voices so far, no visual yet. Through his scope, he watched Jack Ryan finish his beer on the porch swing, the fading light making him an easy target. That's your cue, Jack. Get inside now. Jack stood lazily and ambled back into the cabin, shutting the door behind him. Clark swept his scope across the darkening tree line, resisting the urge to switch to his thermal. If a threat appeared, he needed to act fast, no time to fumble with gear. The woods were too quiet, too still. Something was coming. John scanned the terrain from his rocky perch, the morning sun casting long shadows across the uneven ground. Though the forest appeared quiet, the tension in his shoulders never eased. His makeshift sniper nest, little more than a shallow depression along the ridge, offered minimal cover, but it gave him a clear line of sight to the cabin below. If trouble came, he'd be exposed, with no easy escape except scrambling uphill. Not ideal, but it was the only vantage point where he could watch all approaches without being spotted immediately. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, silently praying the dense underbrush and scattered pines would keep him hidden from any lurking threats. Jack's voice crackled in his earpiece. "Anything moving out there?" "Not yet," John muttered, eyes never leaving the tree line. "But if they're smart, they'll stay under cover until they're right on top of you." A beat of silence, then Jack called out, "Ding. You got eyes." Chavez was wedged inside the cabin's cramped attic, dust tickling his nose as he shifted between the narrow slats of light, filtering through grimy windows. He'd been watching the southern tree line, where a small herd of deer grazed undisturbed. "Just wildlife so far," he reported. "But if those deer bolt, we'll know company's coming." Crawling on his elbows, he maneuvered to the opposite window, sweat trickling down his temple. The north side was eerily still, no deer, no movement. Then, a flicker in the brush. His pulse spiked. "John, check the northern woods." "Something's moving." Seconds dragged before Clark's response. Negative on visuals. Thermal's not picking anything up either, but that undergrowth is thick. Switching to south. Chavez kept his focus northward, breath steady. Then, two figures emerged from the shadows, weapons glinting in the dim light. "Two hostiles, 10 yards inside the tree line," he whispered. "Armed and advancing. I'll take the shot when they break cover." "Copy that," Jack replied, his voice tight. Chavez knew Jack was alone downstairs, guarding the entry points. Clark's warning cut through. "Once you fire, the whole place is gonna light up. Stay sharp." Chavez flicked off the safety on his suppressed MPX, finger resting on the trigger. The two men suddenly sprinted toward the cabin. No hesitation. Zelig, full, engaging. He smashed the suppressor through the brittle window pane and unleashed controlled bursts. Muzzle flashes lit the attic as both targets crumpled. Then chaos. The window frame exploded beside him, wood splinters and glass raining down as automatic fire ripped through the space. He hit the floor, rolling away from the hail of bullets. Someone else was out there, and they'd just zeroed in on his position. "Two down, but I'm blown," he shouted over the gunfire. Unknown hostiles still in the trees, north sides wide open. Cursing, he scrambled through the pitch-black crawl space, elbows and knees pounding against the rough wooden slats. He needed to reposition fast before the next wave hit. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Abu Musa al-Matari ejected his spent magazine, the metallic clatter lost in the echoes of gunfire. His AK-103 had just emptied into that attic window, and he wasn't done yet. The mission had gone sideways fast. Al-Matari had assumed the president's son would be unprotected, just another soft target. But the moment his men dropped into the dirt beside the cabin, he knew the intel was garbage. The Saudis had promised a clean hit, yet here he was, pinned down with Omar's corpse sprawled in the grass, half his skull missing. No time to second guess. He lunged forward, pressing against the rough logs of the cabin, heart hammering. The shot had come from the front. Someone was waiting. Gritting his teeth, he edged toward the back, every shadow suddenly a threat. Up on the ridge, Clark exhaled as his shot found its mark. The chatter on his radio crackled. Jack was taking fire downstairs, windows shattering. He swung his rifle south, spotting muzzle flashes 200 yards down the slope. One squeeze of the trigger, and the night fell silent again. Algiers barely had time to react. 1 second, the kid from Caltech was spraying bullets at the cabin. The next, he was face down in the dirt, a player. Some 08 round ending his medical school dreams. Algiers scrambled for cover, binoculars useless in the dark. Shooter on the hill. He hissed into the radio. Tripoli, you seeing this? Tripoli crouched in the trees, RPG-7 balanced on his shoulder. Parvez, his panicked partner, was frozen near the cabin's front porch. When Algiers' gunfire lit up the hillside, Tripoli's finger hovered over the trigger. Then, a flicker of movement near the crest. He fired, hurled the launcher aside, and bolted for the cabin like hell itself was chasing him. The explosion behind him shook the ground, but he didn't look back. Chavez barely made it to the back window when the world outside erupted in a blinding orange flash. An RPG shot from the tree line below, its fiery tail streaking toward the hillside to his right. The shooter bolted from cover, empty-handed, but vanished into the shadows before Chavez could squeeze off a shot. Without hesitation, he smashed the window and emptied his submachine gun blindly into the darkness below. A sharp cry told him he might have hit something, but his magazine ran dry before he could confirm. Crouching to reload, he gritted his teeth. This wasn't over yet. John Clark spotted the RPG's launch flare a split second before the rocket screamed toward him. Realization hit like a gut punch. The earlier gunfire had been bait, and he'd walked right into the trap. The grenade was dead on target. No time to dodge, no time to pray. Just instinct, cover his head, open his mouth, and brace. Mew or jump. The ledge loomed beside him. With a grunt, he lunged forward, tripped over his rifle, and pitched into open air. As he fell, Sandy's face flashed in his mind. Damn it, he should have called her. Meanwhile, Jack Ryan Jr. crouched near the stairwell, his focus split between the shattered front door and the chaos echoing around him. Chavez's voice crackled in his earpiece, reporting movement outside, enemies closing in from both directions. Then silence. John. No answer. Jack tightened his grip on his MPX. Ding, go, he urged. But before Chavez could respond, bullets tore through the front door. A grenade arced through the window, bounced off the TV, and blew what remained of the living room to splinters. Jack barely had time to react before two armed men burst inside, weapons sweeping the room. He fired, missed, and cursed as his shots buried themselves in the log walls. They hadn't seen him yet. Way too Sikborn. Then came the second grenade, lobbed with terrifying precision straight at the stairs. No escape. No time to think. Jack's body moved before his brain caught up. He launched himself upright, swung his boot like a batter connecting with a fastball, and kicked the grenade back toward the doorway. As it sailed away, he threw himself flat. The explosion lit up the entryway, shaking the cabin to its foundations. Smoke curled through the air. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then the gunfire started again. The piercing scream cut through the ringing in Jack's ears as another attacker lunged into view, pistol flashing in his right hand, while his left arm hung limp. Still sprawled on the staircase landing, Jack squeezed off rounds between his splayed legs, striking the wounded man's center mass. The guy crumpled to his knees, weapon clattering to the floor, but then made a desperate grab for the detonator dangling from his sleeve. Jack's dry click told him he was out. His backup pistol was currently in Davy's hands downstairs, where he'd holed up in the bathroom with Sally. Damn it, refter Wemenut. Jack spat, knowing the suicide vest would turn him into confetti at this range. Suddenly, Ding Chavez materialized above him like some guardian angel, putting 3 rapid shots into the would-be bomber before yanking Jack upstairs by his vest harness. The explosion rocked the house seconds after they reached cover. Decidiada. Ding shouted over the tinnitus. Jack shook his head, already slamming a fresh mag into his sing. Where's Clark? Manapiunitstri, uniform comms. Took RPG fire west of here when I tried for the roof. Christ almighty. Jack snapped, pivoting toward the front door as they both reloaded. The operation had gone sideways. Too many gunmen, no sign of their primary target, Almatari. When the eerie silence stretched too long, Ding made the call. I'm finding Clark. Check your sister. Jack hadn't taken 3 steps when Sally's shriek echoed down the hall, followed by 2 gunshots that sent him sprinting. Meanwhile, Ding burst through the front door and nearly collided with a shadowy figure charging up the driveway. Their mutual shock lasted a split second before Ding's submachine gun barked twice. Seeing the suicide vest as he rolled the dying man over, Ding put a mercy round through his forehead and kept moving toward the hillside where Clark had gone dark. Jack crashed into the master bedroom just as Davi swung his pistol toward the noise. Time compressed. Jack hit the deck in a combat roll as a shot whizzed past, coming up with his MPX trained on Davy's forehead. Behind him, Sally clung to Davy's back, screaming, "No!" as both men lowered their weapons in horrified recognition. Davy flung the gun away, face pale. Jesus, Jack. You were supposed to stay put. Jack roared, adrenaline making his hands shake. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with Sally's perfume created a surreal contrast as they all struggled to process how close they'd come to tragedy. Outside, another explosion rattled the windows, reminding them the fight wasn't over yet. Sally's trembling hand gestured toward the corner of the bedroom, near the balcony's sliding glass door, where morning light spilled in. A man in dark tactical gear lay motionless, his pistol just beyond reach. His hollow gaze flickered as Jack approached, confirming he was still clinging to life. Jack swiftly disarmed him, patting down the windbreaker for explosives. "Figures," Jack muttered, tossing the weapon aside. "Your kind always sends pawns to die while the cowards hide." Blood trickled from the man's lips as Jack turned to Sally. "We need him breathing. This isn't just some foot soldier." Davi bristled. "He scaled the balcony like a damn cat burglar." "Worse," Jack countered. "Meet ISIS's top intelligence operative for North America." He watched Al-Matari's labored breathing, torn between vengeance and necessity. Olivia was already snapping gloves on, shoving Jack aside. "Bad. Belays the state." "Make it quick," Jack growled, hauling the terrorist up with deliberate roughness. Olivia shot him a glare as she tore open the blood-soaked shirt. "Exit wounds clean, but he's drowning in his own blood." Her fingers worked with practiced urgency while Al-Matari wheezed out a taunt. "Who? Are you really?" Jack leaned in close enough to smell the iron tang of blood. "The guy who's handing you over to people who specialize in making monsters sing." Outside, Chavez guided a battered Clark through the pines, the older man's curses punctuating every step. "Quit squirming," Chavez chided, shining his flashlight over Clark's dirt-caked face. Davi's quick assessment revealed cracked ribs and a likely concussion. But Clark waved them off. "Save the drama for the terrorist," he grunted, nodding toward the cabin where Jack was already on the phone with Langley. The extraction request was crisp. 1 high-value prisoner, 4 exhausted allies, and a scenic helicopter ride out of the Appalachians, compliments of Uncle Sam. 40 minutes after the firefight ended, 2 FBI Black Hawk helicopters touched down behind the remote cabin, their rotors kicking up swirls of pine needles and dust. The first chopper carried medical teams ready to stabilize Al-Matari's critical injuries and ease John Clark's breathing, as his cracked ribs grew more agonizing by the second. It lifted off immediately after loading the wounded, but the second aircraft remained grounded, disgorging a full squad from the FBI's elite hostage rescue team. Armed with night vision gear, they spent hours sweeping the forest, uncovering only corpses and abandoned trucks, one of which hid a chilling discovery beneath rolled-up carpets. Alongside standard weapons cache, they uncovered 4 Igla 7 missiles, each capable of shredding a commercial airliner from the sky. Captain Carrie-Ann Davenport adjusted her headset as the mission briefing began, though her thoughts briefly drifted to that Maryland garden party a month prior. The blood shed the weight of her father's gifted pistol in her hand, the history grad student who'd asked her out amid the chaos. Matt's terrible jokes about her desert camo being surprisingly sexy had become a lifeline during her deployment near Syria's border, their shaky Skype calls a bright spot in the dust-choked monotony of the forward base. But, as the Major outlined tonight's objective, all personal distractions evaporated. Fresh intel had located the Islamic State's propaganda nerve center, the global Islamic media front, a slick operation pumping out recruitment videos, radio broadcasts, and viral content radicalizing recruits worldwide. While al-Matari's direct attacks had dwindled since College Park, the GIM's influence festered, its tech-savvy operatives teaching extremists to weaponize social media. Tonight's strike package included Navy Hornets from the Truman, A-10s roaring out of Turkey, and unseen special operators converging near Ratla. The goal wasn't just destruction, it was erasing the architects of ISIS's digital poison. Davenport cracked her knuckles. Time to shut down their broadcast permanently. The surveillance teams were positioned along Highway 4, the primary route leading out of Raqqa, armed with precise intel on the exact vehicles used by the Islamic State's GIM-5 leadership. Carrie-Ann couldn't shake the thought that such detailed information might mean they'd captured Abu Musa al-Matari. And he was spilling everything. The idea alone brought a grim satisfaction. Extraction would be handled by the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment's helicopters, but two A-64E Apache gunships from Carrie-Ann's unit would provide backup, ready to cover any medevac if things went south. Sure, the mission carried risks, but she doubted she and Troy would see much action beyond circling the Syrian desert in formation, watching the distant explosions like some twisted light show. A damn shame. Really, she was itching to put a few rounds into those bastards tonight. At 2200 hours, Captain Davenport gave her harness a final tug, securing herself in the front cockpit before scanning the array of screens and controls. She and Chief Warrant Officer Troy Oakley had spent nearly an hour prepping the bird, and now they were cleared for takeoff. "You good to go, Captain?" Oakley's voice crackled over the intercom. Though he had 2 decades on her, rank trumped age. "Let's roll, Oak," she replied. The Apache taxied to the short runway, Oakley's left hand easing up the collective as the rotors whined to life. He countered the torque with a press of the left pedal, tail rotor humming as power surged. The cyclic shifted forward, blades biting into the air, and the gunship lurched ahead, gaining speed. Carrie-Ann kept her hands resting on her knees, eyes sharp. She could take control any time she often did, but tonight, Oakley had the stick. Not that she'd let him near the weapons systems. Sure, he could technically fire the cannon or launch missiles from the back seat, but that was her domain. She adored the guy like family, but when it came to pulling the trigger, that was her call. At full power, the Apache lifted off, Pyro 1-2 following close behind. They skimmed low, veering east to throw off any ISIS informants with cell phones before banking south toward their holding position northeast of Raqqa. 90 minutes later, the desert stretched beneath them, black and endless. Pyro 1-2 and the Chinook, Freight Train 1-1, orbited at different altitudes, ghosts in the night. Carrie-Ann's FLIR screen flickered with occasional glimpses of the other aircraft, but her focus stayed locked southwest, where the distant glow of explosions pulsed like a macabre fireworks display. She couldn't hear the Navy's chatter, but the A-10's radio traffic crackled in her headset. Hellfires hitting targets, the mission unfolding exactly as planned. The American aircraft were exclusively armed with Hellfire missiles, limiting the scale of destruction compared to the heavier JDAMs or massive bombs typically carried by F-18s and A-10s. However, The target was nestled in the heart of Raqqa's urban center, demanding precision to avoid civilian casualties. This meant multiple passes were necessary to dismantle the structures methodically, rather than leveling the entire block in one strike. Enemy forces unleashed a relentless barrage of Zu-23 anti-aircraft fire, their glowing tracers streaking skyward, yet the Navy and Army pilots remained unscathed. Even an A-10 pilot's tense report of a Stinger missile lock turned out to be a false alarm. The projectile lost track amid the terrain. 45 minutes in, the aircraft withdrew, leaving the area quiet. Pyro and freight train flights were redirected south while the 16th Black Hawks swooped in to extract special ops teams. Carrie Ann watched as two sleek Black Hawks skimmed the dunes below, racing to retrieve Delta or SEAL operatives. Just as they vanished from sight, her headset crackled. The combat controller was connecting her to a jack on the ground in Rotla. That was unexpected. The jack, embedded with special forces, usually coordinated strikes during active engagements, but Rotla was far from tonight's primary target. Why reach out now? A sharp voice cut through the static. Pyro 1-1, this is lethal. Today but tefta transfer. Solid copy. Send traffic lethal. I'm a jack with SF, he replied, rattling off coordinates. No air support left, but we've got 8 vehicles confirmed squirters from the target zone. The convoy was speeding east on Highway 4, sandwiched between Rotla and the Euphrates. Can you engage? Troy chimed in. They had 35 minutes of fuel. Freight train, armed only with door guns, had to escort the Chinook back to Turkey. That left just Carrie Ann and Troy in their Apache, loaded with Hellfires, rockets, and cannon rounds. No hesitation. Mend, affirmative. Eta 11 minutes. Bestätigen time blur. Extraction's on hold until you handle this. Her pulse hammered against her armored vest as Troy laid out the attack plan. Hit the convoy from the east, maximize firepower. 13 minutes later, they banked sharply at 1,000 feet. The lead technical emerged from a village, still barreling east. Firing Hellfire, she announced, sending the missiles screaming toward its target. Suvle Kremt went down. Now the rockets would finish the rest. The Hellfire missile slammed into the enemy vehicle, erupting in a blinding flash that momentarily washed out the thermal imaging display. Pilot Troy Oakley instantly throttled up to full speed as the targeting system synced between both crew members. Through her helmet-mounted display, Carrie Ann Davenport's laser designator painted their next target with crimson crosshairs, allowing Oakley to precisely align their remaining Hydra rockets. Launching, she announced tersely, triggering a rapid-fire salvo that streaked toward the convoy 2 clicks west. Before the first rockets impacted, she'd already switched to the 30mm chain gun, walking devastating bursts down the line of vehicles. The thermal feed showed trucks erupting like firecrackers as high-explosive rounds shredded their thin armor. Some insurgents bolted toward the Euphrates River's floodplain, but they'd need another pass to engage those targets. Just as Oakley banked for his attack run, the cockpit erupted with the shrill wail of missile lock warnings. "Zam launch!" he barked, throwing the Apache into a gut-wrenching spiral dive while countermeasures spat flares behind them. The world inverted as Carrie Ann watched farmland rush toward them through the canopy, her stomach lurching as Oakley somehow pulled them level mere yards above the highway. Tracers suddenly stitched the sky around them, followed by ominous thuds against the airframe. "Carrie, your ship." Oakley's strained voice crackled through the intercom. She grabbed the controls, confused until she heard his weakening voice. "Took one through the canopy. Neck wound. Bleeding bad." Ignoring his protests to continue the mission, Davenport wheeled the damaged gunship north along the river, dodging fresh streams of anti-aircraft fire. The instrument panel flickered ominously as oil pressure plummeted. 10 minutes later, she set down hard in the desert, popping the canopy to assess her wounded co-pilot. Blood-soaked Oakley's flight suit, his breathing shallow. Distant rotor beats signaled approaching rescue birds carrying Special Forces medics. As she applied pressure to the wound, Carrie-Anne noticed something odd. The bullet had carved a jagged path through Oakley's laminated mission checklist. Before striking him, the paper now flecked with crimson. "Stay with me, Troy," she ordered, ripping open a fresh trauma pack with her teeth. The staccato rhythm of approaching Blackhawks mixed with the dying whine of their Apache's turbines as the desert sun baked the scorched metal around them. Clambering over the back seat, Carrie-Anne yanked a cloth from her cargo pocket, her breath catching at the sight of Oakley's injuries. The dim orange glow from the cockpit instruments revealed the shocking amount of blood soaking his left side. Unconscious or worse, he needed help fast, and she wasn't about to let him down. Pressing the rag firmly against his neck with one hand, she used the other to unbuckle his harness. The drop to the desert floor was a good 12 feet, and no way could she, a petite front-seater, haul a wounded pilot down alone. Instead, she focused on cutting away his flight suit, stemming the bleeding, and clearing debris so the medevac team could work fast. The thump of rotor blades signaled the arrival of a Blackhawk, its twins circling overhead for cover. Carrie scrambled back to power down the aircraft, watching as 3 burly soldiers muscled Oakley's limp form down to the weapons pylon, then passed him to the ground crew. Strapped to a backboard, he was rushed toward the waiting helicopter. She snatched both rifles and sprinted after them, her boots kicking up dust. Inside the Blackhawk, she gripped Oakley's hand as medics worked over him. Their hands slick with blood as they tackled the neck wound and a newly discovered gash above his knee. A bearded soldier behind her tapped her shoulder. "Our docs are the best. Your dad's gonna be fine." She managed a weak laugh before he added, "I'm lethal." Recognition flashed to Jack, who'd talked her into the strike. "Davenport," she replied. He grinned. "Captain, you owned that mission. Took out ISIS's last shot at propaganda after the Navy leveled their HQ." Oakley's fingers twitched in hers. She looked down to find his eyes open, locked onto hers. Tears splashed his face as she whispered, "Hey." His cracked lips curved. "Hey. J-Sock says we crushed it," she said. "Not too shabby, right?" He tried to shake his head, restrained by the backboard. "Damn right, Captain." An hour later, an A-10 streaked across the sky, reducing Pyro 1 to rubble with a precision strike, ensuring no enemy could salvage a victory from the wreckage. But Oakley never saw it. He flatlined on the operating table at Incirlik, his last smile still etched in Carrie's memory. Meanwhile, Alexandru Dauka stirred, disoriented, as the plane's wheels screeched onto the tarmac. The drugs they'd given him left his mind foggy, but the voice across from him cut through the haze. "Time's up, pal. You held up your end. Now we're cutting you loose." The blindfold came off, revealing the same aircraft he'd been dragged onto weeks ago in Romania. Endless interrogations, safe house, purgatory, it was over. The Americans, true to their word, were setting him free. Delka patted his pockets, finding nothing but a handful of euros, his passport, and a crumpled receipt. His clothes were the same ones he'd been wearing when they grabbed him, wrinkled and smelling of sweat, but none of that mattered now. All he needed was a computer or a bank. $11 million still sat untouched in offshore accounts, waiting for him. His legs wobbled as he stood, ignoring the bearded men watching from the cabin. He stepped through the open hatch, descending the jet stairs onto the scorching tarmac. The heat hit him like a wall. He squinted, scanning the horizon. No clue where he was, but it didn't matter. He was out of the U, Free. Behind him, the stairs retracted, and the jet engines roared to life. Dalka trudged toward a distant terminal, his shoes sticking to the melted pavement. Inside the plane, Midas smirked at Dom Caruso. How long before he realizes how screwed he is? Caruso chuckled. Give him 5 minutes. Guy's sharp. Once he spots the signs in Cantonese, it'll click. Up front. Captain Helen Reed pushed the throttle forward, and the Henley Associates jet lifted off from Hong Kong International, vanishing into the sky just 15 minutes after landing. Meanwhile, across the city in a dim sum joint in Simshatsu, a CIA officer named Spicer nursed a Qingtao beer. Across the table sat Fang, a high-ranking officer from China's Ministry of State Security. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension. We're going all in on tracking a Romanian named Alexandru Dalka, Spicer said casually, watching Fang's reaction. Fang tilted his head, feigning indifference. Never heard of him. Spicer leaned in. Here's the thing, we think you might be looking for him, too. Wouldn't want any misunderstandings. Fang sipped his beer, masking his confusion. And why would we care? Spicer shrugged. Call it professional courtesy. We'll stand down for a week, let you take the lead. Safer for everyone. Fang nodded, though he knew this was a game. The Americans wanted something probably for China to do their dirty work. He'd pass it up the chain and let his superiors untangle the mess. Any idea where this man might be? Fang asked, playing along. Spicer smirked. Pure guess. Probably sweating through his shirt in Terminal 1 right now, desperate to move money before he bolts. He drained his beer. But hey, just a hunch. Fang's smile didn't reach his eyes. I'll pass it along. Spicer strode out of the restaurant with the swagger of a man who just placed a winning bet. He didn't doubt for a second that Alexandru Dalka would be in handcuffs before sunset, while the U had its own reasons for hunting the Romanian. China's motives were far more urgent and far less forgiving. If Dalka spilled even a fraction of what he knew about their botched operation, to expose American operatives in China, an Operation ISIS had twisted into a bloodbath Beijing's embarrassment, would be the least of their problems. Unlike Washington, China had no promises to keep and no incentive to let Dalka breathe another day. As Spicer slid into a cab, he mentally marked the man's expiration date, tonight, at precisely 8 p. The red camera light blinked on, and President Jack Ryan leaned forward in his chair behind the resolute desk. Good evening, he began, his voice steady but weighted. Tonight, I need to address a series of events that have shaken both our nation and the world. He revealed that weeks earlier, Abu Musa al-Matari had been captured alive on U. Soil of victory, though one shrouded in necessary secrecy. Through relentless interrogation and intelligence work, critical details had emerged about the recent wave of ISIS attacks. Then came the gut punch. 4 years ago, a catastrophic breach had exposed the personal files of countless federal employees not by a rival state, but by an Indian firm carelessly entrusted with sensitive data. For years, that stolen information had gathered digital dust until a group of opportunistic Romanian hackers stumbled upon it. One rogue employee, smelling profit, sold fragments to America's enemies. Ryan's jaw tightened. This was an unforgivable failure, he admitted, the words sharp with regret. We've recovered what we can, but the damage is done. He spoke of the oath sworn by those who served to defend against all threats, foreign and domestic, and how their trust had been betrayed. Lives had been lost because of it. For a fleeting moment, the president's tone turned almost wistful. Part of me wanted to drag us back to typewriters and locked vaults, he confessed. But that's not the world we live in. Guns and gates weren't enough anymore. The enemy wasn't just at the door, it was in the wires. As your president, I vow to dedicate every remaining moment of my term to intensifying our efforts in this critical fight. Through extensive intelligence work, we've uncovered that the leaks exposing our military and intelligence personnel originated from a Saudi national named Sami bin Rashid, a Gulf Cooperation Council employee. Not an ISIS operative. CIA Director Jay Canfield, TENI Director Mary Pat Foley, and Attorney General Dan Murray pieced together his identity using human intelligence and travel records, revealing a disturbing truth. Bin Rashid's goal wasn't to empower ISIS, but to manipulate oil prices and drag forces back into the Middle East, all to counter Iran, a scheme benefiting wealthy Gulf elites, not jihadist ideology. Think about that for a second. Young radicals brainwashed by ISIS propaganda believe they're dying for a holy cause, when in reality they're just pawns for oil tycoons sitting in air-conditioned skyscrapers. If you're considering picking up a gun in the name of extremism, ask yourself, is martyrdom really worth enriching billionaires who couldn't care less about you? Now, the bigger question was bin Rashid acting alone or with Saudi Arabia's backing? Right now, we lack definitive proof. The Saudi government has vehemently denied involvement, and until evidence proves otherwise, we won't impose diplomatic or economic consequences. But let me be clear, we're watching closely. Meanwhile, we've struck a major blow against ISIS propaganda machine. Just hours ago, forces launched a precision operation in Raqqa, Syria, dismantling the global Islamic media front, the engine behind their recruitment and radicalization campaigns. This victory came at a cost. Chief Warrant Officer Troy Oakley of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, gave his life in the mission. His courage ensures our safety, and his sacrifice will forever be honored. The fight continues, but tonight, we've shown that America doesn't just react, we dismantle the very foundations of terror. For those who value liberty and security, America stands as their strongest ally. Our nation has welcomed and united more diverse peoples than any other in history, while overseas we've stood shoulder to shoulder with partners, confronting tyranny head-on. Let this be clear, terrorists and war criminals will never escape accountability. The takedown of al-Matari and the foiling of that intelligence leak scheme sends an unmistakable message to anyone plotting against us. President Ryan locked eyes with the camera, his voice steel. Cross this nation, and there's nowhere on earth we won't hunt you down. American justice doesn't take vacations. As the studio lights dimmed in the Oval Office, Ryan waited for his microphone to be detached before circling his desk. He hadn't expected to see Mary Pat Foley waiting with Arnie, though his chief of staff's presence was routine. Arnie always hovered during major broadcasts like a stage director ready to cut the mic if things went sideways. Mary Pat intercepted him as technicians dismantled equipment. Urgent update, sir. CIA officer Stuart Collier, the one held in Tehran, was just handed over to Swiss authorities. His planes cleared Iranian airspace. Ryan exhaled. What it cost us? What'd you say? We only threatened retaliation, but exposing Saudi Arabia's indirect role in those ISIS strikes apparently pleased Tehran enough to play nice. Typical, Ryan muttered, rubbing his temple. That region's a chessboard, where every move helps someone worse than the last. Mary Pat opened her mouth, but Ryan squeezed her forearm. Outstanding work, pass my thanks to J2. And ensure Collier gets lifelong protection. Once the room emptied, Arnie lingered. Performance review. Welven then Curry. Homeland Security's Zilko is resigning at dawn, a symbolic gesture, since he hopes you'll refuse. Ryan snorted. He's not the only one who screwed up, but stepping down shows guts. I'll accept it. Minnie smirked. He'll probably run for Indiana governor next. Expect a fundraising call. Tell him to try the private sector first, Ryan said dryly. Might teach him accountability. Government serves the people, not personal ambitions. Arnie burst out laughing. Jack, if you keep talking like that, they'll think you've lost it. Not long now, Ryan grinned. Epilogue, Sami bin Rashid, tossed in his silk pajamas, the Etihad Airlines residence suite failing to soothe him. Despite its legendary comfort Egyptian linens, ambient lighting sleep evaded him. Odd. Since this airborne palace usually eased his travel insomnia. Tonight, though, the plush cabin felt like a gilded cage. This wasn't just a first-class ticket. It was an airborne penthouse, complete with a bedroom, living area, private bathroom, and a personal attendant ready to cater to his every whim. The 14-hour journey from Dubai to Sydney had started with gourmet meals and half-hearted reading. Officially, Saudi Arabia wanted nothing to do with him, branding him a liability too volatile, too exposed. Riyadh couldn't even acknowledge his existence without angering Washington. So he'd vanished under a false identity, executing an escape plan he'd never expected to use. Australia remote, unfamiliar, the perfect hiding spot. Of course, Saudi intelligence knew exactly where he was. In fact, they'd quietly approved his exile, whispering through back channels that he just needed to disappear for a while, maybe a few years before they'd consider bringing him back into the fold, discreetly. Money wasn't an issue. Ram wasn't either. So, why was he wide awake, pacing his luxurious cabin in frustration? Veo Matari, that arrogant failure. The entire American operation had collapsed because of him. President Ryan had gutted their propaganda machine, cutting off their recruitment lifeline, and then twisted the knife by framing the whole jihadist movement as some Saudi-backed oil conspiracy. Absurd. Bin Rashid ripped off his sleep mask, stormed out of the bedroom, and marched straight to the first-class bar, still in his silk pajamas. The concierge, tall, poised, moved to assist, but he dismissed her with a flick of his hand. The bar was nearly empty, just a lone bartender and an older American nursing a drink. Bin Rashid didn't usually indulge, but tonight he needed something to drown out the humiliation. "Give me a drink," he demanded. The bartender hesitated. "What would you like, sir?" The American beside him chuckled, raising his glass. "Vodka on the rocks." Simple, effective. Bin Rashid nodded, and the drink appeared moments later. The burn made him grimace. "Let it breathe a little," the American advised. "Takes the edge off." "Carl," the man added, extending a hand. "Denver, Colorado." "Mohammed, Dubai." Carl grinned, nodding toward the lavish suite. "I saved up for first class, but you? You're living like a king up there. What's your line of work?" "Consulting," Bin Rashid muttered, barely masking his irritation. "Funny me too," Carl said, unfazed. "Thought I'd check out Australia, see what the fuss is about." Bin Rashid left the drink untouched, the ice slowly diluting the bitterness, just like his plans, dissolving into nothing. The bartender excused himself to attend to new guests, settling at a nearby cocktail table. "Is the residence as luxurious as they claim?" The man gestured toward the open doorway. Bin Rashid gave a polite nod. "Indeed, it's quite impressive." "Your concierge is stunning," the man remarked, glancing toward the young woman adjusting cushions in the sitting area. Carl from Denver chuckled. "Too young for my taste, but for someone like you? Why not?" Bin Rashid studied the concierge, her elegance undeniable. His mind wandered. Perhaps Australia held women like her. Wealth had its privileges, and Dubai's constraints wouldn't follow him there. As he lingered on the thought, the American beside him smirked. "Bet that drink's just right now." Distracted, bin Rashid blinked. Pardon. Your vodka should be chilled to perfection. He drained the glass. The American took a slow sip. Another round. Toast to fresh starts. Bin Rashid declined with a wave. No, I should rest. He retreated to the residence, the American's casual sweet dreams trailing behind. Lying back, he tugged the sleep mask over his eyes, willing his mind away from the botched operation. 30 futile minutes later, his regrets ceased to matter. The heart attack struck without warning, violent, swift. A gasp, a shudder, and stillness. Hands folded over his chest, he was gone. John Clark still felt the warmth of his vodka, but unlike bin Rashid, his pulse remained steady. Timing the neurotoxin drop had required precision luck, really, when the Saudis' attention drifted. The backup plan, a silent injection in his suite, had been riskier. Ding would have had to maneuver past staff in the tight first-class space. Instead, bin Rashid had made it effortless. Now, with hours left to Sydney, they could unwind in plush seats, undisturbed. There'd be chaos later, a stewardess's scream, delays but no mid-flight detours. Just a quiet victory. Clark caught Ding's eye across the dim cabin. A shared glance, a knowing wink. Seats reclined. They shut their eyes, the only inconvenience being the dead man in the residence.